Chapter 52. Variant Little Python. Late at night, the room was brightly illuminated by lamplight. The youth sat cross-legged in the bath barrel that was filled with medicinal liquid, painstakingly cultivating, practically forgetting everything else. 7 treasures body-tempering liquid continuously poured into his body. The medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit was also dissolving at an extremely fast speed, merging into the youth's flesh, blood, and bones. If he wanted to win the champion's position at the clan martial meet in 3 days and obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingzi, then he must break through to the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Still a little bit more. Perceiving the speed of which his fleshly body underwent metamorphosis and his lifeblood grew reducing, the youth opened his eyes and sighed. Yawning, the drowsy youth instantly fell asleep. He slept until morning the next day. Young master, young master. An anxious voice sounding from outside his room caused the youth to be startled awake. What happened? Not having time to put on an outer garment, the youth was wearing his sleeping clothes as he opened the door and looked towards the young girl outside. Young master, look. In the young girl's hands, 2 fist-sized python eggs were violently trembling. Kacha. Quickly, the 2 python eggs broken open one after another. 2 exquisite little pythons stretched their heads out and poked out their tongues before swallowing down the python egg shell fragments. Subsequently, they looked at each other with unsatisfied expressions before looking at Duan Ling Tian and then at K'er. The 2 pairs of tiny eyes emitted a deep sense of attachment, as if they were looking at their parents. Young master, they don't look anything like a black python. K'er sized up the 2 little pythons before her willow-shaped eyebrows lightly knit together. They aren't alike. Duan Ling Tian was also sizing up the 2 little pythons. The 2 little pythons were black and white respectively. The white little python had silver markings on its body. The markings were extremely complicated, difficult to understand thoroughly. The black little python had gold markings on its body, exactly similar to the markings on the white little python. They both had one more similarity. Both of them had a small bulge on their heads. Duan Ling Tian searched through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, but he didn't come across any memories that related to the 2 little pythons. In other words, even if Rebirth Martial Emperor was alive, he wouldn't be able to recognize the 2 little pythons. But, in the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, there was one type of python that had slightly similar overall characteristics to the 2 little pythons. That python was not a black python, but a fierce beast, the snow python. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, the fierce snow python would be comparable to a nascent soul martial artist when it reaches adulthood. A martial artist's cultivation after the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. After the core formation stage was the origin core stage. Only after the origin core stage was the nascent soul stage. A colossus such as the Aurora City Li clan had many origin core martial artists, but nascent soul martial artists could be counted with one's fingers. It's unlikely that the offspring of the black python was made with a snow python. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, dispersing this absurd thought. Not to mention the difference between a black python and snow python, even the markings on the body of the 2 little pythons were not something neither the black python nor the snow python had. From this it could be determined that these 2 little pythons were not snow pythons nor black pythons. Maybe they are similar to their father. I wonder what type of python their father is. Rebirth Martial Emperor experienced the passage of 2 lifetimes and has a wide range of knowledge and experience, but even he couldn't recognize this type of python, Duan Ling Tian silently deduced in his heart. Young master, they seem to be hungry. The young girl's voice caused Duan Ling Tian to come back to his senses. The 2 little pythons had their tiny eyes wide open, flickering with pitiable brilliance as if begging for something. Duan Ling Tian took out the 2 violet thorn fruits that they brought back the other day from a corner of the room. The 2 violet thorn fruits were precisely left behind for them by the mother of the 2 little pythons. Just as Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 violet thorn fruits to K'er's side, the 2 little pythons' bodies trembled and they moved instantly. As if transforming into a bolt of white lightning and a bolt of black lightning, they flew straight towards the violet thorn fruits in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In a few moments, the 2 violet thorn fruits had been completely nibbled by them until nothing remained. After eating their fill, the 2 little pythons fell soundly asleep. What type of snake are they? Duan Ling Tian and K'er glanced at each other, noticing the astonishment in each other's eyes. The speed of the 2 little pythons earlier, even if compared to their mothers, the black python, they wouldn't be much slower. An adult black python having such a speed was not strange. But these 2 little pythons had only just been born. Duan Ling Tian's subconscious felt that these two little pythons were not so simple. After finding a box and poking a hole in it, Duan Ling Tian placed the two soundly asleep little pythons within. Only after doing this did he put on his outer garments, then he grabbed K-Er's hand and walked out of his room. K-Er, let's go out for a walk. Duan Ling Tian and K-Er walked out of their home, quickly arriving at the martial arts practice field. A corner of the martial arts practice field was currently surrounded by quite a few people. Let's go take a look. Duan Ling Tian and K-Er walked over. They supposed it would be someone sparring, but only when they approached did they notice it wasn't. A blue-clothed youth stood in the middle of the crowd, saliva flying from his mouth. Combined with his tone, he seemed to be a storyteller. According to what I heard, the adult snow python in the misty forest moved like a thunderbolt, killing a few origin core martial artists of Aqua Mist City's He clan in seconds. In the midst of human martial artists, they were considered outstanding, but in front of the adult snow python, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The blue-clothed youth continued, as if he saw all this with his own two eyes. Li Yun, is there really a snow python inside the misty forest? Someone in the crowd asked. I, Li Yun, am famous in Aurora City for my ability to know everything, and my reputation is extremely good. News of this will spread throughout the entire Aurora City soon. At that time, you all will naturally know that what I said was true. Li Yun held his head high with a face full of confidence. Li Yun, you know every bit of news at the first moment, this we do not doubt. But this matter is truly unbelievable. Yeah, according to reason, during this season, this python species of wild animals and fierce beasts should be hibernating, especially a top-ranked fierce beast like the snow python. According to the records in books, among the python-type fierce beasts, the snow python has the highest level of somnolence. Another person voiced their doubt. What you said isn't wrong, but according to the origin core stage lucky survivor of the Aqua Mist City's He clan, that snow python seemed to have gone completely mad, killing anyone it saw, as if it was venting its anger. Li Yun lightly nodded as he continued. The surrounding crowd were in high spirits. A few people even curiously asked, what do you think is the reason the snow python became like this? My personal guess is either its mate was killed by humans, or its offspring have died, Li Yuan said. The speaker had no particular intention in saying it, but the listener understood. Duan Ling Tian and K-Er glanced at each other before leaving the crowd. Young master, do you think that snow python is the father of the two little pythons? K-Er's clear eyes emitted a trace of compassion. There is such a possibility. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. The two little pythons were indeed possibly the offspring of the black python and snow python, and due to certain reasons, a variation occurred. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew that variant fierce beasts existed. Young master, should we send them home? K-Er said. Her clear eyes were slightly wet. She seemed to have thought of something. K-Er, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian had a worried expression. I thought of my mother. When my mom left me, I felt my whole world collapse. The feelings of that snow python right now are certainly the same as how I felt before. K-Er's voice slightly trembled as she spoke. Duan Ling Tian took advantage of the opportunity and embraced her in his arms, lightly patting her back as he gently said, silly girl, don't you still have me? Being able to meet young master is my good luck, but that snow python. K-Er's voice was almost in tears. Duan Ling Tian touched K-Er's beautiful hair as he smelled the fresh fragrance it emitted and slowly said, it's okay. I promise you, after the clan martial meet ends, we can send them back home. When he returned home, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the small box was empty. The two little pythons had vanished. Just when he and K-Er were about to go looking for them, a black and a white bolt of lightning approached. The black little python coiled itself around Duan Ling Tian's wrist, and the white little python coiled itself around K-Er's wrist, playfully flicking out their tongues at them. They really are two little rascals. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled. K-Er, give them names. Duan Ling Tian gazed at K-Er. Let's call them Little White and Little Black. K-Er lightly smiled. From now on, you're called Little Black. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and looked at the little black python that was coiled on his wrist. At this moment, a strange scene took place. Duan Ling Tian saw that the little python actually looked at him and nodded its head, causing Duan Ling Tian to be dazed from shock. This little black python could understand human speech. After a moment, he noticed that the little black python was still continuously nodding. Only then did Duan Ling Tian realize that he had overthought things. The little black python seemed to have entangled itself with Duan Ling Tian and was unwilling to leave. The little white python was entangled with Kair as well. The two of them were helpless and could only bring them along at their side. After a moment of distinguishing, Duan Ling Tian noticed the little black python was male, whereas the little white python was female. That night, when Duan Ling Tian sat inside the bath barrel to cultivate, he noticed the little black python dive into the bath barrel, swimming across the surface of the water as it swallowed the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. At the same time, the gold markings on its body started to flicker in a dark gold luster until it finished eating a full portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after it was satisfied did it fly out, then it lied on the corner of the bath barrel and slept. At this moment, the dark gold luster on its body slowly dimmed. I wonder what this little python has varied into, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. 2 days passed. Tomorrow was the second round of competition for the clan martial meet, and it was the true clan martial meet. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation still wasn't able to break through. Although he could feel he was at a threshold, he still couldn't break through after a long time. He had already absorbed 80% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Is it not my fate to get that 350-year-old blood Lingzi? Hiss hiss. He heard a light sound enter his ears. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that that little black python was contracted at the corner of the bed, flicking its tongue in what seemed like a greeting to him. In the next moment, the little black python's body trembled and it started wriggling. Sometimes slow, sometimes transforming into black lightning. Silent like a hermit, moving like a mad rabbit. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian only used a curious gaze as he sized up the little black python. But slowly, the little black python's movements seemed to give him a certain enlightenment. His gaze became engrossed and dull. At this moment, the world in his eyes seemed to only contain the little black python that continuously flashed about. Chapter 53, Target, Champion. The 9 Dragon War Sovereign Technique's first form, the Spirit Serpent form, originally stressed upon allowing the cultivator's fleshly body to increase its strength while maintaining the body's flexibility and agility like spirit serpents. Now, as the little black python's movements reflected into Duan Ling Tian's eyes, it seemed to have ignited something. Now he was suddenly enlightened about things he couldn't understand in the past. Seeming to suddenly be filled with wisdom and enlightenment, Duan Ling Tian's body slightly shook as he closed his eyes and circulated the spirit serpent form mental cultivation method. With a trace of understanding, he started cultivating. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless night for Duan Ling Tian. His mind completely merged with the changes happening inside his body, lifeblood increasing at a terrifying speed. The fleshly body was even going through an extreme metamorphosis. Duan Ling Tian himself was unaware of how long he cultivated for until a ray of sunlight passed through the window and descended upon him. Only then did he awaken. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the clothes on his body were extremely dirty. A liquid similar to black oil had flowed out of his entire body. It was extremely sticky and rancid. He removed his clothes and sat inside the bath barrel before cleaning his body with great effort. After cleaning up, he clenched his fists, slightly using some strength. Duan Ling Tian abruptly lifted his head. Wah! Above him, the forces of heaven and earth shook before developing into 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. Lightly reducing the amount of strength exerted, one of the ancient mammoth silhouettes vanished. Reducing his strength once more, another ancient mammoth silhouette vanished. Perfect. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up and changed his clothes. His expression couldn't help but be filled with smiles. He succeeded. Before the clan martial meet, he smoothly broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The crazy theory of rebirth martial emperor had perfectly been accomplished. Hiss hiss. A sound entered his ears as the little black python transformed into a bolt of lightning, coiled around Duan Ling Tian's wrist, and started nodding towards him. The little black python's actions, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, seemed to be it seeking credit for his achievement. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll get you something good to eat. Duan Ling Tian lightly rubbed Little Black's body as he lightly smiled. Little Black closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Please leave, we don't welcome you here. Suddenly, K.'s voice sounded from outside, containing a trace of anger. Ever since K.'r had started following him, it was the first time he heard her speaking with such a tone. Someone obviously had infuriated her. After opening his room's door, Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides. With a glance, he noticed the two youths standing at the courtyard door. One of them was precisely the gray-clothed youth from before. Brother, and asking you to follow him to the martial arts practice field is him thinking highly of you. I've already been courteous to you, now don't push your luck. The other green-clothed youth looked at K.R., getting slightly angry out of embarrassment. But in the young girl's eyes, only the young master that had just walked out of his room in large strides mattered. The green-clothed youth's face turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, I'm talking to you. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept the green-clothed youth with his gaze, his voice containing a trace of icy coldness. The green-clothed youth's gaze turned cold and he was about to enter the courtyard to fight Duan Ling Tian. Smack. Just at this moment, the gray-clothed youth's hand descended upon the green-clothed youth's shoulder, stopping him. The gray-clothed youth looked at Duan Ling Tian in a condescending manner as he indifferently said, You aren't worthy of her. So you mean you're worthy? He had met arrogant people before, but never someone arrogant to this extent. Lian's eyes flickered as he threateningly said, Of course. I, Lian, at the age of 18, am the second strongest in the younger generation of the clan. How could you, an uneducated bumpkin, compare to me? Kid, if you're sensible, hurry up and leave her side. Second, if someone didn't know better, after seeing how brazen you are, they would think you were number one. So it turns out you're only number two. Say what you want, but in the clan martial meet, I will certainly drench my 3-foot blade with your blood. Don't think that you can look down on others just because you've broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The core formation stage is only the beginning of the path of martial Dao. The current you is only an ordinary martial artist. Lian ridiculed him before leaving with the green-clothed youth. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed within. Drench his 3-foot blade with blood. Young master, you broke through. K.R. was slightly startled. Yes, I just broke through. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. K.R., what happened earlier? Duan Ling Tian inquired. They asked me to go to the martial arts practice field with them. I rejected them, so the green-clothed youth kept pestering me. While mentioning the two of them, K.R.'s eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. Next time, you don't have to bother with senseless people like them, just ignore them directly. Okay, young master. I'll go help madam in the kitchen. K.R. nodded before transforming into a gust of wind and entering the kitchen. During breakfast. Tian, that Lian will certainly be gunning for you during the clan martial meet. Be careful, Li Ru reminded Duan Ling Tian. I know, Mom, Duan Ling Tian replied with an unconcerned expression. Don't think that just because you killed Fang Cheng in Fresh Breeze Town you can act outrageously. Although Fang Qian was a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage and possessed the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, due to the limitations of his martial skills, his strength wasn't even half of Lian's. Li Ru continued. He naturally knew all this. Maybe when Fang Cheng attacked, his overall state would have been the same as Lian's, both being first-level core formation martial artists and therefore able to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, developing it into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, due to the difference between their martial skills, in a head-on battle, Lian could kill Fang Cheng in a single move. If Lian circulated his defensive martial skill, he could just stand there. Even if Fang Cheng hit him until he collapsed from exhaustion, Fang Cheng wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on his body. If Lian circulated his movement technique, Fang Cheng would only be able to eat his dust. This was exactly the difference in martial skills. The higher the martial arts rank is, the better its ability to perfectly exert the strength of the cultivator's entire body. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. As Li Ru saw it, he was unconcerned and persisting to do things his own way. K.R., hurry up and persuade him. Li Ru quickly decided to get K.R. to help. Madam, I believe in the young master. The young girl replied with a single sentence, showing her confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. I really wonder what magic potion Tian gave you. Li Ru had a helpless expression. Mom, don't worry and be at ease. Your son will only let others suffer losses, he himself won't suffer any. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll bring back the prize for the champion and let you see it properly. After eating his fill, Duan Ling Tian left behind this short line before leaving with K.R. They proceeded to the martial arts practice field. Young master, it's big sister Shi. On the way, the two of them met Li Shi. The two became 3. In the clan martial meet, the 30 newly advanced inner court disciples will compete with the other 56 inner court disciples. According to what I know, 5 of the inner court disciples have already stepped into the core formation stage. Li Shishi shared the information that she knew of. So we don't have any chance for the top 3. The core formation stage isn't something the body tempering stage can compare to. What we can do now is strive to enter the top 10. To little sister K'er and you, it isn't really difficult. So how about it? Are you confident you can defeat Li Kuang and win over a spot in the top 6? Li Shishi looked at Duan Ling Tian, 6th. Li Shishi was puzzled. I'm not interested in being the 6th, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Then what position are you interested in? Li Shishi asked. The champion. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of confidence. Li Shishi was instantly struck dumb. Champion. This Duan Ling Tian really dared to imagine. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, loud laughter sounded from behind the 3 of them. The laughter was filled with disdain. 2 figures quickly passed by the 3 of them. It was precisely the 2 brothers, Li Zhang and Li Xiao. Obviously they overheard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, if you want to be the champion, then you have to defeat me. I'll be waiting. Li Zhang glanced at Duan Ling Tian, his face filled with a mocking expression. Duan Ling Tian ignored Li Zhang. He liked to use facts to prove everything. Debating was meaningless. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 girls quickly arrived at the inner court martial arts practice field. The 30 combat arenas remained. Presently, the 30 combat arenas were fully surrounded by people. Some were inner court disciples who were participating in the clan martial meet, and there were some Li clan disciples who came to join in the fun. After a short moment, the 3 chief judges appeared. The 30 judges, on the other hand, got each on the 30 combat arenas. Silence. The white-eyebrow old man in the lead's voice clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. For a moment, the noisy martial arts practice field became completely silent. Condensing origin energy into sound. This is something only a martial artist above the 7th level of the origin core stage is capable of. Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-eyebrow old man with a slightly startled expression. Today, the inner court disciples between the ages of 16 and 19 will carry out the final part of the clan martial meet. This competition will decide the top 10, top 3, and the champion, all of whom will obtain the generous prizes of the clan, the white-eyebrow old man said slowly. Subsequently, another chief judge started narrating the prizes for the top 10 disciples of this year's clan martial meet, the prizes of the top 3, and finally the champion's prize. Duan Ling Tian knew of this since long ago, but the prizes that the chief judge spoke of still aroused the morale of most of the inner court disciples that were participating. Today's clan martial meet will be conducted on a point basis where everyone begins with a single point. Every victory increases their points by 1, while every defeat reduces their points by 1. Finally, the ranking will be listed based upon the accumulated points. As for the question of fairness, you can all be at ease. Out of the 86 inner court disciples, unless accidents happen, everyone will need to battle 85 times. The chief judge explained the rules. For a moment, many people drew in a breath of cold air. 85 battles. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to battle every single inner court disciple? That pace would exhaust people to death. This year's clan martial meet will be divided into 3 days. The clan has already planned out your battle order, pushing down the amount of battles per person per day down to 30 or below, the chief judge continued. Only now did the crowd of inner court disciples heave a sigh of relief. Now, the people called upon by the judge, enter the relevant arena. If you don't appear within 5 minutes, it will be considered as a forfeit, the chief judge said. The 30 judges on the combat arenas quickly started calling names. The first battle of the first round had a familiar face to Duan Ling Tian. Li Yuan. Chapter 54, Winning All the Way. Li Yuan's first opponent was a youth around the age of 18. Their bodies jerked as they flew towards each other. Above their heads, ancient mammoth silhouettes were indistinctly visible. In a mere move, their speed difference was obvious. Li Yuan's speed looked to be slightly faster. After a moment, he found an opportunity to dash to the back of his opponent. A clear-cut palm strike slapped on his opponent's back, blasting him off the combat arena. Li Yuan is victorious. The judge immediately announced the result. The middle-grade profound rank movement technique, unfettered steps, which Li Yuan cultivates, actually had breakthrough to the mastery stage. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian was mildly shocked. In terms of speed, unfettered steps at the mastery stage was not one bit inferior to the high-grade profound rank movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique, at the initial stage. I've been so busy trying to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage that I've actually let my movement technique drop behind. After the clan martial meet ends, I need to increase the cultivation stage of my spirit serpent movement technique, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Unlike defensive martial arts, which could be improved by directly consuming medicinal items, improving movement techniques required painstaking cultivation. There were no possible shortcuts. Li Yuan walked off the combat arena in large strides. When he noticed Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he met Duan Ling Tian's gaze, and the corners of his mouth emitted a provoking and cold smile. Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze, indifferent. If it was before he broke through, the current Li Yuan might be someone he would confront seriously. Li Yuan was not on the same level as him. To the extent that in his eyes, the current Li Yuan was weak and fragile like a child. In terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian was currently comparable to a martial artist at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. On the 30 combat arenas, the inner court disciples contended against each other like a raging fire. After each of the inner court disciples determined the victor, the judges would start recording their points. Finally, the judge called upon Duan Ling Tian's name. Combat Arena Number 3. Duan Ling Tian's body moved towards the arena. His opponent was a slightly straightforward and robust youth. I'm Li Zhen, please go easy on me. The robust youth naively smiled. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian returned a smile. Across the entire surrounding combat arenas, the inner court disciples that competed would practically start fighting the moment they entered the arena. It was rare for them to speak to each other. Everyone wanted to swiftly defeat their opponent and win points. Li Zhen, however, was a special case. Li Zhen moved. His robust figure didn't not seem one bit heavy and cumbersome. With the strength of an ancient mammoth exploding out, Li Zhen's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian moved to meet him head-on. In terms of speed, Duan Ling Tian was slightly faster than the robust youth. Of course, this was under the precondition that Duan Ling Tian suppressed his strength at the strength of an ancient mammoth. Li Zhen attacked a few times, unable to touch Duan Ling Tian. I admit defeat. Abruptly, Li Zhen's figure stopped. Up till now, only my speed was faster than yours, but you're already admitting defeat. Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled. This is enough. If your speed is faster than mine, you've already placed yourself in an invincible position. Continuing would be meaningless. Li Zhen naively laughed. He was extremely straightforward. He then jumped off the combat arena. This Li Zhen was really clear-cut. He followed and jumped off the combat arena. Where's K'er? When Duan Ling Tian noticed that the young girl wasn't where she was earlier, he couldn't help himself from looking around to find her. After a short moment, on the neighboring combat arena, Duan Ling Tian saw the young girl's figure. The young girl stood there as the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand soundlessly stuck itself to the side of her opponent's neck. If she used an ounce of strength, her opponent would surely lose his life. Her opponent's body slightly trembled as his cold sweat poured out, then he said, in a flustered tone, I admit defeat. Only then did the young girl withdraw her sword. Under the burning gazes of the surrounding people, she descended the combat arena and returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. The heavenly couple instantly attracted the attention of many people. Even more of those gazes were filled with jealousy and envy. Not far away, the gray-clothed youth who achieved one more victory after his opponent took the initiative and admitted defeat gazed coldly through the air descending upon Duan Ling Tian. Up till now, he had already won 2 matches. As a core formation martial artist, the opponents he met wouldn't even have the guts to fight him. They all admitted defeat before the fight started. A day's time quickly passed. Duan Ling Tian won a 27 straight matches, accumulating 28 points. K'er won a 28 straight matches, accumulating 29 points. The overall results for today were quickly released. On the notice board, today's results for the 86 inner court disciples were displayed for everyone to see. They were ranked according to the total accumulated points. Duan Ling Tian quickly found a problem. Besides him and K'er, there were still over 10 people who were similar to them, having maintained a 30-win streak. Among them were quite a few people Duan Ling Tian knew. Li Shishi, Li Yuan, Li Zhong, Lian. Placed at the front were all those who had obtained 30 points, a total of 5 people, all having a streak of 29 wins. Among the 5 were Li Zhong and Lian. The battles arranged by the clan today did not cause any of the relatively stronger inner court disciples to battle. They obviously purposefully arranged it this way so that the stronger disciples could battle towards the end of the martial meet. Duan Ling Tian could guess the reason why so many people maintained a winning streak. Little sister K.Er, you're so formidable, obtaining 29 points. Li Shishi arrived besides K.Er. Big sister Shishi, I only participated in an extra match compared to you. If your match count was higher by 1, then our points would be similar. Li Shishi was similar to Duan Ling Tian, having a streak of 27 wins, obtaining 28 points. The clan purposefully arranged it like this for sure. Look, the 5 people who were ranked at the top with a score of 30 points, they are all the clans below 19 core formation stage inner court disciples. But this is normal. They had the easiest time today. Without even having to make a move, their opponents admitted defeat. Li Shishi slowly said. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows knit, all at the core formation stage. Besides Li Zhang and Li Yan, which he had met before, he had never once seen the other 3. His gaze fell upon the notice board. Li Qing, Li Fei, Li Hu. These 3 people were the other 3 core formation stage inner court disciples. Duan Ling Tian, you can consider yourself lucky for now, but we will meet each other sooner or later. At that time, I will properly enter in you. Li Zhang had brought Li Xiao to walk past Duan Ling Tian. When they were close, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian indifferently spat out a word. What did you say? Li Zhang's body jerked, the smile on his face froze, and he slowly turned around. A pair of flaming eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Ignoring Li Zhang, Duan Ling Tian held the young girl's hand and walked off. Li Shishi glanced at Li Zhang with an odd gaze before catching up to Duan Ling Tian and K.Er. Li Zhang's body was shaking. The gazes of ridicule from the surroundings caused his expression to turn extremely gloomy. Hee. Li Zhang, he called you an idiot and you actually endured it. I really admire you. Just at this moment, the gray-clothed youth arrived beside Li Zhang and indifferently laughed. Lian, don't think I don't know what you're aiming for. Stop trying to sow discord here. In the next 2 days, I will meet him sooner or later and will defeat him, and then I'll mercilessly humiliate him. It doesn't require your concern. After coldly sweeping a gaze at Lian, Li Zhang took Li Xiao and left. Lian's expression turned grim, turning angry from embarrassment. On the way home. Little sister K.Er, did you see Li Fei today? Li Shishi asked the young girl beside her. Li Fei, the young girl was dazed. Yeah, Li Fei, the number 1 beauty of the inner court. But now that there's little sister K.Er, her title of number 1 beauty of the inner court might not only be hers anymore. Li Shishi lightly smiled. Big sister Shishi, you're teasing me again. I'm telling the truth. As the 2 girls talked, their topic slowly moved to Lian. Duan Ling Tian, you have to be careful of that Lian. At least 10 inner court disciples were crippled by him in last year's clan martial meet, Li Shishi said to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Crippled. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Who gets crippled when the time comes isn't certain yet. In the clan's younger generation, Li An's strength is only below Li Qing's. He's stronger than the other 3 core formation disciples. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's unconcerned expression, Li Shishi warned again. Among the 5 core formation disciples, the strongest, Li Qing, what's his cultivation? Duan Ling Tian finally said something. But it wasn't to discuss Lian, rather it was moving the conversation topic to the strongest in the clan's younger generation, Li Qing. He's naturally at the first level of the core formation stage. The reason Li Qing is the most formidable is because he cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, strongman's finger, to the mastery stage. Combined with his perfection stage middle-grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill, he sweeps through all opposition. He is publicly acknowledged as the disciple with the highest comprehension ability in the current younger generations of the clan. Li Shishi's eyes flashed with a trace of respect as she slowly said this. High natural talent increases the speed at which one's cultivation level progresses. High comprehension ability increases the speed at which the martial skill cultivation progresses. It has to be said that Li Qin was indeed a person with an extremely high natural talent and comprehension ability. Perfection stage middle grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill. Comparable to a mastery stage high grade profound rank movement technique and defense martial skill. In terms of movement technique and defense techniques, he slightly surpasses me. In terms of offensive martial skills, relying on sword drawing arts, I'm not afraid of his strongman's finger. Duan Ling Tian lightly muttered to himself. But if I fully exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, even with my movement technique and defensive martial skills being lower than his by a stage, I will still be able to compete with him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly, slightly filled with anticipation. This time, no matter what, the clan martial meets champion prize would be his for sure. Not for honor but only for the sake of the 350-year-old blood Lingzi. After just returning home and entering the courtyard, a black and white bolt of lightning greeted them, respectively descending upon Duan Ling Tian and Ker's wrists, coiling together. The 2 little pythons nodded to them like normal humans. These 2 little things, I really do feel a little unwilling. Thinking about how he would have to send them home after the end of the clan martial meet, Duan Ling Tian sighed. I'm not willing either. But if we don't send them home, their father will surely be extremely sad. Ker couldn't bear to part with them either. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons seemed like they didn't even notice their vexation, happily flicking out their tongues. Chapter 55, Ker's Strength. On the next day, the clan martial meet continued. Although today's martial meet was slightly more intense than yesterday's, under the intentional arrangement of invisible forces, the stronger inner court disciples still did not face each other. Duan Ling Tian and Ker didn't meet any opponent that could threaten them, so they continued to maintain their winning streak. When dusk arrived, the results on the notice board had experienced some changes opposed to yesterday. Today, Duan Ling Tian had one more match compared to Ker. Their points were tied, both accumulating a total point score of 57. Today, the inner court disciples with the highest points were still the 5 core formation disciples. They each had 60 points. After undergoing 2 days of competition, the warm-up has finally ended. Tomorrow will be the most exciting moment. An inner court disciple sighed. Everyone deeply felt the same. According to the current situation, tomorrow would surely be an intense struggle. Just after arriving home, Ker entered the kitchen to help Li Ru prepare some food. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even sat down for a while before he was greeted by an unexpected guest. The person in the lead seemed to be an astute middle-aged man. I'm the outer court manager, Li Yi. After you became an inner court disciple, the clan arranged a new residence for you in the inner court. It was just cleared up today, so I brought a few people along to see if you needed any help moving over. The middle-aged man's tone was filled with courtesy without any airs, communicating with Duan Ling Tian in an equal manner. Duan Ling Tian's strength was something he had heard of, and he knew that this youth would achieve great things in the future, so he could not offend him lightly. Thank you, Uncle Li. We don't really have anything that needs to be moved. After notifying the 2 beauties in the kitchen, their family moved into the inner court. The 2 beauties entered the kitchen of their new home, continuing their unfinished dinner preparations. After sending Li Yi off, Duan Ling Tian sized up their new home. The new home was extremely large and its courtyard was extremely wide, more than a few times larger than the courtyard of the previous house. From now on I don't have to go to the martial arts practice field to cultivate my movement technique. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as his body moved. He quickly started to cultivate his movement technique in the wide courtyard. Flexible like a spirit serpent, swift like a bolt of lightning. The 2 little pythons flew out, coiling up the large tree in the courtyard. They were extremely lively. The black and white bolts of lightning entered Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, enlarging limitlessly. Spirit serpent movement technique was originally made by Rebirth Martial Emperor based on serpents, and thus has an extremely close interwoven relationship with snakes. The other time, I observed Little Black's movements and was filled with enlightenment. Only then was I able to coordinate with the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and dark spirit fruit and cultivate my spirit serpent form to the highest stage in a single night, breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The spirit serpent form is related to serpents, and spirit serpent movement technique is similarly related to serpents, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Duan Ling Tian quickly gazed at the flexible bodies of the 2 little pythons who were playing on the large tree, learning their movements to the best of his ability. Slow at times, swift at times. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian deeply felt that this method really worked. Although he was still quite far from breaking through to the mastery stage of the spirit serpent movement technique, Duan Ling Tian could still feel his spirit serpent movement technique progressing by leaps and bounds. Once the clan martial meet is over tomorrow, I'll get something good for you 2 little things to eat. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the 2 little pythons, his mood elated. A familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. How did you know we moved over here? After Arriving outside the courtyard and seeing Li Shishi, Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked. It isn't only you who moved over. Don't you forget, I'm now an inner court disciple as well. Li Shishi smiled. You mean, we're neighbors from now on? Li Shishi continued. Big sister Shishi, you moved in next door. At this moment, K'er, who was carrying some food out, heard what Li Shishi had said. She became slightly excited as her small face blushed. Yup, little sister K'er, we can see each other more often from now on. Li Shishi lightly smiled as she nodded. As she spoke to K'er, she didn't forget to cast a glance at Duan Ling Tian, but she was bound to be disappointed. K'er, you two continue chatting. I'll go help mom carry the food out, Duan Ling Tian said to K'er before entering the kitchen, after the food had been carried out. Shishi, come eat with us. Li Ru looked towards Li Shishi as she invited her. Aunt Ru, that's not necessary, my mom is waiting for me at home. Little sister K'er, I'll be going home now. See you tomorrow. Li Shishi politely declined Li Ru's invitation before returning home. After the food, Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate his spirit serpent movement technique in the courtyard. He understood the principle of striking the iron while it was hot. Dusk the next day, escorted by K'er and Li Shishi, Duan Ling Tian went towards the martial arts practice field. On the way, he naturally could not avoid drawing many envious gazes. If a gaze could kill, Duan Ling Tian would probably have died countless times over. Since their home was in the inner court, it wasn't far from the martial arts practice field. They arrived in a few moments. So many people. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Li Shishi couldn't stop herself from exclaiming. The current martial arts practice field was filled with streams of people flowing about. There were youths, young adults, and even many middle-aged and old people. Not only that, but on the high platform surrounded by the 30 combat arenas, there was an extra middle-aged man and a few old people beside the 3 chief judges. Duan Ling Tian gazed over. The middle-aged man had a firm expression with an imposing manner and he wore a green robe with gold borders, seeming to have an extraordinary bearing. He sat at the middlemost seat on the high platform. His identity was obvious. The Li clan's patriarch, Liao. As for the other few old people, they certainly had extraordinary identities as they were able to sit on Liao's sides. He reckoned they were figures of the elder level. I didn't expect that even the patriarch would come personally. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly stirred. Silence. After a short while, the patriarch Liao stood up. He had condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into the ears of everyone present, condensing origin energy into sound again. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. This patriarch that appeared to be around 50 years old was actually a powerhouse who was at least a 7th level origin core martial artist. Although streams of people were flowing about, the entire martial arts practice field was currently deathly silent. Everyone's gaze descended onto Patriarch Liao. Among these gazes, some were fanatical, some were filled with reverence, and some were startled. I'm extremely happy that every year, I'm able to witness the unparalleled demeanor of my Li clan's younger generation. After today, this year's clan martial meet will officially come to an end. The disciples ranked in the top 10, top 3, and the champion will receive prizes personally distributed by me. I won't waste time with any more nonsense. Fellow judges, begin. Liao sat back down after finished. Streams of people flowed. Surrounding the 30 combat arenas. The 2 people whose names were called would enter the combat arena and proceed to battle intensely. The winner would obtain a point and the loser would have a point deducted. After a morning's worth of time passed. Although he met with some opponents that were quite strong in the later matches, Duan Ling Tian still maintained his winning streak. At noon, he had already accumulated 73 points. The maximum number of points was 86 points. He still hadn't lost up till now. In other words, among the 86 inner court disciples, there were only 13 other people who hadn't met him in battle yet. K'er maintained a winning streak as well. Until now, there was still no one who could dodge the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. After a short moment, K'er was back on the arena again. This time, her opponent was Li Yuan. On the combat arena, Li Yuan gazed at the slim and graceful young girl, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The young girl stood on the spot with a tranquil expression. Li Yuan moved. The strength of an ancient mammoth fully exerted as he flashed towards the young girl. The young girl moved as well, then the violet sword shine flashed before vanishing, moving towards Li Yuan. In the air, an ancient mammoth silhouette was indistinctly visible. Who? Li Yuan hastily moved aside. The light but piercing cold sword howl caused his expression to instantly change, not daring to face the young girl's edge head-on. He actually dodged. In these 3 days, Li Yuan is the first person able to dodge her sword. As expected of the former top 3 in the outer court, he indeed has some strength. The crowd surrounding the combat arena discussed together. Some people guessed that maybe Ke would lose. Only Duan Ling Tian had a tranquil expression. No one was clearer of Ke's strength than him. Besides the sword-drawing arts that was comparable to a mastery stage middle-grade profound rank sword skill, Ke's high-grade profound rank defense skill, stealth substitution, and her movement technique, profound rippling steps, were all cultivated to the initial stage. Ke's natural talent and comprehension ability was something that even he couldn't help but be shocked by. In terms of cultivation, Ke and Li Yuan were comparable. In terms of movement technique, there was little to no difference. In terms of defensive martial skills, she completely dominated Li Yuan. In terms of offensive martial skills, she completely dominated Li Yuan. Until now, Ke had been executing her sword-drawing arts back and forth, and she hadn't executed any other martial skill. On the combat arena, Li Yuan's figure flashed unceasingly, as if he was looking for Ke's weak point. In the blink of an eye, his gaze shone. He slapped out his palm strike which carried along the force of heart destruction, blasting onto Ke's back. Just when most of the people thought that Ke would be seriously injured, and even some people started scolding Li Yuan for being merciless and ruthless. Stealth substitution. On Ke's body, a faint chi barrier flickered. Li Yuan's full-force palm strike blasted onto Ke's defensive chi barrier. Instantly, all the force he exerted was diverted by her defensive chi barrier, sweeping towards an empty space. The defensive chi barrier shattered directly after, and although the young girl's light green dress lightly moved, she was without a scratch. Sword-drawing arts appeared again. The violet meteorite flexible sword in the young girl's hand descended onto Li Yuan's throat, just a sliver away from slicing it open. At this moment, Li Yuan had a dull expression. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. Ke is victorious. The judge emitted an astonished expression as well, taking a long time before finally reacting and hurriedly announcing the results. The crowd surrounding the combat arena was dumbstruck, unable to believe that what they saw was real. Such a weak and delicate figure was actually able to block Li Yuan's mastery stage middle-grade profound rank martial skill heart destruction palm. Unbelievable. He had long since guessed the outcome. Ke didn't even need to use her movement technique to defeat Li Yuan. Ke's stealth substitution was a high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank defense martial skill at the mastery stage. Chapter 56, Satisfying. The cultivation stage of Li Yuan's offensive martial skill, heart destruction palm, was comparable to Ke's defensive martial skill, stealth substitution. The same spear and the same shield. If the two were to clash head-on, the end result would be both perishing together. Earlier, Ke's defensive chi barrier fully removed the force from Li Yuan's palm strike and subsequently dispersed it, completing its mission. And right before Li Yuan could catch a breath, Ke's sword-drawing arts would be able to easily kill him. So Ke winning wasn't anything strange. This little girl, what a remarkable sword skill, and her defensive martial skill should be a high-grade profound rank martial skill without a doubt. On the high platform, the Li clan patriarch's gaze descended upon the young girl, slightly startled. Yeah, although her sword skill was the same sword strike back and forth, its might is extraordinary, and it seems to have an extremely large room for improvement. One of the elderly people on the side nodded in agreement. I've had my eye on this little girl for some time. She and that Duan Ling Tian were recommended by the Fresh Breeze Town branch family. The branch family of Fresh Breeze Town have really done a great merit this time. The lead chief judge, namely the white-eyebrowed old man, lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that some time ago, when this kid was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and by relying upon his marvelous sword skill, he defeated the Lin clan's patriarch's youngest, said another one of the elderly people beside Liao as his eyes shone brightly. That did indeed happen. The white-eyebrowed old man nodded with a light smile. Duan Ling Tian, Li Kuang. The judge's voice transmitted out, attracting the attention of many outer court disciples. For a period of time, the crowd of outer court disciples started surging over, surrounding the combat arena Duan Ling Tian and Li Kuang were on. It was extraordinarily bustling. They greatly looked forward to this battle. No matter whether it was Li Kuang or Duan Ling Tian, they weren't strangers to them. Li Kuang, the former top disciple in the outer court. Duan Ling Tian, a branch family disciple that arrived at the main clan 2 months ago, having once defeated Lin Qi, who was considered equal to Li Kuang. Thanks to that battle, he became famous in the outer court. Li Kuang was a name Duan Ling Tian had heard of many times. Today, however, was the first time seeing him in the flesh. Li Kuang was around the age of 17, with a tall and thick build, and a pair of eyes that were brimming with radiating vigor. Duan Ling Tian, I returned from the misty forest a few days ago, and then I heard about your deeds. I have to say, you being able to defeat Lin Qi really caused me to be surprised. But if you think you can rely on that to defeat me, then you're extremely mistaken. Li Kuang spoke in a clear-cut, straightforward manner without the slightest amount of beating around the bushes, on the high platform. This one is Duan Ling Tian. The patriarch, Liao, took a few extra glances at the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena. You're right, it's him. The other day, he used his 8th level body tempering cultivation to defeat Lin Qi. Now that has even broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Li Kuang probably isn't his match. The white-eyebrowed old man slightly nodded. That isn't certain. Li Kuang allegedly stayed in the misty forest for a few months. After fighting with wild animals throughout those days, he certainly would have had a breakthrough. Another elderly person disapproved. In the combat arena, Li Kuang's body jerked as he moved like thunder. His arms jerked as his body flew out like a gust of wind, like a rock spreading its wings, flying towards Duan Ling Tian. Above his head, an ancient mammoth silhouette dashed out with him, in a threatening manner. At the instant Li Kuang's body moved, he noticed. Li Kuang's movement technique's cultivation stage was comparable to the cultivation stage of his spirit serpent movement technique, Alcade Palm. Li Kuang arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye, bringing with him a palm strike that carried the force to split open a mountain, flying straight towards Duan Ling Tian's chest in full fury. It's time to end this. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Instantly, an ancient mammoth silhouette formed above him. He casually placed his right hand on his waist. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot, immovable like a mountain, facing Li Kuang's palm strike without an intention to dodge, as if planning to withstand Li Kuang's palm strike head-on. The spectators that surrounded the combat arena were stupefied. Has this Duan Ling Tian gone mad? Li Kuang's Alcade Palm was a middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill at the perfection stage, so splitting mountains and shattering rocks was nothing difficult for it. Was this Duan Ling Tian thinking of using his fleshly body to withstand the strike forcefully? What's this kid trying to do? Patriarch Liao had a startled expression. Across his lifetime, it was the first time he had ever seen such a bizarre scene. Could it be that his defensive martial skills cultivation level is on par with Li Kuang's Alcade Palm? The elderly person on his side was dumbfounded as well. If you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. The corners of Li Kuang's mouth curled into a sneer as his palm blasted down, only a meter away from Duan Ling Tian's chest. As far as Li Kuang was concerned, unless Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill was on par with his Alcade Palm, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to withstand his palm strike forcefully. However, in the entire Aurora City Li clan's disciples below the age of 20, there was only one person able to cultivate his defensive martial skills cultivation stage to be on par with his Alcade Palm. That person was already 19 this year, whereas Duan Ling Tian was only 16. In his opinion, the chances of this happening were too slim. Has he gone mad? At the side of the combat arena, different from K.'s absolute confidence towards Duan Ling Tian, Li Shishi had an expression filled with worry. Li Kuang was an existence stronger than her. Even if her high-grade profound rank sword skill, synchronous shadow sword, was cultivated to the initial stage, relying upon her 3-foot-long blade, she had no confidence whatsoever to defeat Li Kuang. Under the gazes of everyone present, at the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian moved. The arm which he had casually placed on his waist earlier abruptly moved in a circle, swinging directly outwards, without using any martial skill. Just a casual circular swing. In the next moment, everyone saw. Duan Ling Tian's right arm mercilessly slammed upon Li Kuang's chest, shattering the defensive chi barrier that appeared instantaneously on Li Kuang's body. Li Kuang's palm strike was just a hair's distance away from Duan Ling Tian's chest, but unable to descend in the end. Li Kuang's body was blasted flying by Duan Ling Tian's arm, which swung at him in a circular motion. He flew like arrow leaving the bowstring and collided into the side of the high platform before continuously spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he drop to the ground. Satisfying. Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air. Although he didn't use any martial skills, he did, however, use 18,000 pounds of strength. Under the precondition of not drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth and developing it into the second ancient mammoth silhouette, swinging out his right arm and solidly blasting Li Kuang's chest, causing him to be blasted flying. It has to be said that this type of feeling was fucking satisfying. A feeling that made his blood boil. He quickly noticed that including the patriarch and his fellow elders on the high platform, everyone who saw the battle between him and Li Kuang was maintaining a dumbstruck expression. Until he jumped off the combat arena, only then were they able to react. Fuck. Freak. A casual swing of the arm without even using martial skills was able to break Li Kuang's mastery stage defense martial skills and blast Li Kuang flying. Is this Duan Ling Tian really only a body-tempering martial artist? Is he really a human? Freak. The people who were able to regain their senses were all stupefied. If Duan Ling Tian was a core formation martial artist who could rely on his origin energy and fleshy body, such a feat would not leave them shocked. But Duan Ling Tian didn't use origin energy, he only relied upon the strength of his fleshly body to casually swing his arm. It was truly unbelievable. How did he do it? Patriarch Liao and the elders all glanced at each other. In their hearts, they had the same question. Can it be that he has innate superhuman strength? One of the elderly people took a deep breath as he guessed. There could only be this possibility. I could feel that the casual circular motion he swung his arm in contained a force exceeding 15,000 pounds. I reckon it was just a slight distance away from drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. Liao nodded, agreeing to this. Normally, even if it was innate superhuman strength, at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, their strength would at most be 2,000 pounds higher than the average person's. This Duan Ling Tian is indeed bizarre, another elderly person said. On the side of the combat arena, the crowd split open a path. It won't affect your ability to compete for the top 10, right? Duan Ling Tian walked to the panting Li Kuang, who was leaning on the side of the high platform. He was smiling in an amicable manner. After all, he didn't have any enmity with Li Kuang. It won't. Li Kuang took a deep glance at Duan Ling Tian. He was lucky that his defensive martial skill had helped him withstand most of the force, or else his injuries would not be so light. He had to respect Duan Ling Tian's strength. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was virtually a freak. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled. It was all thanks to you showing mercy and not using martial skills, or else I probably would have lost my chance to make it into the top 10. Li Kuang sighed. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly before returning to Ker's side. What, is there something on my face? Noticing Li Shixi's strange gaze from beside Ker, Duan Ling Tian stared blankly. After holding back for a while, Li Shixi finally spat out a word. Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Actually, it wasn't only Li Shixi who thought this way. Among the surrounding people, most of them sized up Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that seemed like they were looking at a freak. Brother, after he broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Ling Tian actually became so much stronger. Nearby, Li Xiao looked towards Li Zhong. His expression was ugly. Even I didn't expect this. Li Zhong's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth smiled faintly. As far as he was concerned, only now did it have a sense of meaning. If Duan Ling Tian was too weak, it would be boring. Brother, the other day you shouldn't have. Li Xiao suppressed his voice to a low sound. His tone had a hint of complaint. What, have you grown your wings? Are you daring to question my decisions? Li Zhong's tone turned grim, interrupting Li Xiao. No, it's not like that. Li Xiao's expression had a sense of fear as he hurriedly denied it. Even if it was true, he wouldn't dare admit it. Brother, this kid's strength isn't something to take lightly. He defeated Li Kuang without using any martial skills, the green-clothed youth said to the gray-clothed youth beside him. Humph, so what? Just like I said before, until the day he steps into the core formation stage, he can only be considered an ordinary martial artist. The gray-clothed youth laughed in disdain. Of course, brother, you're a core formation martial artist. No matter how strong this kid is, he is still at the body tempering stage. He will naturally not be a match for you. The green-clothed youth seized the opportunity to kiss the gray-clothed youth's ass. Chapter 57. Battling Li Zhong. The clan martial meet continued. After defeating Li Kuang, Duan Ling Tian had 74 points. After that, he met and defeated a few inner court disciples with pretty good strength. No body-tempering martial artist could withstand a single move of his. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 figure in the Li clan under the core formation stage. It wasn't long before his accumulated points rose to 79. As for K'er, she had 77 points, only losing a single match up till now. She lost to Li Kuang. Even though K'er's cultivation and martial skills cultivation stages were similar to Li Kuang's, Li Kuang was still the former top disciple of the outer court, and he has even entered deep into the misty forest to fight wild animals. In terms of combat experience, he completely outclassed K'er. After being defeated by Li Kuang, the young girl had a slight sense of loss. K'er, you lost due to inadequate experience. You wouldn't lose to Li Kuang in any other area. We will enter the misty forest and fight wild animals more often in the future, then your combat experience will naturally be abundant. Okay. As time went by, the clan martial meet finally entered its climax. Duan Ling Tian, Li Zhang. The judge's voice sounded outwards. Li Zhang. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and he had a smile on his face as his body flashed up the combat arena. Li Zhang entered the combat arena before mocking him. Duan Ling Tian, we finally bumped into each other. Today, let me see what capability you have, since you have the audacity to talk nonsense that you want to seize the title of champion in the clan martial meet. Duan Ling Tian competing against a core formation inner court disciple had attracted the attention of many spectators. After hearing what Li Zhang said, the crowd went into an uproar. It can't be. Duan Ling Tian's ambition is so huge. Is he actually thinking of seizing the title of champion in the clan martial meet? Does he really think a mere body-tempering martial artist like him can defeat a core formation martial artist? PSH. No matter how strong the body-tempering martial artist is, it will still be impossible to be a match for a core formation martial artist. Even if it's only a first-level core formation martial artist who's merely initially developed origin energy, the strength they possess would be equal to an ancient mammoth. Yeah, the strength of 2 ancient mammoths can be exerted at the first level of the core formation stage. Although this Duan Ling Tian is quite strong, he won't be strong enough until he can draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He's too arrogant. Does he really think the 5 core formation inner court disciples are paper tigers? Now, let Li Zhang destroy his delusions, and let him sober up properly. Even Duan Ling Tian never thought that a single sentence from Li Zhang would put him at the cusp of public opinion, attracting the disdain of so many people. But he understood. Now he could only rely on his own strength to prove himself. Only then will he be able to make these people shut their mouths for good. Clan martial meet champion. He was determined to win it. He will use his strength to prove everything. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Li Zhang as he indifferently said, Li Zhang, whether I have the capability or not, you'll know once you try. I will naturally try. Not only will I try, I will defeat you in one move and let you properly experience the difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage. One move. Li Zhang moved and the origin energy in his feet burst forth. He immediately, using the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, flew out with a leap, and flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian. His speed was practically double of when Li Kuang executed his movement technique. The movement technique Li Zhang executed was a high-grade profound rank movement technique, crossing river on a reed. It was his prize for battling his way into the top 10 during last year's clan martial meet. He spent a year's time to cultivate it to the initial stage. He always took pride in this achievement. Your speed is quite fast. Duan Ling Tian's gaze brightened as his body jerked, abruptly flashing backwards. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball, flying straight out. An ancient mammoth silhouette slowly formed, appearing in the space above him. Duan Ling Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving to greet the violently approaching Li Zhang. No matter whether it was Patriarch Liao, the elders in the high platform, or the spectators, they all couldn't help but hold their breath. Looking at this stance, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was planning to fight Li Zhang head-on. As he flashed forward, Duan Ling Tian's upper body tilted backward into the shape of a bow, as if transforming into a strong, heavy bow. Whereas opposite of him, Li Zhang underwent largely similar movements. Duan Ling Tian swung his right fist out in a straight line, bringing along with it thunder-like force. Li Zhang attacked as well. His fist swung out like a collapsing mountain. Li Zhang sneered as the force in his fist drained out. As far as he was concerned, In terms of martial skill cultivation stage, Duan Ling Tian's Howling Tiger Fist was only at the mastery stage, but his Howling Tiger Fist had already stepped into the perfection stage. In terms of strength, his fleshly body and origin energy at full exertion were comparable to the strength of two ancient mammoths. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength wasn't bad, it didn't reach the strength of two ancient mammoths, and thus was far inferior to his. At this moment, it was as if he could hear Duan Ling Tian's arm bones shattering. It was as if he could see the scene of Duan Ling Tian being blasted flying. Noticing the sneer on the corners of Li Zong's mouth, how could Duan Ling Tian not know what he was thinking? Instantly, the force in his fist drained out as well, colliding with the force of Li Zong's fist. Li Zong's fist force instantly suppressed and destroyed Duan Ling Tian's fist strength, blasting towards Duan Ling Tian's right arm. In this instant, if it was not remedied quickly, Duan Ling Tian's right arm would at least break a few bones or even become crippled. Duan Ling Tian was prepared. He instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. After all, Li Zong's fist force had collided with his, so while suppressing and destroying his fist force, it had weakened considerably. The initial stage greater teleportation's defensive chi barrier was more than enough to fully withstand this fist force. Not only that, but even using the power of teleportation to return most of the force. Do unto another what they did unto you. Presently, the scene on the combat arena was something extremely bizarre to the spectators. Seeing Li Zong's fist strike breaking past Duan Ling Tian's strike, soon to blast Duan Ling Tian flying. Just at this instant, Duan Ling Tian's body slightly jerked and then did not budge an inch more. On the other hand, Li Zong's expression turned grim as he was blasted flying like an arrow leaving the bowstring, dropping on the corner of the combat arena, nearly falling off. The surroundings of the combat arena was extremely silent. Most of the people couldn't understand why Li Zong, who seemingly had the upper hand, would be abruptly blasted flying. Could it be that he was throwing the match? The high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill Duan Ling Tian cultivated is completely different from the martial skill cultivated by the little girl beside him. It seems to be even stranger. Patriarch Liao's eyes flickered. With his cultivation base, it was easy to notice some clues. Aren't they branch clan disciples from Fresh Breeze Town? How could it be possible to have so many high-grade profound rank martial skills? Moreover, these martial skills seem to be much more remarkable than our main clan's martial skills. Another elderly person on the side was slightly startled. Don't forget, they are disciples with another surname. This Duan Ling Tian is even of the Duan surname. The Duan surname is well renowned in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, the white-eyebrowed old man slowly said. What you mean to say is, the Imperial City's Duan clan. If Duan Ling Tian is really a member of the Imperial City's Duan clan, having so many remarkable martial skills isn't something strange. But I'm curious, if he's really a disciple of the Duan clan, for what reason could he have possibly come from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family and even be recommended by them to our Li family main clan? Maybe there were certain reasons behind it. After the clan martial meet, I will send some people over to the Fresh Breeze Town branch family to do some digging. At a corner of the combat arena. Useless thing, really throwing the face of his core formation martial artists. The gray-clothed youth swept a cold and indifferent gaze at Li Zong. Lian, you seem to be extremely resentful towards that Duan Ling Tian. A hearty laughter approached as a green-clothed youth walked in large strides towards him. Li Hu. Li An's pupils constricted when he noticed who it was. Li Hu was like him, also a core formation inner court disciples that was participating in the clan martial meet. What's wrong? Not enough confidence. Li Hu laughed. How could that be possible? All he can do is play with trash like Li Zong. Li An disdainfully laughed. This Duan Ling Tian's strength is quite good, said a slim and graceful young girl wearing light violet clothes. Her charming red lips slightly moved with a tone that had a trace of shock. The young girl had shining eyes and white teeth, having peerless elegance. Humph. Just a body-tempering martial artist. Beside the young girl stood a proud and aloof white-clothed youth. His manner of speaking seemed to portray that he looked down upon everyone. Li Qing, he isn't any simple body-tempering martial artist. When you were at the body-tempering stage, could you have achieved a feat like this? I'm slightly interested in him. Such an interesting person. The young girl faintly smiled. Her clear eyes flickered with an enchanting brilliance. The young girl, however, didn't notice that at this moment, after hearing what she said, the white-clothed youth beside her had a completely gloomy expression. His eyes even gazed upon the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena, flickering with a slight malicious gleam. Nearby, Little sister Ke, have you always known that Duan Ling Tian was so abnormal? Li Shishi noticed that the young girl beside her was not one bit shocked with Duan Ling Tian's performance. Big sister Shishi, how can you say something like that about young master? The young girl was slightly displeased. Okay, I won't say anything. Li Shishi hurriedly smiled apologetically, her gaze once again descending upon the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena. Duan Ling Tian, I really wonder how many lifetimes of fortune you accumulated to get a girl like Ke to be by your side. Li Shishi sighed faintly. She understood that based solely on this fact, no one could possibly replace Ke's position in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Brother. Li Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. His brother was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by Duan Ling Tian in a head-on battle. Li Zhang drew in a deep breath, slowly calming down his agitated mood. Duan Ling Tian, I have to admit, your defensive martial skill is really peculiar. But everything is over. As his voice dropped, Li Zhang moved once more, crossing river on a reed. His entire body jumped agilely, like a swift gust of wind. Unless your speed is faster than mine, I'll be in an invincible position. Once I find your weak point, you will undoubtedly lose. Li Zhang's voice spread out, as if coming from the surroundings. His body flashed about on the combat arena, disrupting Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. Are you really so confident? Chapter 58. Seductive Beauty. Duan Ling Tian moved forward quickly, flashing out directly towards Li Zhang. An icy cold piercing violet sword shine flashed before vanishing instantly, then flashing and vanishing once more. As if transforming into violet bolts of lightning that had eyes, precisely sealing all of Li Zhang's movements, causing Li Zhang to be unable to evade. The icy cold violet sword shine was like the tender caressing of a lover, caressing past Li Zhang's throat, causing his body to freeze and his expression to distort. Li Zhang unconsciously extended his hand to touch his throat. The faint trace of blood on his hand was so eye-piercing, so dazzling. Duan Ling Tian is victorious. The judge's voice sounded, containing a trace of shock. Lost. Li Zhang had a complicated gaze as he glanced at the violet-clothed youth. Subsequently, without saying a word, he jumped off the arena. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had a faint smile from the beginning until the end. Battling with Li Zhang. From the beginning until the end, he didn't use the strength of two ancient mammoths. He held back. Doing this was a form of challenging himself. No wonder I heard the outer court disciples saying that Duan Ling Tian's most formidable move was the marvelous sword skill. Seeing it today, it really has a well-deserved reputation. The sword skill he executed is exactly similar to the young girl's beside him, but the stage at which she executes it is inferior to him. Maybe the young girl's sword skill was passed down to her by Duan Ling Tian. Defeating a first-level core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, this Duan Ling Tian has really set a new record in our Li clan. Yeah, in our Li clan, such a feat is unprecedented. The crowd surrounding the combat arena discussed animatedly. At this moment, no one dared to question Duan Ling Tian's desire to seize the championship. Duan Ling Tian had this sort of strength. The sword skill of that little girl has already made me hold her in high esteem, but I didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian's sword skill was even more formidable. It's hard to imagine how a mere 16-year-old can cultivate his sword skill to such a stage. Patriarch Liao heaved a sigh. Yeah, our Li clan has never once had someone with such extraordinary talent like him. One of the elderly people on the side nodded in deep agreement. Having such strength at 16, I wonder to what extent he will grow in another 2 years. The white-eyebrowed old man's eyes flashed with a trace of slight anticipation. After jumping off the combat arena, Duan Ling Tian returned to Ke's side. Quickly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that besides Li Shishi, there was another young girl at Ke's side. The young girl was around the age of 18. She was wearing light purple clothes and had a waist that could be embraced with a single arm. Her body was seductive in many aspects with every detail perfect, without a single strand of excess flesh. Her appearance was not inferior to Ke's, but compared to Ke, she had a more mature charm. She had pair of beautiful, clear eyes that seemed to be infused with boundless charm. With just a glance, she would be able to hook away the souls of men. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dazed when he crossed eyes with the young girl. What a seductive beauty! Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, his lower regions slightly burning. Since arriving in this world, he was always under the condition of abstinence, long since causing him to feel restless and intolerable. If only he was a little virgin in his previous life, but he just had to be a distinguished weapons specialist who couldn't be happy without women. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian slightly calmed the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, he knew who this young girl was. It was surely the inner court's top beauty, Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian noticed that there was a white-clothed youth behind Li Fei. The white-clothed youth was about the same age as Li Fei and had a face full of arrogance. From start to finish, he never once looked Duan Ling Tian in the eye. "Young master, this is big sister Li Fei." Ke introduced her with a light smile. "I've guessed. The inner court's top beauty lives up to her reputation." Duan Ling Tian nodded. When his gaze descended on Li Fei, it was a slightly burning gaze. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was something she wasn't a stranger to. Whenever she walked out of the Li clan estate, she would notice this type of gaze everywhere. This type of gaze was also the gaze she hated the most. People who had this type of gaze seemed to wish they could pounce on her and strip her. Instantly, an icy coldness arose in her heart. She even thought he would be different, but she didn't imagine he would also be lecherous. She, we'll talk again when we're free." Li Fei's clear eyes that stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian had an extra icy coldness, but when she looked at the two girls on the other side, the ice melted as if spring had come. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked away slowly with grace. Only at this moment did the white-clothed youth behind Li Fei have his gaze descend upon Duan Ling Tian with a sense of warning. Duan Ling Tian naturally ignored him. "Young master, look at you, frightening big sister Li Fei away. She even wanted me to introduce you to her earlier." Ke's attractive red lips pouted, beautiful and lovable, causing others to wish they could go kiss and suck on them. Obviously, even she noticed the coquettish gaze Duan Ling Tian had when he looked at Li Fei earlier. Little sister Ke, big sister Li Fei was scared away by him. Li Shishi was slightly late in realization. When Ke dragged her to a side and whispered secretively, only then did she come to understand. Her gaze when she looked at Duan Ling Tian had an extra sense of hidden bitterness, but unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's attention was not on her. "Her impression towards me doesn't seem so good." Looking at Li Fei's shadow from afar, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a slight smile. He had to admit that since coming to this world, Li Fei was the second girl that aroused his interest. The first was naturally Ke. However, Ke and Li Fei were complete opposites. If it was said that Ke was pure lily, then Li Fei would be a burning hot, red rose full of boundless temptation. The clan martial meet went on like a raging fire. At this time, Ke and Li Shishi both met core formation inner court disciples at the same time, being Li Zhang and Li Hu respectively. Once they went on the combat arena, they instantly admitted defeat. They weren't Duan Ling Tian after all. When the judge called upon Ke and Lian stood on the combat arena and waited for Ke with anticipation, but the young girl didn't even glance at him, directly admitting defeat below the combat arena. He looked from afar at the young girl holding the violet-clothed youth's hand, chatting and laughing but regarding him as nothing. Li An's face burnt with jealousy as he gnashed his teeth. The voice of the judges continued to rise and fall. "Li Zhang, Li Hu." The judge's voice sounded from the combat arena in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Li Hu." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. He heard Li Shishi mention that Li Hu was one of the core formation inner court disciples. Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that before Li Hu and Li Zhang entered the combat arena, the surrounding crowd had already surrounded them. The battle between Li Zhang and Li Hu would be the first battle among the core formation disciples during this year's clan martial meet. Duan Ling Tian saw Li Hu. He was a strong-looking youth with a trace of cynicism between his brows. "Li Zhang, just give up. You can't even defeat a body-tempering disciple, could it be you still hope to defeat me?" Li Hu had a lazy expression, his manner of speaking containing a hint of mockery. "That will depend on your capability." Li Zhang laughed coldly. This Li Hu had to bring that up and touch a tender spot, completely enraging him. Li Zhang seemed to transform into a gust of wind as he pounced towards Li Hu. The two of them were quickly entangled in an intense battle. Accompanying their movements were the two ancient mammoth silhouettes above each of them, dashing out with them with an imposing manner that could pierce through the sky. They were equally matched. Finally, Li Zhang saw through a weak point of Li Hu, blasting Li Hu off the combat arena. Despicable. Li Hu gave vent to a torrent of insults, but just when he wanted to rush up the combat arena for another round with Li Zhang, the judge stopped him. "Li Hu, didn't you say I can't even defeat a body-tempering disciple? Now you can't even defeat I, who can't defeat a body-tempering disciple. How do you feel?" Li Zhang started laughing with an expression of exaltation after attaining his purpose. At this moment, many people of the surrounding crowd couldn't bear to hold their laughter. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian entered the combat arena once again. All his opponents admitted defeat one after the other, allowing him to fully enjoy the treatment of a core formation disciple. Until he met Li Hu. The moment Li Hu entered the combat arena, Duan Ling Tian could clearly notice his restless mood. Looks like he probably wants to defeat me to wash away the shame from Li Zhang earlier. Duan Ling Tian guessed the reason in his heart. But even if Li Hu was defeated by Li Zhang due to carelessness, the difference in strength between the two of them really was little to none. Even Li Zhang wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian, so Li Hu naturally was no exception. Duan Ling Tian quickly defeated Li Hu, continuing to maintain his dominating winning streak. Li Fei, Li Zhang. The judge's voice sounded behind him. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly twitched as he held K.'s hand and walked out in large strides. The battle between Li Fei and Li Zhang. Li Fei's figure seemed to have transformed into a flashing red rose, attracting infinite gazes and becoming the focus of attention. As a woman, being able to step into the core formation stage at the age of 18 was indeed rare. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be shocked was that Li Fei's strength was actually better than Li Zhang's. After 2 moves, Li Zhang was forced to admit defeat repeatedly. Interesting. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He didn't expect this beautiful and seductive young girl would have such strength. Li Hu, Lian. Another battle between core formation disciples. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be astonished was that Lian defeated Li Hu in a single move. Of course, he knew that this was related to Li Hu's morale. From entering the combat arena to being defeated by Lian, he seemed to be somewhat distracted, obviously still unable to walk out of the shadow cast over him earlier. Li Zhang, Li Qing. The battle between core formation disciples continued. He is Li Qing. Looking at the white-clothed youth on the combat arena, Duan Ling Tian was startled. This guy, wasn't he the shameless lackey that followed behind Li Fei's ass? Then he noticed that Li Fei didn't seem to like paying attention to him. This Li Qing was obviously in a one-sided love affair. Li Zhang, just admit defeat. On the combat arena, Li Qing raised his head in an arrogant manner. He looked at Li Zhang in a condescending manner and spoke with a domineering tone. Li Zhang's expression turned grim and his eyes emitted a feeling of rage. Just when the origin energy in his legs were about to burst forth and he was prepared to attack, abruptly, his pupils constricted and his body couldn't help but tremble as his origin energy completely dissipated. I admit defeat. Chapter 59. A close call. Li Zhang originally had an imposing manner that could pierce the skies. Even when knowing he wasn't a match for Li Qing, he wasn't one bit afraid. The 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed in the space above Li Qing, causing him to feel a sense of powerlessness. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Qing had obviously stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Sounds of drawing in cold air could be heard rising and falling from the combat arena's surroundings. 2nd level of the core formation stage. Li Qing had actually stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage at the age of 18. Shocking. Even last year's clan martial meet champion, Li Feng, only recently broke through to the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's natural talent was higher than Li Feng's. In terms of strength, he obviously surpassed the Li Feng of last year. An 18-year-old core formation stage disciple. Even throughout the past 100 years of our Li clan's history, it could be counted with one hand. Yeah, Li Qing's natural talent is really shocking. As expected of the Grand Elder's grandson. A wave of exclamations sounded from the crowd. They were all shocked by the cultivation revealed by Li Qing. 2nd level of the core formation stage, huh? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The clan martial meet was getting increasingly interesting. As the burning sun slowly dimmed, the clan martial meet was coming to an end. 2 figures flashed onto the combat arena. Lian, Li Fei. Lian had a slight advantage when the two battled, defeating Li Fei. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit, seeming to be slightly displeased. After a few more battles. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei. The judge's voice sounded from afar. We meet again. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as his burning gaze sized up Li Fei's pretty appearance and hot body without restraint. Humph, pervert. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Li Fei grunted and her beautiful face blushed. Outside the combat arena. Oh my god, what did I just see? Li Fei blushed. She actually blushed. Fuck, it's really true. Could there be a relationship between her and Duan Ling Tian? Why else would she blush the moment they met? They certainly have some sort of relationship. I think so too. Duan Ling Tian really has good fortune in love affairs, already having a young girl whose appearance is not one bit inferior to Li Fei's beside him, and now even capturing Li Fei's heart. Li Fei, the Li clan's famous beauty who had countless pursuers but would rarely look a man in the eye, was now blushing towards a man. If it was another person using the same gaze Duan Ling Tian used to size her up, it would only incur her murderous rage gaze. Facing Duan Ling Tian, she actually blushed. Li Yan arrived beside Li Qing and slowly said, "Li Qing, you pursued Li Fei for so long," but she was indifferent. Now she seems to be interested in that Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, his burning gaze swept past the nearby young girl, but the young girl's gaze was now completely on the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena. Completely not noticing him, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. "Humph, just him, is he even worthy to compete with me?" Li Qing sneered disdainfully. His speech showed how he completely looked down upon Duan Ling Tian. "That's for sure. You have broken through to the second level of the core formation stage now, so in terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian cannot catch up to you no matter how hard he tries. But you should still be careful, he is skilled in sweet-talking women." Even Li Shishi seems to have her eyes on him, Li Yan said exaggeratively. Li Yan. Suddenly, Li Qing looked at Li Yan with a cold and indifferent gaze. Li Yan was dazed momentarily. "If I'm not wrong, you're interested in the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian, right? What, you're not confident to deal with him, so you want to use me?" Li Qing saw through Li Yan's thoughts. "Just him, don't joke around. It just depends on whether he meets you or me first. If he meets me first, I'll surely make him not have the strength to continue another battle, and you can save some strength too." Li Yan didn't feel ashamed about being seen through. "Same here, if he meets me first, he'll surely have no chance to battle with you after me." Li Qing's gaze descended on the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena, killing intent flashing. Li Fei naturally was able to hear the crowd's discussion, so she was ashamed and angry. When Li Fei noticed that Duan Ling Tian was still using that sort of gaze to size her up, her clear eyes stared at him fixedly as she gnashed her teeth and let out a shout of shame and rage. "Huh, is something the matter?" Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and was dazed. This scene drew in a wave of cordial laughter. "Duan Ling Tian, if you're unwilling to destroy a flower, then admit defeat," someone from the surrounding crowd said. "Admit defeat? Little Fei, do you need me to admit defeat?" Duan Ling Tian smiled as he gazed at Li Fei. "Little Fei?" For a moment, the people present looked at the two of them with dubious gazes. Li Qing's gaze turned gloomy and cold and the origin energy in his body became restless as if ready to swallow him up. Li Fei couldn't stand it any longer, so she attacked in rage. She never would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would be such a scoundrel, actually calling her nickname. Of course, she was curious in her heart about how could Duan Ling Tian have known her nickname. Wanderer's Flash. Li Fei's seductive and gracefully slender figure moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, going straight for Duan Ling Tian. Above her, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed in and followed. Li Fei's speed was even slightly faster than Li Zong's. Quickly, Li Fei noticed. She had already gotten close to Duan Ling Tian, but he actually didn't have any intention of dodging or attacking. "Looking down on me, huh?" A sense of shame and anger arose in Li Fei's heart. Starfall fist. Under her violet clothes, her fist swung out like a falling star, descending towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. His fleshly body instantly exerted a strength of 28,000 pounds. He circulated his defensive martial skill in preparation to take Li Fei's punch head-on. Li Fei's fist slammed onto Duan Ling Tian's chest in the next moment. Li Fei was dazed. Duan Ling Tian actually really didn't dodge, allowing her fist to slam into him with its full force. She felt slightly regretful. Was her attack too heavy-handed? The strength of two ancient mammoths. Suddenly, Li Fei heard a wave of shouts of alarm enter her ears. Before Li Fei could even react, she felt like the fist which she slammed on Duan Ling Tian's chest actually wasn't even able to break through his defensive chi barrier. How is this possible? Li Fei's beautiful eyes constricted as her charming and beautiful face was filled with an expression of disbelief. She unconsciously raised her head and clearly saw. In the space above Duan Ling Tian, two ancient mammoth silhouettes were indistinctly visible. 9th level of the body tempering stage, the strength of two ancient mammoths. Her beautiful and charming face had only just emitted an expression of shock when, in the next moment, she felt a boundless force reflect back from Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier, flowing into her fist. This force was extremely familiar to her. It was precisely the force exerted by her starfall fist. Retreat. Duan Lingtian frowned. He realized that he might have taken things too far, so his body jerked and he hurriedly retreated. Li Fei, on the other hand, wasn't able to retreat in time. Although Duan Lingtian restrained most of the reflective force from his greater teleportation, there was still a small amount that ignored the defensive chi barrier on Li Fei's body, going through her right arm before blasting onto her body. Immediately, Li Fei's face turned deathly pale. She flew out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, descending towards a corner of the combat arena. Suddenly, a startled shout sounded from outside the combat arena. Duan Lingtian glanced forward and his expression instantly turned grim. Presently, the deathly pale Li Fei was powerless, unable to move her body in the air, and the head of her dropping body was on a collision course towards the pillar at the corner of the combat arena. The square pillar's sharp edge was directly facing Li Fei's head. If Li Fei were to collide with it, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. Patriarch Liao's expression turned grim as he prepared to rescue Li Fei, but he was quickly dazed on the spot again. At this moment, it wasn't only him, even everyone who was spectating Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's battle were all dumbstruck. At this moment, they seemed to have even forgotten about Li Fei, who was in imminent danger. On the combat arena, the youth that seemed to transform in a spirit serpent as he flashed out, revealing a shocking speed. In the air above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly formed. They were exceptionally dazzling. No, impossible. It's impossible. Seeing this scene from afar, Lian shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't willing to believe this to be real. Noticing Li Fei was in imminent danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't bother about anything else, so he exploded forth with his full unrestrained strength, revealed his maximum speed, and flew towards Li Fei. But, when he was halfway, he noticed that his speed was slightly slower than required. No! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned a crimson red and he let out an unwilling roar. On the high platform, Patriarch Liao and the elders noticed this, so their expressions distorted. But at this time, even they wouldn't be able to reach Li Fei in time. The distance was too great. Li Fei, who was blasted flying, had a trace of despair flash in her eyes. Am I going to die? Suddenly, she saw the violet-clothed youth who had a ferocious expression as he desperately flew towards her. At this moment, the youth's insanity caused a sense of warmth to arise in her heart. So it turned out that he wasn't really that detestable. Ah! Duan Lingtian, who was flashing at high speed, abruptly shouted. The muscles in his entire body bulged and his veins started moving about. He stomped on the ground once more to gain momentum. At the instant his legs touched the ground, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed with a scene. In the scene, a white and a black little python were agilely flying about like bolts of lightning flashing by. Vaguely, Duan Lingtian seemed to have caught onto something. At the instant his body dropped on the ground to gain momentum, his spirit serpent movement technique underwent a change due to being forced by circumstances. Mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's speed explosively increased, flashing by and arriving beside the pillar before Li Fei. But Li Fei's head's distance to the corner of the pillar was extremely close, without much empty space in between. Duan Lingtian grit his teeth and directly forced his body straight in between her and the pillar. Before he could even circulate his defensive martial skill, Li Fei's body had already descended, smashing into Duan Lingtian's embrace. The piercing pain coming from his back caused Duan Lingtian's face to become deathly pale and he grunted. Chapter 60, Condensing Sound into a Line. Are you okay? Li Fei's head smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. She was without a scratch. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with concern. Duan Lingtian's desperate measures to save her were still vivid in her mind. He had deeply moved her. Big sister, can you get down off me first? You're so heavy, you should lose some weight. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then the piercing pain coming from his back caused his cold sweat to pour out. Luckily, he had cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, so his flesh and bones had undergone a metamorphosis that was far above an ordinary 9th level body tempering martial artist's, so he didn't really injure his muscles and bones. Li Fei's face blushed. She was puzzled in her heart. Was she really that heavy? Under the dubious gazes casted over, Li Fei got off Duan Lingtian. Are your injuries serious? She extended her hand and helping Duan Lingtian up. When she noticed that the flesh on Duan Lingtian's back was ripped open, her expression instantly turned pale. Don't worry, I won't die. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, shakily standing up. Li Fei was silent for a moment before she said, thank you. Can I get something more realistic? Duan Ling Tian slyly smiled. What do you want? How about you pledge yourself to me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze burned once more. Pay. Li Fei blushed. It was as if her face would drip blood at any moment. Cough, cough. The judge's light cough sounded, destroying the romantic atmosphere around the two of them. The two of you, do you still want to continue? Obviously, the judge couldn't bear to continue watching the two lovers tease and flirt with each other. No need, I admit defeat. Li Fei shook her head, following which she supported Duan Ling Tian down the combat arena in a careful manner, afraid that she might affect Duan Ling Tian's injuries. Are you alright? K'er and Li Shishi greeted him with an expression filled with worry. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by three girls. Innumerable gazes of jealousy and envy shot at Duan Ling Tian from all around. Every man that was present wished the one injured wasn't Duan Ling Tian but themselves instead. Fei Fei, are you alright? Li Qing arrived beside Li Fei as he asked concernedly. Li Qing, how many times have I told you to call me Li Fei? Li Fei frowned as she was slightly displeased. She concentrated on working together with K'er to help Duan Ling Tian dress the wound on his back. From start to finish, she didn't even glance at Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned gloomy as he took a deep breath. Duan Ling Tian, I hope this small injury won't cause you to forfeit your battles later on. Li Qing's gloomy gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, my target is becoming the champion. Duan Ling Tian looked Li Qing in the eye without a shred of fear. Li Qing turned around and left after snorting coldly. He was afraid that if he stayed there for a moment longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from trying to kill Duan Ling Tian. After the danger to Li Fei was resolved, the attention of the people present moved towards Duan Ling Tian. Today, Duan Ling Tian gave them an immense shock. Firstly defeating a core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Afterwards, he even drew upon the forces of heaven and earth and formed two ancient mammoth silhouettes, possessing the strength of two ancient mammoths at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. This was something that they had never heard of before. But even this wasn't the end of it. In the end, to save Li Fei from danger, Duan Ling Tian exploded forth once more, even causing the third ancient mammoth silhouette to appear. Since the beginning, they hadn't once seen Duan Ling Tian use origin energy. In other words, Duan Ling at the 9th level of the body tempering stage possessed the strength of three ancient mammoths. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they wouldn't believe that what they saw was real even if someone beat them to death. No wonder Duan Ling Tian proclaimed he would compete for the champion prize. It turned out that he was so strong. Yeah, although Li Qing is at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, Li Qing at full strength is only comparable to the strength of three ancient mammoths. Based on this fact, Duan Ling Tian isn't one bit inferior to him. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's martial skills are all extremely formidable, so defeating Li Qing isn't impossible. I believe in Duan Ling Tian as well. Among the crowd's whispers and discussions, many people looked favorably towards Duan Ling Tian. These words in Li Qing's ears were exceptionally piercing. His expression turned gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Clenching his fist tightly until the veins in his fist jumped about. Even though Duan Ling Tian possessing the strength of three ancient mammoths caused him to be shocked, he still looked down upon Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only a little kid in the end, and having this sort of strength would undoubtedly be due to some sort of fortuitous gain. He was only just a lucky branch family disciple. How could he be a match for him, this genius of the Li clan? I didn't expect that this Duan Ling Tian had concealed such strength. Being defeated by him isn't an injustice anymore. Li Zhang had a complicated gaze as he sighed, following which he looked towards the dumbstruck Li Xiao beside him. Behave yourself properly from now on, don't go offend him anymore. He isn't someone we can offend. Li Zhang warned. Li Xiao bitterly laughed as he nodded. I didn't expect his true strength to be so formidable, to think I even took him for an opponent at the beginning. As Li Yuan looked at the violet-clothed youth that was far away, his mood couldn't calm down for a long time. He originally thought that cultivating his unfettered steps to the mastery stage would be enough to defeat Duan Ling Tian, but now it would seem that this was just a joke. I didn't expect that this Duan Ling Tian was capable of utilizing the strength of three ancient mammoths by relying upon a cultivation of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Patriarch Liao's expression was slightly serious. Duan Ling Tian's real strength was completely exceeding his expectations. According to common sense, he would surely have gotten some sort of fortuitous gain, obtaining some type of natural treasure which allowed him to gain his abnormal strength. An elderly person on the side guessed. The white-eyebrowed old man nodded in agreement. Li Qing, Li Fei. The judge's voice sounded out. For a moment, everyone's gazes descended upon Li Fei, who was helping Duan Lingtian tend to his injuries. Li Fei didn't even raise her head, continuing to carefully tend to Duan Lingtian's injury. Li Qing is victorious. Although Li Qing won, he didn't have a trace of pleasure on his face. His gloomy gaze never left the nearby violet-clothed youth, not far away. I hope Duan Lingtian meets with Li Qing first. Li An's heart was restless and worried. When Duan Lingtian made his move and drew upon the forces of heaven and earth to form three ancient mammoth silhouettes, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He knew his own limitations. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone he could deal with. Brother N, this Duan Lingtian really deeply concealed his strength. The green-clothed youth beside him shuddered at the thought about when he nearly attacked Duan Lingtian the other day. Thinking about it now, cold sweat poured out of his forehead. After Kair and Li Fei had tended to his wounds, Duan Lingtian consumed a grade 9 gold injury pill, and his injuries finally started recovering. After all, he didn't injure any muscles or bones, so he quickly recovered. His injuries had healed to a degree that wouldn't affect his following battles. Duan Lingtian, Lian. The judge's voice sounded at this moment. Li An's face instantly turned slightly grim. What he was worried the most about really happened. Be careful. When Duan Lingtian was about to go up to the combat arena, Li Fei lightly reminded him. Looks like getting injured like this was worth it. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to myself. I still have lots of things I haven't done. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a burning gaze. Only when she gave him a disdainful glance did he finally go up to the combat arena. Li Shishi held Kair's hand and dragged her to a corner, avoiding Li Fei before asking, in a low voice, K. This Duan Lingtian is a philanderer. Aren't you angry? Big sister Shishi, as long a corner of the young master's heart as mine, I'll be satisfied. Hearing what she said, Li Shishi was speechless. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such charm to cause Kair to be so committed towards him? Duan Lingtian looked at Lian with a tranquil expression. Lian took a deep breath. His mind was filled with the scene of Duan Lingtian drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to form three ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to someone at the second level of the core formation stage. As for martial skills cultivation stage, he was not one bit inferior to him. Although unwilling, Lian still made this decision. If they were to battle, he didn't know how Duan Lingtian would react towards him. If he purposefully attacked ruthlessly, it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't dare to take this gamble. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with loud booing. Li An's strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2 in the entire Li clan younger generation, but now he didn't even have the courage to battle Duan Lingtian. Too pussy. Noticing the disdainful gazes from the surroundings, Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. His eyes that were filled with hate and ice coldness swept past Duan Lingtian. Lian, Li Qing. After a few more battles, the judge's voice sounded once more. This time, Lian directly admitted defeat once again. Li Qing was victorious. As time went by, night soon fell. Li Qing, Duan Lingtian. The most brilliant moment that everyone looked forward to had finally arrived. Two youths who possessed the strength of three ancient mammoths were going to lift this year's clan martial meet to its peak climax. His white clothes drifting in the wind, Li Qing was already waiting on the combat arena. His condescending gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian, full of disdain and contempt. This Li Qing is really arrogant. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly gloomy. But just when he was about to walk out and enter the combat arena, a condensed voice entered his ears, but he quickly noticed that the surrounding people seemed to not notice the voice. In other words, only he could hear this voice. Through rebirth martial emperors, Duan Lingtian found out. Martial artists with a cultivation level above the 7th level of the origin core stage were all capable of condensing their origin energy into sound before condensing the sound into a line. The owner of the voice was none other than the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. Duan Lingtian slightly lifted his head to look at Liao, who was on the high platform. He had a puzzled expression, wondering what Liao wanted. Liao was also looking at him. Duan Lingtian, this battle, I hope you can admit defeat. What Liao said caused Duan Lingtian to frown. Admit defeat? Impossible. His target was the champion's prize, the 350-year-old blood Lingzi. Asking him to let go of it now was something he couldn't do. I know asking this will make it difficult on you, but I promise you, I will privately compensate the champion's prizes to you. How about it? Liao's voice transmitted into his ears once more. Chapter 61. Martial Meet Top 10. The reason he wanted to seize the championship in the clan martial meet was exactly for the generous prizes. Now that Patriarch Liao had asked him to admit defeat and even promised to compensate him with the same prize later. With Liao having said this much, no matter what, he should give Liao some face. But his opponent was now standing on the combat arena and gazing at him condescendingly. The white-clothed youth that looked at him in contempt really caused him to feel extremely displeased. He could imagine how complacent the youth would be at the moment he admits defeat. Liao frowned when he noticed that Duan Lingtian wasn't swayed by his offer. He took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind on something. Duan Lingtian, besides compensating you for the champion's prizes, in addition, I'll give you a promise. In the future, I will agree to help you with a matter that is within my ability and conforms to reason. How about it? Liao gave the final concession. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Patriarch Liao's promise. That was something even 10,000 gold wouldn't be able to get you. He didn't expect that Patriarch Liao would provide such a concession just to allow Li Qing to obtain the champion's position in the clan martial meet. Of course, he could guess why Liao was doing so. The Li clan's yearly martial meet has always been an event of great importance. If the Li clan martial meet champion was obtained by a disciple with another surname, if the news spread out, the Li clan was bound to be ridiculed. The Li clan couldn't accept such a disgrace. No matter what, Liao was still the Li clan's patriarch. If Duan Lingtian wanted to continue staying in the Li clan, no matter what, he had to give Liao some face. In addition, Liao had already made such concessions. If he was still unwilling, it would be hardly justifiable. I admit defeat. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian said, in a calm manner, following which he returned to the side of the three girls. His goal was to obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingzi. Now that he's obtained the blood Lingzi, it could be considered as a satisfactory outcome. As for the reputation of champion, he didn't really care about it. The people who were waiting for the match between Li Qing and Duan Lingtian with extreme anticipation were struck dumb. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. Since Duan Lingtian appeared, he had the bearing of a dark horse, sweeping through all opposition in a domination manner, without any fear whatsoever. But now he actually admitted defeat. This kind of drastic change caused most of the people present to be unable to accept it. Hearing Duan Lingtian admit defeat, Li Qing was dazed for a moment. To think I even took you as an opponent, but now it looks like you're not worthy to be my opponent. Li Qing looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth that was surrounded by the three girls. The disdain in his eyes was ever stronger, vaguely containing a trace of envy. Below the combat arena, it was a wave of noise. Duan Lingtian actually admitted defeat, truly unexpected. I've judged him wrongly. I thought he would have the courage to battle Li Qinf. To think he even possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, looks really can be deceiving. There really is a difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage in the end. Li Qing deserves to be our Li clan's top disciple in the younger generation. He has a well-deserved reputation. The crowd's discussion was one-sided. Even the people who looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian earlier had now turned around and belittled Duan Lingtian to their heart's content, praising Li Qing. Duan Lingtian, why did you admit defeat? Li Shixi's beautiful eyebrows frowned, unable to understand Duan Lingtian's decision. She even felt like the current Duan Lingtian was that much more unfamiliar. The Duan Lingtian she knew, the Duan Lingtian she liked, was not the type of person to run before a battle. In a blink of the eye, Duan Lingtian's image in her heart suffered a disastrous decline. I felt like admitting defeat, so I admitted defeat, Duan Lingtian casually said. You. Li Shixi was flustered and exasperated, stomping her feet as she walked away angrily. Aren't the two of you curious? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two young girls beside him who had not spoken up till now. Since young master decided to do this, then surely young master has own intentions. You got a considerable amount of rewards from the patriarch, right? Li Fei glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. How did you know? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He looked at the seductive and beautiful young girl with a slightly shocked expression. The young girl smiled mysteriously. Fei. Unknowingly when Li Qing had arrived at Li Fei's side, his burning gaze descending upon Li Fei. Li Fei, however, ignored him. Fei, This branch family disciple that doesn't even have the courage to battle me isn't worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath, his tone filled with disdain. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. Li Qing, whether he is worthy of me or not has nothing to do with you. But I know that I will never choose you, so you'd be better off forgetting about me and stop annoying me. Li Fei looked at Li Qing in detest. Let's go over there. Li Fei called Duan Ling Tian and Ke over. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before leaving, he didn't forget to smile at Li Qing in a threatening manner. His smile caused Li Qing's expression to turn gloomy, and killing intent started to pour from his eyes. The killing intent emitted from Li Qing's eyes was naturally noticed by Duan Ling Tian. But killing intent at that level, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, was just like child's play. This Li Qing probably hasn't even killed a man before. His killing intent lacked bloodthirst. Following the end of Li Qing and Duan Ling Tian's battle, where Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat, the Li clan martial meet entered its finale. The final results were released. This year's clan martial meet top 10 were as follows. Champion, Li Qing, 86 points. Second, Duan Ling Tian, 84 points. Third, Lian, 82 points. Fourth, Li Fei, 80 points. Fifth, Li Zhang, 78 points. Sixth, Li Hu, 76 points. Seventh, Li Kuang, 74 points. Eighth, Li Shishi, 72 points. Ninth, Ke 70 points. 10th, Li Yuan, 68 points. Ke didn't enter the arena for the battle between Li Shishi, directly admitting defeat. As far as she was concerned, she was best friends with Li Shishi, so she wasn't willing to cross blades with her. After this was the moment where the Li clan's patriarch personally distributed the prizes. When they went home, Duan Ling Tian was still in a group of 3, only Li Shishi wasn't within it now. Li Fei had replaced Li Shishi in her court martial arts practice field. As Li Qing stood there, his body emitted a frightful presence. He was looking from afar at the violet-clothed youth and Li Fei chatting as their shadows faded in the distance. Li Qing, how about we join hands and find an opportunity to teach that Duan Ling Tian a lesson? Unknowingly when Lian had arrived beside Li Qing and voiced his suggestion, Li Qing coldly swept Lian with his gaze, his expression filled with disdain. Lian, you're the same as him, both opponents that have suffered defeat at my hands. Do you think I would join hands with a defeated opponent to deal with another defeated opponent? Li Qing was extremely arrogant, using a condescending tone as he spoke with Lian. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Lian laughed embarrassedly before turning around and leaving. At the instant he turned around, his expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes flickered with a frightful coldness. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 girls had just returned home. The 2 little pythons flew towards Duan Ling Tian and Ke, coiling around their wrists. After which, they extended their small heads to size up the young girl with a seducing body and beautiful appearance. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. These are snakes you too? Or raising? Li Fei was slightly startled when she saw them. So cute. Under Duan Ling Tian's slightly dazed gaze, Li Fei extended her hand to touch the little black python that was coiled on his wrist. The little black python closed its eyes in enjoyment. After a short moment, the little black python's body flashed as it actually coiled itself around Li Fei's wrist. Pervert. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little black python with an envious gaze. Tian, Ke, who is this? At this moment, Li Ru walked out of her room, her gaze completely attracted by Li Fei. Li Fei was really too outstanding. In terms of appearance, she was not even slightly inferior to Ke. Moreover, because of her age being 18, she had fully revealed her womanly charms. Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law. Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly. Hello Aunt Ru, I'm Li Fei. Giving Duan Ling Tian an angry look, Li Fei lightly smiled as she greeted Li Ru. Good, good, you all talk, I'll go prepare dinner. Li Ru's face seemed to bleed like a flower as she entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Ke followed behind. Little Fei, you still haven't told me how you knew that I obtained rewards from the patriarch and purposely admitted defeat. Duan Ling Tian's eyes stared fixedly at Li Fei. Why should I tell you? Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glare. You're my future wife, what's with all the whys? Pei, you're shameless. Who's your future wife? Li Fei ignored Duan Ling Tian altogether, extending her jade-like hand to lightly play with the little python. The little python wasn't even slightly shy with stranger, playing happily on Li Fei's hand. As an amorous weapons specialist who swept through the flower bushes, Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to notice that since he saved Li Fei on the combat arena, Li Fei's attitude towards him was completely different. If he was so coquettish to her before, she would surely get enraged. He believed that as long as he put in a bit more effort, he would surely be able to completely conquer the peerless seductive beauty before him. Not long after, someone paid them a visit. Someone had sent over an extremely long box. Duan Ling Tian opened it and smiled in satisfaction at what he saw. He didn't expect Patriarch Liao to have such high efficiency, sending over the items so quickly. This is 350-year-old blood lingzi. Li Fei recognized the blood lingzi that lay in the box. She was startled for a moment before looking at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Didn't you already guess it? Your prizes this time are even better than Li Qing's. Li Qing only got the prize for the champion, but you not only obtained the champion's prize, you also got the prize for the top 3. Li Fei glanced at Duan Ling Tian in admiration. How about it? Me being your man won't bring shame to you, right? Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly, his burning gaze descending upon the 2 jade-like hills on Li Fei's chest. His lower regions became slightly hot. Where are you looking? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit together as her seducing face blushed until her neck. You're so beautiful. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath before finally being able to ease up his restless mood. Even pearls aren't so real. Didn't you say that I need to lose weight? I lied. Chapter 62. Origin Gathering Pill. Even though Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei didn't make any real progress for the time being. For now, Li Fei wasn't disgusted by him anymore, and to him, this was good news in itself. Now what he needed to do was strike the iron while it was still hot. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he asked Li Fei, tomorrow afternoon, I plan to take a trip to the misty forest with Kr. Are you interested? Asking me to be a third wheel? I won't. Go. Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance. Then forget it, I was even thinking of bringing you along to see a snow python. Hee. A fierce beast comparable to a nascent soul powerhouse. That's something that is rarely seen in anyone's lifetime. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh on purpose. What? Snow python? Li Fei's clear eyes shone and her beautiful and seductive face emitted a slight excitement. She had heard of the news from before. A snow python had appeared in the misty forest. This news caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and in her heart she was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head, busy playing with the little black python on his own. Hey, you really have a way to meet the snow python? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Ling Tian didn't raise his head as if he didn't hear her. Hey, Li Fei groaned. Duan Ling Tian had a lazy expression as he slowly said, hey what? My name isn't Hey. Weren't you uninterested? Suddenly, Li Fei seemed agitated. Her clear eyes had signs of tearing up as if she would cry at any moment. What are you doing? What's there to cry about? I'll bring you along. He was thrown into a panic as the scene before him was something he never expected. From his past life until this present lifetime, the thing he couldn't stand seeing the most was a woman's tears. You promised. You're not allowed to shamelessly go against your word. Li Fei's seducing and beautiful face emitted a smile that showed that her scheme had succeeded. I got cheated. Only now did Duan Ling Tian realize, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei and Kr were complete polar opposites. Maybe it was this that caused him to fall in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Ling Tian sent Li Fei home. Only now did he notice that Li Fei's house was right behind his, only divided by a small alley. Even if he walked through the main door, circling around wouldn't even be a few tens of meters distance. And if he were to directly leap over the wall, he could even save on the extra distance. After returning home, Duan Ling Tian entered his room and started to cultivate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Form Mental Cultivation Method had already been cultivated to the highest stage. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's second form, Raging Python form. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid had become completely useless to him. What he needed to do now was cultivate his Raging Python form mental cultivation method to develop origin energy. Once he develops his origin energy, he will be a core formation martial artist. His strength would once again increase. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some origin gathering pills. It's going to cost me an arm and leg. Duan Ling Tian had a painful expression. The origin gathering pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill. a type of medicinal pill that assists body-tempering martial artists in increasing their speed of developing origin energy. It's a medicinal pill used for stepping into the core formation stage, so it's extremely expensive. A single pill costs 10,000 silver. Martial artists with good natural talent need to consume at least 10 origin gathering pills if they want to step into the core formation stage in a short amount of time. Martial artists with bad natural talent, on the other hand, need at least tens of pills. Of course, it wasn't necessary, but if not consumed, even a martial artist with good natural talent would need to spend a few years of bitter cultivation in order to break through to the core formation stage. For example, the core formation martial artists of the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including its patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all its elders. When all of them cultivated from the body tempering stage to the core formation stage all those years ago, even the individuals among them with good natural talent used 3 to 5 years of time, whereas the individuals with bad natural talent used 7 to 8 years of time. Not due to any other reason, but just because they didn't have the capability to use origin gathering pills. During this year's clan martial meet, including Li Fei, the 5 youth geniuses were only able to step into the core formation stage at the mere age of 18 because besides having good natural talent, they consumed origin gathering pills. Medicinal pills were capable of changing a person's life. This was the reason alchemists had such a lofty position in Cloud Continent. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher his status. They are figures that are fought over by various powers. It's too bad that I haven't developed my origin energy. Once I do so, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even with extremely high alchemist natural talent and with the guidance of a master, it would still require a few years of painstaking cultivation to master the rudiments. However, Duan Ling Tian possessed the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Rebirth Martial Emperor. As long as his origin energy fulfilled the required conditions, he would be an alchemist with extremely abundant experience. What other alchemists knew, he knew. What other alchemists didn't know, he still knew. The pressing matter at the moment is developing origin energy and stepping into the core formation stage so that I can become an alchemist. At that time, I can refine medicinal pills that increase the core formation stage cultivation, and even let Mother undergo a metamorphosis, allowing her to cultivate a top-ranked cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian drew in a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the Raging Python form mental cultivation method. After looking through the Raging Python method mental cultivation method for a while, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. As expected of the cultivation method created by Rebirth Martial Emperor who had undergone 2 lifetimes, this 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's second form, Raging Python form, besides allowing the cultivator to develop origin energy like ordinary martial artists, it also allowed the cultivator to temper the fleshy body with origin energy, causing the fleshy body to undergo another metamorphosis. Once Duan Ling Tian cultivated to the first level of the core formation stage by relying upon the Raging Python form, besides controlling similar origin energy as ordinary martial artists, he could still use his origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing his fleshly to once again undergo a metamorphosis. The mere strength of the fleshly body would transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to a strength of 4 ancient mammoths, adding on the origin energy which was comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. In other words, the moment he steps into the first level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Compared to the 4th level of the core formation stage, it was slightly weaker. Compared to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would be slightly stronger. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian started to cultivate, but without origin gathering pills, his cultivation process was extremely slow. Until late into the night, there wasn't any obvious progress. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian went off to sleep. He slept until the sky was bright. Morning the next day. After eating breakfast, he brought Kair along and left. He arrived once again at the medicine store in the Aurora City trade market that he sold his 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Customer, you've finally arrived. Seeing Duan Ling Tian, the manager seemed as if he had found his savior. He hurriedly came over and greeted him. What, you're all sold out? It's all sold out, an entire 2,000 portions, completely sold. The manager nodded, withdrawing a stack of silver bills from his pocket and handing them over to Duan Ling Tian. Customer, you concocted 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid the other day. I sold them at a price of 200 silver a portion, but the supply wasn't enough to meet the demand. According to our agreement, you get 80% of the sales, which totals to 320,000 silver. Deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you the other day, this is the balance 120,000 silver. The manager explained. 200 silver a portion. Duan Ling Tian was startled, following which he shook his head and laughed. You really need to be shrewd to do business. Customer, since you're here, how about you concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid once more? The manager looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation. I came here this time because of that. Help me prepare the medicinal materials. They are already ready. When Duan Ling Tian and Kair entered the small room and saw the 2 large crocks and the large pile of medicinal materials, they were both stupefied. This time, he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct the 2 large crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. After checking the wares, the manager was slightly worried as he said, Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand, so I'll only be able to give you 200,000 silver in advance. How about it? Once these medicinal liquids are sold out, I'll give you the remaining silver. After all, no matter which medicine store Duan Ling Tian brought this batch of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to, he would still be able to sell it and maybe even get a higher price. It's not a problem, of course. I trust you, manager. Duan Ling Tian nodded, putting away another 200,000 silver bills. Sometimes, trust went 2 ways. Manager, it can't be that you alone divided the large crock of 6 treasure body tempering liquid from last time into 2,000 portions, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the manager with a strange gaze. Of course not. I couldn't trust others, so I got people from my family members to divide it. The manager laughed. Oh yeah, manager, do you know which medicine store in the Aurora City Trade Market sells origin gathering pills? Duan Ling Tian inquired. Origin gathering pills? I'm afraid you probably need to go to the branch medicine stores that are under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, your Li clan's branch medicine store, Spirit Reserves Pavilion, is just at the street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he took Kair along and left the medicine store. After a short moment, he arrived at the Spirit Reserves Pavilion the manager spoke about. As expected of the Li clan's branch medicine store, the total area of the Spirit Reserves Pavilion was extremely large, and even divided into 2 floors. Customer, may I know what you need? After just entering the door, an attendant greeted in a respectful tone. I want some origin gathering pills. The origin gathering pills are on the 2nd floor. Customer, please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Ling Tian and Kair to the 2nd floor. This customer here needs some origin gathering pills, the attendant told the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, may I ask how many origin gathering pills you need? The female attendant had average looks, but her smile was extremely cheerful and bright. Duan Ling Tian patted the silver pills in his pocket before slowly saying, Give me 32 pills. Hearing what he said, the female attendant was shocked, but she quickly reacted anyway. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? 1 origin gathering pill is. The female attendant was slightly hesitant. Is 10,000 silver, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as he withdrew the stack of silver bills he got from the medicine store manager, directly throwing it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry, I'll go prepare them for you right away. After seeing so many silver bills, she knew that the youth wasn't joking. The female attendant let out a breath of cold air before replying to him and going to prepare the origin gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill are you buying? It's so expensive. Kair playfully poked out her tongue with an expression of shock. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, The origin gathering pill, it's a medicinal pill that can help us to break through to the core formation stage earlier. Chapter 63. Little Python's Unusual Actions. Spending money like drinking water was exactly what Duan Ling Tian was doing right now. 32 origin gathering pills cost him all the silver bills he had gotten from the medicine store manager earlier. These silver bills hadn't even gotten warm before he spent them. But Duan Ling Tian did not regret it one bit. In the journey of cultivation, if you wanted to take shortcuts, then you must certainly be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Ling Tian had just finished eating lunch with his family when Li Fei arrived. She wore light violet clothes that were slightly tight, making the young girl who seemed to be maturing like a honey peach look like a seductive rosé. Her gracefully slender figure charmed all living creatures. Duan Ling Tian's lower regions were burning. This Li Fei was really an attractive beauty. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his greedy eyes and instead gazed toward Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, on the slender fingers of Li Fei's white, jade-like hands, besides her thumb, they all had pitch-black rings on them. These rings were interconnected to each other, looking simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. His face had a shocked expression. Besides being a royal-grade alchemist, Rebirth Martial Emperor was also a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian inherited his memories, so he was able to recognize with a glance that the rings on Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He remembered that during the clan martial meet yesterday, Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon. Or else Lian would certainly not be her match. Li Fei quickly noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze descending upon her right hand. She couldn't help but be visibly moved as her heart jerked. Could it be that he recognized that the thing on her hand was a spirit weapon? After a moment, Duan Ling Tian gave her the answer. Little Fei, during the clan martial meet, why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon? If you had used it, Lian would not necessarily be your match. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he gave her a spurious smile. I wanted to use it, but my grandfather took it away saying it would be unfair to the others, Li Fei said with a slight, hidden bitterness. She was slightly shocked in her heart. This Duan Ling Tian was actually able to identify the spirit weapon on her hand with only just a glance. After all, only a weapons craftsman with great experience and eyesight could do so. Otherwise, even if the cultivation of the martial artist was extremely high, they would still only be able to notice and identify the spirit weapon when it was utilized. She suddenly felt that it was even harder to see through this youth than before. There seemed to be a cloud of mist surrounding him. For a moment, a boundless curiosity arose in her heart. She yearned to open up this cloud of mist and completely see through Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he slowly said, that's true. Your spirit weapon, although it's a grade 9 spirit weapon, the abilities it amplifies is nearly on par with a grade 8 spirit weapon. I assume the grade 9 weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon for you has already touched the grade 9 threshold. The words that Duan Ling Tian spoke struck her like lightning. The fact that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman was something she only recently found out. She was certain that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person that knew about this in the entire Li clan. But now the youth who had only glanced at the spirit weapon on her hand was able to ascertain that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. How did you notice? Li Fei's tone was hurried, slightly impatient to know the answer. You want to know? Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. This is my secret. Besides my women, I won't tell anyone else. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into an evil smile. She said, in an angry manner, If you don't want to say, then don't. I don't really care. How could Li Fei not realize that Duan Ling Tian was flirting with her? You really don't care? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Don't care. Li Fei was currently angry, so she replied in a very straightforward manner. Duan Ling Tian purposely sighed as he slowly said, okay, then forget it. I originally wanted to warn you that although the weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon for you is soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I still hope you advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame for the time being. What do you mean? Li Fei's seductive and beautiful face slightly turned pale. Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Li Fei's question but instead said, if I'm not wrong. Recently, every day deep into the night, the weapons craftsman feels the origin energy inside his body having a burning feeling. It's so bad that he even has a hard time falling asleep. Li Fei's face turned slightly red as she angrily said, how did you know the current condition of my grandfather? You crossed over the wall to peek into our house. This was something she knew about, and she even specially got some soothing medicines for her grandfather, but they were all useless. Do I seem like such a bored person? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He was kindly trying to warn Li Fei but instead was unjustly accused. He didn't continue to say anything more. He admitted that he was amorous, but he wouldn't commit such a vulgar act. Li Fei noticed that Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her anymore. This made her realize that she might have unjustly accused him. Could it be that everything Duan Ling Tian said was through what he observed from the spirit weapon on her hand? But this was truly unbelievable. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Fei turned to Kair for help. Young master, don't be angry anymore. Big sister Li Fei didn't do it intentionally. Kair persuaded him with a light smile. Kair, Everyone needs to be responsible for what they have done. You can help her for a time, but you can't help her for a lifetime, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Ke realized that the young master was really angry. She could only look at Li Fei with an expression that showed that she was powerless to assist her. Li Fei's face turned red out of anger. Her clear eyes contained tears. This again. Duan Ling Tian looked at her with a cold and indifferent gaze as he ignored her. You're bullying me, woo-woo. Li Fei finally exploded, her tears flowing as she cried, unable to be stopped. Fuck. She's really crying. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He didn't feel wronged after being unjustly accused, but this little girl, what was she feeling wronged about? Anyone who didn't know would think he really did bully her. Tian, did you bully Fei? Li Ru walked out of the kitchen and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frown. I didn't. Duan Ling Tian was helpless. Enough, I won't fuss about it with you. Stop crying. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose to compromise. Woo-woo. You bullied me. But Li Fei's tears were pouring down like the rain, completely without any intention of stopping. If you want to continue crying, you can wait for something to happen to your grandfather. When Duan Ling Tian saw that being gentle didn't work, he directly went with the brutal method. This method was indeed effective. As Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded and ended, so did Li Fei's crying. What did you say? You said something might happen to my grandfather. Li Fei's voice was shaking. Her parents were met with an accident when she was still extremely young, so she and her grandfather had only each other to keep company. In her heart, her grandfather was even more important than herself. I sensed a trace of ruthless qi in the spirit weapon he refined. If I'm not wrong, your grandfather probably used an unorthodox method to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame. After a prolonged period, the root of his problems have long since been buried deep within him, Duan Ling Tian slowly said. At this moment, he seemed to be like a richly experienced weapons craftsman, speaking with reason and evidence. Then what should I do? Li Fei's pretty face turned pale and extremely anxious. It's not like there isn't any method. Ask him to temporarily not increase his weapon flame's grade, or else he won't live for more than 3 months. Duan Ling Tian's tone was tranquil. Enough. You go and warn your grandfather. I and Ke will wait for you outside the North City Gate. Get your own horse. He notified Li Fei before returning to his room. After Li Fei left, Duan Ling Tian and Ke brought the 2 little pythons along as they left their house and left the Li clan estate. They galloped their horses out of the North City Gate and waited for Li Fei. After half an hour, Li Fei arrived. Li Fei seemed valiant and heroic in bearing as she galloped over, but her expression wasn't really well. My grandfather said. Li Fei was hesitant to speak. He didn't believe me, and even said that I'm just a kid. What would I know? Right. Duan Ling Tian was not one bit surprised. Li Fei lightly nodded. Then there's nothing I can do. Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands to express that he had the heart to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we return, he won't try to increase the grade of his weapon flame. After we return, can you go take a look at my grandfather? As Li Fei finished speaking, she had a begging expression. Duan Ling Tian took a deep glance at Li Fei as he asked, What, now you believe me? Okay, I'll promise you. Following which, he brought along the 2 young girls who were beautiful like flowers straight towards the misty forest. After arriving at the misty forest, Li Fei's mood was much better. But she lacked a bit of the liveliness that she used to have. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. After entering the misty forest, Ke asked, Young master, how should we find little white's and little black's father? I don't know either. Let's go to the black python's nest from before. Maybe we can meet the snow python there, Duan Ling Tian said. What you mean is, little black and little white are the offspring of the snow python? Li Fei was slightly shocked. That is our current guess. Duan Ling Tian's group quickly arrived at the black python's nest. Presently, there were only traces of dried blood outside the black python's nest. The black python's corpse and the corpse of the few youths and young girls had all vanished, probably eaten by fierce beasts. Suddenly, the 2 little pythons that were coiled around Duan Ling Tian and Ke's wrists flashed out. They went directly into the depths of the misty forest. Let's follow them. Duan Ling Tian brought Ke and Li Fei along as he followed them. Duan Ling Tian guessed that the 2 little pythons might have sensed the presence of their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be plenty of fierce beasts. Li Fei warned. I know, We'll journey from atop the trees. Duan Ling Tian brought the two girls along as he climbed up a large tree to the side. Using the dense tree branches as a road, he followed the two little pythons. Although the treetops didn't lack bird-type fierce beasts, their numbers were not large as mammal-type fierce beasts. Overall, the top of the trees were much safer. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar sounded. An enormous fierce beast blocked the path of the two little pythons. Looking fiercely at the two little things, its sharp fang flickered with devilish brilliance. Noticing the enormous fierce beast, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. It's the savage tiger. Its strength is comparable to a martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's face was slightly pale. Little white, little black. K Er's face was filled with worry. Chapter 64, Nascent Soul Powerhouse. The two little pythons' sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous being in front of them. Their tongues flicked swiftly like bolts of lightning. Growl. Suddenly, the savage tiger let out a low growl, dropping down with a loud bang as it lay down on all fours. Its enormous body was slightly trembling as if it were submitting itself in worship. The two little pythons ignored the savage tiger, continuing to hurry on with their journey. After transforming into two white and black bolts of lightning, they gradually disappeared ahead. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian suppressed his shock and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and K both had shocked expressions. In front of the savage tiger, the extremely small little guys were actually able to make the savage tiger submit itself. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Ling Tian, however, thought of a possibility. If the two little pythons were really the offspring of the snow python, they would surely have the snow python's aura on their bodies. As a fierce beast that was comparable to a nascent soul stage powerhouse, the snow python was surely one of the leader-ranked existences in the misty forest. Intimidating all beasts was a simple matter to the snow python. Thus, because the two little pythons possessed the aura of the snow python, the savage tiger naturally didn't dare act rashly. It has to be said that the luck of Duan Ling Tian's group was quite good. During the entire journey hurrying atop the large trees, they didn't meet any terrifying bird-type fierce beasts. Although the two little pythons bumped into a few mammal-type fierce beasts, they were all threatening but not dangerous encounters, and the snow python's aura frightened those fierce beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts submitted themselves. If he didn't see it for himself, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't dare believe all this to be true. Eventually, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Ling Tian's group arrived at the deepest area of the misty forest. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from afar, causing the ground to quake and hills to tremble. The large trees beneath Duan Ling Tian's group shook slightly, but they stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Continuing forward, the area in front of them suddenly cleared up. A shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Ahead, on a vast empty space, a gigantic python that was fully snow white and was 20 or 30 meters long was battling a gray-clothed old man. The python's body was smeared with blood stains, obviously having suffered considerable injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was in disorder. The old man's gaze turned cold as he abruptly lifted his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, a wisp of sword chi condensed into form, accompanying the 3-foot-long blade as it was waved out, piercing through the air as it flashed straight towards the gigantic python. At the same time, the force of heaven and earth shook above the old man and a thick, white mist condensed, transforming into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes, at least a few hundred. The gigantic python's tail flashed out as if transforming into a white bolt of lightning. Its tail was covered in a layer of force that seemed similar to white mist as it collided with the sword chi. Once again a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the gigantic python, drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. The sword chi dissipated and white mist fell. The man and python were equally matched. Origin energy discharge. Nascent soul stage powerhouse. Li Fei's face was drenched in sweat and her breath became slightly hurried. Only a nascent soul stage powerhouse was capable of discharging origin energy. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. His face turned slightly grim as he flew down. Before the two little pythons who didn't understand things rushed into the battlefield, he caught up to them and grabbed them with his hands. The two little pythons had eyes filled with anxiousness. Little guys, I know you're worried, but if you go in, it will only cause your father to be distracted. Although he didn't know if the little pythons would understand, Duan Ling Tian still explained it to them. The two little pythons restlessly watched the nearby python and man that were battling. Meanwhile, K and Li Fei came down as well. they arrived beside Duan Tian and concealed themselves behind a large tree together. Snow Python, instead of hibernating properly, you came out and killed 6 of my He clan origin core disciples, causing my He clan's vitality to be injured. Today, I, He Zhu Dao, will certainly kill you. I will then shower the souls of my He clan disciples with your blood. The gray-clothed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled the snow python. His voice was cold and indifferent. He Zhu Dao, Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as her eyes flashed with a cold light. You know of him? Duan Tian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather speak of him. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan, and a formidable nascent soul stage powerhouse. I didn't expect that he would actually move out to take revenge for his He clan's disciples. Li Fei's tone was slightly more hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan. Only now did Duan Tian think of the news that spread about a while back. The few origin core martial artists that were killed by the snow python were supposedly from Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. The battle continued. Duan Tian's group was dazed as they watched. He Zhu Dao's and the snow python's speed was just too swift. Looks like if I want to kill you today, I must pay a price. Being able to die under this inscription can also be considered your good fortune. He Zhu Dao's cold and indifferent voice was mixed with boundless confidence. He directly flashed towards the snow python, moving towards its bloody mouth. He Zhu Dao's voice was cold as ice. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand abruptly glowed with a layer of blood chi as it flew out and entered the snow python's bloody mouth. He recognized the inscription on He Zhu Dao's spirit weapon. A loud noise sounded as blood burst forth from below the snow python's head. A terrifying force was spreading through the snow python's entire body. Strands of blood shot out from every corner of the snow python's body, causing it to feel extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its last struggle before death. The berserk snow python swept its tail wildly, continuously smashing upon He Zhu Dao's body, blasting him down to the ground. The python's tail descended over and over again, causing the origin energy on He Zhu Dao's body to be completely destroyed. His aura was dispirited and on the verge of death. Only after the snow python's enormous body finally smashed onto the ground did the seriously injured He Zhu Dao show a smile. He had succeeded. Exchanging the life of the snow python for himself being seriously injured, it was worth it. As long as he slightly gathered his breath, he could withdraw a grade 7 gold injury pill and recover his injuries. The 2 little pythons broke away from Duan Tian's control the moment the snow python's body smashed to the ground, flashing towards the snow python. They arrived in front of the snow python and crossed eyes with it. Their eyes gleamed with tears. After the 2 little pythons appeared, the snow python's cold and emotionless completely melted, transforming into strands of doting. Being able to see its children before it died, it didn't have any regrets. At this moment, K'er and Li Fei had arrived before the snow python. K'er took the little white python in her hand as she gently said to the snow python, "We'll take good care of them." The snow python's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude before they slowly dimmed down. The 2 little python's eyes flickered with the gleam of tears, slowly becoming wet. The seriously injured He Zhu Dao who was far away heard their voices and his face turned grim. The current him was extremely weak, so even an ordinary person was capable of killing him. He quickly noticed that a violet-clothed youth had arrived in front of him. His gaze descended upon the Li clan crest on the chest of the youth. "You're a member of Aurora City's Li clan. I'm good friends with your Li clan's supreme elder Li Chu. Hurry up and feed me the medicinal pill in my hand for me to consume. I will properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." He Zhu Dao's tone was slightly hurried, as if deeply afraid that the youth would attack him. Presently, he didn't even have the strength to lift a hand. Duan Tian lowered his head and looked. On He Zhu Dao's palm, a jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air. His eyes abruptly shone. It wasn't because of being shocked by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was valuable, he inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor after all, so he didn't consider a grade 7 gold injury pill to be worthy of his notice. His attention descended upon the simple ring on He Zhu Dao's finger. He discerned it to be a spatial ring. The spatial ring was different from a normal ring. It was a type of marvelous ring that contained a space within, able to contain items conveniently. On Cloud Continent, only a weapons craftsman at grade 7 or above was capable of refining a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch didn't own a spatial ring. Maybe only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Ling Tian took the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quickly. Quickly. Give me. Consume. He Zhu Dao's eyes flickered with a light of anticipation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, if I let you consume this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove your ownership of the spatial ring and gift it to me? Once a spatial ring was dripped with one's blood, it formed an ownership, meaning only the owner would be able to use it. Unless the owner removed the ownership of his own free will, or the owner died, others wouldn't be able to use the spatial ring. Instantly, He Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. The most valuable item on him was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became hurried and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the end, he painstakingly eased up the agitation in his heart. Gift. I'll gift it, He Zhu Dao agreed. Who was Duan Ling Tian? A man who lived through battlefields. How could he not have noticed the killing intent that flashed in He Zhu Dao's eyes? Duan Ling Tian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist, touching the hilt of his violet meteorite flexible sword, just when he was preparing to kill He Zhu Dao and seize his spatial ring. Don't believe him. Li Fei walked over. He Zhu Dao can't be trusted. 60 years ago, he even killed his companion who went out on adventures with him. He killed him without hesitation just for a spirit weapon, Li Fei said. You, who are you? He Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. This secret was something that in the entire world, only he should know. Maybe you didn't know, but one of the people you killed that year wrote down a blood letter before death and concealed it within his personal belongings. That person was the father of my grandfather. You probably won't forget him for your entire lifetime. Li Fei's eyes emitted a dense hatred. Li Hua, glancing at the Li clan crest on Li Fei's clothes, He Zhu Dao's breathing became rapid. Looks like you've guessed it. Li Fei sneered. So it turns out that you killed my future wife's great-grandfather. You can only blame yourself for being unfortunate. Duan Ling Tian's face had a fiendish smile. This was a timely opportunity for him to make use of. His violet meteorite flexible sword soundlessly entered He Zhu Dao's chest, piercing through his heart. Chapter 65. Strong Self-Confidence. The violet meteorite flexible sword descended and blood sprayed everywhere. Li Fei's complexion turned pale. Although she had killed many wild animals in the misty forest, she had never once killed a person. Now that a well and alive person was killed right in front of her eyes, it caused her to feel disgusted and she ran aside to vomit. Putting away the violet meteorite flexible sword, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and removed He Zhu Dao's spatial ring. After biting open his index finger, he dripped blood on the ring to establish ownership. A feeling of being joined by blood descended upon him. Duan Ling Tian's face couldn't help but curl into a smile. Possessing rebirth martial emperor's lifetime worth of memories allowed Duan Ling Tian to use the spatial ring like how he directed his arm. Fuck, so small. When his thoughts entered into the spatial ring, he saw that there was a mere 1 cubic meter of space. He was dazed for a moment before he couldn't stop himself from shouting in vulgarities. You're the He clan's supreme elder, but you're actually using the lowest grade spatial ring. As he said this, Duan Ling Tian glanced in contempt at He Zhu Dao's body. It was imaginable that if He Zhu Dao wasn't dead, he would certainly be angered to the point of spitting blood. Never mind, I'll just improvise. Duan Ling Tian didn't wear the spatial ring on his hand but instead kept it in his pocket. The spatial ring wasn't something that could be exposed in public. Only once he steps into the core formation stage and becomes a weapons craftsman, he can alter the spatial ring's outer appearance. Only then could he publicly use the spatial ring. How is this the He clan's supreme elder? He's virtually a pauper. Besides a few grade 7 gold injury pills and a few cultivation methods and martial skills, there is actually only a bit over 100 silver of spare change. After examining the items inside the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but mock him. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that as the He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao had an extraordinary status. If he wanted money, the He clan would spare no effort to fulfill his request, so he didn't have a need of keeping silver on his body. His face represented an enormous wealth. Following this was destroying the corpse and obliterating all tracks. Duan Ling Tian lit a fire and directly burned He Zhu Dao's corpse. Where's the snow python's nest? After looking for a long while, Duan Ling Tian was unable to locate the snow python's nest. His treasure hunt completely came to nothing. Damned He Zhu Dao, not to mention you yourself are poor, you even destroyed the snow python's body to such an extent. The blood explosion inscription, you were actually willing to use it. Looking at the snow python's badly destroyed body, Duan Ling Tian had a pained expression. As the king of the fierce beasts, the snow python's entire body was filled with treasures, but it was completely destroyed by He Zhu Dao. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. On the snow python's body, a white ball that flickered with a faint brilliance floated up. Beast core. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became rapid. He didn't expect that the snow python's beast core was actually completely unharmed. Just when he walked out and wanted to fetch the beast core, the smile on his face froze completely. The two little pythons flashed out, quickly dividing and consuming the snow python's beast core. Never mind, even if I took the beast core, I would have no use for it in the near future. I might as well let them take it. Duan Ling Tian quickly got over it. A human was unable to directly consume a fierce beast's beast core. If consumed, the lighter consequence would be chi deviation, whereas the heavier consequence would be death by explosion. Humans could only use fierce beast cores as medicinal catalysts, only after being combined with other valuable medicinal materials to refine into a medicinal pill can they be consumed. A beast core of a formidable fierce beast like the snow python that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist would at least require a grade 7 alchemist to refine. Grade 7 alchemist. To Duan Ling Tian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse as well, Duan Ling Tian brought Kair and Li Fei along as he left the misty forest. On the way back. That spatial ring. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile. Duan Ling Tian glared as he said, "Don't get any ideas about the spatial ring, it's mine." "I'm not. Even if I had any ideas about it, it would be of no use. I'm just curious. If someone knew you had that spatial ring, what would happen?" Li Fei's charm-filled eyes flickered with a faint smiling expression. "Are you threatening me?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into grin. A bad omen arose in Li Fei's heart, as expected. "Hey, looks like someone doesn't want me to help her grandfather get well. Never mind, I'll save my energy." Duan Ling Tian mischievously smiled. Li Fei's face turned pale as she angrily said, You rascal. You plainly promised me." "Did I promise? Why, don't I know? Kair, did I promise her?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at Kair with a slight smile. At this moment, Kair was taking care of the two little pythons that had gone into a deep slumber after consuming the snow python's beast core. Her beautiful, clear eyes emitted a motherly brilliance. "Young master, I didn't hear anything." Kair naturally stood on Duan Ling Tian's side. You two are bullying me." Li Fei's eyes turned red as if they were about to tear up again. "Enough, as long as you keep today's matter a secret, I will surely return a healthy grandfather to you. Not only that, I can even allow him to smoothly become a grade 8 weapons craftsman without leaving behind any aftereffects." Duan Ling Tian compromised. "Rascal." Li Fei smiled through her tears. "Right, since your grandfather knows that He Zhu Dao killed his father years ago, why didn't he make the blood letter public? That would allow everyone to clearly see He Zhu Dao's true face." Duan Ling Tian asked about the uncertainty in his heart. "Did you think my grandfather didn't want to? But when my grandfather found the blood letter, He Zhu Dao had already become Aqua Mist City's He clan's Grand Elder and had extraordinary status. Even if my grandfather made it public, it would be impossible for the Li clan to offend the He clan's Grand Elder over a disciple who had died years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was also worried that once the blood letter was made public, it would cause He Zhu Dao to get angry from embarrassment and even take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father, so my grandfather chose to bear it patiently, and this matter slowly became a knot in his heart." Li Fei heaved a sigh. "Now the knot in your grandfather's heart can be unlocked because this future son-in-law of his has taken revenge for him. Who would want to marry you?" Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance as her enchantingly beautiful face blushed. Deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would notice, she hurriedly turned around. Under the setting sun, the outline of Aurora City eventually appeared before them. Duan Ling Tian and the two young girls returned directly to the Li clan estate. After asking Kair to take the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei and arrived at Li Fei's home. "Fei, you're back." In the vast courtyard stood an old man that was over 70 years of age. The old man had a thin figure, it was as if he would be blown down by the wind. "Grandfather, I have good news to tell you." Li Fei walked into the courtyard and grabbed the old man's hand. Her face emitted a light smile. The old man had a doting expression as he smiled and asked, "What good news?" Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ears and lightly said, "Grandfather, He Zhu Dao is dead." Instantly, the old man's body shook as if struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. The old man took in a deep breath and slowly said, "Fei, you can't joke about things like this." Even though he knew that this granddaughter of his had never lied to him before, what his granddaughter said right now was really too inconceivable. "Grandfather, He Zhu Dao was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Noticing the old man didn't believe her, Li Fei instantly became anxious and hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said that she was begging for help. The old man's cloudy gaze instantly flickered with a sharp light and descended upon Duan Lingtian as if trying to see through him. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoved, like an immovable mountain. "Not bad, you're worthy of your reputation. I now believe that you have the strength to defeat Li Qing." The old man nodded. "Grandfather." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was dumbstruck. Li Fei's face instantly blushed as she fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian. Noticing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to have understood something and laughed out loud. "Grandfather, it's not like that," Li Fei explained in panic. "Fei, you don't have to be shy. Men should get married and women should be married. Moreover, I think this kid isn't bad, he has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although sometimes he likes to talk big, these are just small problems and are not a big deal." As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to contain a hidden meaning pointing to something. "Grandfather, whether I'm talking big or not, you'll know soon. I'll first testify on behalf of Li Fei that your personal enemy who killed your father, He Zhu Dao, is indeed dead. He was killed by sword strike. This spatial ring is the best evidence." Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket as he spoke, then he handed it over to the old man. The old man's hands trembled as he received it and sized it up. The old man was agitated. Right, this is indeed He Zhu Dao's spatial ring. What exactly happened?" he asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian quickly told the entire story to the old man. "Snow python, haha. The heavens aren't blind, the heavens aren't blind." The old man laughed loudly and joyfully. The knot in his heart for many years had finally been unlocked. For a moment, his face glowed as if becoming a few years younger. The old man gathered his breath before sincerely saying to Duan Lingtian, "Lingtian kid, thank you. We're family, so you don't have to be so courteous, grandfather. If I'm not wrong, besides having a burning sensation in your origin energy lately and having a hard time sleeping, when you refine weapons, you frequently feel restless and even feel like you have the heart but not the strength to complete the refinement, right?" Duan Lingtian said, with a serious face. The old man took a deep breath before asking in disbelief, "Lingtian kid, you can really notice my hidden injuries from forcefully increasing my weapon flame's grade just by looking at the spirit weapon I refined?" "Of course, not only can I notice the hidden injuries, I can even help grandfather heal them, but you have to wait until I step into the core formation stage," Duan Lingtian said. The old man was puzzled. "Because only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to condense a pill flame from my origin energy and refine a medicinal pill which can help grandfather's hidden injuries heal," Duan Lingtian slowly said. "Lingtian, kid, even if you have an alchemist's natural talent, becoming an alchemist isn't so simple." The old man laughed bitterly as he that felt Duan Lingtian was reaching beyond his grasp. "Grandfather, no matter what I say now, you wouldn't believe me. In 2 months at most, you will know whether what I said is true or false." Duan Lingtian's body emitted strong self-confidence. Chapter 66, Hidden Dragon List. "Then I'll wait and see." The old man deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. "But for the next 2 months, I hope grandfather stops any weapon refining. Or else, once the weapon flame loses control, even I will be powerless." Duan Lingtian had a serious expression. "Okay, I'll give you 2 months' time." The old man nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled before taking his leave. "Fei, do you think what he said can be trusted?" the old man asked his granddaughter beside him. "Grandfather, I have a feeling that he's very mysterious." "I trust him." Li Fei lightly shook her head and her clear eyes had a light flash in them. "Fei, it's the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like it isn't one-sided between the two of you. Tell grandfather, when did you start to like him?" The old man smiled. "Grandfather, I don't like him. I'm ignoring you." Li Fei blushed from being ashamed, Then she directly returned to her room. This Duan Ling Tian is really not bad, and he even saved Li Fei's life before. Maybe. The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he lightly muttered to himself, seeming to be pondering about something. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and consumed an origin-gathering pill. Then he began cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python form. The medicinal strength of the origin-gathering pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duan Ling Tian's body. Duan Ling Tian guided the warm current with the Raging Python form mental cultivation method, circulating it around his body as he tried his best to develop origin energy. Even with origin-gathering pills, the development of origin energy wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. Until late at night, Duan Ling Tian still had no obvious progress. Duan Ling Tian understood that the increase of his cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single night. As such, he stopped cultivating after a while and went to sleep. The following few days peacefully went by. Life went on with a planned rhythm. Every morning, Duan Ling Tian would cultivate his spirit serpent movement technique in the courtyard. In the afternoon, relying upon the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingzi, he increased the cultivation of his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. At night, he consumed the origin-gathering pill and cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique to develop origin energy. His movement technique, the Spirit Serpent's movement technique, had already broken through the threshold and stepped into the mastery stage earlier when he saved Li Fei. Presently, when executed it, Duan Ling Tian's speed was swift to a shocking degree, but it was still a distance away from stepping into the perfection stage. His defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, had the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingzi, so it advanced at a tremendous pace. Duan Ling Tian was confident in cultivating his greater teleportation to step into the mastery stage within 2 months. As for his cultivation, as time went by, due to the abundant cultivation experience of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian had already sensed the feeling of origin energy inside him. He believed that it wouldn't take him long before being able to successfully develop his origin energy. The flight of time was like a fleeting, white pony's shadow flashing past a crevice. A month later. Dawn. Young master, I've broken through. The young girl in light green clothes walked out from her room and lightly smiled to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. After hearing what she said, he stopped and stood there. The origin energy flickering on the young girl's hands caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent had once again shocked him. From today onwards, you can officially start cultivating the sword skills of the Frost God's sword technique. K'er's breakthrough was slightly out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Duan Ling Tian was happy for her. According to what K'er said, she only consumed 7 origin-gathering pills before successfully completing her breakthrough. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, in terms of natural talent, K'er's present speed in breaking through to the core formation stage would be ranked in the top even in the entire Cloud continent. Up till now, Duan Ling Tian had already consumed 9 origin-gathering pills, and was only halfway to the core formation stage. It would still be some time before he would be able to complete the final breakthrough. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was inferior to K'er's. After all, they both cultivated different cultivation methods. Even though K'er broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, in terms of strength, she wasn't any different from an ordinary first-level core formation martial artist. So she was far from being comparable to the current Duan Ling Tian. Afternoon. The two beauties at home went out to buy groceries, leaving Duan Ling Tian alone. He was greeted an unexpected guest. The guest proclaimed himself to be from the Shao clan, and he came to send an invitation card. The invitation card had an air of dominance. On the front page, a 5-clawed godly dragon was weaved with silver threads. It had a lifelike appearance. Duan Ling Tian had only just opened the invitation card and had not even read it when. Looks like you received the hidden dragon invitation. A young girl wearing light violet clothes with a devilish body and an angel's face slowly walked into the courtyard. Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl with a puzzled expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering for the young geniuses of Aurora City's clans. Only our Aurora City's 3 great clans, youths who seize the top 5 positions in their respective clans, martial meet are qualified to attend the gathering. Young geniuses from the other clans will also be attending, but those families only have one allocated place. This gathering is hosted by the three great clans of Aurora City on a rotation basis, and this year is the Shao clan's turn to host, Li Fei explained. What's the point of this gathering? Duan Ling Tian asked. To re-rank the hidden dragon list. Li Fei lightly smiled as her clear eyes flashed with a trace of burning desire. Hidden dragon list. In his memories, since arriving at the Li clan a few months ago, he seemed to have heard someone mention this hidden dragon list before, but he didn't try to understand it in detail. He didn't know what this hidden dragon list was. The hidden dragon list is a ranking list aimed at ranking the younger generation geniuses of Aurora City in terms of strength. The ranking is considered to have an extremely high worth. The individuals who are listed are all the most outstanding young geniuses of Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was the champion of last year's clan martial meet, was the third youth genius in last year's hidden dragon list. The Shao clan sending out the invitation cards means that the hidden dragon list will be re-ranking the placements. In the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather to interact and spar. In the end, based on personal strength, the new hidden dragon list will be made, Li Fei explained. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the hidden dragon invitation and read it. The gathering date was 3 days from now. The venue was in the Shao clan's estate, on the star observation platform. Boring. Duan Ling Tian casually threw the hidden dragon invitation aside as he yawned. You. What are you doing? Li Fei was dumbstruck. After all, most people were fighting with all they had just to obtain an invitation, but they weren't qualified. But this guy just threw the hidden dragon invitation aside like throwing trash. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Duan Ling Tian asked Li Fei, right, you said earlier that there were only 5 hidden dragon invitations in the Li clan. Yeah. Not anyone can receive a hidden dragon invitation. Li Fei's tone sounded slightly complacent and she had an expression that said, you're ignorant. So it could be said that each hidden dragon invitation has an extraordinary value. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. Of course, almost every youth of the younger generation in Aurora City wants to participate in the yearly Young Genius Gathering, but because the hidden dragon invitation's threshold is too high, they can only be denied entrance at the door. After all, as long as a young genius is able to participate in the gathering, even if they are unable to be ranked on the hidden dragon list in the end, they will still be able to experience the demeanor of the other young geniuses, maybe even gaining benefits from it and allowing their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an, it goes without saying, expression. She quickly noticed Duan Ling Tian picking up the hidden dragon invitation. She naturally thought that after hearing what she said, Duan Ling Tian started to take the hidden dragon list ranking gathering seriously, but who knew that he instead muttered to himself. After hearing what you said, this hidden dragon invitation should be worth a lot of money, right? Looks like I can think about holding a private mini auction to sell off this hidden dragon invitation. Who knows, I might be able to get some money out of it. Yes, I'll do it like this. You, could it be that you have no intention whatsoever to be ranked on the hidden dragon list? After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Li Fei was so angry that her breathing became rapid. In her opinion, including her, as long as it was a young genius of Aurora City, who wouldn't want to be ranked on the hidden dragon list? Being ranked on the hidden dragon list was an extremely great honor. Someone on that list could even possibly leave their name behind in Aurora City, allowing the future generations to look at it with reverence. This Duan Ling Tian, however, seemed to think that it was beneath contempt. It's only some fame and reputation, so I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, not caring one bit. In his previous life, as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he carried tons of honor and glory and was too high to be touched. Towards this sort of reputation, he had long since been indifferent to it. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Li Fei had a complicated gaze. What kind of man was this? His age wasn't old, but he seemed to contain boundless life experiences. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked, right, I nearly forgot. Little Fei, the hidden dragon list ranking, does it have any prizes? For example, the first rank can obtain some valuable medicinal material or precious items. Li Fei's serious expression was instantly destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. She was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. Of course there are prizes. People ranked inside the top 10 of the hidden dragon list will be able to obtain corresponding prizes. These prizes are provided by Aurora City's 3 great clans, and they're even better than the prizes from the earlier clan martial meet. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a slightly blaming gaze as he put away the hidden dragon invitation as if it was a precious treasure. You didn't ask. Looks like you don't understand this future husband of yours enough. Yes, we should exchange our feelings more. Come in my room to exchange. Duan Lingtian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he grinned. Rascal, thick-skinned. Li Fei was so ashamed that she turned around and fled. In 3 days, I'll come find you. We'll go to the Shao clan estate together, she said as she left. This little girl is getting more and more attractive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The burning sensation that came from his lower regions slightly eased up. He wished he could catch up to her and punish her on the spot. Chapter 67, Xiao Yu. 3 days later, Li Fei came at the appointed time. After notifying Ke and his mother, Duan Lingtian left the Li clan estate with Li Fei. The Shao clan estate was situated outside of Aurora City's South City Gate and adjacent to groups of mountains. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei produced their hidden dragon invitations, they entered the Shao clan estate and under the lead of a Shao clan disciple, they entered the star observation platform. The star observation platform was halfway up the hill, occupying a vast area. Besides the resting pergolas on the side, there were plenty of weapon racks. On the weapon racks were various weapons that anyone could desire. When Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived, there were already quite a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the pair attracted the eyes of the crowd. Of course, the gazes of these youths descended upon Li Fei. To these youths that had just undergone puberty, the hot-bodied Li Fei was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Humph! A group of little kids. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows knit, ignoring the gazes that could kill from the surroundings. He extended his hand and dominatingly grabbed onto Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand as if he was putting on a show of force to the surrounding youths. Open your eyes wide and look properly. This is my woman. Li Fei was suddenly surprised by Duan Lingtian's actions. Her devilish body unnoticeably trembled, and her angel-like face blushed. Li Fei used a voice that was almost like a mosquito as she said, "Let go of me. No, I don't want these little kids staring at my future wife." Duan Lingtian was extremely persistent. After struggling for a while and being unable to struggle free from Duan Lingtian, Li Fei stared at him slightly angrily. Even then, you would be the only one who could call me rascal. Other women are not worthy. Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. Li Fei slightly doubted him. Duan Lingtian had a wide grin. Li Fei's clear eyes narrowed as she derided, how about Ke? Ke is different, she's an exception, Duan Lingtian grunted. His tone was filled with a dominating bearing. 9th level of the body tempering stage. Gazes of jealousy and envy descended upon Duan Lingtian one by one. All the youths present quickly saw through Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Every single one of them was at the core formation stage. A body-tempering martial artist suddenly appearing in their midst attracted the attention of everyone. Most importantly, this body-tempering martial artist was actually asking for a beating by holding the hand of one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths instantly had unwilling expressions. As far as they were concerned, a 9th level body-tempering guy had no ability to possess Li Fei. HMPH. The Aurora City Youth Gathering is really getting worse year by year. Even a pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly robust youth sneered at Duan Lingtian. His voice wasn't soft, destroying the short silence in the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him, "Pretty boy? Little Fei, am I really that handsome? Pei, they are insulting you." Even Li Fei felt ashamed for Duan Lingtian's thick face. "Kid, you're jealous, right? You should know that it isn't easy to be a pretty boy. With your idiotic look and that black face of yours, you probably won't even be able to find a wife in the future." Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust youth as he lightly smiled. Immediately, the other youths looked at the robust youth with strange expressions that had a trace of pity. He just had finished calling a pretty boy as an insult, but a second later that person retaliated and said that he couldn't even compare to a pretty boy. "Kid, I want to challenge you." The robust youth exploded in rage, then he started walking towards Duan Lingtian in large strides and in full fury. Just at this moment, a cold grunt sounded from afar. 3 youths quickly walked over. The one that grunted was precisely the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around the age of 18 with a cold and reserved bearing, and his sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unyieldingness. "Young master, you." The robust youth's expression distorted. It was as if he was a mouse that saw a cat. He was so intimidated that he retreated back. At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their tones were filled with respect. The cold youth ignored them as he walked by himself towards Li Fei and Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought that he was about to greet Li Fei, an unbelievable scene unfolded. "You're Duan Lingtian, I'm very interested in you." The cold youth's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flickered full of determination. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. My orientation is very normal." As Duan Lingtian said this, he raised up the hand that held Li Fei's jade-like, small hands and grinned. Li Fei blushed. She wanted to struggle, but she noticed that Duan Lingtian's hand was like an iron pincer. "My orientation is very normal as well. Li Fei, one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, you have a well-deserved reputation." The corners of the cold youth's mouth slightly trembled. His gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to Li Fei as he nodded. He then proceeded to walk towards the innermost pergola in the star observation platform. That was the host's place of rest. On the star observation platform, all the youths present gazed at Duan Lingtian with disbelief. This body-tempering kid could actually cause the cold youth to take him seriously. This was beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Could it be that he is the branch family disciple Duan Lingtian who seized 2nd place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago? It can't be. According to what I know, there should be 5 core formation disciples in the entire Li clan younger generation. Yeah, how could they allow a 9th level body tempering disciple seize 2nd place when they have 5 core formation disciples attending? This is impossible and I don't believe it. I heard of this news as well, and I don't believe it. Something surely went on behind the scenes. I think so too. Young Master Yu was probably cheated as well, or else he wouldn't pay special regard to this kid. These youths looked at Duan Lingtian with even more disdainful gazes. Who is he? He seems so arrogant, Duan Lingtian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiao Yu, the young genius who was 2nd on last year's Hidden Dragon list. At the time, he was 17. A year has passed since then, so his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumors say he's on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes had a sense of reverence. I take it that he was stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng last year. Yes, he defeated Li Feng with only 9 moves during last year's gathering. Finally, because of a small mistake, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, who went on to become the top-ranked young genius on the Hidden Dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he were the same age as Xiao Yu, he would definitely be inferior to him. Xiao Yu is the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top rank in the Hidden Dragon list will certainly be his. Li Fei slowly said, so it would seem that he's much stronger than Li Qing. Li Fei shook her head as she said, Li Qing. They aren't even on the same level. Li Qing participated in last year's Hidden Dragon list ranking battles as well, but he wasn't even qualified to be ranked on the list. I have to admit, hearing you speak so highly of Xiao Yu, even I am getting slightly jealous. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he put on an act that he was slightly unhappy. I'm just speaking of the truth. If you don't want to hear it, then defeat him. At that time, I'll naturally stop praising him. If I defeat him, are there any rewards? Duan Lingtian asked. What naughty ideas are you thinking of? Li Fei said vigilantly. What naughty ideas could I think of? Looks like you think I can defeat him, or else you wouldn't be so vigilant against me. Noticing Duan Lingtian using the opportunity to continuously flirt with her, Li Fei was slightly speechless. Li Qing has arrived. Li Qing was the champion in the Li clan martial meet 1 month ago. He is the fully deserving champion of the Li clan's younger generation. Allegedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. 2nd level of the core formation stage? Isn't that similar to young Master Yu? Even if they are both at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, there is still a difference. Young Master Yu has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, his offensive martial skill has been cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were both cultivated to the mastery stage. Yeah, Li Qing has only recently stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage, however, young Master Yu broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, young Master Yu was ranked 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list whilst Li Qing didn't even have the qualification to be ranked. The difference between the two are like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth that came alone naturally heard the discussions of the people on the star observation platform. His expression slowly turned gloomy. Xiao Yu. His gaze descended upon the innermost pergola onto the cold youth's shadow that was within. But unfortunately, ever since he appeared, Xiao Yu had not once glanced his way. Li Qing's gaze turned slightly cold. He had set a target for himself before coming to this year's gathering: defeat Xiao Yu and be ranked at the top of the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yu, I'll let you be complacent for now, but I will surely defeat you. For sure. Li Qing's eyes were filled with a brutal light. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Li Qing's gaze descended upon the youth and young girl that were in front of him. A youth in violet clothes and a young girl in light violet clothes were standing together. They looked like a pair, a heavenly couple. Especially since their hands were held together. A burning rage arose in Li Qing's heart. He couldn't bear with it anymore and directly walked over. Take your hands away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's cold gaze, which was filled with killing intent, descended onto the youth in violet clothes, seeming ready to swallow him up. I'm curious though, how do you plan on crippling me? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as if he didn't take notice of Li Qing's threat. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy and his eyes emitted a dense coldness as he prepared to attack Duan Ling Tian. Li Qing, I've already told you, I'll never ever be with you, so stop wasting time on me. Li Fei's expression turned grim as she snapped. Fei, once I cripple this trash, then you'll know who is worthy of being your man. Li Qing took a deep breath. He felt it difficult to suppress the rage in his heart. As he took a step forward, his imposing manner seemed to pierce through the sky. Li Qing. Just at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded, causing Li Qing's body to stop in place. Li Qing, if you dare to attack before the gathering begins, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's hidden dragon list will have no relation to you anymore. Unknowingly when Xiao Yu walked over in large strides, his voice icy cold and bone-piercing. Chapter 68, Xiaolan. Fine, I'll wait until the gathering starts and then I'll teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath, then his eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Trash. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a grin. Did this Li Qing really think he admitted defeat the other time because he was scared of him? It was because Patriarch Liao had meddled in the other time. Or else, it would be impossible for him to admit defeat. This time, no one could stop him. Let's go sit over there. After sweeping Li Qing with a disgusted gaze, Li Fei seemed to be trying to avoid a fly as she pulled on Duan Ling Tian's hand and walked into the empty pergola nearby. She sat shoulder to shoulder with Duan Ling Tian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting open from anger. Duan Ling Tian, today, you will certainly die. Li Qing gave Duan Ling Tian the death punishment in his heart. As far as he was concerned, a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that, with his honored status in the Li clan, it wouldn't be a problem even if he killed him. Little Fei, that Li Qing seems like he wishes he was able to eat my flesh and drink my blood right now. Looks like wanting to make you my wife carries with it a threat to my life. Although they were fairly far from each other, Duan Ling Tian could still detect Li Qing's killing intent. You're scared? Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared? As the former strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he really didn't know what scared meant. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had actually arrived relatively early to the genius gathering that was hosted by the Shao clan. As time passed by, more and more people arrived. Among these people were two Li clan members, Li and Li Zhang. Besides the Li clan duo, Duan Ling Tian recognized one more person, Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi once more, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly startled, because he noticed that Lin Qi's disposition had changed. After inheriting the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian saw things in a unique way. With merely a glance, he noticed that Lin Qi had already stepped into the core formation stage. Lin Qi walked over shoulder to shoulder with another youth. This youth was around the age of 18 and had a slight similarity to Lin Qi between his brows. Recalling something he had heard from before, Duan Ling Tian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhou, Lin Qi's elder brother, the top disciple in the Lin clan's younger generation. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Lin Qi also looked towards Duan Ling Tian. He said something to the youth beside him before the two of them walked over quickly. This scene also fell into the eyes of the youth genius present in the star observation platform. Lin Qi greeted Duan Ling Tian. Long time no see. This is my elder brother, Lin Zhou. Elder brother, he is Duan Ling Tian. Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhou to Duan Ling Tian and vice versa. Duan Ling Tian, I have long since heard my little brother mention you. Relying merely on your 8th level body tempering cultivation to defeat him who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage at the time was truly shocking. Lin Zhou lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian. I too have long since heard of your name, the Lin clan's #1 of the younger generation. Nice to meet you, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that during the Li clan martial meet, you could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths even though your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Is this true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he gazed fixedly into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was as if he was trying to see something through Duan Ling Tian's eyes, but he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian only smiled mysteriously. From start to finish, his eyes were tranquil, without any changes. Little Qi, whether it is true or not, you will find out once the gathering begins. You're still worried you won't be able to see it. Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhou was much calmer. The two brothers took their leave a short while after and walked to another empty pergola. This Duan Ling Tian seems to really be not so simple. Could it be that the rumors were true? Even Lin Zhou took the initiative to greet him, so his reputation is great. Yeah, Lin Zhou didn't even pay attention to the Li clan's champion of the younger generation, he directly went to greet Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't Lin Zhou's little brother, Lin Qi, defeated by Duan Ling Tian? Why wasn't there any hostility between them when they met? You don't even understand this. The proverb is correct. A friendship grows from the exchange of blows. Maybe they are already friends. You have a point. The young geniuses from Aurora City's clans started whispering in discussion. When Li Qing heard all this, his face became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is your best opportunity to cripple that Duan Ling Tian. Unknowingly when Lian arrived beside Li Qing and instigated. It isn't your place to make remarks on how I do things, fuck off. Li Qing's gaze turned cold and his voice was icy. Li An's face froze. He took in a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Li An's face was extremely ugly. As one of the outstanding Li clan younger generation disciples, he had his pride. Ever since he started cultivating, among the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing suppressed him at every moment. He had long since been unsatisfied with Li Qing. Now, Li Qing shaming him in such a way caused a killing intent to uncontrollably rise in his heart. Duan Ling Tian's sensitive senses noticed a killing intent, when he raised his head and looked over. Lian, Duan Ling Tian saw Lian leaving from where Li Qing sat. The killing intent came from Lian and was pointed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't simple. Vigilance arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although in terms of strength Li Qing was stronger than Lian, in terms of the level of danger, it would be impossible for Li Qing to reach Lian's level. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian would be the poisonous snake that was hiding in the dark. The latter was much more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, there was a stir in the star observation platform. Xiao Lan is here. Equally famous as Li Fei and Lin Yu Huan, she is one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Her reputation is well deserved. The sounds of exclamations rose and fell. The burning gazes of the youths descended on the young girl who was walking over from afar. The young girl had a head of soft and smooth long hair. It was like a pouring waterfall flying about with the wind. Her drop-dead gorgeous face seemed to have gone through the care and precision of a sculptor. Under the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to transform into a fairy that came down from heaven. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was also drawn by the young girl who was walking over from afar, Xiao Lan. He had heard of this name. One of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, equally famous to Li Fei. In the beginning, he didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, no matter whether it was Kei or Li Fei, they were both rare drop-dead gorgeous beauties. Other women couldn't possibly compare with them. But seeing Xiao Lan today, Duan Ling Tian realized his mistake. This Xiao Lan's looks were indeed not one bit inferior to Li Fei's. Xiao Lan seemed to be around the age of 18. Her actions were elegant and her smile was like a flower. Every smile or frown emitted an exalted and refined charm. If Li Fei was a red rose, charming like fire, then Xiao Lan would be pure like a snow lotus. Although their appearances were on par, their dispositions were completely different, being 2 complete opposites. What an excellent girl of respectable descent. Duan Ling Tian secretly praised her in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt a jolt of pain from his thigh, and he was unable to stop himself from shouting out. Only now did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him and had extended her hand to mercilessly pinch his thigh. Didn't you say that other women are not worthy? Li Fei was slightly vexed. My good Fei, everyone loves a beauty. Hurry and take away your hand, I won't look anymore. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. But in his heart, however, he was busting with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly indicated that she was jealous. In other words, although she wasn't willing to admit it, in her heart she had already tacitly approved of him being her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous? After freely moving about the flower bushes in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with the thoughts of women. Li Fei grunted resentfully. Only then did she let go. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon the young girl beside Xiao Lan. Compared to Xiao Lan, the young girl was outshone. It wasn't that she was ugly. In terms of appearance, she was absolutely on par with Li Shishi. But compared to Xiao Lan, she was quite inferior. Duan Ling Tian watched Xiao Lan and the young girl enter the innermost pergola. At this time, Xiao Yu greeted them. He extended his hand and held Xiao Lan's hand, bringing her into the pergola. So it turned out that she was Xiao Yu's woman. But these guys still dared to look at her unrestrainedly. Aren't they afraid that Xiao Yu will come for them later? Duan Ling Tian noticed that most of the youths still had their gazes fixed upon Xiao Lan. Only you have such complicated thoughts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan are siblings, twins. Twins. For an unknown reason, after hearing what Li Fei said, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiao Lan seems to be not so simple. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended on the young girl beside Xiao Lan. He was sure that this young girl that was around the age of 17 was not a body-tempering martial artist but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she is the Xiao clan's patriarch's daughter, Xiao Yun, the former top disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court. Equally famous to our Li clan's Li Kuang and the Lin clan's Lin Qi, Li Fei said. He finally recalled. When he fought Lin Qi that day, Lin Qi had mentioned Xiao Yun. After a short while longer, everyone had finally arrived. At this time, as the host, Xiao Yu walked out and arrived at the center of the star observation platform. Everyone, before the gathering starts, I have a good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have produced many good things as prizes for the young geniuses that will be ranked in this year's Hidden Dragon list, Xiao Yu slowly said. On the star observation platform, the sounds of hurried breathing could be heard. Especially the youths that weren't from the 3 great clans. All of their eyes shone and they became slightly decomposed. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was able to understand their feelings. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all forms business, meaning the other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To the young geniuses of these small clans, the prizes that were obtained from being ranked in the Hidden Dragon list were prizes that even if their clans spared no efforts to obtain, they would be incapable of getting their hands on it. Young Master Yu, what prizes are there? Tell us. Yeah, young Master Yu, we want to know. The young geniuses from the small clans asked one after the other. Humph, a bunch of bumpkins. Li Qing, who was standing alone at a corner, had a disdainful smile on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 69, Generous Prizes. Li Qing's voice was quite loud. Instantly, all of the young geniuses from the smaller clans glared at him. What? Don't like what I said? If you don't, when the gathering starts, I welcome all of you to challenge me. Li Qing completely turned a blind eye to their enraged gazes. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. This Li Qing actually really thought himself to be peerless under the heavens. Lian watched this from afar with an expression of disdain. Boorish. Using a voice only he could hear, Lian muttered to himself. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, the gazes of all the young geniuses were drawn towards him. Even Duan Ling Tian was no exception. The reason he came to participate in this genius gathering wasn't for the ranking, the Hidden Dragon list, or whatever. He didn't have a sliver of interest in those. The only thing that mattered to him were the material prizes. After the deliberation of our 3 great clans, patriarchs, it was decided that the one who is ranked first in this year's Hidden Dragon list will receive 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 10 origin-increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 300,000 silver. On the star observation platform, the sounds of people letting out breaths of cold air rose and fell. This year's prizes were much better than last year's. Seems to be not bad. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and a greedy light flashed within before vanishing instantaneously. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, no matter where, were considered items of great value. The origin increasing pill was the medicinal pill core formation martial artists used to increase their cultivation level, so it was extremely valuable. Grade 8 gold injury pills, even in the Fresh Breeze Town Lee branch family, there were only 2 then. After using one on Duan Ling Tian, there was only one remaining, easily showing how rare and valuable it was. 300-year-old blood lingzies were more than enough to provide a huge increase to the cultivation stage of a defensive martial skill. The 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you need to obtain it first. Li Fei provoked. Little Fei, if I can get the first rank in this hidden dragon list, you'll become my wife. How about if? We'll talk about it when you really are the first. Li Fei didn't take it seriously. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was extremely bizarre, as Li Fei saw it, his strength was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing's, maybe even slightly inferior to the Lin clan's Lin Zhou, let alone the Shao clan's Shao Yu. Of course, she believed that in the future, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly surpass Lin Zhou and Shao Yu. After all, Duan Ling Tian was only 16 this year. On the other hand, Lin Zhou and Shao Yu were 2 full years older than him. If it was the hidden dragon list ranking of next year, she believed that Duan Ling Tian would be able to be the first. This year, however, she didn't look favorably at Duan Ling Tian. Then I'll take it as you've agreed. His burning gaze once again descended upon Li Fei's hot and charming body. His lower regions were burning as they had a reaction again. Truly an attractive and alluring young girl. If it's like this, isn't it slightly unfair? Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sly expression. Then why don't you tell me what's fair? Duan Ling Tian asked. If you can't obtain the first rank in the hidden dragon list, no matter what ranking you obtain, your prizes must be given to me. Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes with an expression that said, let's see if you dare to agree or not. Little Fei, you really are greedy. When I marry you, I don't have to worry about suffering any losses anymore. Okay, I agree. Hearing Duan Ling Tian agree, the smile that was on the corners of Li Fei's mouth froze. This money grubber actually agreed. Could it be that he really was confident? Or maybe he concealed his strength. At this instant, Li Fei's thoughts couldn't help but cause a sense of regret to be aroused in her heart. Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei's constantly changing expression, so he asked in vigilance, Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Humph. We'll discuss it when you've really got the first place in the hidden dragon list, Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the young geniuses in the star observation platform had slightly calmed their moods. Young Master Yu, the other 2 people who are ranked in the top 3, what are their prizes? Another youth asked. This year's hidden dragon list 2nd and 3rd rank will each get 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 200,000 silver, Xiao Yu answered. Although the prizes of the 2nd and 3rd ranks were significantly lesser than the first, to most of the people present, they were still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the hidden dragon list, they will each get 1 high-grade profound rank martial skill, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 300-year-old blood lingzi, and 100,000 silver, Xiao Yu continued. The star observation platform was filled with a rising determination. As long as they were able to be ranked on the hidden dragon list, besides being well-known in Aurora City, they would still be able to obtain such abundant prizes. Everyone was rubbing their hands together and were eager to have a go. Now the gathering begins. After finishing the announcement, Xiao Yu returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform to stand shoulder to shoulder with his sister, Xiao Lan, and prepare for battle. Brother, unless something unexpected happens, the first rank for this year's hidden dragon list will surely be yours. Xiao Lan smiled faintly, seeming noble and elegant. If it was a month ago, I could be certain that nothing unexpected would happen. But now there's an unknown and unstable element. Xiao Yu shook his head. His gaze directly descended upon the violet-clothed youth far away. He is. Xiao Lan looked over as well. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as a battle-intent surfaced from his body. Duan Ling Tian, the 9th-level body-tempering martial artist that took 2nd place in the Li clan's martial meet. According to the rumors, it's said that he can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Brother, didn't you feel it to be too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then it wouldn't be a groundless rumor. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own 2 eyes that day, how could this be faked? Also, You should know well of my intuition, it has never once been wrong. Xiao Yu slowly said, brother, don't tell me. A startled expression surfaced on Xiao Lan's beautiful face. The intuition of her twin brother was something she was extremely clear of. It could be considered to be a miraculous ability that came naturally. Ever since they were small, her twin brother's intuition had never once been wrong. You're right, my intuition is telling me that he is extremely dangerous. It's difficult to even compare Lin Zhou with him. Xiao Yu nodded. But he seems to only be 16. Xiao Lan's face was slightly red and her breathing was hurried for a second. So what if he's 16? In our Crimson Sky Kingdom's history, there have been many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. The appearance of someone abnormal like Duan Lingtian isn't rare, Xiao Yu said. At this moment, Xiao Yun, who stood beside Xiao Lan, couldn't help herself and spoke. Brother Yu, in the Li clan's martial meet, didn't this Duan Lingtian lose to Li Qing? I heard of this too. Xiao Lan nodded. Lose to Li Qing? Who told you? That was him admitting defeat. Xiao Yu shook his head as if he was thoroughly familiar with the circumstances of the Li clan's martial meet. If he can defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiao Yun was reluctant to concede. Little Yun, let me ask you, if our Xiao clan's martial meet's champion was taken by a branch family disciple that was a disciple of another surname, what would happen? Xiao Yu didn't directly answer Xiao Yun but instead gave her a question. Brother, what you mean is? Someone asked Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That is my guess. Brother Yu, everything you said is only just your guess. Xiao Yun was still slightly unwilling to concede. In her entire life, she only admired one person in terms of the martial Tao, and that person was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu caused her to feel that she was not his equal. But now Xiao Yu said that someone might have the strength to defeat him. Moreover, it was a 16-year-old youth, so it was difficult for her to accept this. Little Yun, whether or not my guess is correct, you'll know very soon. Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't debate with Xiao Yun. Presently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan that had won 3 consecutive victories. His imposing manner shot towards the sky. The youth looked towards the surroundings as he slowly said, is there anyone else who wants to battle me? Me. A Xiao clan youth flew out and stood to face the youth. After a moment, the two fought. Merely in a single move, the Xiao clan youth defeated the other youth. It was a good fight. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong took the 5th place in the Xiao clan's martial meet last month. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan young geniuses present today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple from a large clan, the weakest had such formidable strength. Looks like I don't have a chance of being ranked in the hidden dragon list. Being able to witness the young geniuses of the 3 great families striving for the top rank could also be considered as a pretty good gain. Some of the small clan young geniuses were slightly dejected. Of course, there were some small clan young geniuses who had a fearless battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. After a short while, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 opponents. Li Fei smiled as she said, this Xiao Yong's strength is pretty good, not inferior to Li Zong's. Not bad. Duan Lingtian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was slightly dazed. I naturally didn't sleep enough as I had no wife to hug. Duan Lingtian smiled playfully. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. In this short amount of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another opponent. Is there anyone who wants to battle this Xiao? Xiao Yong said politely. Me. A voice sounded from one of the pergolas on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked over. The youth had a robust build and had a straightforward appearance. If only looking at his outer appearance, he would be thought to be an honest person. But with a closer look, it could be noticed that the youth's eyes were extremely intelligent, and they occasionally flashed with a cunning brilliance. Xiao Yong lightly smiled as he asked, what's your name, brother? The youth blinked his eyes as he said, Meng Quan. Brother Meng Quan, I beseech your guidance. Xiao Long went into stance. Duan Lingtian was originally drowsy, but his spirit was refreshed the moment he saw Meng Quan. What's different about this Meng Quan? Noticing Duan Lingtian's change, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting, interesting. Xiao Yong is going to lose. What have you noticed? Li Fei pursued. Call me brother and I'll tell you. Pay, you wish. Shameless, stinking rascal. Chapter 70. Meng Quan. While Duan Lingtian's spirit was shocked. This Meng Quan is not simple. Xiao Yu's expression was heavy as well. Brother Yu, you wouldn't be wanting to say that this person's strength is also bizarre like Duan Ling Tian's, right? Xiao Yun didn't take it seriously. Just at this moment, Meng Quan and Xiao Yong had started their battle. Xiao Yong's body moved as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly floating as he flashed towards Meng Quan. Middle-grade profound rank movement technique, leaf dance. You're a man, why cultivate a woman's movement technique? Meng Quan shook his head. His legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball, rushing out to intercept Xiao Yong. His speed was faster than Xiao Yong's. Vortex palm. Xiao Yong's pupils constricted. As he flashed towards Meng Quan, he slapped out a palm of accumulated force. His attack was bold and unconstrained, and with origin energy raging, devastating ox fist. When Meng Quan swung out his fist, his origin energy burst apart and caused a surge of invisible currents of air as it moved to intercept Xiao Yong's palm strike. Above both of them were two ancient mammoth silhouettes each, which dashed out and collided together with a loud bang. Meng Quan's body lightly trembled. Xiao Yong emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying. I'm not a match for you. Xiao Yong slowly stood up and nodded to Meng Quan. He was sincerely convinced and thus retreated. Hee, it was a good fight. Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, but his eyes that flickered with a shrewd light sold him out. You had already noticed earlier that Xiao Yong wasn't a match for him. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as if wanting to get the answer from Duan Ling Tian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his strength. His true strength is probably on par with Li Qing's. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at Meng Quan. It was difficult to discern the cultivation of a martial artist at the core formation stage and above only by looking because of the presence of origin energy. The only way to determine an approximate cultivation level was to base the estimation on the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were developed by the martial artist from drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. But Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, was equivalent to a living Rebirth Martial Emperor. His eyesight was unique. He could discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling Meng Quan gave him was similar to Xiao Yu, Lin Zhou, and Li Qing, the second level of the core formation stage. Even though he can defeat Xiao Yong, that only shows that his martial skills have a high cultivation stage. Up until now, he has only exerted the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, opting to not debate on the matter with Li Fei. It wouldn't be long before the facts proved everything. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously he noticed as well. Xiao Yong is really useless. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as her body jerked before lightly descending nearby to Meng Quan. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this scene. Brother, can Xiao Yun defeat him? Xiao Lan asked in a light voice. Based on my estimation, among the young geniuses currently present in the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people who might have a chance at defeating him. So much as there might not even be 3 people. Xiao Lan's elegant and refined face emitted a shocked expression. She didn't expect that besides Duan Ling Tian, there was another who her brother would regard so highly. Big guy, I'll fight you, Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice. Woman, I don't bully women. Meng Quan frowned. Xiao Yun's face turned red from anger and her delicate body started to wildly tremble. Does this Meng Quan think that defeating Xiao Yong makes him peerless under the heavens? 1 month ago during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiao Yong wasn't Xiao Yun's match either, yet he actually dares to look down upon Xiao Yun. This bumpkin probably doesn't even recognize Xiao Yun. Since when did the Meng clan have such a figure? Some of the youths from the small clans started to discuss together. Go die, Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure transformed into a gust of wind that flew towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was faster than the earlier Xiao Yong, even having a speed comparable to Meng Quan's. Meng Quan was slightly shocked. Not daring to continue looking down upon Xiao Yun, he moved to intercept her. This time, Meng Quan and Xiao Yun collided head-on and were equally matched. This Xiao Yun's strength is quite good. That's for sure. Among the younger generation females of the Xiao clan, her natural talent isn't inferior to Xiao Lan's. Li Fei said. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he asked, how about compared to you? More or less, Li Fei said. Xiao Yun is about to lose. Abruptly, Duan Ling Tian saw the slight movements of Meng Quan and his eyebrows raised up. This guy finally couldn't hold back any longer. He could clearly see the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist instantly increase explosively, surpassing the scope of a first-level core formation martial artist. But it did not reach the second level of the core formation stage, thus it did not draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop the third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something Xiaoyun could compare to. Meng Quan attacked once more, its sound and force like thunder. Xiaoyun was knocked backwards and her face turned deathly pale as she looked at Meng Quan in disbelief. She noticed that the strength of this big guy seemed to instantaneously increase a level, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. Let's do it again. Meng Quan grinned. Xiaoyun glared in return, angrily returning to Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan's side. Good. All the young geniuses from the smaller clans had expressions of disbelief and couldn't help themselves from cheering. Although they had compassion towards women, Meng Quan was, after all, a young genius from the smaller clans like them, so Meng Quan's accomplishments allowed them to gain pride and satisfaction. All battle you. A figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong's strength was pretty good, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of a single punch from Meng Quan, so he lost quickly. Okay, you guys play first, I'll take a short rest. After defeating Li Zhong, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and started gobbling down the light refreshments and tea prepared by the Xiao clan. As time flew by, most of the people present had commenced a battle. Only a few youths of the three great clans were yet to commence a battle. Among them were Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Li Fei flew out and descended in the center of the star observation platform, attracting many burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei was on par with Xiao Lan. But the two of them were completely different types. Compared to Xiao Lan, who was like a fairy that transcended the mundane, Li Fei was the other extreme. With a devilish body and a face of an angel, she was even more attractive to men. Xiao Lan. Li Fei's gaze descended upon Xiao Lan as she called her name in challenge. Both being one of Aurora City's three beauties, none of them were willing to give in, as they both wanted to defeat the other in an aspect. For a moment, the gazes of the people present all shone. A spar between two of the three beauties of Aurora City was a rare scene indeed. They all felt that this trip wasn't for naught. Xiao Lan moved with graceful steps, coming to face Li Fei. Two unrivaled beauties standing together caused the atmosphere in the star observation platform to become silent. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't miss their fight, and he watched on with a fixed gaze. Li Fei moved, seeming like a flashing red rose, her speed fast like a bolt of lightning. Cloud prancing. Xiao Lan moved as well. Her transcendent figure seemed to flutter. Above each of the two young girls were two ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out, seeming to be cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two young girls were on par. Li Fei's fist smashed down with origin energy bursting forth, transforming into a fist silhouette that seemed to be a falling shooting star. It was difficult to distinguish its genuineness. Cloud-dispelling palm. Xiao Lan's palm swept out with a shapeless current filled with origin energy that dispersed out as if transforming into a group of white clouds. They seemed tranquil but actually contained killing intent. Among the fist silhouettes, Li Fei's true fist strike blasted out, creating a surge of explosions in the air. After the group of clouds, Xiao Lan's fine, jade-like hands appeared as a palm suffused with vast amounts of origin energy descended. The palm and fist collided with each other. The bodies of the two girls jerked before both retreating 3 steps. Noticing Li Fei's body jerking, Xiao Lan seemed to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, leave it at this. Even if you continue, it would only result in you two being equally matched. How about stopping here? But she knew that what Duan Ling Tian said was a fact. Xiao Yu stood out as well as he said with a smile, yeah, you two will be considered as tied. If the two of you go at it head to head, the result would be both of you being injured. After returning to Duan Ling Tian's side, Li Fei asked in a questioning manner, were you worried that I'd injure her? Slander. I absolutely didn't have such thoughts. I was only afraid she would injure you and affect your ranking in the hidden dragon list. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly provided an explanation. Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course, Duan Ling Tian said decisively. That Meng Quan. Suddenly, Li Fei lifted her head and looked afar. Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped before returning to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended upon a proud and aloof figure that stood afar. That's right, no doubt about it. You are Li Qing, right? Didn't you say we were all bumpkins and we could challenge you? I'll now represent as bumpkins and challenge you, the Li clan's genius. Meng Quan was speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned gloomy as he walked out quickly. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a sneer as if he had heard the joke of the century. What's with all the nonsenses? Let's fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good. I will quickly make you regret your decision. Li Qing turned angry from embarrassment. Li Qing's body flashed towards Meng Quan as three ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly formed above him. His speed was shockingly fast. I heard long ago that the Li clan's #1 in the younger generation, Li Qing, had cultivated his high-grade profound rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, he really has a well-deserved reputation as expected. Since Meng Quan dared to challenge him, his courage deserves compliment. But unfortunately, before Li Qing, who's at the second level of the core formation stage, it isn't enough. No matter what, Meng Quan is fighting for us. The young geniuses of the smaller clans discussed with each other. Finally, I have a worthy opponent, Meng Quan said in a slightly lazy manner, his body moving straight after. Instantly, three ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Meng Quan's legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball that had a speed not one bit inferior to Li Qing's, moving to intercept him. The strength of three ancient mammoths. On the star observation platform, besides Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, everyone else was dumbstruck. This Meng Quan was actually a second-level core formation martial artist. Chapter 71. Duan Ling Tian makes an entrance. Only now did the people present realize that this Meng Quan was concealing his strength during the battles earlier. He wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. He was actually the fourth second-level core formation martial artist present besides Xiao Yu, Lin Zhou, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted. His state of mind was obviously startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Meng Quan's full-force punch had even denser origin energy. Dark nether finger. Origin energy twisted around Li Qing's right index finger and condensed into a bizarre origin energy whirlpool. Then he pointed out his finger as if all his energy was gathered on it. This finger strike touched Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's expression focused as his body flew backwards, causing a surge of piercingly cold wind. Meng Quan's eyes flickered with intelligence as he said indifferently, as expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dark Nether Finger. You were able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, so your comprehension is really good. But a Dark Nether Finger only at the mastery stage, I'm afraid it's unable to defeat me. Bullshit. Li Qing shouted harshly as his body flashed, seeming to transform into a gust of wind blowing towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the side. He's going for the weapons. Instantly, many people perceived what Meng Quan was planning. Meng Quan was precisely moving towards the weapon racks. Seeing this, Li Qing didn't pursue but instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he pursued and won, it would still be an undignified victory, so he disdained doing so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only then would he be able to trample on his opponent's dignity, receive gazes of veneration from the surrounding spectators, and satisfy his conceited heart. Meng Quan lifted his hand and grabbed a weapon off the weapon rack, a black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. He flashed towards Meng Quan as if transforming into a dragon that was swimming swiftly like a flash and drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. Come at me. Meng Quan released a loud shout as the black iron rod in his hand shook, lightly trembling. Thousand Shadow Rod. Instantly, the black iron rod trembled and was swung out along the course of Meng Quan's hand. A string of rod shadows descended straight towards Li Qing, who was moving towards him, menacingly approaching. That's all you got. Li Qing's feet stomped on the ground in a hurry, avoiding the black iron rod as he pointed his finger out. His finger strike tore through space as it went straight for Meng Quan. If his finger that contained a whirlpool of origin energy were to touch Meng Quan, the consequence would be obvious. Don't get happy too early. Meng Quan smiled indifferently. An ominous premonition arose in Li Qing's heart. A strong gust of wind came from behind. Li Qing's expression distorted as he hurriedly withdrew his dark nether finger and exerted strength with his legs. Not only that, he even instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden Bell Cover. The black iron rod menacingly approached and shattered the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body, descending upon his back and blasting him flying. Li Qing was unable to maintain his balance and dropped to the ground in a sorry state. His back faced the sky while his face faced the ground. eating a mouthful of dust. Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing as he indifferently said, the middle-grade profound rank defense martial skill, golden bell cover, at the mastery stage isn't enough to withstand my 1000 shadow rod. But it was fortunate that you circulated golden bell cover in time and nullified half of the force from 1000 shadow rod. If you hadn't, this rod strike would have been more than enough to shatter your spine. Right, bear in mind not to insult others as bumpkins. Your current circumstances would only cause others to think you're even inferior to a bumpkin. The flames of annihilation and fierceness disappeared from Meng Quan's eyes, and his serious expression quickly returned to his earlier straightforward appearance. If everyone hadn't experienced the resolute and ruthless side of him earlier, they might really be cheated by his harmless appearance. Li Qing had only just recovered slightly from his injuries with the assistance of a grade 9 gold injury pill. Hearing what Meng Quan said caused him to nearly faint from anger. I didn't expect Meng Quan's strongest move to not be his middle-grade profound rank martial skill, devastating ox fist, but the high-grade profound rank 1000 shadow rod, and his 1000 shadow rod seems to have stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan possesses the 1000 shadow rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so blunt to Li Qing. Do you really think he has any relationship with the Li clan? I nearly forgot about that. Satisfying. This Li Qing said that we were bumpkins earlier, but now he's even inferior to a bumpkin. Ha ha. The young geniuses of the smaller clans had expressions filled with pride and satisfaction as they looked at Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned even uglier. Gloomy to the point that it seemed that water would drop out. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan as he said, in a cold voice, Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was only careless earlier. If not for that you might not have been able to defeat me. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skills and movement technique were on par with Meng Quan's. The reason he lost was because he was prejudiced by his first impression of Meng Quan and looked down upon him. What, do all of your Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life-and-death battle earlier, and I followed up my victory by pursuing you, you would undoubtedly have died. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah, even if you were careless, that is your problem. One of the young genius from a small clan couldn't help himself from speaking in support. Humph. In the Hidden Dragon List competition, victory is decided in a single battle, so I will naturally abide by this rule. But after today, I will sooner or later find you for a battle and wash away the shame of today. Li Qing grunted. You think I will waste more of my physical strength on you? This won't do, I'm hungry again. Meng Quan quickly ran back into the pergola and started gulping down the light refreshments inside, causing the people present to be amazed. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is interesting. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Hurry up and tell the truth. Did you notice since the beginning that he was at the second level of the core formation stage? Li Fei looked towards Duan Ling Tian with an expression that said, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh, and said, with a slight lingering fear, Little Fei, you're not even my wife yet and you already have the appearance of a household affairs manager. Hey, if you become my wife in the future, won't I be entirely controlled by you? Go to hell. Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a glare before extending her delicate, jade-like hands to pinch his thigh. Duan Ling Tian's face turned green, in the innermost pergola on the star observation platform. Brother, you saw through Meng Quan since the beginning, right? And you didn't even warn me, causing me to go and bring misfortune to myself, Xiao Yun said, slightly dissatisfied. Little Yun, my intuition told me he wasn't simple. As for the matter of him being at the second level of the core formation stage, even I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Just at this moment, a voice broke the momentary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out and his gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian unhurriedly walked out of the pergola and slowly walked to face Lin Qi. Compared to the way Lin Qi made an appearance, it formed a distinct contrast. A body-tempering martial artist will always be a body-tempering martial artist. Even if the rumors were even more exaggerated, it wouldn't change the fact that he's only a body-tempering martial artist. Many youth geniuses from the smaller clans glanced at Duan Ling Tian in disdain. Of course, their eyes obviously emitted a trace of envy. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had a faint smile on it. He guessed the reason why these people were against him. That little girl, Li Fei, was really a source of trouble. Duan Ling Tian, Rumors say you can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on your 9th-level body tempering cultivation. Today, I really want to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian as his battle intent increased. That would depend on whether you're capable of forcing me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Lin Qi had a serious expression but didn't reply. His body flashed as he exploded forth with his full strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Lin Qi, who had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, had a speed increase of an entire 2 times compared to the speed he had when he fought with Duan Ling Tian the other day. But Lin Qi's high-grade profound rank movement technique, traceless snow steps, was still at the initial stage. However, Duan Ling Tian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian moved. He suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds, so the second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. As the spectators saw it, he was only using the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. However, relying on a strength that was 1,000 pounds lower than Lin Qi. In terms of speed, Duan Ling Tian's mastery staged spirit serpent movement technique utterly defeated Lin Qi's initial staged traceless snow steps. Fuck, I admit defeat. Lin Qi pursued Duan Ling Tian for a moment, but after noticing that he was completely unable to catch up to him, he couldn't stop himself from spouting out a vulgarity. He was clear of Duan Ling Tian's skills. Under the condition that he was unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the ending, he didn't continue to persist. Persisting would only lead to an even greater loss of face. Duan Ling Tian, your movement technique seems to already be higher than my traceless steps by a stage. Lin Qi glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Nice insight. Duan Ling Tian grinned. The strength this guy used earlier was absolutely approaching the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Lin Qi thought in his heart. He realized that Duan Ling Tian was purposefully concealing his weakness. What movement technique did this Duan Ling Tian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth and was able to be faster than Lin Qi, who exerted the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. The young geniuses of the smaller clans didn't dare to look down upon Duan Ling Tian anymore. Does anyone else wish to provide their guidance? Since he was already in the arena, Duan Ling Tian didn't plan to leave straight away. After all, walking up and down was quite tiring. Li Qing's expression was gloomy. He wanted to battle Duan Ling Tian, but his injuries still needed a while longer to heal. Duan Ling Tian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he swore in his heart. I'll try. A figure flashed over from afar, descending in front of Duan Ling Tian. Lin Zhou. There's a common saying, hunting a tiger requires the cooperation of brothers. Looks like you plan to imitate our forefathers, Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, the Lin Chan's top disciple in the younger generation. The 9th ranked in last year's Hidden Dragon list. Chapter 72, Sleeve Dimension. Duan Ling Tian and Lin Zhou stood confronting each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were all focused on them. Lin Zhou, 18, second level of the core formation stage, the top disciple in the Lin clan younger generation. Duan Ling Tian, 16, 9th level of the body tempering stage, the Li clan's second place in the younger generation. Lin Zhou's strength was widely known. However, this Duan Ling Tian was a figure that was like a comet suddenly appearing on the horizon. Allegedly, he could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on his 9th level body tempering cultivation. Xiaolan blinked her beautiful clear eyes as she asked, "Brother, who do you think will win?" "I favor Duan Ling Tian." Xiao Yu's cold face had a rare smile on it. Xiao Yun besides him didn't interrupt this time. She looked at Duan Ling Tian full of interest. This rascal. Li Fei lightly grit her teeth as her eyes that were clear as water looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Let's start this." Lin Zhou nodded to Duan Ling Tian, after which his body flashed. Swift lightning steps. Lin Zhou's body flashed accompanied by the sound of thunder striking, approaching in full fury. Noticing this, Duan Ling Tian moved as well. His entire body seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he scurried towards Lin Zhou. "Eat this," Lin Zhou shouted in a low voice. His hand was like palm leaf fan as it slapped down abruptly. Heaven's net palm. Lin Zhou's palm descended like a net that covered the heavens and earth, enveloping Duan Ling Tian within and causing him to be unable to flee. The hearts of the people present trembled as they saw this scene. Lin Zhou's heaven's net palm had almost completely enveloped Duan Ling Tian's upper body. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian could only choose to fight Lin Zhou head-on, Duan Lingtian's body inclined to a degree that seemed like he would fall flat at any moment. This scene caused everyone's heart to be in their throats. Duan Lingtian's body that was about to touch the floor jerked and abruptly stood up straight, then it seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he leapt behind Lin Zhou. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, every gaze was filled with disbelief. Is this Duan Lingtian human? Able to complete a movement of such high difficulty? Duan Lingtian fixed his eyes on Lin Zhou's back and his gaze turned cold. His entire body seemed to bend into a heavy bow as he swung out a straight punch with force that was exerted like a landslide, causing a surge of shapeless wind. Lin Zhou's eyes flashed with astonishment. Feeling the wind coming from behind him, he increased his speed. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths completely exploded forth. His speed surged as fast as lightning, dodging Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist with ease. Duan Lingtian, if you want to defeat me, merely relying on a strength that's close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths isn't enough. Lin Zhou noticed with a glance that Duan Lingtian was purposely suppressing his strength. Duan Lingtian didn't reply. His body flashed once more. Instantly, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 0.29,000 pounds of strength exploded forth. He was only 1,000 pounds of strength short from forming the 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's speed experienced an increase. He was not one bit slower than Lin Zhou's swift lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his spirit serpent movement technique and Lin Zhou's swift lightning steps were both high-grade profound rank movement techniques and both were cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 1,000 pounds weaker than Lin Zhou, so his speed was not visibly slower than Lin Zhou's. Eat this! Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Zhou once again rushed towards Duan Lingtian, slapping out a palm that raged with origin energy. This time, the net formed of palm silhouettes that covered the heavens and earth nearly completely enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body, causing him to have no way out. Duan Lingtian can't dodge it this time. Many people on the star observation platform thought in their hearts. Li Fei's heart rose to her throat as well. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian, who was in a sticky situation, finally moved. His hand flashed past his waist. The flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have grown a pair of eyes as it directly slapped towards a sword silhouette at the side. The flat side of the sword slapped out and a clear ringing sounded. Lin Zhou's face distorted. Swift lightning steps. He hastily retreated, the sharp pain coming from his palm caused Lin Zhou to unconsciously flip his palm over and take a glance. On his palm was a 2-finger-wide bruises caused by a sword blade. This scene was caught by many of the people present. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian actually broke Lin Zhou's heaven's net palm with a single sword strike. No matter whether it was the young geniuses of the 3 families or the young geniuses of the smaller clans, they all presently had an expression filled with disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhou was stupefied for a moment before glancing at Duan Lingtian with a face filled with a bitter smile. He understood that Duan Lingtian had showed mercy. If Duan Lingtian hadn't used the flat side of the sword but used the blade instead, his palm would surely have been sliced in half. Duan Lingtian smiled to Lin Zhou. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. A martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage exerting the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. It was absolutely unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied upon the strength of 2 ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhou, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, no wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is marvelous. Seeing it today, its reputation is well deserved as expected. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun followed behind him. At this moment, the 2 girls looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that emitted a trace of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Lingtian was younger than them. Brother Xiao, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His gaze descended upon Xiao Lan, who was beside Xiao Yu, and nodded to her. My brother rarely gives out praise, Duan Lingtian. You're worthy of it. Xiao Lan smiled beautifully, like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal realm. Yeah, brother Yu has never once praised me. Xiao Yu deeply approved. Then I'm even more terrified. A sweet fragrance invaded his nose as a young girl with a devilish body and angelic appearance arrived beside Duan Lingtian. Her hand secretly arrived at Duan Lingtian's waist, lightly twisting. A sharp pain descended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth jerked. This overly jealous girl. Brother Xiao, I expended some physical strength earlier, so I'll go get some rest first. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Xiao Yu. He could imagine how if he was slightly hesitant, Li Fei would surely use even more force. Yeah, Xiao Yu, among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems like only you and Lian haven't had a battle yet. Why don't the two of you have a battle? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no problem with that, but I wonder if Lian would grant me this honor. Xiao Yu looked at the nearby Lian. Young Master Yu, spare me, please. How could I be a match for you? Lian hurriedly shook his head in disapproval. Xiao Yu's eyebrows knit. What he disdained the most was the type of person who didn't even have the courage to fight him. In his opinion, this of person wouldn't have any great achievement in their lifetime. Besides natural talent and comprehension, courage was the most important trait for a martial artist. Just at this moment, a white-clothed, proud, and aloof figure returned to the arena. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze swept past Li Fei just in time to see her walking away shoulder to shoulder with Duan Ling Tian. His expression was ugly and his gaze turned grim and cold. Xiao Yu naturally caught Li Qing's actions. Li Qing, have the injuries from your battle with Meng Quan healed? Xiao Yu asked, as he was reluctant to take advantage of him. It's only external injuries. They all healed after I consumed a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded. His gaze was still cold and grim. Xiao Yu nodded, then he moved to confront Li Qing after asking the two girls beside him to stand back. Then let's start. Xiao Yu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmovable like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended upon Xiao Yu. If I can defeat Xiao Yu, Fei Fei will surely hold me in high esteem, so much so that she might leave Duan Ling Tian and choose me, Li Qing thought in his heart, his gaze fanatical, battle intent rising. Defeat Xiao Yu. Li Qing's body jerked as he fully exerted his strength of 3 ancient mammoths and rushed towards Xiao Yu. He noticed that Xiao Yu standing before him without any intention of making a move. Xiao Yu, I'll defeat you in one move. Li Qing's gaze was cold as his hand shook and swept past the sky in full fury. His origin energy condensed into a whirlpool at the tip of his finger as he pointed it out, whistling through the air as it approached Xiao Yu. Right at the instant Li Qing attacked, Xiao Yu moved. Above him, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. He shook his sleeve as he moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly, Li Qing's expression distorted. He noticed that his finger strike seemed to have hit a ball of cotton. He had absolutely nowhere to exert the force within. In the next moment, he realized the danger involved and hurriedly withdrew his hand. It's too late. A cold voice entered Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's sight turned black and he was blasted flying by Xiao Yu's sleeve, shocking his internal organs and causing him to feel something rush forth into his throat. The pride in his heart made Li Qing forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a strong martial skill. Duan Ling Tian was slightly moved. Xiao Yu's action of swinging his sleeve seemed casual, but in reality it contained a terrifying martial skill which countered strength using softness. It was virtually identical in nature to Tai Chi from his previous life, but unfortunately, the Tai Chi from his previous life had long since declined. At least Duan Ling Tian had never met a true Tai Chi master. Tai Chi, it only appeared in the morning exercise of elderly people in parks, having form but not the spirit. Could it be that the martial skill young Master Yu executed earlier was the Shao clan's strongest high-grade profound rank martial skill, sleeve dimension? Too terrifying, breaking Li Qing's mastery staged dark nether finger with just a swing of the sleeve. Completely not on the same level. Looks can be deceiving. Now I believe that Duan Ling Tian absolutely didn't willingly admit defeat that day. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses started discussing animatedly and did not suppress their voices one bit. These voices felt like sharp needles as they entered Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duan Ling Tian in front of everyone, and let you all know the disparity between him and me. Li Qing swore in his heart. Li Qing looked towards Xiao Yu and asked, in a heavy voice, Xiao Yu, your sleeve dimension has been cultivated to the perfection stage. Xiao Yu nodded lightly. No wonder. Next time, once my dark nether finger steps into the perfection stage, I will surely come battle you once more. I want to see if your sleeve dimension stronger or if my dark nether finger stronger. Leaving these remarks, Li Qing moved aside. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he indifferently said, I'll naturally accompany you. Sleeve dimension, what a domineering martial skill. Chapter 73. Cut off your finger. Xiao Yu could be considered to have defeated Li Qing without the slightest effort, without any consumption whatsoever. His gaze fell upon the faraway Meng Quan, who was still eating and drinking to his heart's content. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiao Yu directly issued a challenge to Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another dim sum and swallowed it before slowly walking out of the pergola. I'll be using a weapon straight off if it's fighting you, or else I'll surely end up like Li Qing, getting sent flying by a swing of your sleeve. Notifying Xiao Yu, Meng Quan drew a black iron rod from the weapons rack. Do as you please. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood to face Xiao Yu. The straightforward smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Although I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to know the disparity between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City's younger generation. Meng Quan had an earnest expression. Suddenly, he moved. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Arriving in front of Xiao Yu in the blink of an eye, the black iron rod in his hand trembled, whistling through the air as it descended. His rod strike transformed into tens of rod shadows as it descended, smashing straight towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu still did not move, he stood there, immovable like a mountain. Facing Meng Quan's head-on blow, his sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost completely twined the sleeve as it lightly jerked. Sleeve dimension. He swung his sleeve out to intercept Meng Quan's menacingly approaching rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod jerked, avoiding Xiao Yu's sleeve, and instantly changed directions to a horizontal sweep at Xiao Yu's waist. Shapeless waves of air vibrated, as the might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If a normal person were to be smashed by this rod strike, it would lead to paralysis, or even death. Huh, Xiao Yu is actually not dodging. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He noticed that if Xiao Yu wanted to dodge the attack from Meng Quan, it wouldn't be difficult. But he instead didn't dodge, and he didn't execute sleeve dimension again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan's rod strike to smash down. Is young Master Yu planning to receive Meng Quan's rod strike head-on? Many people had their eyes wide open with expressions of disbelief. Among the people present, only the 4 Shao clan youths and young girls, including Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, had tranquil expressions. It was as if they were not one bit surprised. Meng Quan's rod strike finally smashed onto Xiao Yu's waist, or more accurately, it smashed the defensive chi barrier on Xiao Yu's body. The defensive chi barrier abruptly shuddered. In the next moment, it completely shattered. And at the exact moment the defensive chi barrier shattered, Meng Quan let out a shrill cry as he was blasted flying along with his rod, both falling on the ground in a sorry state. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiao Yu also know it? Moreover, Xiao Yu's greater teleportation was at a higher stage than his, already being cultivated to the mastery stage. That's why he was able to take Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod head-on. After all, they were both high-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage. It's Star Shift. I heard that the Shao clan possesses a heaven-defying high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill that is able to give someone a dose of their own medicine. Young Master Yu was able to use Star Shift to counter Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod head-on. He surely has cultivated Star Shift to the mastery stage. Oh my god, perfect stage sleeve dimension, mastery stage Star Shift. Young Master Yu's comprehension ability is truly shocking. Many people recognize the defensive martial skills Xiao Yu executed. Star Shift, so that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The greater teleportation he cultivated in Xiao Yu's Star Shift were martial skills that had an almost identical effect. The defensive martial skill you cultivate is also Star Shift. Hearing the discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression. She had once fought with Duan Ling Tian and thus knew of the strangeness of his defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's Star Shift. No, only the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called greater teleportation. You don't have to be so ruthless, right? I rather be defeated how Li Qing was, being forced back by a single swing of your sleeve. If I knew earlier how abnormal your defensive martial skill was, I wouldn't even have fought you. Meng Quan got up with a face full of dust and glanced at Xiao Yu with a gaze filled with hidden bitterness. Immediately, it attracted a wave of sincere laughter. Meng Quan, you were able to make young Master Yu use Star Shift. It's already worthy to be proud of. Yeah, at least you're stronger than someone who is even inferior to bumpkins. Many people laughed as they talked. Don't compare me to someone who suffered defeat at my hands, that's insulting me. Meng Quan glared with an unsatisfied expression. Li Qing, who was standing at the side, had a gloomy expression. He was enraged to the limit. Duan Ling Tian, I want to battle you. Meng Quan looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, returning back to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. After all, his target was the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. If he wanted to get the first rank, then it was necessary for him to have the strength to dominate all of the young geniuses present, but he was puzzled. Why would this Meng Quan directly choose him? He seemingly hadn't fought Lin Zhou yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponent would only be Lin Zhou and Li Qing. But now Li Qing was defeated by me, and I can't defeat Xiao Yu, whereas you defeated Lin Zhou. Thus, I naturally would choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even need to fight Lin Zhou anymore, Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After thinking about it, it was indeed the right argument. You're pretty astute. After a short moment, Meng Quan attacked, exploding forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He attacked like a gust of wind with rod shadows that covered the skies, smashing straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian moved at a tricky angle, avoiding Meng Quan's rod strike. Noticing Meng Quan's rod strike was sweeping towards him horizontally, Duan Ling Tian moved once more. As if transforming into a serpent, he coiled along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand and moved towards him. There was a common saying, hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you. What the saying said might be what happened right now. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Duan Ling Tian's fist smashed directly at Meng Quan's chest, blasting him flying. Phew! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood before glaring at Duan Ling Tian. What movement technique is that? It feels like it restrains my 1000 shadow rod. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. Haven't you heard of, hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you? Even that is possible. Meng Quan smiled bitterly as he withdrew himself. Hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you. Duan Ling Tian's movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique, virtually seems to be made just to restrict Meng Quan's 1000 shadow rod. Meng Quan is really unlucky. Many people had odd smiles on their faces, they could perceive Meng Quan's grievance, just. At this moment, Li Qing walked out in large strides to arrive in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows raised. Li Qing, you don't seem to be lightly injured. Don't tell me you want to fight me in such a state. It's more than enough to defeat you. Li Qing sneered. Everyone can brag. Come on. Duan Ling Tian silently awaited for Li Qing to make his move. Wait. Unexpectedly, Li Qing abruptly called out. Duan Ling Tian frowned. This Li Qing was so bothersome. Why don't we make a bet? Li Qing took in a deep breath. His eyes that were like an array of stars glistened. What bet? The loser of our battle will not come into contact with Fei Fei for their entire lifetime and must take a detour as long you could see her from afar. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing said directly. Duan Ling Tian's expression froze. He originally thought Li Qing would bet some medicinal pills, silver, or some sort of other bet. Li Qing got angry from embarrassment. Nothing, I just feel it's funny. What are you to little Fei? And what qualifications do you have to use little Fei in a gamble? Did you ask little Fei's opinion? Also, little Fei is a person, not an item, she has her own thoughts. What were you thinking when you made her a part of your gamble? Did you take her as an item that could be casually lost to another? As Duan Ling Tian asked, each question caused Li Qing's expression to distort. Li Qing was both embarrassed and enraged, but he didn't know how to retort. Nicely said, Meng Quan praised. The gazes of the surround people towards Li Qing had a trace of contempt. Speaking of such a gamble, this Li Qing really doesn't want his face anymore. Any person with a good sense would easily notice that Li Fei liked Duan Ling Tian. Looks like he really likes Li Fei. Xiao Lan's clear eyes flashed. Vaguely flickered within was a trace of a sense of loss. When Li Qing spoke of the gamble, Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost, but when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said, her expression finally eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Ling Tian was actually so noble. Her heart was warm. Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead. Under his extreme rage, Li Qing almost completely lost all reason. On the space above him, the forces of heaven and earth shook as 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Li Qing attacked madly, every move containing a bloodthirsty killing intent, without a single shred of mercy. going straight towards Duan Ling Tian's vital points. As he dodged, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Even a kind person would get enraged when threatened. Li Qing, you're going too far. Duan Ling Tian sneered as his right hand flashed past his waist and a violet sword shine appeared once again. The icy cold sword strike that was swift and fierce intercepted Li Qing's dark nether finger. Li Qing swiftly withdrew his attack, dodging Duan Ling Tian's sword strike before striking with his finger once more, aiming towards the flat-side violet meteorite flexible sword's blade, but his finger strike descended onto empty space. Duan Ling Tian had already sheathed his sword. Since you want to kill me, then I'll cut off your finger. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice had just sounded. In the time it took a bolt of lightning to flash, he drew his sword once more and a violet sword shine flashed by. Sword drawn, finger cut. Ah! Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand clasped the bloody spot where his right hand's finger was cut off, his face deathly pale. At this moment, his cut-off finger had already dropped on the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to pour as he extended his left hand to pick up his cut-off finger, leaving the star observation platform as if he was flying. At this moment, what hidden dragon? List ranking, what Li Fei? He didn't give a care. He only knew that if he didn't connect this cut-off finger in time, the dark nether finger that he bitterly cultivated for years would be completely crippled. His dark nether finger's might was all on the index finger of his right hand. Duan Ling Tian, I will surely return today's shame 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar. Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a cold smile, entirely not paying any attention to Li Qing's threat. Chapter 74, Battle for the First. The young geniuses in the star observation platform only reacted after Li Qing's figure disappeared before them. Whoosh! 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 Gazes descended onto the violet-clothed youth one after the other. They all felt a chill run down their spines. This Duan Ling Tian had acted really decisively. If he said that he would cut off one finger, then he wouldn't cut off a second. Most of the young genius eyes emitted a trace of reverence. Duan Ling Tian used his formidable strength and decisive approach to win the reverence of these young geniuses. He was different from the other young geniuses. The corners of Li An's mouth curled into a sneer as a sense of joy arose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a little branch family disciple like you will face the Grand Elder's rage. Li Qing being crippled was something he was happy about. Duan Ling Tian getting into trouble was something he was happy about as well. You're too rash. Li Qing is the Grand Elder's grandson after all, and the Grand Elder has always been protective. Li Fei looked towards Duan Ling Tian, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knit. Little Fei, are you worried about me? Duan Ling Tian laughed faintly. You can still laugh even at such a time. Li Fei said angrily. Don't worry, today's matter is something that many people bore witness to. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and persistently at my heels, I wouldn't have gone so far as to cut off his finger. I didn't kill him, it could be considered as me giving Grand Elder enough face. Duan Ling Tian made nothing of it. Regarding today's matter, Grand Elder indeed won't cause trouble for you during the day, but a visible spear is easily withstood, whereas an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I've heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder is not a pushover, Li Fei said anxiously. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as he lightly smiled. Really? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duan Ling Tian was extremely obstinate, but she had a plan in her heart. After returning today, she would tell her grandfather what happened and ask him to protect Duan Ling Tian. Lin Zhou, do we still need to battle each other? Xiao Yu's gaze descended onto Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou waved his hand dismissively as he casually said, forget about it. We only just sparred a few days ago, and I haven't had a break in these past few days. Xiao Yu nodded. Then you'll battle Meng Quan, and once Duan Ling Tian recovers, I'll battle him, and compete for the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. Does anyone have any objections? After he finished speaking, Xiao Yu's gaze swept across all the remaining young geniuses in the star observation platform. No one made a sound. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. This year's Hidden Dragon list's first and second rank will be decided between Duan Ling Tian and I. The third and fourth rank will be decided between Lin Zhou and Meng Quan. The fifth is Li Qing. Meng Quan. Lin Zhou looked towards Meng Quan. Meng Quan stuffed a piece of dim sum into his mouth and said, in an unclear voice, wait. I still haven't rested enough. There's no need to hurry. Decide on the last 5 first and we can battle. After. Lin Zhou was speechless. Okay, now we'll start the ranking battle for the last 5 ranks in the Hidden Dragon list. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 great clans continuously battled the outstanding youths of the smaller clans. In the end, the verdict was Hidden Dragon list 6th, Lian. 7th and the 8th tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan. 9th and 10th tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. In the Hidden Dragon list, only Meng Quan came from the smaller clans. The other 9 were all from the 3 great clans. Towards this result, the young geniuses of the small clans were not surprised. At any rate, they had Meng Quan who entered the Hidden Dragon list this year. At this moment, the sky had already come close to dusk. Okay, Meng Quan walked out and directly took up the black iron rod before looking at Lin Qi with a gaze that emitted battle intent. Lin Zhou flew out to confront Meng Quan. Abruptly, they both moved simultaneously. Immediately, half of the star observation platform was enveloped in rod shadows and palm shadows. Heaven's net palm formed a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing its opponent to be unable to flee. Thousand Shadow Rod moved freely like a shadow, always able to give the opponent a quick and ferocious strike at the critical juncture. The two of them battled for tens of moves, but in the end, Lin Zhou feinted an opening and enveloped Meng Quan with his Heaven's net palm, injuring Meng Quan. Fuck, the 3rd place is gone. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from spouting out vulgarities. He was slightly vexed and then he casually threw the black iron rod aside. Although Meng Quan lost, he still obtained the respect of everyone. A disciple of a small clan being able to achieve such an accomplishment was truly rare. It could be imagined that with his natural talent, if he could obtain the fostering from one of the 3 great clans, defeating Lin Zhou in the future wasn't impossible. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked out as he looked towards Meng Quan. If you're interested in joining our Xiao clan to become a disciple with another surname of the Xiao clan will spare no efforts in fostering you. Obviously, Xiao Yu took a fancy to Meng Quan's natural talent, so he extended an olive branch to him. Meng Quan, if you join our Lin clan, what our Lin clan can give you wouldn't be less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhou was unwilling to lag behind. Lin Zhou is the Lin clan's patriarch's son, so it's normal for him to endeavor to win over Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiao Yu shouldn't be the Xiao clan's patriarch's son, right? Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from asking Li Fei. You don't know Xiao Yu's background. Li Fei had a strange gaze. Although Xiao Yu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the Xiao clan patriarch's son. Xiao Yu's grandfather is the supreme elder of the Xiao clan, one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul powerhouses, Li Fei explained. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered. So that's how it is, no wonder then. Sorry, but after a period of time, I'm going to leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled regretfully to Xiao Yu and Lin Zhou. Iron Blood City, join the army. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhou were startled as well. The young geniuses looked at Meng Quan with gazes that seemed like they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wanted to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Although Meng Quan's strength is pretty good, wanting to enter the genius camp seems to still be quite difficult. Yeah, the genius camp test now only requires the age to be below 19, but the strength requirement is also extremely high. Allegedly, even a genius martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage might not be able to pass the test. This Meng Quan is absolutely insane. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads, as they did not look favorably upon Meng Quan. Lin Zhou's eyes stared fixedly at Meng Quan as he asked, Meng Quan, you plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? I plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the genius camp test is extremely rigorous. Meng Quan smiled in a straightforward manner. It's far more than just rigorous. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who went and returned, the genius camp test is absolutely abnormal. In fact, in the past few years, there has hardly been any young geniuses of our Aurora City that were capable of passing the test and entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Lin Zhou heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go, or else I would love to go and have a try. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was cutthroat. Allegedly, there were plenty of young geniuses that died in there every year. Lin Zhou's expression turned serious as he said, but if you can't pass the genius camp test, the door to our Lin clan will always be open for you. He wasn't willing to give up on a talent such as Meng Quan. Meng Quan nodded and agreed. Meng Quan, when do you plan on leaving? Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan. His eyes flashed with a thread of light. The Genius Camp's yearly test is half a year away. I plan to leave in 5 months. In 5 months, huh? At that time, come find me at the Xiao clan. I'll go with you, Xiao Yu said. You're going as well. Meng Quan was stupefied. Big guy, brother Yu has been planning to enter the Genius Camp for months. Xiao Yung grunted. Young Master Yu wants to enter the Genius Camp. The crowd of young geniuses present in the star observation platform all looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. As far as they were concerned, Xiao Yu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was virtually a decided matter. But once he enters the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, then he will only have a slim chance of surviving. If they were Xiao Yu, they would definitely not take the risk. Even though the returns were great, that would rely upon being able to survive. Once dead, everything is lost. Okay, I'll go with you at that time. At least we can look after each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiao Yu nodded, and his gaze moved on to descend upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was just thinking about asking Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, but when he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze sweep over, his body jerked and he directly entered the arena to confront Xiao Yu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gazes descended on the two of them. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu's battle will decide the first ranked on the Hidden Dragon list this year. Do you all think Duan Ling Tian is able to defeat Xiao Yu? How could that be possible? Although I admit Duan Ling Tian is extremely formidable, so much so that his natural talent isn't inferior to young Master Yu's, but he is only 16 after all. He's certainly unable to match young Master Yu right now. Yeah, I think so too. While the young geniuses discussed one by one, and Xiao Yu still stood on the spot, immovable like a mountain, the first move Duan Ling Tian made was already his strongest technique. At the same time, above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed. Battling Xiao Yu, he didn't hold back any longer. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the surrounding young geniuses that were spectating were all struck dumb. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Exerting the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were all true. The violet sword shine mixed with a cold and fierce aura flashed straight towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu swung out his sleeve as his origin energy enveloped the sleeve, trying to roll up the flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. The hand that held the sword shook. Re-up. The sword strike penetrated Xiao Yu's origin energy and pierced through his sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon. As Xiao Yu exclaimed, his expression distorted and he quickly retreated, shadowless drifting light. Instantly, Xiao Yu created after imagers as he flashed and retreated, his speed swift to the limit, avoiding Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly formed. Spirit weapon. Everyone on the star observation platform was stupefied. This Duan Ling Tian actually had a spirit weapon. Wasn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? After all, in the entire Li clan, even a main clan disciple such as Li Qing didn't own a spirit weapon. Chapter 75, The Strength of 4 Ancient Mammoths. Li Fei also looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Even he had a spirit weapon. No, it doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength didn't seem like it received any amplification. Moreover, it would be impossible even for a spirit weapon to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is that? After standing still, Xiao Yu had a brief expression of fear as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded before answering, "You're right, my sword isn't a spirit weapon, but my sword contains a type of material that is able to ignore the origin energy of martial artists below the origin core stage." This was one of the special characteristics of Violet Meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian said it as if it was simple, but when it entered the ears of Xiao Yu and the other people that were present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian used this sword in an unexpected manner and made a preemptive strike against a 9th-level core formation martial artist, if that person was slightly unguarded, it would be possible for him to die under Duan Ling Tian's sword. Then I'll change a sword. Duan Ling Tian sheathed his sword and looked towards the weapons rack. It isn't necessary, I'll use a weapon. Xiao Yu shook his head and proceeded to draw a long spear from the weapons rack. He jerked the long spear as his origin energy suffused it. Come. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was hard to get rid of as it followed like shadow, flashing straight towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's long spear trembled as he swept it towards Duan Lingtian's sword. As the sword wobbled, it perfectly contained the force exertion of the sleeve dimension. A clear sound was heard. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's sword slicing Xiao Yu's long spear in half. Even if it was fine steel, Duan Lingtian's violet meteorite flexible sword would be able to slice through it, let alone the ordinary long spear in Xiao Yu's hands. Looks like I can't fight with you head on. Xiao Yu's gaze concentrated as he flashed while holding the short spear. Executing his movement technique, Xiao Yu's speed was swift to the limit. Duan Lingtian noticed that even if he exerted his full strength, he actually wasn't able to come close to Xiao Yu's speed. High-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he understood. He didn't expect that this Xiao Yu had actually cultivated both his high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill and movement technique to the perfection stage. Even his high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill was cultivated to the mastery stage. Such comprehension ability could be called monstrous. Among the martial skills under the heaven, only speed is unbeatable. Duan Lingtian, be careful, I'm going to attack. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. Duan Lingtian was the only one today that could make him execute 3 types of martial skills, receiving the respect he deserved. Hearing what he said, Duan Lingtian's heart sunk. He felt the pressure and started becoming vigilant. Xiao Yu flashed directly over like a bolt of lightning and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. He swung out the broken spear in his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian's back. Just when he thought that Duan Lingtian would be blasted flying by his spear strike, Duan Lingtian's body inclined flexibly like a spirit serpent, closely avoiding Xiao Yu's attack. You have some skill. Xiao Yu's eyes shone as his battle intent rose. Although Duan Lingtian dodged Xiao Yu's attack, it still caused cold sweat to pour out. If it wasn't for the nervous reflex he developed as a member of the special forces in his previous life, he would have been hit. It would have been extremely difficult for him to dodge Xiao Yu's attack by solely relying on his spirit serpent movement technique, which was at the mastery stage. Subsequently, Xiao Yu attacked a few more times. Every time was an unexpected attack. But he noticed instead that Duan Lingtian was always able to closely dodge his attacks, causing him to be slightly doubtful. Did this Duan Lingtian have an intuition that wasn't inferior to his? But he knew that after dodging his attacks with his nervous reflex so many times, Duan Lingtian's nerves were fatigued to the extreme. Xiao Yu once again flashed behind Duan Lingtian with a speed that was far faster than Duan Lingtian's, his broken spear descending once again. This time, Duan Lingtian, whose nerves hurt, couldn't restrain himself from shouting in alarm. And at this exact moment, his feet stomped on the ground and his entire body flew out, flashing far away, and causing Xiao Yu's attack to hit air. That is, noting the white glow that suffused Duan Lingtian's legs, Xiao Yu was dumbstruck. Its origin energy, oh my god, Duan Lingtian broke through. Duan Lingtian actually broke through during his battle with Xiao Yu and developed his origin energy. Unbelievable, most of the people present were dumbstruck. He broke through. Li Fei watched this scene and was struck dumb. I'm afraid Big Brother is going to lose. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Xiaolan's mouth. Xiaoyun's beautiful eyebrows knit as she said, this Duan Lingtian is absolutely a freak. Ha ha, Xiao Yu, eat this. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly as the origin energy beneath his feet flickered and 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from above him. Duan Lingtian's current speed was even slightly faster than Xiao Yu's, developing his origin energy under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even to Duan Lingtian it was slightly unexpected. He originally thought that he still required a period of time before he could break through, but he didn't imagine that he would break through under such circumstances. In the end, he had to thank Xiao Yu. Duan Lingtian instantly arrived before Xiao Yu and slapped the flat side of his blade towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current speed was faster than his, so he could only choose to fight Duan Lingtian head-on. Luckily, Duan Lingtian didn't use the blade of his sword, so it couldn't be considered to be relying upon weapons, but even so, the violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiao Yu's hand. The broken spear started to tremble. Xiao Yu noticed that the force of his sleeve dimension had been completely destroyed. Only when a sharp pain came from his palm did Xiao Yu realize that his palm had split open from the force of Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Fresh blood oozed out from it. I've lost, Xiao Yu calmly said. If I didn't happen to break through to the core formation stage, then the one who lost would have been me. Luck is also a part of strength. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Ling Tian had exerted the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, so even if Duan Ling Tian's movement technique was one stage lower than his, Duan Ling Tian's speed still firmly exceeded his speed. The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely defeated the difference in a single stage of their high-grade profound rank martial skills. Developing origin energy during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even this is possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Even now, they still couldn't react to the scene they witnessed earlier. Seeing Duan Ling Tian being suppressed by Xiao Yu, they all thought that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. But who would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would develop his origin energy at that critical juncture? Controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he launched a counterattack and suppressed Xiao Yu, obtaining the final victory. Great! Only after reacting did they start cheering. Duan Ling Tian, this year's first rank in the Hidden Dragon list is something you fully deserve. As for the prizes, our Xiao clan will personally send them to you later on. Xiao Yu nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Losing to Duan Ling Tian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he acknowledged his defeat. But in his heart, a towering battle intent still arose. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will surely invite Duan Ling Tian to battle. Thanks. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. Suddenly, Xiao Yu asked, "Right, I have a question, I wonder if you're able to answer it for me. You want to ask me why I can possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right?" Xiao Yu nodded. He was slightly surprised in his heart at Duan Ling Tian wisdom. When I went to the Misty Forest the other day, I found a type of spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my fleshly body underwent a metamorphosis and had an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths out of thin air. Duan Ling Tian explained. He naturally didn't disclose anything about the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, in the Cloud Continent, there indeed was a similar spirit fruit. So that's how it is. Your luck is really good. But being able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, the natural talent you've revealed right now, even in the entire Aurora City's past 100 years, you're still the first. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Being able to break through today was all thanks to you. If he wasn't under the pressure that Xiao Yu gave him, it would have been impossible for him to directly complete his breakthrough. In other words, you owe me a favor. Xiao Yu grabbed onto the opportunity. You can say so. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it. Then tonight I'll entertain you and Li Fei. You won't decline, right? Xiao Yu asked. That would depend on her. Duan Ling Tian looked towards Li Fei. Li Fei was just walking over when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Her angel-like face blushed and her heart slightly trembled. Recalling the bet she made with Duan Ling Tian earlier, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Then we'll have something before returning. Li Fei nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Yu invited the 2 brothers Lin Zhou and Lin Qi, as well as Meng Quan. Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to return, Lin Zhou and Lin Qi stayed behind. The other people, on the other hand, returned home. They weren't qualified to receive an invitation from Xiao Yu. Today's youth gathering came to an end. This year's Hidden Dragon list ranking was released. 2nd, Xiao Yu. 3rd, Lin Zhou. 4th, Meng Quan. 5th, Li Qing. 6th, Lian. 7th and 8th were tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan. 9th and 10th were tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. That night, Xiao Yu held a banquet in a large courtyard. Besides Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, Lin Zhou, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiao Yu, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Yun. During the banquet, Xiao Yu asked Lin Zhou, your strength isn't inferior to Meng Quan's. Why don't you try participating in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test? Hearing what he said, Lin Zhou smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu, I want to go, but my father wouldn't let me. Even you know that it doesn't matter if I don't pass the Genius Camp test, but if I do pass the test and enter the Genius Camp, then I will only have a slim chance of surviving. I'm not afraid, but my father isn't willing to let me take the risk. In a person's lifetime, there will naturally not be a lack of hardships and dangers. I, however, feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered full of yearning. Lin Zhou had a strange gaze as he asked, your grandfather was actually willing to let you go. On this point, he was much more open-minded than your father, but even if he didn't allow it, I would still go. Aurora City isn't the stage one yearn for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I will only follow in my grandfather's footsteps, and the nascent soul stage will be my final achievement before waiting for death to take me. Maybe it was because he has experienced this that he didn't stop me. Xiao Yu laughed. Chapter 76, Genius Camp. With your natural talent, as long as no accidents happen, entering the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhou looked at Xiao Yu as he smiled. Entering isn't difficult, but it isn't easy to continue surviving in there. In the past 30 years, at least around 100 genius disciples of our Aurora City's 3 great clans have passed the test and entered the Genius Camp, but in the end not even one came out alive. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. You've all been speaking about some Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp for so long. What is it all about? Duan Ling Tian asked out the question that had been bothering him. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Lin Qin looked at Duan Ling Tian as if looking at an alien. Is it that strange? After a moment, after hearing the explanation from Lin Zhou, Duan Ling Tian finally knew what sort of place the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a formidable army under the command of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, garrisoned in Iron Blood City at the border. The officers of the Iron Blood Army are allegedly able to win 1 against 10 fights with unstoppable might. Whereas the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, on the other hand, was a standalone army camp that gathered young geniuses and was directly under the control of the Imperial family. In the Imperial City of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was a Paladin Academy. As long as a student graduates from the academy, practically all of them are conferred with some sort of official appointment, respectively conferred an area of land, and end up becoming a noble. At that time, they would need to say the word, and it would be enough to completely annihilate factions such as the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were numerous small cities similar to Aurora City, and factions similar to the 3 great clans were even more numerous. Paladin Academy's entry threshold was extremely high. Besides disciples of the royal family and the outstanding disciples of the few eminent families being able to directly enter the academy, if an ordinary person wanted to enter the academy, then they would have to go through a brutal test just to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was precisely one of these numerous brutal tests. The Genius Camp was a special training camp that lasted a year. Only those who survive through the special training have the qualification to become one of the students at Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, there have been nearly 100 disciples of Aurora City's 3 great clans that passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. However, these people all died without exception in the course of the Genius Camp's special training. Hence, one can see the brutality of the Genius Camp. Allegedly, only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the Genius Camp are able to survive the year. Since the beginning, there has been a saying, 9 die, 1 lives, Genius Camp. A youth genius without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage would fundamentally not dare to enter the Genius Camp. Once you've entered the Genius Camp, you will be confronted with only 2 paths. The first, die. The second, achieve greatness. Imperial City. Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian started pondering. The Duan clan was at the Imperial City. According to what his mother said, the Duan clan should be one of the eminent families in the Imperial City. The Duan clan, the day he went there would eventually come. He only had one reason, to take Duan Ling Xing's life. That day, Duan Ling Xing injured Kair and heavily injured Li Zan, already completely enraging him. Maybe this is an opportunity. Maybe because of his experience having a military career in his previous life, it caused Duan Ling Tian to have a sense of intimacy towards the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, so how about it, Duan Ling Tian? Are you interested? You and Meng Quan said earlier that the Genius Camp's test was in half a year's time. Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, but if you want to go, then you must leave 1 month in advance. Because from our Aurora City to Iron Blood City, even if you travel at top speed, you will still need to spend close to a month, Xiao Yu slowly said. If you want to go, you can go with me and Meng Quan, Xiao Yu continued. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded, but he didn't say if he would go or not. No rush, there's still another 5 months to go. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and young girls enjoyed themselves and the banquet soon approached its end. Right, Duan Ling Tian, you cut off Li Qing's finger today. Even if it can be connected back in time, at least half of his dark nether finger will probably be crippled. Li Qing is brainless and thus there's nothing to fear from him. But his grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder, is a prominent figure, so you must be careful. As Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtian's group out of the Xiao clan estate, Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he warned Duan Lingtian. Thanks for the warning. Looking at Duan Lingtian's group leaving from afar, Xiao Yu turned around to look at his sister, Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's clear and beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. Lan, interested, Xiao Yu had a faint smile on his face. Big brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Lan's cheeks were bright red, then she turned around and left in embarrassment. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. Every young girl thought of love, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was indeed outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had extremely high expectations, would be interested. On the way back to Aurora City, Lin Zhou suggested, Duan Lingtian, if you want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest you go after a year or two. You are different from Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, then they'll forever not have the chance. But you are just 16, even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited youth geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded but neither indicated consent nor dissent. They quickly arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, you can look for us in the Lin clan. As long as it's within my ability, I will absolutely not decline. Before going their own ways, Lin Zhou lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we are friends. You don't have to be courteous to us, Lin Qi said. Sure, Duan Lingtian smiled amicably to the two of them. He could be considered to be friends with Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. Their friendship was made from the exchange of blows. They appreciated their own kind. You've broken through to the core formation stage now. Can you treat my grandfather yet? On the way back to the Li clan estate, Li Fei gazed at Duan Lingtian. Yes, my dear wifey. Duan Lingtian answered in all seriousness. What's a wifey? It means wife. It's the way we say it in the small towns at the countryside. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize he misspoke. In this world, there was no such thing as wifey. Pei, who's your wife? Li Fei blushed. My good wife, have you forgotten about our agreement? Duan Lingtian extended his hand and wrapped his arm around Li Fei's slender figure. A soft and supple feeling entered his hand. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled and was slightly stiff, but she didn't resist as she lightly said, hurry up and let go, there are people ahead. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and stopped teasing her. Okay, tomorrow morning I'll come to your house to see you and grandfather. I'm quite tired today, so I need to return and take a good night's sleep. After returning to the Li clan estate and sending Li Fei back home, only then did Duan Lingtian return home. At the moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed the young girl sitting in front of a table with an exhausted appearance. She was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Care. Duan Lingtian felt an ache in his heart. He could guess that Care had most certainly waited for him the entire night. Care heard some sounds and rubbed her eyes in a daze, then she abruptly stood up in shock and brought Duan Lingtian to the table. Madam said you surely had eaten outside, but I still made some food. Young master, have you eaten? Silly girl, I haven't eaten, and I'm indeed hungry right now. Come, eat with me. Duan Lingtian sat down, and accompanied by the young girl, he cleaned all the food on the table. Even though at the end he was overly full, there was only warmth which flowed through Duan Lingtian's heart. No matter what, this was Kair's feelings. He wasn't willing to disappoint her. Seeing Duan Lingtian finishing all the food, Kair had a satisfied expression on her face. After clearing up the tableware, she notified Duan Lingtian and was prepared to return to her room and sleep. Kair, sleep in my room tonight. I want to cuddle with you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he looked at the young girl. The young girl was panic-stricken and her cheeks blushed, but she still lightly nodded. Lying on the bed, smelling the pure and fresh virgin's fragrance off the young girl, Duan Lingtian's lower regions were hot and reacted, but he didn't take it a step further, only embracing the young girl with one hand holding the budding flower on her chest, laying there contently. Young master. The young girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She could feel a burning hard object pushing up against her from behind. Kair, go to sleep. Embracing the young girl, smelling the young girl's fragrant hair, Duan Lingtian fell soundly asleep. He wasn't Lu Xiaowei one but a man that was full of vigor and vitality. However, the young girl was still young after all, so he was reluctant to take her at this moment. If the young girl in his embrace was Li Fei, he would disregard everything and pounce on her. to claim her and vent out to his heart's content. Hearing the sound of Duan Ling Tian's steady breathing, the young girl let out a breath of air as she relaxed. Her face emitted a smile of happiness. The next day, close to noon, Duan Ling Tian awoke. Only now did Duan Ling Tian recall the agreement he made with Li Fei. At this moment, the young girl in his embrace was roused from her sleep because of him. If you're still sleepy, then sleep for a while longer. Duan Ling Tian gave the young girl a hug and kissed her on the forehead before getting off the bed and putting on some clothes. The young girl followed him off the bed and put on her clothes before leaving the room together with Duan Ling Tian, who knew that the moment they opened the room door, they saw the hot-bodied young girl standing in the courtyard who just happened to look over. You too. Seeing the scene in front of her, Li Fei was so angry that she was at a loss for words. Big sister Fei. K'er greeted Li Fei before running back to her own room in embarrassment. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had a natural expression as he looked at Li Fei. Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept. Accidentally. Li Fei's eyes seemed to be on the verge of emitting fire, but when she thought of how she needed Duan Ling Tian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian could still feel the smell of gunpowder that surrounded him. He shook his head and smiled. She really was overly jealous. You too, last night. Eventually, Li Fei couldn't hold back. You want to ask me what we did last night, right? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. Hey, when can my K'er grow up to become like you? If it were you, I wouldn't have had to suppress the fire in me and sleep through the night. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh as he sized up Li Fei's hot figure in an unrestrained manner. Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pei, ask your K'er to sleep with you. Li Fei made a spitting sound, but her expression eased up slightly. Google this name if you want to find out about it. Chapter 77, Alchemist Guild. He followed Li Fei to her house. After a month's time, Duan Ling Tian once again met the old man. I really didn't expect you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he had heard from Li Fei about how Duan Ling Tian broke through yesterday, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, he still couldn't help himself from being surprised. A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was still in existence that was like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was another 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Ling Tian's home, God knows how he would feel then. Grandfather, I can refine the medicinal pill for you and uproot your hidden injuries today, but I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one, right? Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes as a trace of cunning flashed within. Kid, you're actually having ideas about my things. I do indeed have a cauldron, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. Are you really capable of refining medicinal pills? The old man's eye emitted a sense of doubt. Duan Ling Tian continued with no nonsense. He directly lifted his hand, with his palm facing upwards, circulating his origin energy. In the next moment, as if he was possessed by the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian skillfully transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The grade of an alchemist was judged based on the grade of the pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You really are a little freak that nobody can see through. The old man gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance. If you can really refine a medicinal pill, then can uproot my hidden injuries. I might as well gift that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something that your teacher left behind for you? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She knew the meaning of that cauldron to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron has a special meaning to you, then it's fine. I'll just casually refine a cauldron myself to play with. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the old man, unwilling to take away his prized possession. Forget about that. That cauldron is my master's peak creation. Leaving it in my hands will only be wasting such a valuable item. It would be better off giving off its splendor in your hands. But kid, you said that you would casually refine a cauldron to play with. Don't tell me you can condense a weapon flame as well. The old man had a strange expression. The pill fire on Duan Ling Tian's palm distorted and become more destructive. Instantly, the air in the seemed to become hotter. Grade 9 weapon flame. As a weapons craftsman, the old man naturally was able to differentiate between the pill fire and weapon flame. The pill fire was more restrained. the weapon flame was more destructive and unrestrained. U. The old man's breathing became hurried, slightly unable to catch his breath. Condensing pill fire or weapon flame out of origin energy was something that even someone with a high natural talent would require years of painstaking cultivation to achieve. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him completely overturned what he knew about alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Years ago, he spent a whole 5 years before he was able to successfully condense his weapon flame, but even then, his teacher said that he had outstanding natural talent. Grandfather, don't get agitated. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei had long since been struck dumb. Although she wasn't an alchemist or weapons craftsman, as she followed by her grandfather's side since a young age, she was imbued with the knowledge she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or weapons craftsman. But now, what happened before her very eyes utterly overturned everything her grandfather had once said. I have really wasted my life all these years. The old man finally caught his breath and had a bitter smile. Duan Ling Tian quickly diverted the topic. Grandfather, the medicinal pill I want to refine for you includes some medicinal materials that are fairly rare, so ordinary medicine stores wouldn't sell them. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended upon the other crest beside the Li clan's crest on the old man's chest. He recognized it. That was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one goes in the entire Cloud Continent, they would still be able to receive treatment that was extremely good. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town's branch family's grand elder, Li Huo, had the Alchemist Guild's crest on his chest at all times to indicate his status as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to buy medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild? The old man frowned slightly. According to what I know, the medicinal materials in the Alchemist Guild can't be exchanged for money and must be exchanged for with the Alchemist Guild's points. I know of this. What a joke. Years ago, Rebirth Martial Emperor was the only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent, and he even was the honorary guild master of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. He was extremely clear about the workings of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, then one must provide a contribution to the Alchemist Guild, such as completing the assignments posted by the Alchemist Guild. Contributing some sort of rare medicinal material would also result in generous points. The old man gave Duan Ling Tian an address. Duan Ling Tian left the Li clan estate. Li Fei curiously followed along. This run-down place is the Alchemist Guild. After arriving at the end of a small alley and looking at the condemned building that looked like it would fall at any moment, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. But in the next moment, what Li Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be completely speechless. Not bad, it's slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Li Fei looked at the condemned building and judged. Duan Ling Tian could only imagine how Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would undoubtedly be in an even more terrible state. When he walked in the Alchemist Guild, it was completely different to what he expected. Although the hall was old and worn out, it was very simple and clean. When they entered, besides the young girl behind the counter, there wasn't anybody else. The two of them walked to the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post an assignment or collect the medicinal pills that you entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl had an ordinary appearance but was very animated. She had a pair of big eyes that were brimming with vigor. Ordinary people were able to post assignments in the Alchemist Guild by means of monetary payments and entrust the Alchemist Guild to refine the medicinal pill required. These assignments would be put up by the Alchemist Guild and offered to the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to take on. The rewards of these assignments would be then converted to the Alchemist Guild points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to an alchemist, they were extremely valuable. Sometimes, some alchemists would even spend large sums of money to post assignments which they would then complete themselves as a way to earn points. This was equivalent to using money in exchange for points. In the Alchemists Guild, according to the rules, money was restricted from being directly converted into points. But the proverbs were indeed correct. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. I've come to register as a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he proclaimed the reason of his arrival. Register as a grade 9 alchemist. The young girl was stunned. She thought that she had heard wrong. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a grade 9 alchemist. Let alone that fact that a grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation stage martial artist. Even if this youth's natural talent in the martial Dao and alchemy was any better, it would still at least require spending a few years of bitter cultivation to condense the origin energy into pill fire after breaking through to the core formation stage. This was the iron law of the Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he asked, "What, you're not in charge?" Customer, wait a moment. I'll go get the guild master. Although the young girl felt it to be inconceivable, he was a customer after all, and she wasn't able to differentiate the truth of the matter, so she could only get Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. The young girl returned with an old man after a short moment. The old man wan brimming with energy and vigor, and his eyes shone with a shrewd light. Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist? The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice, "You! Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home, this isn't the place to joke around." "Geezer, how could you not have any manners?" Li Fei couldn't stand by and watch anymore. "Humph, what manners does a little girl like you know about? The two of you coming here to joke around, this is called manners." For a moment there I even thought that Aurora City had a new alchemist, but I never imagined that it would turn out to be two kids who came to make a ruckus. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly ashamed and irritated. "Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't always look at the surface of things." Duan Ling Tian swept the old man with his indifferent gaze. As he finished speaking, he turned his palm upwards and a milky white pill fire jumped about on it. The old man and young girl were both dumbstruck. A grade 9 pill fire, it wasn't something they hadn't seen before, but it appearing in a 16-year-old youth's hand was something they saw for the first time. "Kid, do you have a master?" The old man's eyes shone. His attitude took a 360-degree turn as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if looking at treasure. "What nonsense! If I didn't have a master, would I be able to become a grade 9 alchemist at such an age?" Duan Ling Tian gave the old man a disdainful glance. He naturally was aware of the old man getting ideas of wanting to take him as a disciple, but as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher at all. The old man's expression froze for a moment and briefly had embarrassment on it. The old man quickly helped Duan Ling Tian register and passed a grade 9 alchemist crest and a crystal card to Duan Ling Tian. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. Duan Ling Tian could see that the remaining points inside were 0 when he circulated his origin energy into the crystal card. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and could not regain his senses for an extremely long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that for all these years, the hidden bitterness he had accumulated for being sent to this desolate place had suddenly slightly dissipated. "Right, geezer, I need some materials," Duan Ling Tian said. "Kid, I'm not some geezer, I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete an assignment or contribute a medicinal formula, you can exchange them for some points and buy what you want with those points." Su Mo glared at Duan Ling Tian. "HMPH. Then I'll post some assignments now." Duan Ling Tian withdrew a stack of silver bills. "Kid, I have to warn you. When it comes to the assignments that are posted by customers in the Alchemist Guild, I as the Alchemist Guild's guild master have the authority to take priority when accepting these assignments, so if you want to exchange for points with money, you better forget it." The corners of Su Mo's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as if he had Duan Ling Tian in the palm of his hand. "Geezer, you're really shameless." Hearing what Su Mo said, Li Fei couldn't take it anymore and said this on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. Chapter 78, Su Mo's Shock. "Little girl, this isn't called shameless. I'm just abiding by the rules of the Alchemist Guild." The corners of Su Mo's curled into a complacent simile. Li Fei was flustered. "Little Fei, you don't have to get angry with an old man. The old man's heart isn't well. If you accidentally anger him until he faints, we will have to compensate a lot of money." Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and held on to Li Fei's jade-like hand. He rubbed her palm to make her feel at ease. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Mo, whose expression froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth had a slight smile. Wanting to steal his business. "Help me register. I want to post an assignment." Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl beside Su Mo. The young girl was slightly hesitant and looked to the old man. "He's currently a customer of our Alchemist Guild. Pass the assignment over to me once you've registered it." Su Mo nodded to the young girl. But in a short moment, when he heard the assignment Duan Ling Tian posted, the smile on his face completely froze. 10,000 silver, refined 3 phosphorus flame pills. Phosphorus flame pill? What medicinal pill was that? He had never heard of such a medicinal pill. Geezer, according to the Alchemist Guild's rules, if an alchemist can refine the medicinal pill required by an assignment, he can get an advance on the points required to buy the medicinal materials. They can then deduct the points from the assignment's reward once it is completed. I'm not wrong, am I? Duan Ling Tian gave Su Mo a deep glance. Su Mo felt slightly depressed. There indeed was such a rule. Su Mo unwillingly took out the medicinal materials Duan Ling Tian required, also arranging a quiet room for Duan Ling Tian. Geezer, you won't mind lending your cauldron to me for a while, right? Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes, causing the corners of Su Mo's mouth to twitch. Lending is not a problem, but I have to ask for 10 points from you. Su Mo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, he actually had to borrow a cauldron from another. Really unprofessional, 10 points. Duan Ling Tian frowned. This 10,000 silver assignment seems to be only worth 100 points, right? And the materials you gave me, how many points do they require? Not much, 30 points. When Su Mo noticed the frown on Duan Ling Tian's face, his tense face finally had a slight smile on it. You're really shady. But you better not regret it. Duan Ling Tian received the cauldron from Su Mo and gave Su Mo a deep glance. Only then did he take Li Fei and enter the silent room and close the door behind him. Regret? What do I have to regret? Su Mo paid no attention to it. In the quiet room, Duan Ling Tian shook the cauldron in his hand and nodded. That geezer is crafty, but his cauldron is indeed not bad and can be considered top quality among grade 8 spirit weapons. Alchemists had many requirements of their cauldrons when they refined medicinal pills. For example, a grade 9 alchemist required the use of a grade 9 spirit weapon or above cauldron to guarantee the cauldron wouldn't be melted by the pill fire. A grade 8 alchemist would require a grade 8 spirit weapon or above cauldron. So on and so forth. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher their requirement towards their cauldron. You said you wanted to make that geezer be regretful. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. You'll know soon enough. After putting the cauldron on the stone platform in the quiet room, Duan Ling Tian's palm burned with a milky white pill fire, then he opened the cauldron cover and placed the pill fire within. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian started putting the materials in one by one. Refining medicinal pills was particular about the order in which medicinal materials were added in, as well as the amount. A small discrepancy could lead to a great error. After that was the control of the pill fire. When Duan Ling Tian finished putting all of the materials into the cauldron, he covered the cauldron. His origin energy jumped about in his palms and condensed into pill fire. He then put his hands on the 2 air vents of the cauldron and sent the pill fire in, starting to refine the medicinal pill with a pill fire of high strength. The string of moments were completed like flowing water, as if it was a performance by an alchemist with abundant experience. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was completely stupefied as she watched. Is he really only 16? Li Fei's heart shook. Everything this youth in front of her was completely not something a 16-year-old youth should be capable of. She felt the youth to be even more mysterious. She had an unfathomable feeling. 1 hour later, Duan Ling Tian's hands jerked as his pill fire increased explosively, rushing into the cauldron. Pill harvest. Instantly, 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a crimson brilliance flew out from the opening in the side of the cauldron, falling into Duan Ling Tian's hand. My first time refining medicinal pills seems to be not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the medicinal pills, Duan Ling Tian laughed in satisfaction. Even if they were refining the same medicinal pill, every alchemist's completed product would have a difference in purity. The lesser the impurities within the medicinal pill, the better the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill would be. If it was a phosphorus flame pill refined by an ordinary grade 9 alchemist, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, Fresh Breeze Town's Li Branch family's grandelder, the Thunder Flame pill he refined only had a purity of a little over 50%, so the medicinal effect was reduced significantly. The Phosphorus Flame pill was precisely the medicinal pill he refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Based on Li Fei's grandfather's current circumstances, only a Phosphorus Flame pill with a purity of over 80% would be able to completely uproot his hidden injuries. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian could only refine a high-purity medicinal pill by himself, purity of above 90%. Any alchemist would be aware of how rare this level of purity was. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian took the Phosphorus Flame pill to collect the assignment's points, Su Mo's expression was abnormally marvelous. Picking up the Phosphorus Flame pill, Su Mo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorus flame pill, nor did he know its use, at this moment he could use the perception of a grade 8 alchemist to notice how extraordinary this medicinal pill was. Based on his rough estimate, this phosphorus flame pill had a purity of at least 90%. What sort of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally understood. Even a grade 1 alchemist of Cloud Continent would not necessarily be able to increase the purity to such a level when refining a grade 9 medicinal pill. After all, on a similar medicinal pill, a purity of 60% and 90% was absolutely like the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was completely not on the same level. Kid, how did you do it? Su Mo looked at Duan Ling Tian in a slightly agitated manner. I casually refined it and it just happened. How about it? It's not bad, right? This is the first time I'm refining a medicinal pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Su Mo before grinning, revealing a set of white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday. First time refining a medicinal pill. Hearing this, the corners of Su Mo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Su Mo frowned. I'm not kidding. Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can bear witness. Noticing how Su Mo looked right now, Li Fei's mood was exceptional and her beautiful face had a trace of a smile. Yesterday, in the youth gathering hosted in the Shao clan estate, numerous youth geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own two eyes. Also, on this year's new Hidden Dragon list, he's ranked at the top. Ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list. Su Mo's pupils constricted. He has been in Aurora City for a few years, so he had naturally heard of how the Aurora City young geniuses had a ranking called Hidden Dragon list. The young geniuses who could be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Shao clan's Shao Yu obtained the second rank in the Hidden Dragon list last year when he was 17. This year, could it be that he still lost to this kid? Su Mo glanced at Li Fei before looking at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression. Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved as she slowly said, yes, this time Shao Yu is still the second. Su Mo exhaled out a breath of cold air. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was more than enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But even all this wasn't the end. First it was the over 90% purity medicinal pill. Then it was the first in the Hidden Dragon list. This violet-clothed youth, what kind of freak was he? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never once heard of such a freak. Su Mo deeply remembered in his heart the name which the youth revealed during his registration. It's done. The young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Ling Tian. Balance, 60 points. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian snatched the phosphorus flame pill back from Su Mo's hands and called Li Fei. Seeing Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei about to walk out the door, Su Mo couldn't help but call out, wait. Is there something else? Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that you hoped I wouldn't regret it. I want to know, what did you mean? Su Mo inquired. If it was before, he would pay no attention to what Duan Ling Tian had said, but once he experienced how miraculous Duan Ling Tian was, he had to treat him seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, but you seem to have diverted off the right path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could perfectly break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. Such a pity. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows furrowed as he smiled. Su Mo's face instantly turned black. Even this was considered to be not a big deal. At this moment, he even felt that Duan Ling Tian had done it on purpose. Okay, geezer, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait, Su Mo once again stopped Duan Ling Tian. There's still something else. Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked at closely, it could be noticed that deep within his eyes was a hidden smiling expression. You have a way? Su Mo asked. His breathing had become slightly hurried. Duan Ling Tian gave a straightforward answer. What are your conditions? Su Mo didn't mince his words as he asked with a pained expression. He knew that based on Duan Ling Tian's earlier attitude, he probably would have to bleed for it. I won't be greedy, I only want half the points in your crystal card. Even that wasn't considered greedy, that was the points he had accumulated for half his lifetime. The corners of Su Mo's mouth twitched and he secretly thought, little fox. I agree, but Su Mo still decisively agreed upon his conditions and his gaze descended unto Duan Ling Tian. But I want to examine the goods first before I give you the points. What? You're scared I'll cheat you? Then forget it, we don't owe each other anything. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and grabbed Li Fei's hand before walking away with quick steps. Instantly, Sumo blocked their passage. On top of being a grade 8 alchemist, Sumo was also a 9th level origin core martial artist. Chapter 79. Li Tai. Even in the entire Aurora City, in the 3 great clans, only the few supreme elders were slightly more formidable than Sumo. However, with Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist coupled with the alchemist guild that backed him, even when the supreme elders of the 3 great clans saw him, they would still politely call him Guild Master Su. Hand over your crystal card. Sumo looked at Duan Ling Tian and extended his hand. Although he felt helpless in his heart, he chose to compromise. What Duan Ling Tian said earlier was something he had noticed long ago. However, he didn't possess the experience of a grade 7 alchemist and thus could only stubbornly continue on the path he was on and stumble along the way. Now that he had a chance to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. As far as he was concerned, as long as he broke through and became a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this damnable place. Aurora City, in the entirety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was only a small city. In the past, were it not for him offending a person who had both power and authority, it would be unlikely that he would have been sent here. As long as he breaks through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person will be helpless to do anything to him. A grade 7 alchemist and grade 8 alchemist, although a difference of only 1 grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the vast Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were an entire 1,000 plus grade 8 alchemists who had registered themselves in the Alchemist Guild, whereas there were only just a few tens of grade 7 alchemists. A grade 7 alchemist had an honorable standing, even the imperial family of Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Geezer, don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. Duan Ling Tian held back his smile in the corners of his mouth as he handed over the crystal card. Quickly, the crystal card in Sumo's hand flicked and showed its balance point 10,000 points. Catching sight of this number, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, 10,000 silver was only worth 100 points. These 10,000 points, if exchanged into silver, that would be 1 million silver. 1 million silver, what kind of concept was that? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's crystal card had an extra 5,000 points, totaling to 5,060 points. Duan Ling Tian received the crystal card with satisfaction as he smiled and said, Geezer, I originally only intended to ask for a third of your net worth. But who asked you to cheat 10 points off me when I only borrowed your cauldron? Likewise, I can't go easy on you. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Didn't that mean that he had given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? Even his intestines turned green from regret. Li Fei laughed like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Ling Tian meant when he said, you better not regret it. So it turned out that he had schemed this all along. Starting from noon tomorrow, come look for me at the Li clan. Right, remember to eat before coming. I don't provide food. Duan Ling Tian grabbed Li Fei's hand, walked around Sumo, and walked away. Sumo looked at their disappearing figures and his eyes narrowed. The Li clan, when did they have such a figure? You're too ruthless, directly cheating him off half his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as she smiled. But after seeing Sumo be thwarted, her heart was filled with pleasure. Who asked him to cheat me first? Asking for 10 points just to casually use his lousy cauldron for a while, that's an entire 1,000 silver. Duan Ling Tian had a pained expression as he spoke. Took 1,000 silver, but lost 500,000 silver. I wonder if he will sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Ling Tian was entranced. What are you looking at? Li Fei asked angrily. Little Fei, my wife, you're truly beautiful. Duan Ling Tian said eagerly. Pei, who's your wife? Go look for your care. You're so overly jealous, but you still don't admit to being my wife. I'm not. Then I'll just have to turn around and pursue Xiaolan. Don't you dare. Amidst the frolicking, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei returned to the Li clan estate and subsequently Li Fei's home. You've finished refining so quickly. When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills Duan Ling Tian passed over to him, he was stupefied. I didn't spend much time because it's only a grade 9 medicinal pill. Where did you get the cauldron from? Don't tell me that in just this amount of time, you refined a cauldron yourself. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a freak. Well, no, Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's alchemist guild's guild master Su Mo. But that Su Mo is really stingy. He actually asked Duan Ling Tian for 1,000 silver just to use his cauldron for an hour. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit and her face was filled with dissatisfaction as she spoke. Is that so? Isn't it only 1,000 silver? Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll pay for them together. Grandfather, this is my gift to you, I don't dare to take your money. When the old man said those words, Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei glaring at him in a threatening manner that said, if you dare take my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Ha ha, alright, in any case, this old man's money will be Fei's in the future anyway. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he had already taken Duan Ling Tian as his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll definitely live a long life. As for this guy, he doesn't lack money, he just cheated Su Mo off 500,000 silver. Li Fei scowled, selling out Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye, 500,000 silver. The old man was dumbstruck. Although he was a grade 9 weapons craftsman, even all the wealth he had accumulated during half his lifetime wasn't worth 500,000 silver. What happened? The old man was curious. Li Fei told the old man the sequence of events. Haha, in that case, Guild Master Su hurt himself by his own doing this time. The old man couldn't hold back his laughter. The old man's laughter vanished before long as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Kid, you can consider yourself lucky this time. This Guild Master Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you can't use similar methods to dupe other powerhouses, otherwise, once he attains his goal and comes for your life, you will lose more than you gained. Don't worry, grandfather, I'm aware of what I should do. Duan Ling Tian nodded with an air of being educated. However, in his heart, he was thinking of something else. What the old man said was something he had long ago thought of, and he even had a way to cope with it which would guarantee his safety. In a vast courtyard, an incredibly swift figure pointed out his finger as he flashed about, causing a piercing howl to explode out. The figure was precisely Li Qing. His right index finger had been completely connected and healed already, and he was in the process of testing the degree of recovery. Dark nether finger flashed out, hitting a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of impact as the center, fissures split open in the stone pillar before exploding with a loud bang. Li Qing let out a shrill cry. As he gripped his right index finger, cold sweat flowed out. Qing, what's wrong? The person who was observing from the sidelines was a tall, elderly old man. He walked over with large strides and had a trace of worry between brows. It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai. Grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled. Li Qing's face was pale as he was unable to accept this fact. In order to cultivate dark nether finger, only he was clear of how much mental and physical effort he expended. Finger techniques, besides their formidable might, were also 10 times more difficult to cultivate than regular martial skills. If he could take the mental and physical effort he expended on dark nether finger and use it on a different high-grade profound rank offense martial skill, he would have long ago cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll be able to recover your dark nether finger's former might, Li Tai consoled. Li Qing had an ugly expression and said, in an unresigned manner, that would mean I need to start cultivating dark nether finger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed, so if I want to cultivate dark nether finger to the mastery stage once more, it will be many times more difficult than before. It's all that Duan Ling Tian's fault, it's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, how could this index finger of mine have been cut off? Grandfather, I want him dead, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Li Qing suddenly went mad. He had a savage expression as he howled. Li Tai took a deep breath. His murky eyes flashed with a cold light. Qing, don't worry, grandfather will get justice for you. He's only just a branch family disciple, and if you want him dead, then he can't live. Li Tai's voice emitted a trace of coldness. Thank you, grandfather, thank you, grandfather. Hearing what Li Tai said, Li Qing's mood finally eased up. After Duan Ling Tian finished telling the old man of the precautions before consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and headed home. He happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Ling Tian, The person smiled to Duan Ling Tian before leaving. Duan Ling Tian recognized him. This person was precisely the person who sent the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Shao clan. Duan Ling Tian guessed the reason he came. The Shao clan's operations are indeed quick. Duan Ling Tian walked in and saw his mother sorting a pile of things. They were precisely the prizes for the first ranked in the hidden dragon list. Tian, you were ranked first in the hidden dragon list. Li Ru noticed Duan Ling Tian had returned and gave him a spurious smile. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "Mom, you're unhappy." "Of course I'm happy. My Tian is really extraordinary." Li Ru lightly nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her long-lost husband. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Tao. "Little Black, where are you going?" Abruptly, K.'s voice sounded from inside her room. A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled itself around Duan Ling Tian's wrist. It was precisely the little black python that had gone into a deep slumber for more than a month after consuming half the beast core of the snow python. The little black python flicked its tongue towards Duan Ling Tian and was extremely happy. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little black python had changed. The gold markings on its body were much more profound. Its pupils had now transformed into golden pupils that seemed incomparably fierce. Moreover, the little black python's speed just now had obviously greatly surpassed its mother's, the black python. "Little Black, looks like you've undergone a metamorphosis." Duan Ling Tian rubbed the little black python's small head as he lightly smiled. Meanwhile, K.'r had come out too. When the little white python that was coiled on her wrist noticed Duan Ling Tian, it was slightly joyous as well. The little white python was similar to the little black python. They both had undergone great changes. The silver markings on its body were much more profound as well. Its pupils had transformed into silver pupils. Chapter 80, Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. Duan Ling Tian took notice of the changes in the two variant little pythons. They were the offspring of the snow python. After a while of probing, Duan Ling Tian discovered that even if he fully exploded forth with the entire strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing spirit serpent movement technique, his speed was still far inferior to the two little pythons. Good heavens! Duan Ling Tian was shocked ineffably. "Your speed is swift, but I wonder how your strength is." Duan Ling Tian brought the two little pythons to a side of the courtyard. There was a whole row of stone pillars there, and they were provided to be used for his usual cultivation. Duan Ling Tian took a few steps forward and punched out. A gust of wind swept by as his fist blasted a stone pillar in half. The pupils of the two little pythons shined as they transformed into two bolts of black and white lightning, flashing towards another stone pillar. Duan Ling Tian noticed that in the sky, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air. An ordinary martial artist would need to cultivate to the 7th level of the core formation stage before being able to exert such a strength. Clang! Clang! The two bolts of lightning immediately pierced straight through the stone pillar, leaving behind 2 small holes on the stone pillar. The small holes that the two little pythons pierced through were extremely smooth and did not leave a single crack on the stone pillar. It was imaginable how condensed the piercing attacks of the two little pythons were. They were completely condensed to a single point. This could be said to be perfect. "The two of you are the real freaks." Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the heads of the two little pythons. Those 2 small bulges had already started to blossom. On the little black python's bulge, a trace of a golden horn emerged. On the little white python's bulge, a trace of a silver horn emerged. Their respective strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be their match. After all, their bodies are small and they have swift speeds, so they hold a huge advantage. Duan Ling Tian exhaled a breath of cold air. Luckily, these 2 variant little pythons weren't his enemies. If he had such enemies, just thinking about it caused Duan Ling Tian's scalp to go numb. K.'r, who was watching from the side, had long since been struck dumb. "Little White, so it turned out to be that you're so formidable." K.'r had a light smile on her face as she rubbed the small head of the little white python. The little white python seemed to have noticed that K.'r was praising it, as it complacently lifted its small head up and playfully flicked its tongue. Duan Ling Tian passed down a top-tier cultivation method to his mother. This cultivation method was called Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had gathered during his first lifetime, and it was the cultivation method cultivated by the demonic beauty martial emperor of that time, thus it could be cultivated until the martial emperor stage. This cultivation method, after Li Ru grasped the demonic beauty divine technique, she realized how terrifying this cultivation method was. She felt slightly numbed. Her son truly had too many secrets. The frost god's sword technique that Kair cultivated seems to not be inferior to this demonic beauty divine technique. Mom, patiently comprehend it once more. I'll go buy medicinal materials tomorrow and refine a spirit containment pill for you. At that time, the spirit containment pill will absorb all of your origin energy and contain it within. Once you've completed your change of cultivation method to the demonic beauty divine technique, you can release the origin energy that was contained within the spirit containment pill, allowing you to recover your full strength or even become stronger in half a month's time. Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian dotingly as she nodded continuously. In the morning the next day, Duan Ling Tian took Kair along as he left the Li clan estate and arrived at the trade market. First, he collected his account balance from the medicine store manager and once again concocted 2 crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after finishing did Duan Ling Tian proclaim the reason he came. The medicinal materials for the spirit containment pill were all quite ordinary. After a short moment, the medicine store manager finished preparing them for Duan Ling Tian. Manager, how much are all these medicinal materials? Customer, the total for all these medicinal materials are only just a few hundred silver. You don't have to pay for them. The medicine store manager's face was filled with smiles. Since Duan Ling Tian started to consign his 6 treasures body tempering liquid for sale at this medicine store, his medicine store could be considered to be raking in money. God knows how many medicine stores were filled with envy and jealousy. Then I'll help myself. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After giving the manager a deep glance, he left with Kair. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought that the manager would meet with some trouble from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's huge sale. After all, there were surely many people who coveted it. But up until now, the manager didn't face a sliver of trouble, meaning that he obviously wasn't as simple as he seemed to be on the surface. But this didn't have anything much to do with Duan Ling Tian. After he and Kair arrived home, he entered his room and prepared to refine the spirit containment pill. With but a thought, he withdrew a cauldron from his spatial ring. The cauldron had an exquisite look. It had 9 extremely lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons carved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away the old man's prized possession, but the old man persisted, so in the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to take it. Looks like grandfather's teacher from all those years ago was remarkable. This cauldron already has a trace of a grade 7 spirit weapon's aura. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and briefly flashed with a slight surprise. The material of this cauldron. Fuck, it can't be. 1000-year dark iron. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian's hands trembled and he spouted out vulgarities in pleasant surprise. The 1000-year dark iron is a type of extremely valuable weapon crafting material. Its limit is being able to withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, the 1000-year dark iron was sufficient to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of 1000-year dark iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as a foundation, in the future, even when I become a grade 6 alchemist, I won't need to change to another cauldron because I can directly refine this one into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with a brilliant light. After merging with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he was now not only an alchemist with abundant experience, he was also a weapons craftsman with abundant experience. Before long, Duan Ling Tian started refining the medicinal pill. When compared to the phosphorus flame pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was much simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Ling Tian completed the spirit containment pill refinement and had refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother to consume. The other, he planned to keep it for Li Fei. After passing the spirit containment pill to his mother and informing her of the method to consume the pill and its necessary precautions, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room. He started cultivating. At present, Duan Ling Tian had already developed his origin energy and became a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage. If he was cultivating an ordinary cultivation method, the next step would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, due to the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, what he needed to do now was use his origin energy to further temper his fleshly body and increase the limits of his fleshly body, thus allowing the strength of his fleshly body to increase from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering is completed, he will have an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. At that time, even though he will still be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage, he will be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage that possesses the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, he will be superior to a martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage and inferior to one at the fourth level. An ordinary martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Like the former Fresh Breeze Town branch family's 7th elder, Li Kun. A martial artist at the fourth level of the core formation stage, on the other hand, possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Like his mother. Tempering the fleshly body with origin energy, it's really exciting. In accordance with the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Ling Tian started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy for a short moment before his body trembled, causing him to immediately stop. His face emitted a bitter smile. Contrary to expectations, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of numbness, itchiness, and limpness he felt in his entire body caused him to feel extremely distressed. If an example was really given, it would be similar to thousands of ants crawling around inside his flesh. This type of feeling caused suffering that was even worse than direct pain. Bring it on. Gritting his teeth, Duan Ling Tian had a resolute gaze. As a result of the origin energy's tempering, the fleshly body became even more condensed. The lifeblood and fleshly body that originally were at the threshold were now unendingly growing and undergoing transformations at an extremely fast pace. No pain, no gain. Duan Ling Tian deeply understood this logic. After continuously cultivating until noon, Duan Ling Tian was drenched in sweat and his clothes were soaked through, slimy, and extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into some clean and dry clothes, only then did Duan Ling Tian walk out of his room. At noon, while Duan Ling Tian was eating with his family, an unexpected guest arrived. Guild Master Su, Duan Ling Tian stays here. Outside the courtyard, a respectful voice sounded. Tian, someone's looking for you. Li Ru glanced at Duan Ling Tian. It's nothing, let him wait. Let's have lunch first. Duan Ling Tian had a tranquil expression, continuing to clamp food with his chopsticks naturally and smoothly. Duan Ling Tian, I'm the inner court's manager, Li Chang. Guild Master Su wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, a shout echoed out and entered the courtyard. Ask him to come in himself. Duan Ling Tian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was struck dumb. This Duan Ling Tian was really unruly. Who was this old man that stood beside him? This was a figure that even their Li clan's patriarch would have to greet in respect. He was Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. Su. Guild Master Su, Duan Ling Tian is young and inexperienced, how about? Cold sweat poured out of Li Chang as he gazed at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would be enraged because of this. But in the next moment, he was completely stupefied. You can leave, I'll go in myself. Su Mo nodded to Li Chang and flicked out a medicinal pill towards him. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, he that noticed Su Mo wasn't angry nor irritated, so he slowly walked into Duan Ling Tian's house courtyard. Origin increasing pill. When he clearly saw the medicinal pill in his hand, Li Chang's gaze shone. This origin increasing pill was worth 5,000 silver. As expected of the Alchemist Guild's guild master, he's really generous. All I did was show him the way, and he gave me an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath, slightly excited. Even though he was the Li clan's inner court manager, his monthly pay was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he loathed buying himself some origin increasing pills to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, a voice sounded from the courtyard behind him, causing his expression to freeze. He was nearly scared shitless. Geezer, you've come so early. It can't be that you came here to get a free meal, right? Let me tell you first, I didn't prepare any tableware for you. Chapter 81, Spiritual Force. This Duan Ling Tian is a complete madman. Even if I wanted to invite Guild Master Su for food, he might not even do me the favor, but he actually directly asked Guild Master Su to not think of getting free food. Li Chang had a strange expression as he pricked up his ears and listened. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was going to get into trouble, unexpectedly. Kid, don't worry, I've already eaten. You take your time and eat, I'll wait for you. Su Mo's calm voice sounded, causing Li Chang to be thunderstruck. How could this be possible? Instantly, thousands of questions arose in his heart. This Duan Ling Tian, wasn't he just a branch family disciple? Why would the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, be so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he had already come to a decision in his heart. No matter what, he would absolutely not offend Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian finished eating, he started guiding Su Mo. An afternoon passed, and the shocked expression on Su Mo's face had never ceased. He noticed that this 16-year-old youth knew more than him, and his understanding towards a grade 7 alchemist was even at a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for him being a youth, Su Mo would probably plan to directly take him as his master. Although it was only an afternoon, Su Mo benefited greatly. He was convinced that so long as he came here for a few more days, the threshold that had bewildered him for so long would undoubtedly be broken, enough for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Before leaving, Su Mo had a serious expression as he asked Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, what grade is your teacher?" In his opinion, the reason why Duan Ling Tian had such vast knowledge was surely because of the great teacher he had. Moreover, this teacher was far from being someone a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even a grade 4 alchemist, they might not be able to educate such a disciple. In his heart, an insane guess arose, but he still wanted to double-check. Even I don't know what grade my teacher is. I was lucky to see him refine a medicinal pill. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet flame. Right, surrounding the violet flame, there was a strand of silver edging intertwined, Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness, as if it was all true. Violet silver pill fire. He had once gone through some ancient records in County City's Alchemist Guild. On it was a record of the various grades of an alchemist in Cloud Continent. The pill fire of a grade 3 alchemist was violet and its surroundings were intertwined with copper edges. It was called violet copper pill fire. Whereas a violet pill fire with its surroundings intertwined with silver edges, that would be violet silver pill fire. It was the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist. Grade 2 pill fire. Instantly, Su Mo felt as if the sky was about to fall. Grade 2 alchemist. Kid, are you certain your teacher's pill fire is violet? And its surroundings has silver edges? Su Mo's chest was rising and falling like bellows. Even at the time he condensed his pill fire when he was young and became an alchemist, he wasn't this excited. Of course I'm certain. Oh, right, teacher told me once that he came from some foreign lands, and that he happened to come here to relax, and it so happens that he noticed my natural talent was good, thus he took me as a disciple. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. Foreign lands, as expected. He had already guessed it earlier, but after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, he confirmed his suspicions. He was confident that the term, foreign lands, not to mention Duan Ling Tian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing of it. The only reason he knew was that he had read some ancient records in the Alchemist Guild. Duan Ling Tian being able to speak of the term proved that he wasn't lying. In this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth who stood before his eyes seemed to become incomparably noble, the disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He was confident now. If this matter were to be spread, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would probably have to go out of his way to build a good relationship with this youth. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist liked, his future accomplishments would certainly be extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Mo was slightly perturbed as he asked, "Kid, where's your teacher? I wonder if I can have the fortune to meet him. My teacher is away for the time being. He asked me to patiently gain experience by myself and said that he would come back to visit me every now and then. If you want to meet him, when he comes the next time, I'll ask him to meet you." Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly twitched. "Thank you, little brother." Su Mo had an expression filled with excitement. Even the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian changed. Duan Ling Tian continued, "It's a small matter, my teacher dotes on me the most. He said that out of all the disciples he took in this lifetime, my natural talent was the best. He also said that those other senior brothers and senior sisters that are at that foreign lands, they can't even compare to a finger of mine." Hey, at that time, the way he spoke even made my face red. Su Mo's expression froze, but he deeply agreed. In terms of natural talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, would still be a rare existence. Su Mo, however, didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth were slightly twitching. He seemed to be forcefully holding back a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild. I guarantee that once you join, you will certainly get the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, wouldn't dare to even breathe loudly in front of you, Su Mo said to Duan Ling Tian, his tone filled with temptation. Duan Ling Tian lightly muttered. Su Mo's eyes shone. It looked like it might be possible. But my teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his identity to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path because only then will I have the qualifications to be a true powerhouse. I've told you so much, it's already considered as violating my teacher's orders. Geezer, you better not tell another soul of what I told you just now, or else I'll tell my teacher that you forced me to tell you everything the next time he comes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a trace of a cunning smile. Su Mo's face turned completely green. Little brother, don't, please don't, just take it as I never asked. Since your honored teacher said so, you must honor and respect his teachings, and please don't get me into trouble. Su Mo was slightly struck with panic. Su Mo was crystal clear of what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Besides having superb medicinal refining skills, alchemists were also extremely formidable powerhouses of the martial Tao. These powerhouses were omnipotent. At this moment, he had a lingering fear in his heart. Because before today, a thought once momentarily appeared in his mind. After Duan Ling Tian assists him to become a grade 7 alchemist, he would take care of Duan Ling Tian and seize back his alchemist guild points. But when he looked at it now, he felt lucky that his reason and conscience had defeated this crazy thought. Or else, once something happened to Duan Ling Tian, no matter how he cleaned up after himself, with the resources of a grade 2 alchemist, it would exceedingly easy for his teacher to get to the bottom of things. At that time, he could imagine what his end would be like. Don't worry, little brother, I will absolutely not tell another soul of what you've told me today. Also, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly not refuse. Su Mo had a serious expression as he pledged sincerely. Geezer, you're too courteous. But since you're so enthusiastic, then I'll be candid. I really do require some materials lately. These materials aren't available in Aurora City. I wonder if you can help me obtain some. Duan Ling Tian wrote it all down in a piece of paper before handing it over to Su Mo. Su Mo lowered his head and read. A total of 5 materials, 2 of which he had heard of, and they were both medicinal materials that were very rare and extremely valuable. He had no clue about the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials as fast as possible and I'll send them to you as soon as they're gathered. Su Mo assured Duan Ling Tian in a serious manner. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Only after Su Mo left did Duan Ling Tian have a broad grin on his face. Everything he made up earlier were measures he used to protect himself. As for foreign lands, and the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist, they were all things he found out of from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Using it to intimidate people, there would utterly be no one that would doubt it. After all, it was impossible for even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City to know of these things, let alone a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan. Su Mo knew of it only because he was a part of the Alchemist Guild. The main branch of the Alchemist Guild was in the foreign lands. I hope that geezer can gather those 5 materials as soon as possible, because only then can I inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Although it isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, it is nearly comparable. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. An inscription master, however, was different compared to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The latter 2 required their cultivation to attain a certain level before being able to condense origin energy into a pill fire or a weapon flame to refine medicinal pills or spirit weapons. The former only had a requirement towards spiritual force. As long as the inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain the materials required, no matter how formidable the inscription may be, he would be able to inscribe it. Origin energy, in the eyes of inscription masters, was only a tool to inscribe and activate inscriptions. The spiritual force stemmed from the soul. Maybe it was due to him having traveled through to this world, or maybe it was because he had merged with the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian's soul was terrifyingly strong. By means of estimation, based on Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian could almost be sure that his current spiritual force was sufficient to be compared with an origin core martial artist's. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only martial emperor stage powerhouses were able to fight using spiritual force. Or else, with Duan Ling Tian's current spiritual force, it would be sufficient to easily pulverize any martial artist below the origin core stage. It was precisely because of Duan Ling Tian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he had sufficient materials, he could inscribe inscriptions that only an origin core stage inscription master could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the strongest might among the inscriptions he was currently capable of inscribing. It'll be different now that I broke through to the core formation stage and developed origin energy. I can now use origin energy to inscribe, so as long as my spiritual force can fulfill the requirements of the inscription, I can easily inscribe it. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Chapter 82, Ghastly Shadow. In a vast courtyard, an old man stood at a side, his face gloomy. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A white-clothed youth walked out of his room. The old man frowned as he slowly said, "That Duan Ling Tian seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. How could that be possible? He's a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that. How could he strike a relationship with the Alchemist Guild?" Li Qing shook his head continuously, unwilling to believe it. For some unknown reason, in these last few days, Su Mo would go look for Duan Ling Tian at noon every day. Li Tai was slightly fearful for a brief moment. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Su Mo, he was nothing. Not mentioning that Su Mo's strength was above his, solely based on Su Mo's identity as a grade 8 alchemist. If Su Mo wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. Only a single word from Su Mo would cause a group of people to come for his life, just to kill him as a favor to Su Mo. This was precisely the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. "Grandfather, could it be that the enmity from my crippled finger will just be let go like this? I'm not resigned." Li Qing's expression was gloomy and his breathing became hurried. "Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely help you take revenge. Now, since Su Mo and Duan Ling Tian are related, I cannot get involved directly, so I will have to ask someone else to deal with him." Li Tai's face emitted a cold smile. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Li Qing was puzzled. "Money makes the world go around." Li Tai's brows furrowed. "Grandfather, you mean we should hire Ghastly Shadow?" Li Qing's eyes shone. Ghastly Shadow, the top organization of assassins in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They rose like a hurricane 20 years ago and swept through the kingdom. As long as Ghastly Shadow accepted the assignment, the rate of success was 100%. Of course, this was closely linked to the rules of Ghastly Shadow. If one wanted to post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow, a deposit must be paid in the target identified. 3 days later, one needed to reconfirm with Ghastly Shadow to see if Ghastly Shadow was willing to accept this assignment. If they were unwilling, the deposit would be refunded. If they were willing, the balance fee must be paid. Ghastly Shadow only accepted assignments that they were confident about. As far as Li Qing was concerned, Ghastly Shadow was an organization with such formidable assassins that killing Duan Ling Tian would be a piece of cake. Deep in the night, in the Li clan estate, a robust figure flashed out. Before long, the figure arrived at a secluded old building in Aurora City and walked in. The hall was very vast and had dim lighting. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face sat there. When he noticed movement, he raised his head and looked with an icy cold gaze at the figure who arrived. "I want to post an assignment. Li Clan, Duan Ling Tian." "This is the deposit." The figure was straightforward. He withdrew a stack of silver and slapped it on the counter, then turned around and left. "Li Clan, Duan Ling Tian." The young man registered. When the first light of morning illuminated the earth, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Duan Ling Tian looked forward only to notice 2 young girls happily chatting in the courtyard. "Little Fei, you're here so early. Did you miss me?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, greedily sizing up the hot, devilish body of the young girl. Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian and angrily said, "I didn't come to look for you, I came for little sister Kair." Duan Ling Tian made nothing of it. As he ate his breakfast, he pricked up his ears to overhear what the 2 young girls were chatting about. In the end, he realized that the 2 young girls were chatting about interesting stories from their childhood. After he finished his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian went out alone and left the Li clan estate. Su Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Out of the 5 rare materials that the Blood Crescent inscription required, 2 would arrive in Aurora City within the next 2 days. As such, he started to prepare the other materials. Inscribing the Blood Crescent inscription required a total of 11 materials. 6 of them were comparatively ordinary. Arriving at the large trade market of Aurora City, Duan Ling Tian entered the medicine store he sold the 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Out of the 6 materials, 3 were ordinary medicinal materials. Manager. Duan Ling Tian greeted the manager as soon as he entered. Before long, under Duan Ling Tian's puzzled gaze, the manager brought him into a small room in the medicine store. Manager, what is it? Someone wants your life. The manager gazed fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he said this in a straightforward manner. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian even had a misconception that the manager's disposition had changed. If the past manager was only a completely sordid merchant, then the current manager vaguely emitted a sense of unfathomableness. It looked like his suspicions from earlier were correct. This medicine store manager was definitely not simple. The Li clan's Grand Elder, Li Tai, posted an assignment in Ghastly Shadow last night. The target is you, the manager bluntly said. Ghastly Shadow. He had heard of this assassin organization that was famous throughout Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're from Ghastly Shadow? Duan Ling Tian abruptly laughed. Yes, in the daytime, I'm the manager of this medicine store, but at night, I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The manager slowly nodded. Manager, doing thing like this, I bet it's against the rules of Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly twitched. Rules are dead, but people are living. I don't wish for my business partner to be killed because of some people. That would mean losing my road to riches for no reason. The manager was extremely frank. As far as he was concerned, the little amount of silver that Li Tai paid for the assassination wasn't even enough to be considered spare change compared to the profit he gained from Duan Ling Tian's 6 treasures body tempering liquid. He naturally knew how to choose between the two. Then what you mean now is, you're refusing his assignment? Duan Ling Tian asked. If I post an assignment targeting Li Tai now, would Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course, Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money. But the Li clan's Grand Elder's price is extremely expensive, the manager answered. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive. Of course, Li Tai is the Grand Elder of the Li clan after all, an existence at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. If you really want to post this assignment, since we are business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount. Even then it would be 800,000. You Ghastly Shadow people are really greedy. You can owe a debt without interest, and it would be deducted from the profit of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Forget it. 800,000 silver, I'd loathe to part with it. I'll just do it myself. You, what? Doubting me, slightly. How about this? I don't need Ghastly Shadow to kill him, but help me with a small matter. After getting the agreement of the manager and buying the medicinal materials he required, Duan Ling Tian left the medicine store satisfied. 800,000 silver. To kill Li Tai. To Duan Ling Tian, it was really not worth it. But Li Tai had actually posted an assignment to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. After buying the remaining materials, he returned home. At noon today, Sumo didn't come. Duan Ling Tian had already taught him everything he could teach. The remainder was something he could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later, deep in the night, in the point of operations of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City, Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter as he asked, "How's the confirmation of the assignment I posted 3 days ago? For killing a first-level core formation martial artist, 100,000 silver should be enough, right? 100,000 silver. Customer, are you joking?" The pale-faced young man's eyes flickered with a cold light that would cause chills to run down people's spines. Li Tai's heart jerked and he had a bad premonition. According to the information our Ghastly Shadow collected, this Duan Ling Tian is the first-ranked youth genius in Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list for this year. Just this point alone would require a fee of at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Okay. Li Tai grit his teeth. Although it pained him, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished. The young man frowned. What else do you have to say? Li Tai questioned. The young man continued, we also discovered that Duan Ling Tian is close to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo. Sumo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, and killing someone close to him is very risky for us. Thus, combining the above facts, The price for this Duan Ling Tian's head is 1 million silver. 1 million silver. Li Tai was stupefied. Even though he guessed the assignment wouldn't be possible when the young man mentioned sumo, he didn't expect that Ghastly Shadow would set the price at 1 million silver for Duan Ling Tian's head. Not to mention he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he had brought out that much, he wouldn't be willing to spend it. A mere first-level core formation kid, even if his strength was bizarre, he was only comparable to a third-level core formation martial artist. To him, killing such a kid was as simple as cutting grass. The young man looked at Li Tai as he asked, "Customer, may I ask if you still want to post this assignment?" "No, return the deposit to me." Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke, 1 million silver. This amount of money was enough to even post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow to kill an origin core martial artist. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from an inner chamber. "Manager." The young man hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this middle-aged man was precisely the medicine store manager. "I'm curious though, how will he kill this Li Tai?" the middle-aged man thought in his heart. The corners of his mouth had a trace of a smile. "Li Clan Estate." "Grandfather, how is it?" Li Qing hurriedly asked as soon as he noticed that Li Tai had returned. He knew what Li Tai had gone out to do, so he was waiting all along for the result. "I cancelled the assignment." Li Tai shook his head. Li Qing was dumbstruck. "Grandfather, why?" "Humph. That Ghastly Shadow actually asked for 1 million silver." Li Tai's expression sank. "What? Killing a mere core formation kid for 1 million silver? Are they conducting daylight robbery?" Li Qing had an expression of disbelief. They discovered the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Sumo, so they were slightly afraid and thus asked for such a high price. "Qing, don't worry, even though Ghastly Shadow won't accept this assignment, grandfather will still not allow that Duan Ling Tian to continue living." Li Tai looked at Li Qing as he guaranteed this. "Thank you, grandfather," Li Qing said excitedly. If Duan Ling Tian didn't die, he couldn't eat nor sleep in peace. Chapter 83, Grade 8 Weapons Craftsman. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged. In front of him lay a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were 2 violet flexible swords that were as thin as a cicada's wing. It was precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. "Refine 3 spirit swords first." Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered, then he raised his hand and took hold of the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords. Burning with his weapon flame, it didn't take long for the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords to transform into liquid. The liquid formed of violet meteorite. Subsequently, another few types of metal materials were melted by the weapon flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Their impurities were extracted and they were transformed into puddles of liquid that jumped about in the air as they boiled. Under Duan Ling Tian's control, the violet meteorite liquid and the other liquids from the other few metal materials fused together. Accompanied by Duan Ling Tian's profound movements, the fused liquid eventually separated into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were almost identical to the violet meteorite flexible sword from before, similarly thin as a cicada's wing. Success. Duan Ling Tian finished up and the 3 flexible swords entered his hands. Grasping one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed out as the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured in the flexible sword. A sword cry echoed out. Not bad. Compared to an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon, the amplification is over 10%, and the strength has increased by 5,000 or so pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duan Ling Tian smiled in satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapons craftsman would mostly only have a strength amplification of nearly 10% only. A grade 9 spirit weapon that could provide a 10% amplification was considered to be top quality. The grade 9 spirit weapons that Duan Ling Tian refined on his first try had obviously surpassed top quality. "From now on, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile as he stared at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian put the remaining materials to use. He started inscribing inscriptions on the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords. Presently, all of the 5 materials that he asked Sumo to get were here. Adding on the materials that Duan Ling Tian bought himself, he had everything he needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Duan Ling Tian only spent 2 hours to refine 3 grade 9 spirit weapons. Inscribing the 3 Blood Crescent inscriptions, however, used half of an entire day. He didn't even have time to go have lunch. Looking at the blood-red glow emitting from the blades, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 violet myrtle flexible swords had all been inscribed with blood crescent inscriptions. At this moment, he felt an exhaustion invade his body and a drowsy feeling crept over him. After asking Kair to heat up the food and eating, Duan Ling Tian fell dead asleep before the sky was even dark, and he slept all the way until the next morning. After awakening, he still felt slightly dizzy and overwhelmed. The inscribing of inscriptions really drains spiritual force. But when he saw his works from yesterday, he felt it was all worth it. Out of the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, Duan Ling Tian kept one. As for the other 2, he gave one to both Kair and one to his mother. Young master, I felt that when I cultivated my sword skills using the violet myrtle flexible sword, its might seemed to have increased considerably. Is it my misconception? The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Li Ru swung out the sword as well. Li Ru had more experience than the young girl, and she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming in a low voice. Then she looked at the youth at the side with a dull gaze. Tian, this is, Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm now also a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said, also, on the violet myrtle flexible sword, I've inscribed the blood crescent inscription. You just need to control your origin energy and fuse it into the inscription to activate it. This blood crescent inscription, if you're able to use it unexpectedly, even an origin core martial artist will have only a slim chance of survival once hit. Blood crescent inscription, able to kill an origin core martial artist. The 2 beauties were stupefied, taking a long time before finally being able to regain their senses. Young master, you're so great. The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian in a gaze of adoration, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel elated. Li Ru's gaze became slightly dazed and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, can you see it? Our child is extremely talented. Even without the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't one bit inferior to his Duan clan peers. A tall and robust figure seemed to appear in front of Li Ru's eyes. That figure was her everything once upon a time. Right, Tian, Kair, Shishi moved her home a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you 2 with Shishi lately. Did you 3 bicker? Li Ru suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. He had an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li Qing during the clan martial meet, Li Shishi started to avoid him. After that, he occasionally met Li Shishi a few times, but Li Shishi had a very unfamiliar gaze when she looked at him, even having a trace of contempt mixed within. He didn't expect that Li Shishi would actually move away from him. I don't know either. Kair lightly shook her head. Inner court. At a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Ling Tian's home, the young girl's sword moved with her body. She was drenched in sweat. The corners of her mouth had a pained expression that was faintly mixed with a trace of self-mockery. It was precisely Li Shishi. For this past period of time, Li Shishi's state of mind was filled with a sense of loss. Since she witnessed Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, she started to have a type of infatuated feeling towards him. But when Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat during the clan martial meet and submissively gave away the championship to Li Qing, the lofty image of Duan Ling Tian in her heart crumbled. Because of this, she started to dislike Duan Ling Tian and intended to keep her distance from him. However, just at this moment, a shocking piece of news caused her to feel as if she had dropped into a pit of ice. During this year's youth gathering, Duan Ling Tian cut off Li Qing's finger and defeated in succession the Shao clan's and Lin clan's top disciples in the younger generation, and he was placed at the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. At that moment, she felt terribly ashamed in her heart. The youth she looked down upon had used his strength and proved everything. Of course, all of this, in her opinion, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. It was because of this that she didn't have the courage to face Duan Ling Tian and directly went to see the inner court manager to move. If I hadn't kept my distance from him at that time, maybe. Li Shishi's heart was filled with agony. Unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs, and there was no regret medicine to consume either. Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at Li Fei's door when he heard a hearty laughter sounding from within, full of confidence. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. While walking in with large strides, Duan Ling Tian said, in a loud voice, "Congratulations, grandfather." At this moment, the old man also walked out of his room, his face glowing. Seeing Duan Ling Tian was like seeing the future husband of his granddaughter to him. "Kid, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, even if I had forcefully broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, my old life wouldn't have lasted much longer. Grandfather, you're welcome, we're all family anyway. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. Li Fei had walked out of her room when she heard the sound of the old man's laughter. Upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, her face blushed slightly as she angrily said, "Hey! Whose family with you? Fei, you little girl, last night you kept talking about this kid Ling Tian, but now you deny it. Okay, grandfather needs to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Ling Tian is grandfather's guest, and also my benefactor, so you need to treat him well," the old man said to Li Fei before leaving. "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" Li Fei, who was sold out by the old man, was slightly embarrassed and angry. "Little Fei, what were you saying about me? Also, you need to listen to your grandfather and treat me well." Duan Ling Tian walked in large strides, bluntly walking into her room. You actually entered my room." Li Fei's beautiful eyes glared at him as she angrily followed. "So what if I enter your room? I even want to sleep on your bed." Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly as he directly fell onto Li Fei's bed. Li Fei flared and was about to extend her hand and pull Duan Ling Tian up, but how could her strength compare to Duan Ling Tian's? Duan Ling Tian pulled her straight into his embrace and they both fell onto the bed. "Little Fei, cut it out." Li Fei still tried to struggle but was unable to break free of Duan Ling Tian. Her pair of clear eyes had tears within as she said, "Bully. Okay, I'll stop teasing you." Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's heart softened and he let go off Li Fei. "You're a rascal," Li Fei angrily said. "Didn't you know of this since long ago? Humph, stinking rascal, but thank you for helping my grandfather." As she finished speaking, Li Fei's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. "What's there to thank? You're my wife, and your grandfather is my grandfather," Duan Ling Tian said brazenly. "Right, little Fei, tell me about you. Where are your parents?" Duan Ling Tian abruptly asked. "Parents?" Li Fei took a deep breath. "They met with an accident before I was old enough to understand anything and they passed away." Duan Ling Tian found out about Li Fei's parents from her. It turned out that many years ago, the Li clan once met with a calamity. During that period, many people died, and Li Fei's parents died were among them. Although the Li clan got their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to come back again. "I really miss my father, I really miss my mother. According to grandfather, they loved me dearly." Li Fei's delicate body started trembling as tears poured out of her like the rain. "Little Fei, it has passed. Don't be upset." Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and pulled Li Fei into an embrace as he consoled her. In the end, maybe because she was too tired from crying, Li Fei directly fell asleep in Duan Ling Tian's embrace. "I didn't expect this little girl to have such a past." Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Li Fei's exquisite cheeks as he sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any other thoughts, all he had was pity. Bad guy, all you know is to bully me, all you know is to bully me." Abruptly, Li Fei extended out her fist and started hitting Duan Ling Tian in a violent flurry as she spoke. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian thought that Li Fei had woken up, but when he looked closely, he realized that Li Fei was sleep-talking. "Duan Ling Tian, you big rascal, you're not allowed to look at Xiaolan. If you continue, I'll dig out your eyes." Li Fei seemed to be dreaming and muttered to herself for a while before finally recovering into a calm state. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. What sort of dream of this little Fei having? After around 1 hour, Li Fei woke up. You. Only now did she realize that she had actually fallen asleep in Duan Ling Tian's embrace. She blushed immediately. "Little Fei, I didn't think you would have the habit of talking in your sleep. But when did I look at Xiaolan? You actually want to dig out my eyes, too ruthless." Duan Ling Tian looked as if he had a lingering fear. Chapter 84, Crystal Wall Inscription. "You heard everything." Li Fei's angel-like face was red as an apple. Duan Ling Tian's hand slowly rubbed the young girl's lovely hair as he said, in a gentle voice, "Little Fei, I will take good care of you in the future. If you dare bully me in the future, I'll snip it off." Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian, assuming a posture of cutting off Duan Ling Tian's little brother. "Who did you learn that from?" Duan Ling Tian's face was pale. This was no joke. Li Fei laughed complacently. "Why do I feel like a sheep that entered the den of a tiger? Looking at Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes and feeling the warmth off her body, Duan Ling Tian's lower regions started to burn, just when he was about to do something. Fei, has Ling Tian left? The old man's voice sounded from outside. When the old man saw the youth and young girl that came out of the room, he had a weird expression. Grandfather, nothing happened between us. Li Fei explained in panic. Right, there's nothing. Grandfather, I'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian was like a kid who was caught stealing candy, hurriedly fleeing. While he left Li Fei's home, Duan Ling Tian's mood was elated. After today's events, the relationship between him and Li Fei was completely obvious. At the same time, he had no choice but to be on alert. After all, there was still someone that was waiting for a chance to take his life. Maybe it's time to take care of this, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He then directly left the Li clan estate and entered the misty forest inner area by himself to hunt fierce beasts. For the next few days, he left the Li clan estate at around the same time. He can really maintain his equanimity. In the misty forest inner area, after killing a fierce beast, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. But what he didn't lack was patience. Deep at night, in a vast courtyard, Li Qing greeted the old man who had just returned. Grandfather, that Duan Ling Tian has been continuously going to the misty forest by himself for a few days now. Are there any results from your secret observations in these past few days? I was originally worried that Sumo would trail behind and protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Ling Tian went to the misty forest, Sumo always stayed in the alchemist guild and didn't go out. Since a while back, he seemed to have cut off all relations with Duan Ling Tian. Li Tai's brows jerked lightly. He was slightly puzzled. Maybe they never had any relationship all along, and it was just us overthinking things, Li Qing said. Maybe. Li Tai nodded. The next day, dawn. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes that floated above him, Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face. After days of effort, he had finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the core formation stage, allowing his fleshly body's strength to increase by the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Now he was confident that even if he fought a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would be capable of dominating his opponent. After having his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian once again went out by himself. This time, when he entered the misty forest, he started to enter even deeper inside the inner area, as the fierce beasts on the outskirts of the inner area were unable to pose a threat and pressure him at his current strength. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian bumped into a fierce beast that had a savage appearance. Growing on its body were tumor-like spikes, and it had a pair of eyes that flickered with a green light. It appeared to look somewhat similar to a wolf but entirely larger by a whole size. Aru! The fierce beast let out a howl and pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, above the fierce beast, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. But fierce beasts were naturally able to precisely control their strength and could even be considered to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist's that was at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan to use his violet myrtle flexible sword. Duan Ling Tian's entire body flashed out, his speed far surpassing that of the fierce beast that was pouncing towards him. He exploded forth with his full strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Drawing his body back like a heavy bow, Duan Ling Tian swung out his fist, smashing straight upon the fierce beast's head and blasting it flying. The fierce beast's enormous body caused dirt to suffuse in the air when it hit the ground. Exhaling a breath of pent-up feelings, Duan Ling Tian quickly walked up towards the fierce beast. The fierce beast's pupils that flickered with a green light had a trace of fear flash past as it slowly stood up and growled at Duan Ling Tian before turning around and fleeing. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned before he was able to react. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had curled into a smile as his body jerked. Duan Ling Tian's speed was greatly superior to the fierce beast's, so he caught up to it in the blink of an eye. Aru! Maybe it knew that it wouldn't be able to escape today. As the fierce beast's eyes emitted a fierce light, it desperately pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. This time, Duan Ling Tian seized the opportunity, and shattered the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I wonder what type of fierce beast this is. Its fur and skin should sell for some money, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. That is a spike wolf. Its fur and skin combined can be sold for 1,000 silver. Just at this moment, an elderly voice sounded from behind Duan Ling Tian, answering his question. Duan Ling Tian slowly turned around. Standing in front of him was a tall old man. On the old man's clothes, there was a Li clan crest as well. A member of the Li clan. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he vaguely guessed the identity of this old man. Only 16 years old, the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. I have to say, your natural talent, not to mention in Aurora City, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it is sufficient to be in the top of first-rate natural talents. The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian as he said, with slight pity, unfortunately, today you'll surely die. Grand Elder, are you so sure that I'll surely die? Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his memories, Duan Ling Tian should have never seen him before. Among the old men of the Li clan who want to kill me, besides you, the grandfather of Li Qing, I really can't think of a second person. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he spoke. You're about to die and you can still laugh. Li Tai's expression turned grim. At the same time, he couldn't help himself from looking at the surroundings in vigilance. His first thought was that there was a high possibility of someone protecting Duan Ling Tian nearby, otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't dare be so unperturbed. Grand Elder, you don't have to continue looking. No one followed me here. No one followed you. Li Tai's brows knit. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid. No one is able to be unafraid of death, Duan Ling Tian said truthfully. Then you still have the mood to continue laughing? Li Tai asked, in a grim voice. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, Grand Elder, I'm really curious though, could it be that if I don't laugh now, you will let me go? Of course not. Today, you must die. Li Tai grunted coldly. Whether I laugh or not doesn't make any difference, so why should I put on a wailing expression? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face grew more and more wide. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Die. Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he stepped out, pulling forth a line of afterimages at extreme speed. Above him, nearly 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed forward, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. Li Tai slapped out his palm, bringing a vast amount of origin energy with it. Immediately, the sounds of air exploding continuously rose and fell. And a shapeless gust of wind whistled as it swept through the surrounding bushes. A jet of pressure enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Under Li Tai's briefly stunned gaze, Duan Ling Tian directly rushed towards him as if moving forward to receive his palm strike. Is this kid mad? Duan Ling Tian's hand grasped onto the violet myrtle flexible sword's hilt on his waist. His sword moved like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest. It flashed straight out as if transforming into a violet, venomous snake. Child's play, Li Tai sneered. His descending palm spun around and instead slapped towards the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy started trembling violently and poured into the violet myrtle flexible sword's blade. Instantly, on the blade, a bloody gleam jumped about. A bloody gleam that looked like a waning crescent moon flashed straight towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm strike descended, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was slapped flying. Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as his palm split open, bleeding profusely. Inscription. Li Tai exclaimed in a low voice. The blood-red waning crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought the force from the blood crescent inscription was going to pierce through Li Tai's body, the pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of a dark blue brilliance, condensed into a dark blue crystal wall, and blocked the force of the blood crescent inscription. The pendant shattered after completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription. Duan Ling Tian's face distorted. After all the planning and calculations, he never expected that Li Tai would have a crystal wall inscription on him. The crystal wall inscription was a defensive inscription. In terms of grades, it even was not a bit inferior to the blood crescent inscription. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of powerlessness. He had entered the misty forest daily in these past few days just to use himself as bait and attract Li Tai into his trap. He was confident he could kill Li Tai if used the blood crescent inscription. But how could he have known that this Li Tai would actually have a crystal wall inscription? It had blocked his only resort. The force of two inscriptions collided together. Li Tai's body was affected by the force and flew out more than 10 meters away. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a formidable inscription. Li Tai's face was extremely gloomy. Today, he nearly failed miserably in such an easy task. Just now, if it wasn't for him activating his defensive inscription in time, he would have died without a doubt. In his heart, a coldness emerged. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and said, slightly helplessly, even I didn't expect that you would actually have a defensive inscription. Inscriptions. There were various kinds. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions, and assistive inscriptions. The blood crescent inscription belonged to the offensive inscriptions type. Li Tai took a deep breath, and said, word for word, today, if it wasn't for me having a defensive inscription, I would have surely died. No wonder you weren't one bit surprised you saw me, you already knew I was coming and planned to kill me with that inscription, right? At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him caused him to have a slightly frightened feeling. Being able to think things through so thoroughly at such an age, once he grows up in the future, he will undoubtedly be a great figure. He even couldn't stop himself from thinking that if his grandson Li Qing had even half of what this youth had, he wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. At this point, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid to admit it. A wave of bitterness flushed through his heart. It wasn't fucking easy for me to get the chance to cross over to this world and achieve rebirth. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Chapter 85. A fish that escaped from the net. Duan Ling Tian felt regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have saved 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, even his life was going to be lost. Little Fei, care. We haven't even done it yet, I don't want to die. Duan Ling Tian, looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even do your homework, and you wanted to use an offensive inscription to kill me. My defensive inscription, Crystal Wall inscription, was granted to me by the former Li clan patriarch years ago. Who among the older generation of the Li clan doesn't know of this? Li Tai stepped forward. Every step he took seemed like an approaching death warrant to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lifted up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, staying completely silent as he awaited Li Tai's arrival. Even though he wasn't a match, he would still put up a fight. Death, even death needed to be a heroic death. On his body, a fearless aura stretched out. That was the manifestation of his unyieldingness, to die rather than to submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The coldness in his eyes grew even deeper. If this kid doesn't die, he will surely be a great disaster to me. Li Tai's palm strike moved like a shadow as it flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand swept out, moving to intercept Li Tai's palm. Pa! Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the sword flying. Its momentum didn't not lessen one bit as it smashed towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, their might like thunder, fully exploding forth with the strength of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Feeling the pressure that was approaching in the form of a suffocating aura, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? But in the next moment, the ear-piercing cry of a saber, accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry, caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if he awoke from a dream. Instantly, he felt a hand being placed on his shoulder and pulling him aside. He focused his eyes to look. Presently, the hand that Li Tai was using to execute the strike was completely cut off at the wrist, spouting out a steaming stream of fresh blood. His body was carried away by the force of inertia for more than 10 meters. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the person who saved him. Clothed in a black garb that stuck tightly to his body and with a ghost mask on his face, the crescent saber in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood. Grade 8 spirit weapon. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian discerned the crescent saber's grade. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the eyes behind the ghost mask had a smile flash within. So it was him. At this moment, after stopping his bleeding, the pale-faced Li Tai looked at the black-clothed person with a fearful expression. The black-clothed person ignored Li Tai. Instead he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Now, do you want to post the assignment to kill Li Tai? If there's no need, I'll leave." Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the black-clothed person as he angrily said, "Of course I'm posting it. You were concealed at the side and watching the show, right?" The black-clothed man laughed dryly and stepped out. Above his head, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared instantly like nimbus clouds covering the sky. Their imposing manner shot up into the heavens. 9th level of the origin core stage. Li Tai's face distorted. 1 million silver. I'll pay 1 million silver to buy Duan Ling Tian's life. Li Tai said in panic. A powerhouse at the 9th level of the origin core stage, not mentioning how he had lost the use of his prominent arm. Even if he was at full strength, he would still not necessarily be the black-clothed man's match. As far as I'm concerned, his life is far more valuable than 1 million. The black-clothed man gave Li Tai a reply. Li Tai's face turned grim. Flee. He didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and fled, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to its limits. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, seeming like a ghost as he caught up in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed past. Li Tai's body jerked before flying out. His hand grasped his throat but was unable to stop his blood from spouting out. The dignified Grand Elder of the Li clan, his life ended in such a way. Only now did the black-clothed man remove his mask. It was precisely the medicine store manager. Seeing the face of the black-clothed man, Duan Ling Tian wasn't one bit surprised, as he had long ago noticed his identity, but he was still shocked at his cultivation level. 9th level of the origin core stage. Such a cultivation, it was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to not know your name. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at the black-clothed man. In the day, I'm called Bull Tang 1. At night, I'm Tang Ying, codenamed Blood Crescent. Tang Ying laughed. Bull Tang. No matter what, it was difficult for him to compare the decisive and ruthless ghastly shadow assassin from before with this name. Abruptly, Tang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, the inscription you used before, was it the Blood Crescent inscription? You inscribed it yourself? Tang Ying asked. Tang Ying gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance, and sized him up. I really want to take you back, cut you open, and see what other secrets you have. Duan Ling Tian's face froze. That's unnecessary. I want some Blood Crescent inscriptions, Tang Ying abruptly said. Sure, but you prepare your own materials. Also, I'll be taking 100,000 silver per Blood Crescent inscription as my inscribing fee. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. You. So ruthless. The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, agreed. Before Tang Yin left, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from asking, in these past few days, were you always following behind me? Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian as he said, in an angry tone, did you think I'm you, someone with so much free time? I still have to take care of my shop in the day. I ordered my men to surveil Li Tai, and when he left Aurora City, I followed him. I was curious about why you were so confident in your ability to kill Li Tai. In the end, someone actually failed miserably. Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't hold back his laughter. No matter what, I still owe you my life, so I'll do the first 10 inscriptions for free. Duan Ling Tian wasn't one who liked to owe people. So generous. Then I won't be stingy either. The assignment fee for killing Li Tai, consider it free. Tang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly surprised gaze, then his body moved like a ghost, disappearing from Duan Ling Tian's field of vision in a few movements. Looks like when it relates to my life, I can't be too stingy. This lesson was something Duan Ling Tian remembered deep in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's ears slightly moved and his face turned grim. He noticed that a group of people was moving towards here from afar. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body. He flew up onto a tree and concealed himself there, overlooking what happened below. After a short moment, 7 youths walked over in large strides. Crests were pinned on the clothes of these youths. Wang clan. Could it be the members of Triumph City's Wang clan? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Around the misty forest, there were 3 cities, namely Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City. The nascent soul powerhouse he met earlier in the misty forest, He Zhu Dao, was precisely from Aqua Mist City's He clan. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and exclaimed, there's a corpse here. Humph, you don't have enough strength, but you dared to enter the inner area of the misty forest. Serves you right that you died, one of the people who walked over said disdainfully. No, he wasn't killed by fierce beasts. Look, the place where his arm was cut off is smooth, and his throat was cut by a weapon, one of the more careful young women said. It really is true. There's a crest on his clothes. One of the young men walked up and wiped clean the crest on Li Tai's body. Immediately, many of them exclaimed, Li clan. These people noticing the identity of Li Tai didn't cause Duan Ling Tian to feel panicked. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humph, so it turned out to be a member of the Li clan. Serves him right. A blue-clothed young man seemed to be enraged when the Li clan was mentioned. Yeah, the members of the Li clan are so detestable. Wang Wei's younger brother, Wang Zhen, came to the misty forest to hunt a black python the other time. At the critical juncture, it was a Li clan youth and young girl who took their gains from behind them. Not only did they take all the benefits, they even killed the few outer court disciples of our Wang clan that were still alive. Luckily, Wang Zhen was born with a heart that was inclined sideways, otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become another wandering ghost of the misty forest. Even then, Wang Zhen's internal organs were still pierced through, and he is still recuperating. If it wasn't for Wang Zheng's current body circumstances being unsuitable to travel, the patriarch would have long since brought Wang Zhen to the Li clan to identify the murderer and denounce his crimes. Once Wang Zhen's recovers, I want to go to the Li clan as well. I want to see who is so vicious. The group of Triumph City's Wang clan disciples discussed their casual discussion, however, entering Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to be slightly moved. Black Python. Stealing gains from behind them. The Li clan youth and young girl these people were talking about, wasn't it Kair and him? I didn't expect that I'd have such good luck. Who would have thought that I'd bump into a person who had an inclined heart? Duan Ling Tian had the desire to spit blood. According to his knowledge, a person who was born with an inclined heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed many people during his previous lifetime, he had not even once bumped into a person with an inclined heart. In this lifetime, altogether, he had only killed just a few people, but he actually bumped into this type of a person. Such lousy luck. What should we do with this old guy from the Li clan? I think we should send him back to the Li clan. Like this, the Li clan would owe our Wang clan a favor, and maybe when the patriarch takes Wang Zhen to identify the murderer, the Li clan will look upon this favor and be willing to hand the murderer over to us. Seeing the Wang clan group of young men and women taking Li Tai's corpse away, Duan Ling Tian jumped off the tree and left the misty forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't return to the Li clan straight away. He instead went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. So anxious to see me. Did something happen? Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian arrive. I want to post an assignment. Target, Tang Ying asked. Wang Zhen. A member of the Triumph City's Wang clan, Duan Ling Tian said slowly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhen staying alive was a potential threat to him. He had to be removed. Triumph City, Tang Ying frowned slightly. In Triumph City, our ghastly shadow has another person in charge. That person doesn't have a very good relationship with me, so I'm unable to cross my boundaries for this matter, but you can sneak into Triumph City yourself and go post an assignment at the ghastly shadow's point of operations in Triumph City. 1 TL note, I know I've always been TLing names in pinyin and this is slightly inconsistent. But I feel it sounds better than calling him Tang A Niu, Tang A Niu, which is the pinyin of his name and means cow bull. By the way, small note to make the next few lines make more sense, the name Aniu is a common name people use in villages. Chapter 86, The Li Clan's Shock. Okay then, I'll take care of this myself. After hearing Tang Ying's misgivings, Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded, indicating he understood. After saying goodbye to Tang Ying, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Li clan estate. Everything was as normal. However, at noon, the Li clan estate was in a complete uproar. The Li clan's grand elder had died in Misty Forest. Duan Ling Tian originally didn't plan on going to watch the scene, but Li Fei dragged him and Kair over. The Li clan estate, outer court martial arts practice field, it was filled full of people. Noticing Duan Ling Tian walking over, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Regarding Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon list and was the Li clan's future pillar of support, anyone would give him some face. Little Fei, it can't be that you dragged me here just so I can open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he asked with slight suspicion. I didn't. Don't tell me you don't want to come watch the scene. I heard it was Triumph City's Wang clan members that found Grand Elder's corpse. Grand Elder's death will cause Li Qing to completely lack anyone to rely on. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was slightly complicated. What? You're worried about him? No, I'm just musing. Li Qing is the same as me, his parents died in the calamity that year as well, and he lived together with his grandfather since he was small. Li Fei shook her head. Meanwhile, he had brought Kair and Li Fei to stand at the front of the crowd. In the martial arts practice field, besides Liao, the group of Li clan elders was present and stood behind him. Opposite them, there were 7 young adults standing, both men and women. Between the two groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai lied there in a wretched state. Besides his right hand being broken, his throat was sliced open by a weapon as well. Liao and the group of Li clan elders didn't have very good expressions on their faces. Liao looked at the 7 Wang clan members and asked, "Young men and young women of the Wang clan, when you found the Grand Elder's corpse, did you notice anything else in his surroundings?" "Patriarch Li, we examined the surroundings, but we didn't discover anything," one of the Wang clan disciples said. "Thank you for your troubles. Since it's a matter of great importance, the Li clan is unable to entertain everyone at the moment. Consider these origin-increasing pills a gift from me." Liao withdrew a bottle of origin-increasing pills and passed it over. The Wang clan disciples received the medicinal pills with delighted expressions. "Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell." The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. "Grandfather." Suddenly, a shrill and sad cry sounded from outside the crowd. A youth in white clothes rammed straight through the crowd and knelt down beside Li Tai's corpse. His body trembled as he cried his heart out. It was precisely Li Qing. "Li Qing, don't grieve too much and accept the inevitable changes. Our Li clan will surely spare no efforts to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. We will give Grand Elder justice," Patriarch Liao consoled. "Investigate? You don't have to investigate, I know who the murderer is." Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he lifted his head up with a vicious expression. "You know." Liao was stunned. "Li Qing, if you know, you can speak out. I want to know who is so bold to dare kill our Li clan's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li clan is easy to bully?" An old man behind Liao said, in a low voice which had infinite rage mixed within. "Yes, killing the Grand Elder is no different from slapping our Li clan in the face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid, you can speak out. I want to know as well. Who the hell has such tremendous bravery? If we can find this person, we must shred his body into 10,000 bits." Each and every Li clan elder was filled with fury. The gazes from the surrounding crowd all descended upon Li Qing. They all wanted to know who the murderer Li Qing spoke of was. Eventually, Li Qing's gaze swept through the crowd. In the end, it fixed itself on a violet figure. "Patriarch, it's him, Duan Ling Tian." Li Qing pointed towards the violet-clothed youth with a face full of rage. Noticing Li Qing pointing at him and even proclaiming him as the murderer, Duan Ling Tian's facial expression remained unchanged as he looked Li Qing in the eye calmly in a very tranquil manner. After hearing what Li Qing said, everyone present followed Li Qing's finger and their gazes all descended upon the violet-clothed youth. For a moment, the entire scene lost control. Is Li Qing mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Ling Tian. What a joke. Even if Duan Ling Tian consumed a spirit fruit once and his fleshly body has an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths compared to ordinary martial artists, even though he has broken through to the core formation stage, his strength is merely compared to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Killing Grand Elder, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage, with the strength of a 3rd level core formation martial artist. To think Li Qing is able to say such a thing. He couldn't have gone mad from the news of Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Ling Tian, how could that be possible? This Li Qing couldn't be thinking of using the power of the clan to settle a personal grudge, right? I heard that during the Hidden Dragon List competition, because of him being overbearing, Duan Ling Tian cut off his finger. Could it be because of this matter? Even if he wanted to use the clan's power to take revenge on a personal grudge, he should at least find a logical excuse. Yeah, actually framing Duan Ling Tian as the murderer, who would believe that? The discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears and caused his expression to become ghastly pale. I'm not lying. Duan Ling Tian is the murderer, he's the murderer. Li Qing bellowed, abruptly standing up and moving. He exploded forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths, flashing towards Duan Ling Tian like a madman. His first move was directly a killing move. His finger went straight for Duan Ling Tian's vital points. Li Qing. Patriarch Liao's expression turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, but how would the current Li Qing pay attention to Liao? You don't know your own limits. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. Too lazy to use martial skills, he casually swung his fist out. 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. His fist flew towards Li Qing at a speed much faster than his finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing loudly crashed on the floor with an ugly expression. He struggled to stand up and desired to attack once more. Liao's lofty figure blocked in front of Li Qing, his gaze cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can bring forth evidence, then speak. If you want to use Grand Elder's death as a means to settle your personal grudges with Duan Ling Tian, I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, Grand Elder is your grandfather, his body hasn't even gotten cold, but you're already busy trying to take revenge. How could he die contently in the nether world? Li Qing knelt down sorrowfully. I'm not using my grandfather's death to take revenge on a personal grudge, and every single word I say is true. Then speak. Why do you say Duan Lingtian is the murderer? Liao asked, in a heavy voice. The gazes of everyone present fell onto Li Qing. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead now, I won't continue to conceal some matters. Li Qing took a deep breath as he slowly said, during the youth gathering, Duan Lingtian cut off my finger and practically crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very furious about this matter, and on many occasions he said that he would find a chance to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Hearing what Li Qing said, Liao's expression became ugly. Li Tai, no matter what, was still the Li clan's grand elder, but he was such a narrow-minded person. The competition at the Hidden Dragon List Youth Gathering was something that had the unified acknowledgement of the three great clans of Aurora City and was thus extremely fair. Getting injured during a spar was unavoidable. So the Grand Elder was this sort of person. I even thought that the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us, so much so that his selfishness was even greater. Li Qing was injured by Duan Lingtian during the youth gathering. Many people witnessed it, and it was Li Qing who was overbearing, and Duan Lingtian is not to be blamed. Think about it, Li Qing is his only grandson after all. Humph, to think that I actually respected the Grand Elder previously, but he was actually this sort of person. Duan Lingtian had a weird gaze. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was dead, and he actually ruined his grandfather's name like this. He could imagine that if Li Tai rose from the dead, he would probably be angered to death by Li Qing. The current Li Qing had already lost all reason. He continued, in these past few days, I noticed Duan Lingtian going to the Misty Forest daily, so I told my grandfather. This morning, my grandfather followed behind Duan Lingtian, but I never expected that what came back to me was instead my grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, tell me, if the murderer isn't Duan Lingtian, then who could it be? Li Qing hysterically asked. He didn't notice, however, that Liao's expression was becoming darker by the second. Practically at the moment Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar once again. He followed Duan Lingtian into the Misty Forest. This doesn't seem like purely planning to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Once Duan Lingtian enters the Misty Forest, even if he died, nobody would ever suspect the Grand Elder. Grand Elder is too tyrannical. Li Qing only had his finger cut off, and it was even reconnected later. For this reason, he actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder is too frightening. All of the Li clan disciples' expressions froze for a moment. He had followed Duan Lingtian into the Misty Forest purely to teach him a lesson. Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't talk nonsense. How could Grand Elder be this sort of person? Liao's face was grim as he shouted in a stern voice. Yes, I believe that with the way Grand Elder has always conducted himself, it's absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. I believe that as well. Li Qing, don't let revenge blind your eyes. Slandering your grandfather just to satisfy your own selfish desire for revenge is something you really shouldn't do. The Li clan elders voiced their opinions. There were so many Li clan disciples present right now. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai had really done this, they would still not admit it, as the Li clan's Grand Elder didn't just represent a person, he represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Noticing that no one believed him, Li Qing immediately got anxious and howled. Enough. Liao bellowed. Where's the enforcement elder? Among the elders that stood behind Liao, a black-robed old man walked out. Li Qing slandered our Li clan's Grand Elder. Take him away and give him 30 paddle strikes as a warning to other clan members. Liao ordered. The enforcement elder walked out in large strides and grabbed a hold of Li Qing like how an eagle would catch a chick. Patriarch, I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. As he was dragged away by the enforcement elder, Li Qing continued to howl hysterically. Chapter 87, Lida. Seeing Li Qing be so obstinate, a wave of condemnation sounded from the crowd. Li Qing has really gone mad. The patriarch obviously wanted to keep this matter quiet, but he actually kept endlessly repeating it. Who else would be punished besides him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson would do this to him after his death, I wonder what he would think. Yeah, even if the Grand Elder had the desire to kill Duan Lingtian, it was still for his sake. The Grand Elder having had such a grandson, even in the netherworld, I'm afraid he won't be able to die contently. Kai, to think I used to respect him as my idol. I was really blind. You should instead make Duan Ling Tian your idol. He's the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list this year. Moreover, he's only 16, so he will surely be the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list of the next 2 years, as they condemned him. They didn't forget to compare Duan Ling Tian to Li Qing. Everything was still fine before they started the comparisons, but as soon as they compared, Li Qing was trampled on and torn to pieces. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian. That's why being able to become my wife is your fortune. When Li Fei noticed Kai looking at her with a smile, she instantly blushed. Young master, should I call big sister Li Fei, young mistress, from now on? Kai, he's led you astray. Li Fei's cheeks, which were already blushing, now seemed to be so red that blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Ling Tian couldn't hold back his laughter. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Ling Tian, in 1 hour, I'll come look for you at your home. This was Patriarch Liao's origin energy condensed into sound, so only Duan Ling Tian could hear it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Liao before lightly nodding. He was prepared in his heart. Even if Liao thought that this matter wasn't related to him, because Li Qing had spoken against him to such an extent, the Li clan would start with him to find the murderer. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field slowly dispersed. Let's go out for a spin. I need to buy some things, Li Fei suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit as she asked, in an unsatisfied manner, what do you have to do? The patriarch condensed his origin energy into sound earlier and told me that he would come look for me at home in an hour. You can't be expecting me to stand up the patriarch, right? What? The patriarch is looking for you. It can't be that he really thinks you killed the Grand Elder, right? Li Fei was stunned. Kai had a worried expression as well. Don't worry, the patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues. Even you two didn't believe it when Li Qing said I was able to kill the Grand Elder, let alone the patriarch, Duan Ling Tian said, with an indifferent attitude. Patriarch Liao arrived at the agreed time. Duan Ling Tian entertained him in his house's courtyard. Duan Ling Tian, I know based on your strength that it's absolutely impossible for you to be the Grand Elder's murderer, but since the Grand Elder was following behind you, did you see him? Liao went straight to the point. He had complicated feelings towards Duan Ling Tian. He originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than Li Qing. But who would have known that during the youth gathering, he would have actually defeated both the Lin clan's Lin Zhou and the Shao clan's Xiao Yu. Forget Lin Zhou. Xiao Yu was not only the Shao clan's top genius in the past 100 years, he was Aurora City's top genius in the past 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, would frequently sigh. If Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan, how nice would that be? And now Duan Ling Tian had defeated Xiao Yu, truly giving him an extremely pleasant surprise. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was only 16, younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. He could imagine that when Duan Ling Tian is 18, his strength will certainly be even stronger, leaving his peers far, far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. I entered the misty forest to wholeheartedly hunt fierce beasts, but I didn't find anything amiss, nor did I see the Grand Elder. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had a self-mocking expression. I understand this. I was just asking a routine question. Even if you couldn't notice the Grand Elder, you don't have to care about it. He was an origin core martial artist after all. With your natural talent, you can certainly surpass him before the age of 30. Liao lightly nodded and consoled at the same time. I'll work hard. Duan Ling Tian nodded, his gaze firm as steel. Liao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Also, about the other time, I hope you don't mind. I only did that for the sake of the Li clan's face. As far as he was concerned, the current Duan Ling Tian was no longer the Duan Ling Tian from before. Able to climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16. Since the appearance of the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list, this was a first. Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have made history. Presently, even if Duan Ling Tian was only a branch family disciple, and only a disciple with another surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you worry too much. Liao withdrew a stack of silver bills and put it on the table as he said, with a light smile, this silver is a small expression of goodwill from the clan. Patriarch, these silver bills were all of the largest denomination. One bill was worth 10,000 silver. This thick and heavy stack would probably be around 1 million silver. You brought honor to the clan during this year's hidden dragon list, and this is the clan's reward to you. I've already spoken with the 3 alchemist elders of the clan. If you need anything to be refined, you can buy your own materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't ask you for any money. Liao lightly smiled. Being placed first on the hidden dragon list was an honor no one in the Li clan had achieved in the past 10 years. This time, Duan Lingtian had brought great face to the Li clan. Recalling back to when he met with the Shao clans and the Lin clan's patriarchs and saw their envious and jealous expressions, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. If you want to refine weapon, you can look for Elder Lida. You're on good terms with Li Fei, so I think that out of consideration towards Li Fei, he would be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you. Liao continued. Lida. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about that. If Ling Tian really wants me to refine a spirit weapon for him, even if I have to risk this old life, I would still help him. Just at this moment, a hearty voice sounded, breaking the momentary silence. Duan Ling Tian saw Li Fei supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked over. Duan Ling Tian finally realized. So it turned out that Li Fei's grandfather was the elder Li Dai that the patriarch spoke of. His eyes flashed with a trace of being emotionally moved. He knew that it was surely Li Fei being worried that he would suffer a loss, so she had brought the old man over to help take care of him. Elder Lida, seeing the old man, Liao hurriedly stood up. His tone was filled with respect. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. However, after his father, the previous patriarch, left, there was only Lida as the sole grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, you don't have to stand on formalities, Lida said indifferently. Suddenly, Liao's pupils constricted. His gaze fell upon the weapons craftsman guild crest on Lida. The piercing red grade 8 on it caused his heart to tremble. Liao took a deep breath as he asked, in a slightly discomposed manner, Elder Lida, you've broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Patriarch's eyes are sharp indeed. Lida lightly nodded. Gaining confirmation, Liao's breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellow. According to what he knew, within Aurora City in the past, only the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master was a grade 8 weapons craftsman, but now their Li clan actually had a grade 8 weapons craftsman as well. This was a piece of shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Lida, on achieving your wish of becoming a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Li Dai has matters to discuss with Duan Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first, Liao said to Lida, then he nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked concernedly. No, the patriarch came to gift me some money. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went and looked through it for a moment before exclaiming, 1 million silver. The patriarch is really generous. Ling Tian, your current net worth will probably soon be higher than mine. Lida laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? You only refined weapons for people inside the clan use and didn't really take any fees for your work, otherwise, your wealth would probably be innumerable since long ago. These were things he had found out from Li Fei. Looks like Fei sold me out long ago. The hearts of girls need to reside with their men. As he finished speaking, Lida heaved a sigh. A grown girl can't be kept at home anymore. Li Fei hurriedly grabbed Lida's arm as she said, in a spoiled manner, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your lovely granddaughter. Elder Lida, hearing activity, Li Ru walked out of her room and looked at the old man in a slightly respectful manner. You're Ling Tian's mother, right? You have a good son. Lida nodded to Li Ru and smiled, his expression amiable. Elder, you're too kind, Li Ru modestly said. Lida lightly smiled as he asked, I came here today because I wanted to ask your opinion on a matter. Look, Ling Tian and my granddaughter can be considered to be in love with each other, so why don't we set a marriage for them? How about it? Li Fei blushed. She was unaware of Lida's decision. What? You don't want to marry Ling Tian? Lida teased. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei. Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ru or Duan Ling Tian. Elder, I naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine as long as Tian is happy. But I still have to let Elder know, my son has already said another marriage previously, Li Ru said. I know of this, it's that girl K.Er, right? Lida nodded. Greetings, elder. At this moment, Kaer had heard the voice and came out as well. She bowed to the old man. As expected, a good girl with a beautiful appearance and clever in mind. Ling Tian has really good fortune. Li De sized up Kaer for a moment, and under Kaer's delicate and perturbed gaze, he emitted a satisfied smile. Chapter 88, Burning Anxiety. After the parent and grandparent fixed Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's marriage, they gathered together for dinner that night. After dinner, Duan Ling Tian accompanied the grandfather and granddaughter pair back home. The old man was sensible and returned to his room first. Little Fei, from today onwards, you're my fiancé. Pei, it's only a fixing, we haven't really gotten married yet. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned as he sized up Li Fei's hot body, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said greedily, Grandfather has already said that in 2 years, once I'm 18, we'll get married. Little Fei, why not sleep here tonight? You wish. Li Fei had a vigilant expression, moving gracefully as she rushed into her room, and shut the door with a bang. Duan Ling Tian could only leave while laughing bitterly. When he returned home, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Kaer was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and wrapped it around Kaer's waist as he pulled her into an embrace and carried her off back to her room. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, Kaer called him lightly. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tian wondered. Young master, accompany Kaer tonight, okay? Kaer said, in a delicate and touching manner. After taking off his outer garments and getting on the bed, Duan Ling Tian embraced Kaer in his arms as he asked, in a gentle tone, Silly girl, what's wrong? Young master, when you have big sister Fei Fei in the future, will you not want Kaer anymore? The young girl voiced out her worries. Silly girl, remember this. You're mine for your entire lifetime, no one can change that. Your place in my heart is something no one can replace, understand? Duan Ling Tian hugged the young girl and comforted her lightly. It was unusual that he didn't do anything else to her. The young girl tightly hugged Duan Ling Tian as she sank into a deep slumber. Early morning the next day, during breakfast. Mom, Kaer, I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night these next few days and sleep early, Duan Ling Tian said in advance. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he definitely had something to deal with. Her son had grown up, he wasn't the baby eagle that used to be curled up under her wings anymore. Young master, when will you be back? Kaer asked. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before saying, in 4 days. If little Fei comes looking for me, let her know. He was planning to head to Triumph City. The current him had a standing in the Li clan. He had even obtained the protection of the Li clan's one and only grade 8 weapons craftsman, meaning that he didn't have to be afraid of Triumph City's Wang clan bringing the fish that escaped the net to come denounce his crimes. Nevertheless, he didn't want to expose himself in front of the Wang clan. Once he was exposed, the Li clan could protect him for some time, but it couldn't protect him for an eternity. He had to eradicate the source of his problems to prevent any future troubles. After exiting the Li clan estate, Duan Ling Tian removed the Li clan crest from his clothes and placed it inside his spatial ring. The spatial ring had been covered with a dark gray-colored metal layer by Duan Ling Tian using his refinement methods. It now looked like it was an ordinary ring, and as such he conveniently wore it on his hand. After going to the trade market and buying a horse and some dry rations to eat on the way, Duan Ling Tian departed Aurora City. Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City were in a triangular position surrounding the misty forest within. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City was not one tad shorter than the distance of a round trip to the misty forest and back to Aurora City. Even if he galloped all the way to Triumph City with his horse, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Ling Tian departed in the morning and passed the misty forest at noon, then headed towards the other side of the large road swiftly. Dusk. The outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred his horse to go even faster and galloped onwards. Go. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard 2 voices come from behind him, one male and one female. Turning around to take a look, he noticed a youth and young girl galloping their horses. They were running madly, their speeds extremely swift. The youth and young girl were around the age of 17. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously having an extraordinary background. Fergana horse. Duan Ling Tian's gaze quickly descended upon the fine steeds beneath them. He could see the 2 steeds sweat out drops of blood as they galloped. In terms of speed, they were completely incomparable to the horse under him. Fergana horse, one is worth 10,000 gold, and they are extremely rare. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In the Cloud Continent, 1 gold would be equal to 100 silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1 million silver. Even the patriarchs of Aurora City's 3 great clans weren't so extravagant. He guessed that this pair of ewes weren't from the 3 cities that surrounded the Misty Forest. Could it be that they are from County City? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties. These 18 counties had 18 respective county cities at a scale only inferior to the Imperial City, and below every county city, there were 81 smaller cities. Halt. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian stopped his horse and made it leap to the side of the road. He wasn't willing to get into any unwanted trouble. But sometimes, even though he didn't want any unwanted trouble, it didn't mean others wouldn't provoke him. Sister Ru, do you see that commoner ahead? Scared to the side of the road just by noticing us. The youth who was madly galloping his horse laughed loudly. He's afraid he will be knocked flying by our Fergana horses. The young girl laughed as well. The youth's gaze flickered as he asked, Sister Ru, why don't we have a competition? How will we compete? The young girl was interested as well. We'll see who can reach the commoner's side first and be the first to hit him off his horse with their horsewhip. How about it? The youth laughed. Okay, go. The young girl replied as her horsewhip descended onto her Fergana horse. Immediately, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sister Ru, you're being shameless. The youth exclaimed before following her. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't hear their conversation. Duan Ling Tian looked from afar at the youth and young girl who were galloping over and planned to continue his journey after they passed, as he wanted to avoid any unwanted troubles. The young girl was in the lead as she passed by Duan Ling Tian first, giving rise to a surge of fierce winds. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. He noticed the horsewhip in the young girl's hand jerk as it was suffused with origin energy. It was actually whipping down towards him, flashing straight for his face. Above the young girl, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed, a 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. The horsewhip hadn't arrived in front of him yet, but he could already feel the sharp breeze hitting his face as the whip approached, causing him to feel a slight pain. Duan Ling Tian's expression sunk. In the blink of an eye, his hand grabbed out, exploding forth with a strength close to the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed above Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian easily caught hold of the horse whip. The young girl obviously didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be able to catch her whip. At the same moment that she was stunned, she unconsciously tried to pull the horsewhip out of Duan Ling Tian's hand. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as he exerted force with his hand. The Fergana horse continued to gallop on by itself, but the young girl, however, was pulled off her horse by Duan Ling Tian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Ru, halt! The expression of the youth that was following from behind distorted as he stopped his horse, quickly flashed to the side of the young girl, and supported the young girl up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face was grim and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Duan Ling Tian frowned and indifferently said, I don't know and I'm not interested to know. The youth's face distorted and his body jerked, flying straight out. Instantly, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth, revealing his cultivation. 3rd level of the core formation stage. 3rd level of the core formation stage at an age around 17. His natural talent was even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. The youth dashed forward, his speed like lightning, and slapped out a palm that hit the steed under Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face twitched as he kicked on the steed's body and jumped off. The steed emitted a shrill cry as it flew out and then lied there without a sound. Dead. The youth's icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. His body flew like the wind as his palm slapped out once again. More than 10 palm images condensed from origin energy formed into a line in the air, whistling as they descended, and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. A high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. The Yu's offensive martial skill was not one bit weaker than Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. Combined with the Yu's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's, even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to take a palm strike from the youth. You can consider bumping into me your bad luck. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold as he moved forward and intercepted the attack, exploding forth with the strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths. A dark violet sword shine was like a shadow that followed his hand. The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body was blasted flying. He crashed on the ground afar in a sorry state and rolled on the ground in pain. an arm that was sliced off at the shoulder dropped on the ground. Third brother. The young girl was muddled. Grandpa, why? The young girl called out in sorrow, her voice spreading far away. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that far away behind on the road, there was an elderly figure galloping over. In Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, this figure started off at the size of an ant, became the size of a fist, and was still becoming larger as time went by, closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned gloomy as he realized how formidable this figure was. He stomped on the ground and dropped onto the youth's Fergana horse. Duan Ling Tian's legs clamped onto the steed's waist as he galloped forward, dashing like the wind. Looking at Triumph City, which was nearby, and then turning around to look at the old man that was getting closer, Duan Ling Tian's expression sunk. Now he only hoped that the old man would take time to attend to the youth's injuries and help the youth connect his sliced-off arm, or else he would surely die. The speed of this old man was far swifter than the Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, to the extent that his speed wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul powerhouse. As he galloped his horse and flew forward, Duan Ling Tian's heart filled with a sense of uneasiness and anxiousness. What he was afraid of the most was the old man abandoning the youth to chase after him. With the old man's strength, once he caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Faster, faster. Duan Ling Tian's legs unceasingly pressed upon the Fergana horse's waist to urge it forward. His heart was burning with anxiety. Even though the Fergana horse's speed was double the speed of his previous horse, at this moment, he still felt it to be too slow. Chapter 89. The son of the county governor. Faster. 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 At this instant, Duan Ling Tian wished he could attach wings to himself and fly straight into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Eventually, under Duan Ling Tian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes had long been drenched with cold sweat. At this moment, he felt like he had abruptly risen to the heavens from hell. Even though the old man didn't continue to pursue him, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare to hesitate as he rode his Fergana horse directly into the city. He heard the exclamations of bystanders the instant he entered the city. Look, another Fergana horse. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his? Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned as he directly jumped off the steed, and while everyone present had their gazes on the Fergana horse, he seized the opportunity and left. He concealed himself inside the crowded streets and vanished. Could it be that the trend nowadays is to throw Fergana horses about? This is a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold, but that youth seemed to throw it away like throwing trash. Just at this moment, the gazes of everyone present moved towards the direction of the city's gate. An elderly figure dragged out a string of afterimages as he instantly arrived before the Fergana horse. Did anyone see the violet-clothed youth that galloped into the city? The old man's eyes were like lightning as they swept past the crowd, causing them to feel chills running down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed out the direction that Duan Ling Tian left in. The old man's figure disappeared into the crowd. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist, but I couldn't even catch the shadow of his figure. Probably an origin core stage powerhouse. I've seen the Zhang clan's second elder, Zhang Ying, battle. Zhang Ying is a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage, but his speed didn't seem to be as fast as this. Duan Ling Tian twisted and turned, circling around more than half of Triumph City, until night fell. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the clothes on his body as he said to himself, now I need to change my clothes, or else it will be too obvious. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a youth that had a similar height as him. Mom and Dad will surely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be a servant of the Zhang clan, and my monthly pay will be 10 silver, the youth muttered to himself, and then he started humming a song as he walked into the alley. But he quickly quieted down because his throat seemed to be gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark violet sharp sword flickered with an icy cold brilliance. The youth was so scared that he shut his eyes and fearfully said, "Spare my life, sir. I don't have any money, I really don't have any money." "Who wants your money? Take off your clothes," Duan Ling Tian said. "Ah, sir, you want to." The youth's body shivered, even his voice started to tremble. "Cut the crap, take off your clothes," Duan Ling Tian said slightly impatiently. The youth nodded as he quickly removed his clothes. Duan Ling Tian removed the clothes on his body and changed into the youth's clothes. But when Duan Ling Tian finished changing, he noticed that the youth had removed his own pants and was leaning against the wall with his bare butt facing him. The youth's body was incessantly trembling. "Sir, you must be more gentle, I'm still a virgin." Duan Ling Tian was utterly dumbfounded. This guy, what did he take him for? Even if he wanted to rape someone, he wouldn't need to go to the extent of finding a man, right? "Fuck off, I only want your clothes." Duan Ling Tian withdrew his sword and gave the youth a kick on the butt. The youth cried out in pain and said, with a wronged expression, "Sir, why didn't you say that earlier? Woo-woo, my innocence. Do I look like that sort of person?" Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself while giving the youth a glare. He then left the alley. The night market of Triumph City was similar to Aurora City, bustling with noise and excitement. After buying a mask at one of the night market stalls and putting it on in a secluded place, Duan Ling Tian headed to Ghastly Shadow's point of operation in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him beforehand of the location of Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, so he quickly located it. He walked in with large strides and arrived before the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around the age of 22 or 23. Her seductive body, which was like a water serpent, a pair of magnificent jade hills that seemed ready to burst out at any moment, combined with her icy cold face, it formed a striking contrast. Noticing Duan Ling Tian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised, it was as if it was a common occurrence. "Wang Clan, outer court disciple, Wang Zhen." Duan Ling Tian looked at the young woman, suppressed his voice to a low degree, and faked a husky voice as he spoke. 10,000 silver deposit, confirmation after 3 days. The young woman's voice was incomparably icy cold without a shred of feeling. Duan Ling Tian laid on the counter the silver bills he withdrew from his spatial ring before coming here. He then turned around and left. He had already been informed by Tang Ying about the Ghastly Shadow's rules. After leaving Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, Duan Ling Tian took a few circles in the surrounding area. After confirming that he wasn't followed, he took off his mask and shattered it to pieces. Subsequently, he returned to the noisy night market and had some barbecue. Only then did he look for a nearby inn to stay at. 2 Fergana horses in a nascent soul powerhouse. Recalling the incident that took place this morning, Duan Ling Tian's heart sunk. To have a nascent soul stage powerhouse as an escort, the youth and young girl's identities would certainly not be simple. It was extremely likely that they were members of one of the large clans in the county city. But only the youth and the young girl can recognize my appearance. Thinking up to this point, he heaved a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he went out once more and bought some makeup. In his previous lifetime, as a mercenary, Duan Ling Tian was skilled in various concealment and infiltration techniques, and that included disguising. After spending half an hour, Duan Ling Tian's handsome cheeks had undergone a change, becoming extremely ordinary. "Not bad, my skills haven't deteriorated." Looking in the mirror, Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. With these ordinary cheeks, no matter how one looked at them, it was utterly impossible to notice any traces of having put on makeup. This face was one of those faces that if thrown into a crowd, no one would be able to find it anymore. Now, even if they see me once more, it will be impossible for them to recognize me. After he finished putting on his makeup, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease for the moment. At dawn the next day, seizing the opportunity of when the manager was still in a daze from drowsiness, he directly checked out. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, then he must not leave any trace behind. This manager had seen his real appearance. After walking out of the inn, Duan Ling Tian went to a restaurant for breakfast in the open. The steaming hot breakfast allowed him to enjoy it to his heart's content. I wonder who it was. So ruthless. Swallow Mountain County is above our Triumph City, and he even dared to cut off the arm of the county governor's son. I heard the patriarch say that they went to the Wang clan and the Zhang clan early this morning, probably wanting to use their power to find the assailant. Allegedly, the assailant is a sword-cultivating youth around the age of 16 who is at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. He was wearing violet clothes, and had a handsome appearance. But how would they search for him based on only that? Duan Ling Tian was just gulping down some milk and eating his breakfast when he heard the discussion from the nearby table. That were 3 20-over-year-old young men. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. He naturally could figure out that the assailant they were speaking of was none other than himself. But even though he guessed that the 3 people from yesterday had prominent a background, he didn't expect it to be that prominent. Swallow Mountain County, its lands were vast, encompassing 81 cities. Among them were Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the governors of the 18 counties were figures that held the power to wield large numbers of troops. They had a decisive position in the kingdom. Allegedly, the 18 governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses, they were existences that were above nascent soul martial artists, also known as immortals of the land, as they could use the strength of their fleshly bodies to control the air and fly. That youth is the son of Swallow Mountain County's governor. Duan Ling Tian realized that he had gotten into trouble, and it was big trouble, but he didn't regret it. Even if he could turn back time and be in that position once more, he would still do it the same way. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked as he thought to himself, luckily, this is Triumph City, and it is far away from Aurora City. There shouldn't be anyone who would think to suspect me. For the next 3 days, the entirety of Triumph City was startled by the large movements of the 3 great clans. They only had one objective: find the assailant that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this time, Duan Ling Tian saw that young girl once again. The young girl had an icy cold expression and was following the crowd as they searched for his tracks. But even when he looked at the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Ling Tian was confident that besides Kair and his mother, no one else, not even Li Fei, could recognize the current him, even if they met face to face. He was extremely confident in his disguise techniques. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian once again bought a mask in the night market before putting it on and once again arrived at the Ghastly Shadows point of operations in Triumph City. It was still that seductive and icy cold young woman that attended to him. Wang Clan, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? 200,000 silver. The young woman said, in an icy cold voice. A mere body tempering martial artist is so expensive. Based on the prices Tang Ying informed him of, a 9th level body tempering martial artist would at most cost 100,000 silver. Infiltrating deep into the Wang clan estate has a high risk. The young woman's icy cold voice sounded once more. This is 190,000 silver. Duan Ling Tian didn't ask any further. He withdrew the silver bills he had prepared earlier and passed them to the young woman. The young woman received the silver bills and nodded. When will the mission be conducted? Duan Ling Tian couldn't stop himself from asking. Tonight, the target will surely die. Hearing what the young woman said, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, but it was concealed under his mask. He left the Ghastly Shadows point of operations and found another inn to stay in. He had already made a decision in his mind. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Ling Tian found a restaurant to have some breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some news, but he didn't expect that the hot topic currently was still the matter regarding the county governors. Son, according to Tang Ying, as long as it's an assignment accepted by Ghastly Shadow, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. After eating and drinking his fill, Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave the restaurant. Chapter 90, Li Qing leaves. Duan Ling Tian had just walked out of the restaurant when the conversation of 2 youths that passed by him entered his ears. Ha, I didn't think that Wang Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch can't figure out why his injuries abruptly relapsed. He's gone now, and thus Wang Guang and the others can be considered to have died for nothing. Although we know it was someone from Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who exactly it was. Humph, that guy from the Li clan really got lucky. Nevertheless, the movement of Ghastly Shadow was really swift. He couldn't help but be amazed by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. According to what he heard from the conversation of the 2 Wang clan disciples, it was extremely obvious that even the Wang clan patriarch didn't notice that Wang Zhen was murdered. He believed that it was only his injuries relapsing. Duan Ling Tian bought a horse and galloped towards the city gates. At the Triumph City gates, there were 3 groups of people that had joined together to inspect the people that were leaving, and from the crests on the clothes of these people, he could make out that they were members of the Triumph City's 3 great clans: the Zhang clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. Duan Ling Tian saw that young girl once again. The young girl was helping inspect the people in the queue to leave the city. After a short moment, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. The middle-aged man beside the young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "Young lady, is it him?" Young lady, the middle-aged man's clothes displayed a Lu clan crest on it, so he was obviously a member of Triumph City's Lu clan. In other words, the young girl that swung her horsewhip towards him the other day was the Lu clan's patriarch's daughter. Like this, everything seemed to be easily explainable. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian felt that it's strange that the dignified son of the county governor would come to such a small city like Triumph City. Compared to Swallow Mountain County's county city, Triumph City was merely a small countryside city, so it turned out to be because of this young girl. It isn't him. Lu Ru's gaze scanned Duan Ling Tian for a few moments before shaking her head. Move. The middle-aged man swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Ling Tian didn't take any offense. As he galloped his horse out of the city, leaving Triumph City behind, his face slowly emitted a smile. Even though he had been met with unexpected complications that came out of nowhere, his affairs could still be considered to have been concluded satisfactorily. His return journey went quite smoothly, so he arrived at Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only left for a few days, Duan Ling Tian still felt eager to return home, so he directly went home, embraced Ke, and spun in circle. Duan Ling Tian let the young girl, whose face was completely red, down, and said, in a gentle voice as he smiled, Ke, I missed you so much. Got a wife and forgot the mother. Unknowingly, Li Ru had also come out of her room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed as he hurriedly went to hold Li Ru's hand and tried to remedy it by saying, Mom, I really missed you too. Enough. Stop being mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal throughout your journey. Mom will go prepare some food for you. Li Ru shook her head as she entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Ke wanted to enter the kitchen as well, but she was instead held onto by Duan Ling Tian. Ke, didn't you miss me? Ke nodded her head like a chick pecking grain off the ground. Of course I missed you, but big sister Fei Fei missed young master as well. Young master, you go see her, and when young master returns, I and madam will have finished preparing the food. Duan Ling Tian's heart was warm as he pulled the young girl into his embrace. Ke was always like this, always putting him before everything. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at Li Fei's home, she said, You actually know how to return. The moment Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian, she directly glared at him. You didn't want me to return. Then I'll leave. Duan Ling Tian was dazed for a moment before turning around and walking away with a smile on the corners of his mouth. You're not allowed to leave. Li Fei quickly walked forward and blocked Duan Ling Tian from leaving. Unexpectedly, at the instant she blocked Duan Ling Tian, he seemed to be able to predict the future, because he opened his arms wide and pulled her into his embrace. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled. Duan Ling Tian's mouth was snuggled up to her earlobe. He gave it a lick and quietly said, I missed you. The young girl's figure was as if struck by lightning, and her body became stiff. Just at this moment, a cough sounded from behind him, causing Duan Ling Tian's face to freeze. He even felt that the old man had done it on purpose. Li Fei's face was red from embarrassment, and thus she kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the old man. Duan Ling Tian turned around and smiled slyly while greeting the old man. Li's eyes narrowed, lightly smiling as he asked, Ling Tian, I heard you left for a few days. Where did you go? Nowhere. I just went to take a spin around Misty Forest. I wanted to see if I could find another one of the spirit fruits that could increase the strength of the fleshly body. Duan Ling Tian made up an excuse. Do you think those types of spirit fruits fall from the sky? Li De was speechless. He had heard of the story of Duan Ling Tian consuming a spirit fruit that caused his fleshly body to undergo a metamorphosis, gaining an additional 2 ancient mammoths of strength. But as far as he was concerned, these types of spirit fruits were things one came by with luck and not by searching for it. Grandfather, that spirit fruit I got that time really did fall down from the sky, it even knocked a bump on my head. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak drivel. Li De's face froze and he was slightly embarrassed. That's a coincidence. Absolutely a coincidence. Li De quickly changed the subject. Ling Tian, I've seen the spirit sword you refined for Ke. It's really not bad. It surpasses regular grade 9 spirit weapons, but it's still quite far away from being a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need grandfather to help you increase the grade of the spirit sword to a grade 8 spirit weapon? Grandfather, you must not only want to simply help me increase the grade of the spirit weapon, right? Duan Ling Tian saw through Li De's intention, so he teased him a bit. Li De's face turned red. Rascal. Grandfather wants to ask you for some violet meteorite so he can help me increase the grade of my spirit weapon to the 8th grade as well. I'm just joking. Since grandfather wants it, I naturally wouldn't refrain from giving it to him. Grandfather, I'll go get my mother's and Ke's swords for you right now. Duan Ling Tian quickly took a trip home, brought the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, and passed them to the old man. Extravagant, too extravagant. The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and was slightly amazed. Ling Tian, where did you get this violet meteorite from? When I was at Fresh Breeze Town, I bought it from a weapon store. I think I spent around 200 silver. 0.200 silver. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and he was only able to say 2 words after a long time. Lucky bastard. The old man was overjoyed as if a precious jewel had fallen into his hands as he took the 3 swords back to his room and started getting busy. Duan Ling Tian sneak attacked Li Fei once again and pulled her into his embrace. Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days? I didn't miss you. Li Fei blushed. Really, you didn't miss me? Duan Ling Tian's hands mischievously moved around Li Fei's hot and delicate figure. Stop that, then tell me the truth, did you miss me or not? Yes. I didn't hear you clearly. Yes, that's enough, right, stinking rascal, hee, then I'll be a rascal for you to see. The wolf one is coming. Ah, no, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei both didn't notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a white-clothed youth that had been standing there for a long time walked away in large strides. Duan Ling Tian, even if the clan doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later, you just wait. Li Qing's eyes were crimson red, filled with hatred and envy. His heart was close to warping. Oh, isn't that Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from nearby. The gray-clothed youth in the lead had eyes that contained a smile as he looked towards Li Qing. Li Qing's face turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, Lian, you better fuck the hell off. Don't provoke me. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the you of before? The current you is just trash to me. Lian sneered as he said in disdain, now, in the Li clan younger generation, only Duan Ling Tian can be my opponent. You are not worthy. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his body moved, pouncing towards Lian. Li Qing pointed out with his finger and flew straight towards Lian, fully exploding forth with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Humph, it isn't only you who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered as he took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Lian directly moved to intercept and blocked Li Qing's finger strike with a single punch. The forward force of his punch didn't decrease as it blasted onto Li Qing's body and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if you broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would still be impossible for me to be your match. Unfortunately, trash is trash, so don't even think of rising for the rest of your lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and laughed coldly. Li Qing's face turned green. He was angry to the extent that he spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes even emitted a dense hatred. Lian. Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't let any one of them go. Remember, your grandfather is dead, and you don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan. Next time, don't be so arrogant to me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lian threatened him before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up, then he took a deep breath before making a decision. Return home, pack his bags, bring along his grandfather's inheritance, and leave the Li clan. He was leaving with hatred. When Duan Ling Tian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, even he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have any favorable impression of Li Qing, he couldn't deny that Li Qing's actions still made him feel a sense of respect in his heart. Leaving the Li clan's protection and venturing out in the world wasn't something that anyone would have the courage to do. Once one did this, it would mean that everything would need to start from the beginning. He would be without anything to rely on, and everything could only be done by himself. He didn't know, however, that where Li Qing left was, as luck would have it, Triumph City. So much for that. 5 days ago, our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son's arm was cut off by someone outside of Triumph City. A violet-clothed youth. Sword cultivation. 16. Duan Ling Tian just so happened to not be at the Li clan during that period. I can be sure that there's an over 90% probability it's him. After leaving the Li clan, Li Qing galloped without direction, coincidentally arrived at Triumph City, and thus heard of the latest news that was raging in Triumph City. Maybe this is a chance for me. After a short moment, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's estate. I know who cut off the county governor's son's arm. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to be unobstructed in the Li clan. He smoothly met with the person he wanted to meet. In a vast audience hall, a youth in fine clothes sat at the head seat with a slightly pale face. On the sides of the fine-clothed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? The old man's gaze was like electricity as the imposing manner of a nascent soul-stage powerhouse swept across, pressing onto Li Qing's body. 1TL note. Just to clear things up, the wolf the author is referring to here is the Chinese saying sei lang, which directly translates to color wolf, or its real meaning, pervert. Chapter 91. Dragon's finishing touch. A nascent soul martial artist, how formidable. The old man's imposing manner descended upon Li Qing, pressing down until Li Qing's body trembled and his face turned pale. But Li Qing still grit his teeth and persevered. How could this little bit of pain compare to the humiliation that Duan Lingtian and Lian had inflicted upon him? Not bad, second level of the core formation stage and able to withstand my imposing manner head on and not take a step back. Moreover, not considering natural talent, just this unyieldingness is extremely hard to come by. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Blood Enmity 1. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he would be Li Qing no more, instead, he was Blood Enmity. Blood Enmity. He would use this to remind himself that he carried with him a bloodthirsty enmity. Blood Enmity, I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. You really know who cut off my arm? The youth that sat at the head seat looked down towards Li Qing in a condescending manner. Although his arm had been connected with great difficulty, it no longer possessed the nimbleness of before, and it was even unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these few days to feel like years to him. Living wasn't better off than dying. He wished he could immediately uncover the assailant and dish out a capital punishment to him. Li Qing looked at Pei San as he asked, Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that cut off your arm, the speed of his sword was extremely fast, swift as lightning. The sword entered its sheath almost immediately after attacking. Was it like this? Who is he? Pei San's eyes shone and his face was flushed from agitation. As long as you tell me who he is, no matter whether it's 10,000 gold, a group of beautiful women, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation techniques, or martial skills, I can bestow them all upon you. Third young master, I don't want all of these things. Li Qing shook his head slowly. Then what do you want? Pei San suppressed the agitation in his heart and his expression turned grim. I want to follow beside the third young master and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I will undoubtedly personally tell the third young master. Who was the person who cut off his arm and where he is from? Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared fixedly at Pei San. HMPH, what a nice scheme you have there. You see that I'm desperate to seek revenge, so you believe that I would spare no efforts in assisting you to step into the origin core stage, right? Pei San's face turned cold as he saw through Li Qing's intentions. Li Qing kept silent. This was exactly his plan. As far as he was concerned, as long as he followed beside this county governor's son, with his full support, he would certainly be able to step into the origin core stage within the shortest time possible. In Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's estate. If he had the full support of the country governor's estate, stepping into the origin core stage was only a matter of time. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and cruelly murder Lian. As for Duan Lingtian, he would shame him violently and torture him for a while before handing him over to be dealt with by Pei San. Impudent. The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. You can kill me, but then your young master can forget about finding the assailant to take revenge in his lifetime. Facing the old man's imposing manner, Li Qing had a calm expression and was fearless. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The old man walked forward. A palm strike with immense force and radiating origin energy slapped onto Li Qing, blasting Li Qing away. Li Qing crashed onto the floor and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but the corners of his mouth still had a smile. I really am sure that you won't dare kill me. The old man's face sunk and he looked towards Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San smiled out of extreme anger and said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for people to take him to heal his injuries. Yes, third brother. The young girl replied before going to arrange it. A few moments later, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, you're really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned. Grandpa, why? When dealing with desperate people like Blood Enmity, even if you interrogate him under torture, it will still be impossible to make him talk. Instead of that, why not make use of this opportunity and take him back to the county city? Once we've returned to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the assailant through this, then he won't be of any more use to me. If we can't find the assailant, then we follow his wishes. Once he steps into the origin core stage and uncovers the assailant for me, that day will be the day he loses his life. Pei San's eyes flickered with a cold light as he spoke of his plans. He was the dignified son of the county governor of Swallow Mountain County, how could he tolerate being threatened? In his heart, Li Qing was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was indeed the best method. Aurora City, Li Clan Estate. In a room within a large courtyard. Behind the screen, a completely naked youth stood up from within the bath barrel. On his body, a defensive chi barrier raged like a gust of strong winds whistling by. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The youth's face emitted a satisfied smile as he walked out of the bath barrel and put on a set of dry clothes before walking out of the room. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the youth's figure started flashing about as if he had transformed into an agile spirit serpent, incomparably swift. In an instant, he wound around the large tree, rapidly rising to the top. In the next instant, he flashed onto the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss. On the trunk of the large tree, one white and one black, two little pythons watched the youth's figure flashing about. Their sharp eyes emitted a sense of meekness and infatuation. Abruptly, the youth stopped and stood there before taking a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In a blink of an eye, the youth's hands danced about like the wind, either forming a fist or forming a palm. As his origin energy whistled, it was difficult to distinguish which movement was the true attack. Just after his thousands of movements, a finger attack condensed from origin energy was instantly shot out. A piercing, whistling sound sounded through the air and descended upon a stone pillar. Immediately, the stone pillar exploded from the point of impact, causing stone chips to swirl out into the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill that matches the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, is even stronger than Li Qing's dark nether finger and not one bit inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. As Duan Ling Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile appeared on his face. The dragon's finishing touch stressed upon the usage of a howling flurry of fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's field of vision as if painting a dragon that didn't have the final touches to make it lifelike. Lastly, a finger attack with an extremely formidable might to directly attack the vital points of the opponent was used. This act was like the finishing touch to the drawing. Thus, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Rebirth Martial Emperor. Dragon's Finishing Touch includes the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Finger, that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated during his second lifetime. Since I've merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, I have thus inherited Rebirth Martial Emperor's comprehension towards the Cloud-Piercing Finger. In those years, Rebirth Martial Emperor's Cloud-Piercing Finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. As such, I only used half a month's time to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch, which surpassed the Cloud-Piercing Finger, to the mastery stage. Now the might of the Dragon's Finishing Touch completely surpassed the might of the form and Will Boxing's Collapsing Fist, which he was the most skilled at. At present, it was 1 month after the youth gathering was held. Currently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills that I cultivate, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent's Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage, but among them, I've only felt the threshold to the perfection stage for Dragon's Finishing Touch. After thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian started to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch even more painstakingly. Striking when the iron was hot would certainly result in a miraculous effect. Duan Ling Tian, you really are hardworking. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Just at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a figure walking into the courtyard. The figure was precisely Lin Qi. Duan Ling Tian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Duan Ling Tian, a few days ago, our Lin clan welcomed a guest from Aqua Mist City's He clan. Among them was the He clan's #1 disciple in the younger generation. At the beginning, everything was fine, but after he won in a spar against my big brother, he started boasting without restraint, saying that there were no worthy figures in the younger generation of our Aurora City. Afterwards, he even arrogantly established an arena at the north area of the city and is currently challenging all of the younger generation martial artists of Aurora City. Even Meng Quan was defeated by him. Lin Qi proclaimed the reason he had come. I came here today because I hoped you would help teach him a lesson and let him know that no matter how great he may be, there will always be someone greater. Could it be that even Xiao Yu wasn't a match for him? Lin Qi laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu left half a month ago to go afar and visit some relatives. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left the Li clan estate with Lin Qi. If he had just accidentally heard of this matter, he wouldn't care about it, nor would he fight for the sake of the so-called honor of Aurora City. The reason he was going was out of his friendship with Lin Qi. Upon arriving at the north area of the city, Duan Ling Tian saw a simple martial arts combat arena. Presently, the arena was fully surrounded by people. Among them were many Li clan youth martial artists. Before long, many people recognized Duan Ling Tian and their gazes shined brightly. Duan Ling Tian has arrived. He can certainly defeat that guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan seized the opportunity that our Aurora City's Xiao Yu wasn't around and is so arrogant. Now that Duan Ling Tian is here, I want to see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Ling Tian, I support you, fuck him up. The surrounding crowd was incomparably fervent, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel slightly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that on the martial arts combat arena, a person was blasted flying from the arena, hurtling down towards him. Li Zhang. When Duan Ling Tian recognized the youth that was hurtled down, he lifted his hand and caught on to the youth's shoulder, allowing him to firmly descend onto the ground. Li Zhang was in a slightly sorry state. When he saw that the person who saved him was Duan Ling Tian, his gaze was complicated. After taking in a deep breath, Li Zhang sincerely said, "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded and patted Li Zhang's shoulder. "You're okay, right?" Li Zhang shook his head. At this moment, a blue-clothed youth on the combat arena looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a scornful manner, "You're Duan Ling Tian?" The youth genius ranked at the top of this year's Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. But Duan Ling Tian, however, ignored him. The blue-clothed youth got angry from embarrassment. Duan Ling Tian, I, Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun, formally challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd had their gazes all descend upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, then he stomped his legs on the ground and used the force to fly up onto the martial arts combat arena. Duan Ling Tian, fight. Duan Ling Tian, show him what you've got. Duan Ling Tian, I love you, ah. 1 TL note. I could have gone with the usual pinyin way of TLing names, but I felt it should be made English as the name he chose has such an obvious meaning and all. Well, leave a comment in the review comments section if you have any opinions about this, and depending on the way the comments side, I might make a poll to let you guys decide on it. Chapter 92, Violet Tulip Trading Company. Kai, He Jun sized up Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he sneered. Is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old little kid is capable of being placed in the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Idiot, so what if he's 16? Say that again. If you can defeat Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, if you're unable to even take a single move from Duan Ling Tian, that would really be an extreme disgrace. Bystanders in the crowd ridiculed him. He Jun's face turned grim instantly. Looks like they're very confident in you. He Jun glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian still did not reply. It was as if he hadn't heard He Jun speak at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun had a grim expression. This was the first time he was ignored by someone in this way. Although they haven't fought, their states of mind are already on different levels. Duan Ling Tian is worthy of being the first in the Hidden Dragon list, as he's able to be unfazed no matter what. Yeah, unlike this He Jun, who's getting so flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearings, he isn't even on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. Not on the same level. You're thinking too highly of him. I think he's miles away from Duan Ling Tian. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, He Jun's expression got uglier as time passed by. I'll see how long you can continue acting for. He Jun was enraged. His body jerked like a rock, spreading its wings as he flew towards Duan Ling Tian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a martial artist at the second level of the core formation stage. Seeing He Jun flying out towards him, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat even Lin Zhou. He did really have some ability. He Jun's movement technique was similar to his, also a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage. "See how I blast you flying with a single punch," He Jun bellowed. His fist seemed like a launched cannonball as it whistled through the air and blasted towards Duan Ling Tian. From start till finish, Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot, unmoved like a mountain. Even when He Jun arrived in front of him, Duan Ling Tian still had a tranquil expression. Eventually, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian made his move. Dragons. Duan Ling Tian's hands danced about, suffused with origin energy. In the eyes of everyone in the surroundings, including He Jun's, Duan Ling Tian's hands' movements weren't random, they seemed to be following some sort of profound trail. "Break for me." He Jun's gaze turned cold and his fist exerted force like a landslide as it smashed towards the palm and fist silhouettes that appeared from Duan Ling Tian's hand movements. Before long, his expression distorted. He noticed that his fist had actually hit nothing but air, and it didn't touch a hair on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Finishing touch. Duan Ling Tian's finger strike flashed out. As it penetrated through the flurry of fist and palm silhouettes, an ear-splitting howl sounded. His finger touched upon He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. He Jun emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out, crashing onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped the right as soon as he noticed that one of his finger bones had cracked apart and a heart-wrenching pain caused his body to start trembling. Only after hastily consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill did He Jun look at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of dread. This 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon to him. Too terrifying. Duan Ling Tian is so strong. Allegedly, when Duan Ling Tian defeated Xiao Yu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he instead only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Duan Ling Tian obviously held back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiao Yu. The #1 martial artist in the younger generation of Aqua Mist City is merely so mediocre. You should keep a low profile and not establish arenas everywhere when you don't have any ability. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to He Jun. Under the gazes that were filled with veneration and adoration, Duan Ling Tian jumped off the arena and swung a kick at one of the support pillars on the side of the arena. Immediately, the martial arts combat arena collapsed with a loud crash, burying He Jun within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state with a face full of dirt, looking like a refugee. Instantly, the crowd burst into a wave of laughter. Amongst the laughter, He Jun's expression turned ugly and he swiftly fled. "Ha ha, Duan Ling Tian, nice." Lin Chi arrived beside Duan Ling Tian and gave him a big thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than if it was himself who beat He Jun. Meanwhile, 2 more people arrived beside Duan Ling Tian. Li Zhang, Li Xiao. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Zhang as he questioned. "Hurry up and say it." Li Zhang glared at Li Xiao as he scolded him. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in terror. "Duan Ling Tian, I apologize for what I did in the past. I hope you can forgive me." Louder. "Haven't you eaten?" Li Zhang grunted coldly towards his little brother. He didn't care about his little brother's feelings at all. "It's fine, just let the past matters vanish into the void now." Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhang's character wasn't bad. Recalling the conflict between the 2 of them, it was all because of his little brother, Li Xiao. Li Zhang swung his palm onto Li Xiao's head. "What are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and say thank you." "Thank you, thank you." Li Xiao had a bitter smile on his face as he hastily thanked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian indifferently swept Li Xiao with his gaze before walking away with Lin Chi. The crowd automatically opened up a path. The gazes that descended upon Duan Ling Tian from the surroundings were all filled with veneration. After watching Duan Ling Tian and Lin Chi's figures disappear in the distance, only then did everyone present come back to their senses. Too formidable. He annihilated Aqua Mist City's He clans He Jun with just a single move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiao Yu to be placed in the top of the hidden dragon list. Duan Ling Tian is only 16. I'm certain that the first ranked in the hidden dragon list for the next 2 years will undoubtedly be him. Nonsense, even I can be certain of that. In a restaurant, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Chi sat facing each other. Duan Ling Tian originally intended to return home but was forced by Lin Chi to come here, his reason being having something to discuss with him. "What do you want to discuss, even coming to a restaurant? So solemn, couldn't you have just told me on the way?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Lin Chi. Duan Ling Tian, what's your plan? Lin Chi went straight to the point. What plan? What I'm asking you is, what are your plans for the future? Lin Chi smiled wryly. I don't know for now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and his heart slightly jerked. Hearing Lin Chi speak about this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from thinking about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp he had heard of the other day. The exact date of the genius camp test was 5 months from now. Lin Chi continued, Duan Ling Tian, even though you're a member of the Li clan, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li clan, you'll become an elder at most, you're destined to have no fate with the patriarch's seat. Can't you just say what you want to say and stop beating around the bust? Duan Ling Tian derided. Then I'll be frank. Lin Chi took a deep breath before slowly saying, half a month ago, my aunt made a trip back here and heard about you from me. She's very interested in you. After hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian's face trembled and the food that he hadn't swallowed yet was spat all over Lin Chi's face. Fuck. Lin Chi, although I'm not against being together with a slightly older woman, I'm really not suitable to be together with a cougar. Ask your aunt to look for someone else, Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the food that was spat on his face before deriding, can you stop thinking of everything in that way? My aunt's been married for years, even her son is over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said your aunt was interested in me? Was it he who overthought things? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Say it earlier. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and continued to eat. He was like a whirlwind sweeping away everything on the plate. My aunt is the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's branch in Swallow Mountain County, Lin Chi said. So what? Duan Ling Tian asked as he ate. You've heard of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Chi looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at an alien. When he saw Duan Ling Tian shake his head, he was utterly speechless. This guy's really ill-informed. The Violet Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Its properties can be found all over 6 counties out of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom, and Swallow Mountain County is one of them. Lin Chi explained. Wait, you said the Violet Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 out of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties. Lin Chi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Dao is average, she is really business-minded. She was already thought highly of by the president of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in her early years, and she advanced step by step to obtain her current position. This restaurant that we're eating in is one of the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Besides that, the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company can be said to have a finger in every pie, to the extent that it can be found even in remote, small towns. As long as it has the prefix of Agarwood, Golden Adonis, or Violet Caltrop, they are all properties belonging to the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Lin Chi continued to speak of the Violet Tulip Trading Company with great familiarity. Agarwood. Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that the Agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town turned out to be a property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in conducting business. Who's asking you to conduct business? Lin Chi angrily said. My aunt took an interest in you because she highly regards your natural talent in the martial Dao and your comprehension ability. While the Violet Tulip Trading Company is rich enough to rival a kingdom, it naturally has many people who are watching it secretly and are looking for an opportunity. Therefore, the Violet Tulip Trading Company has fostered many powerhouses to be in charge of protecting the trading company's properties. My uncle is precisely the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County, and he is a void stage powerhouse. Even the county governor of Swallow Mountain County is respectful when dealing with my uncle. Lin Chi finished saying this within a single breath. Your aunt wants to make me a guard for the Violet Tulip Trading Company. My aunt said that as long as you're willing to join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, the Violet Tulip Trading Company will spare no effort in fostering you. In the future, you will even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of envy and jealousy. In other words, once I join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, even if I stay there till I die, I will only be a head bodyguard. Duan Ling Tian had eaten his fill and put down his cutlery. Head bodyguard. Lin Chi didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian had said. Chapter 93, 3 months later. Means the same as guard commander. Do you even know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Li Qin was slightly exasperated. What does it represent? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. There were only a total of 7 guard commanders in the entire Violet Tulip Trading Company, and every single guard commander is a void stage powerhouse. While they guard the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they also obtain the various resources of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as grade 7 medicinal pills, grade 7 spirit weapons, and a wealth that they and their families can't spend within their lifetime. Lin Qi was slightly agitated as he spoke. Are you finished? That's all? Duan Ling Tian asked. That's all. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's unperturbed expression that seemed like he wasn't one bit concerned made Li Qi unable to help himself from glaring. Don't you realize that all of these things aren't something you can get from being a Li clan elder for your entire life? What? Even this doesn't attract you? Tell your aunt I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with a light smile. You really plan to be a Li clan elder for the rest of your life? Lin Qi was astounded. Who said I want to be a Li clan elder? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he slowly walked away, only leaving behind a single sentence to Lin Qi. My ambitions aren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambitions not within the boundaries of Crimson Sky Kingdom. Li Qin was dumbfounded. He dreamt occasionally, and in those dreams he would always see himself becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom before laughing himself awake. As far as he was concerned, these were all his wild wishes. Duan Ling Tian, however, actually said his ambitions weren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was an utter disregard to all the things he dreamt of. Maybe it was precisely his broad ambitions that allowed him to achieve his current cultivation level at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm virtually an ignorant fool. A bitter smile filled the corners of Lin Qi's mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that Lin Qi's entire life would change tremendously just because of that single sentence he spoke. Of course, this was a story for some other time. Duan Ling Tian's life gradually quieted down. His days were spent routinely cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Dragon's Finishing Touch, and Spirit Serpent Movement technique, as well as concocting medicinal liquids and refining medicinal pills. In private, Duan Ling Tian flirted with Kair on one day and Little Fei on the other. His days passed by in a leisurely fashion. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Duan Ling Tian's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. His cultivation had advanced a stage to step into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Furthermore, the process of tempering his body with origin energy had already been completed, and he was in the progress of charging towards the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Dragon's Finishing Touch was officially cultivated to the perfection stage. With the assistance of large quantities of medicinal liquids concocted from blood lingzi, greater teleportation also officially stepped into the perfection stage. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been trapped in a bottleneck that seemed nearly impossible to break through, and thus his Spirit Serpent Movement technique had not improved after so long. As for Kair, her cultivation had already stepped into the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago, and she cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Freezing Sword, that supplemented the Frost God's Sword technique to the mastery stage. Besides that, her defensive martial skill, Stealth Substitution, and her movement technique, Profound Rippling Steps, both had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kair's natural talent in the martial Dao once again astounded Duan Ling Tian. As for Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian gave her the 2nd spirit containment pill he refined that day and let her cultivate a new top cultivation method after dispersing her origin energy into the spirit containment pill. The cultivation method he passed on to Li Fei was called Galactic Star Technique. It was a cultivation method that was cultivated by one of Rebirth Martial Emperor's best friends, Stellar Martial Emperor. Its might was on par with Frost God's Sword technique and the Demonic Beauty Divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had already been cultivating high-grade profound rank martial skills since the beginning, and as such, Duan Ling Tian didn't pass anything on to her. After dispersing her origin energy and recultivating the new cultivation method, her cultivation stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and was on the verge of breaking through into the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian had once asked his mother about her cultivation, but she would always smile it off while emitting a sense of mysteriousness, causing Duan Ling Tian to have no way of knowing. However, Duan Lingtian was convinced that his mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed her previous cultivation. Duan Lingtian sat in the courtyard as he teased the two little pythons on the table beside him. In the past 3 months, the two little pythons had swallowed down plenty of medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined, allowing their strengths to improve and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage. They were now only a step away from the origin core stage. Two little freaks. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he looked at the two little pythons. Who would have thought that in Duan Lingtian's house, the strongest wasn't him nor Ke, and even wasn't his mother, but instead it was these two variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian took the two little pythons deep within the misty forest as a means to probe their strength, and with great difficulty he finally found a fierce beast at the 9th level of the core formation stage that wasn't afraid of the snow python's aura that lingered on the two little pythons' bodies. To his surprise, however, the two little pythons easily penetrated the fierce beast's body and killed it. The horns on their heads utterly ignored the tough and tensile leather on the fierce beast's body. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. The hot-bodied young girl was wearing a light violet dress as she quickly walked into the courtyard before sitting opposite Duan Lingtian. She teased the two little pythons as she said, "Rascal, make a trip to the misty forest with me." Duan Lingtian's gaze was utterly fixated on the young girl's well-developed pair of jade hills as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Stinking rascal, what are you looking at?" Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian before continuing, "I just broke through and want to try out my strength on some fierce beasts." "You've broken through?" Li Fei nodded with a smile. "Grandfather said that my fast progress was all thanks to the high-purity origin-increasing pills you refined, and if it was origin-increasing pills refined by ordinary alchemists, even if I cultivated the galactic star technique, I would still need another half a year before being able to break through. Of course, don't you know who I am?" Duan Lingtian smiled complacently. "In terms of medicinal effect, my origin-increasing pill with over 90% purity is at least twice as effective as the origin-increasing pills sold in Aurora City's trade market. Under the same absorption circumstances, compared to others who consume ordinary origin-increasing pills, your cultivation speed should be twice as fast." "I know you're great, egomaniac," Li Fei rebuked. She could still remember how upon learning of the medicinal effect of Duan Lingtian's origin-increasing pill, her grandfather was dumbstruck for a long time before finally regaining his senses and actually swearing. That was the first time in her life that she saw her grandfather so discomposed. When she finally found out from her grandfather about what a purity of over 90% really represented, even she was shocked. According to her grandfather, an origin-increasing pill costed 5,000 silver in Aurora City's trade market. However, the origin-increasing pill Duan Lingtian refined would easily be able to go over 100,000 silver for merely one pill. "Ke's cultivating, so let's not disturb her and go ourselves," Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. After notifying his mother, Duan Lingtian glanced at the two little pythons that were looking at him with anticipation and said, while glaring, "You two little guys behave yourselves and stay at home. If you dare to follow me, I'll cook the two of you in a pot of snake soup." As long as he brought the two little pythons along into the misty forest, it would be nearly impossible for him to encounter any fierce beasts. Unless it was a high-ranked fierce beast, other fierce beasts would hide the moment they noticed the aura emanating from the two little pythons. The two little pythons nodded their heads with wronged expressions, seemingly beginning to be able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. They then coiled up the large tree in the courtyard and looked on at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's disappearing figure with eager eyes. Hiss hiss. It wasn't long before they forgot their worries and were happily coiling about the large tree, misty forest. Duan Lingtian had already come here at least 10 times, and thus was extremely familiar with it. "Rascal, let's go slightly deeper in this time." Li Fei was slightly excited, even her face was flushed. "Going in deep is fine, but you must not leave my line of sight." After entering the misty forest, Duan Lingtian's expression became more serious. In the beginning, it was hard for her to understand how the youth usually was fearless and did whatever he wished without restraint, but after entering Misty Forest, he would instead advance gradually and carefully. Now she had become accustomed to Duan Lingtian's vigilance. She didn't know, however, that it was utterly Duan Lingtian's instinct. An instinct he developed from his years of life as a member of the special forces and a mercenary. Once he entered Misty Forest, his nerves would be slightly tenser as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings for safety's sake. In his previous life, this instinct had saved his life not less than 10 times. Something's not right. After being in the inner area for some time, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei didn't encounter not one fierce beast. Duan Ling Tian's expression became heavy. Suddenly, two incomparably fast figures flew down from the sky and floated above Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. These were two middle-aged men that seemed to be worn out from a journey. The middle-aged men wore black clothing. One of them had a stiff expression. The other middle-aged man had a hideous appearance and was emitting an evil and greedy gaze as he stared at Li Fei. Void stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. He was unable to comprehend why a void stage powerhouse would appear in Misty Forest. A void stage powerhouse was an existence that surpassed the nascent soul stage. Flying. People can really fly. Li Fei was dumbstruck. Although she had heard of void stage martial artists and even knew that they had the ability to control the air and fly, when she really saw it, she still couldn't help herself from being shocked. In the next moment, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the middle-aged men, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei, fearlessly looking the void stage martial artist in the eye. A mere ant dares to stop me from looking at beauty. HMPH. The void stage martial artist grunted coldly, condensing his sound into a line and blasting it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eardrums quaked. Pooh! Duan Ling Tian's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a mere cold grunt was already enough to injure Duan Ling Tian. Li Fei's expression turned pale as she hurriedly went to support Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he continued to protect Li Fei behind him before once again looking at the void stage martial artists with a ghastly and firm gaze. Chapter 94, Sword Monarch's Treasure. You're courting death. The void stage martial artist's expression changed as the terrifying aura on his body swept out in the form of an imposing manner and pressed down upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold and his body trembled as he forcefully withstood the middle-aged man's imposing manner. He didn't dare to move, or else Li Fei would surely be affected. Humph! Let me see how hard the bones of this ant is. The void stage martial artist sneered. The imposing manner that pressed down upon Duan Ling Tian increased in intensity. The pressure on Duan Ling Tian's body doubled, but only Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted before he grit his teeth and endured. His will was firm like a mountain. The void stage martial artist's gaze turned cold and a killing intent arose within him. The other void stage martial artist frowned as he said in a cold and indifferent manner, "Enough, Sun Rui, don't create unnecessary problems. If you delay our true purpose, the sect leader won't forgive you. Kid, remember that in front of me, you're just an ant. If I desired to kill you, it would be no different than killing an ant. I disdain to kill you." The void stage martial artist tried to smash Duan Ling Tian's pride with his words. Duan Ling Tian's body lightly trembled and his eyes emitted a ghastly brilliance as if ready to swallow someone up. "Let's go." The two void stage martial artists rose into the air before flying into the distance. In the end, Duan Ling Tian couldn't persist any longer. He limply fell on the ground and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The imposing manner of a void stage martial artist wasn't something that the current him could withstand. Earlier, he was forcefully withstanding it and was on the verge of collapse. "Rascal, you're injured." Li Fei's face was pale and her eyes went red from anxiousness. She withdrew a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and gave it to Duan Ling Tian to consume. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duan Ling Tian slightly recuperated. His eyes still gazed with a strong killing intent at the far-off spot that the two void stage martial artists' figures disappeared. He wasn't a person that liked to cause trouble, but if someone tried bully him, he wouldn't easily let it go. Currently, his strength was inferior. But he was still young and full of ability, that combined with the memories of rebirth martial emperor that he had merged with, as far as he was concerned, he would catch up sooner or later and even surpass the void stage martial artist from before. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would make him regret his actions today. Sun Rui, I'll remember it. Duan Ling Tian deeply committed this name to memory. This was the second person since he arrived in this world that made his heart emit a monstrous killing intent. The first was Imperial City's Duan clan's Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian's incomparably strong fleshly body, which could exert a force of 5 ancient mammoths, allowed him to quickly recover his injuries after consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill and absorbing its medicinal effect. At this moment, Li Fei stood at Duan Ling Tian's side and stared fixedly at him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Earlier, When facing the two void stage martial artists, she was extremely scared, to the extent that her legs seemed to be as heavy as lead and unable to move a single inch. At the moment she felt the most helpless, Duan Ling Tian stood out and shielded her behind him, like a fearless guardian angel that shielded her from everything. He would rather get injured himself than allowing anyone to injure her. Her heart started trembling lightly. At this moment, she felt that this man was worthy of her entrusting her life to. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's nose jerked as if he had smelled something. His gaze focused slightly as he looked into the distance before flashing over. Li Fei had a puzzled expression as she followed him. Duan Ling Tian noticed that behind the nearby bushes was a man lying on the floor, or more accurately speaking, a corpse. This was a young man with a body full of injuries, and in his hand was a jade slip. Origin energy could be vaguely seen dissipating from his body, and the injuries on his body that were temporarily patched up with origin energy started to have fresh blood that was unpleasant to the eye flow out all over the ground. And it was precisely this that allowed Duan Ling Tian to smell the scent of blood and notice him. Seeing the bloody scene, Li Fei turned her head away and her expression turned ghastly white. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Ling Tian picked up the jade slip and, thanks to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, recognized what it was and thus poured his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Fated One, I'm the young sect leader of Boundless Sect, Shangguan Yu. Please be sure to properly put away the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you can one day cultivate to the void initiation stage, you may head to Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Once all 9 jade swords are gathered together, you can all head out to find the Sword Monarch's treasure. With these 8 jade swords, you will be able to open the treasure and obtain a great fortuitous gain. My Boundless Sect suffered complete annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance of traveling to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, out of the fate between us when you received my jade sword, I hope that you send the voice transmission jade slip within my spatial ring to the solitary summit and pass it to a reclusive old man by the name of Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yu expresses his thanks. After Duan Ling Tian finished listening, a light flashed within his eyes and he was slightly excited. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had heard of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he was currently residing in was precisely a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, some martial monarchs and martial emperors liked to place some of their treasures at certain locations, then they would put restrictions in place and distribute keys for the future generations to fight for. To them, this was a game. This sort of game was something Rebirth Martial Emperor had played on countless occasions. The treasures that Rebirth Martial Emperor originally planned to use in his 3rd lifetime are all concealed in the foreign lands, and are currently unreachable to me. However, this Sword Monarch's treasure is at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a very realistic and readily available location. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. An existence called Sword Monarch would undoubtedly be a martial monarch stage sword cultivator. Although the martial monarch stage was a stage inferior to the martial emperor stage, the treasures he left would certainly be extremely valuable. Duan Ling Tian removed the spatial ring from the young man's hand and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. He was pleasantly surprised at what was inside. I didn't expect that he would also be an alchemist. By the looks of the pile of rare materials he collected, he should be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad, these materials can save me a huge sum of money. Is this jade sword one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure? And this voice transmission jade slip. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the jade slip and poured origin energy into it. A voice once again entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Great-grandfather, the Boundless Sect is no more. Father and all the elders all died in battle. It was the Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duan Ling Tian to pass to the old man in Solitary Summit. Looks like that Sun Rui is from the Black Fiend sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as a cold light flashed through them. In his opinion, Sun Rui and the other void stage martial artist were undoubtedly chasing after Shangguan Yu to kill him and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice caused Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. The sound from the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who poured origin energy into it, and as such Li Fei wasn't aware of what had happened. Nothing, I feel he's quite pitiable. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After a while, he started a fire and burned away the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to return and rest? Such an incident caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, then we can head home, Li Fei said lightly. Duan Lingtian noticed the change in attitude Li Fei had towards him. Looks like being a hero and saving the beauty would forever be the most formidable method of chasing girls. I'm fine, let's go look ahead and see if there's any suitable fierce beasts to hunt. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei continued to go deeper into the misty forest. During this period of time, they encountered many fierce beasts. The stronger ones were taken care of by Duan Lingtian, only leaving some fierce beasts at the 4th level of the core formation stage or below for Li Fei to deal with. Li Fei enjoyed herself as she continued hunting, but unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. Looks like we will have to spend the night here, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright in the starless sky. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei leaned shoulder to shoulder on the trunk of a large tree as they gazed into the sky. Rascal, even though I had heard before that a void stage martial artist was able to control the air and fly, I only thought it was just an exaggeration, never did I think that it was real. Li Fei's tone sounded slightly complicated. Some things aren't always groundless rumors. Weren't you afraid of the 2 void stage martial artists from today? Li Fei asked. Of course I was, Duan Lingtian truthfully replied. A void stage martial artist could kill the current him with but a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, that would be a lie. Li Fei gazed at Duan Lingtian as she asked, in a light voice, then you still protected me. Isn't a man protecting a woman a principle of heaven and earth? Moreover, don't you forget, you're my fiancé, so of course I would protect you. Not to mention void stage martial artists, even if it was a martial monarch or martial emperor, I would still protect you at the first instant. Martial monarch, martial emperor, Li Fei was phased, obviously having not heard of such terms before. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the void transformation stage powerhouses, and a martial emperor is an existence that surpasses a martial monarch, an existence at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian explained. How do you know all this? Li Fei was slightly surprised. I read a few books. What a joke, he was the inheritor of the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he naturally was clear of all this. You mentioned void transformation stage powerhouses. What stage is that? Li Fei felt slightly curious. Little Fei, commit this to memory. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage. The void stage is separated into 4 stages, namely the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage, Duan Lingtian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei lightly nodded. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you actually knew so many things. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Lingtian was slightly complacent. Pei, I only slightly praised you and you're already floating. Li Fei rebuked. Little Fei, don't call me rascal anymore, it sounds so bad. Then I'll call you scoundrel from now on. Scoundrel, did you actually call me a scoundrel? Then I'll let you see how much of a scoundrel I am. Ah, what are you doing? I'm proving that I'm not a scoundrel, of course. Scoundrel, stop, little Fei, I want you. No, you're not willing to give it to me. You're not allowed for these few days, that thing has arrived. Fuck. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian dispiritedly climbed off Li Fei's hot and delicate body, but of course not before stealing a good feel of it. In the end, he embraced Li Fei and fell into deep sleep. Chapter 95. Born to be an assassin. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian accompanied Li Fei on her hunt for fierce beasts the entire morning. Only at noon did they leave Misty Forest and return to Aurora City. After selling away the pile of fierce beasts' fur, skin, and body parts, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei to head home first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. It's good that you came. I've been wanting to go look for you these past few days. Noticing Duan Lingtian, Tang Ying's eyes shone. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid is out of stock. No, I just concocted 2 large crocks of them for you half a month ago. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly jerked. It isn't the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, but the blood crescent. Inscription. Tang Ying smiled. Blood crescent inscription. I don't think Ghastly Shadow had any big movements in Aurora City lately, right? Duan Lingtian had a face full of vigilance as he looked at Tang Ying. You couldn't have been selling off all the blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you, right? Tang Ying laughed embarrassedly. It's up to you how you deal with them, but you better not drag me into it. Don't worry, I've only sold it to some of the people in charge within Ghastly Shadow. As for you, I have never once mentioned your existence, said Tang Ying. How many do you want this time? Duan Ling Tian knit his brows as he asked. Tang Ying pondered for a moment before speaking. 30. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said indifferently, you really know how to ask for exorbitant amounts. But forget it, it's the last time I inscribe for you anyway. The last time, Tang Ying was dazed momentarily, as he was unable to understand what Duan Ling Tian's words meant. 1 month from now, I'll be leaving Aurora City, Duan Ling Tian said. 1 month from now, Tang Ying's eyes flickered as his gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. You plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp to participate in the Paladin Academy's test. You've guessed it, it really wasn't that difficult. Since you plan to leave, it would surely mean you weren't resigned to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy would undoubtedly be your best choice. Adding on the fact that you will leave in a month's time, it would surely be for the Iron Blood Army's genius camp without a doubt. Tang Ying lightly smiled. Aren't there other tests available to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in the other tests? Duan Ling Tian asked, in a questioning manner. Yes, there are other tests, but those tests are all held in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, there is only one choice, Iron Blood Army's genius camp, Tang Ying said. Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Right, how much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? I heard it's very brutal inside, even to the extent of being called a place where one only has a 10% chance at survival, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is indeed brutal, but that would be towards ordinary youths. Freaks like you only need to know their place and mind their own business. As long as you don't offend the instructors there, surviving a year can be done easily. Tang Ying was extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. Instructor, could it be the officers of the Iron Blood Army? You're right, it's indeed those madmen from the Iron Blood Army. Tang Ying nodded. Madmen, you'll know why I call them madmen once you're at the genius camp. Even Tang Ying was rather fearful when mentioning the Iron Blood Army. I actually slightly look forward to it now that you've put it that way. Duan Ling Tian would definitely be able to rise to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom no matter what path he took by relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories. But Duan Ling Tian still chose the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Besides stemming from a sort of persistence from his previous life towards a military career, there was still another reason. Once he passes the test, which was the genius camp itself, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. The Paladin Academy was situated in the Imperial City. Duan Ling Xing was at the Imperial City as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a dense killing intent as the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying's face was filled with shock as he felt the icy cold killing intent that was coming off Duan Ling Tian. This type of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. His hands had at least a few hundred lives on them after all, but even he hadn't developed such a terrifying killing intent yet. I've only felt this type of killing intent on one person before. However, how could this kid compare to that person? This kid is merely 16 years old, how could he possibly have this type of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying felt his scalp go numb. Even though Duan Ling Tian's current strength was far inferior from his, Duan Ling Tian was still able to make him feel a pressure that stemmed from the bottom of his heart by relying solely on his killing intent. Even in the entire Ghastly Shadow, there was only one person capable of making him feel such pressure by relying solely on killing intent. That person was precisely the #1 assassin in Ghastly Shadow, Demon. It's time for me to go. Duan Ling Tian looked towards Tang Ying and faintly smiled. The reason he came to look for Tang Ying was to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and now his objective had been reached. Tang Ying however stopped him. Yes, Duan Ling Tian questioned. Duan Ling Tian, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and instead let me recommend you to our Ghastly Shadow's headquarters? With your natural talent combined with my recommendation, you will undoubtedly be one of the main targets of fostering within the organization, and you would soon become a trump card assassin of Ghastly Shadow. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he made this suggestion. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Ling Tian joined Ghastly Shadow, him surpassing the current #1 assassin, Demon, would only be a matter of time. Duan Ling Tian shrugged as he said in a disapproving manner, be an assassin. Not interested. Kid, you haven't felt that sort of pleasure yet. Think about the day when even His Majesty, the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, will experience a change in expression when speaking of you. How satisfying will that feel? It would absolutely be the best spiritual indulgence. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I'm confident it won't be long before you can become a top assassin within our ghastly shadow. Not interested. You have such an icy cold killing intent on you, you're simply born to be an assassin. Not being one would be such a waste. Tang Ying had an expression that seemed to show that he was eager due to him cherishing geniuses. Killing intent, are you talking about this? At the moment Duan Ling Tian's voice faded, an even more terrifying killing intent swept out from his body, pressing itself onto Tang Ying. Tang Ying's face turned slightly pale as he suffused his origin energy around his body. Only then was he able to withstand the bloodthirsty killing intent that was roaring out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing extent even surpassed the ghastly shadow's #1 assassin, demon. Tang Ying, only now did I realize that you were actually so senseless. You concluded that I was born to be an assassin by merely relying on this. All you need to do is go kill a few more people and you will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tang Ying in disdain. You, kid, I'm curious, how many people have you killed to dare to be conceited in front of me, the person in charge of the Ghastly Shadows operations in Aurora City? Tang Ying was slightly angry from embarrassment. I don't remember anymore. In total, it should at least be over 10,000 people. Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to drift, as if drifting away into the distant past. Only when Duan Ling Tian left did Tang Ying come back to his senses. This kid really dares to talk nonsense. Over 10,000, who would believe a little ass kid like him? Tang Ying didn't take it seriously and only thought Duan Ling Tian was bragging. But it still couldn't stop him from sighing. The Ghastly Shadow organization had lost a promising youth. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless as well. Born to be an assassin. The killing intent that stemmed from his soul was something that was accumulated from the bloodshed he experienced as a mercenary in his previous lifetime. Every time he took on an assignment, if it was an assassination, the head count on his hands would be relatively small. If he ever conducted a large-scale deal in a region and used a weapon of mass destruction, the number of casualties would at least amount to tens of people, and on occasion amount of hundreds and even thousands. Saying that he had killed more than 10,000 people was actually him holding back on the actual numbers. Duan Ling Tian noticed two people coming towards him at the moment he entered the Li clan estate. One was a youth around the age of 18 and the other was a young man over 20 years old. The youth was a familiar face, Li Yuan. As Li Yuan saw Duan Ling Tian, a trace of fear was emitted from his brows and he lowered his head. Obviously he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian. The young man beside Li Yuan noticed his movements, then his gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Little brother Yuan, who is he? You seems to be afraid of him. Brother Guang, he is Duan Ling Tian. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that he still had the confidence to battle Duan Ling Tian before the clan martial meet took place, then after seeing Duan Ling Tian defeat Li Kuang with his own two eyes, and even defeating the core formation stage disciples of the inner court, from that moment onwards, he knew that he had already lost the qualifications to compare himself with Duan Ling Tian. Even when he encountered Duan Ling Tian later on, he chose to directly admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian, this year's top ranked on the Hidden Dragon list. Li Guang's eyes constricted as an interest arose within him. Li Guang walked up quickly to block in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned and his gaze descended upon Li Yuan. What? Li Yuan, what do you want? He naturally thought it was Li Yuan who asked this person to block his path. After all, he didn't recognize this person. Li Yuan had a face full of a bitter smile, as he knew that Duan Ling Tian had misunderstood, and thus he hurriedly said to Li Guang, I don't want anything. Brother Guang, let's go. I heard you snatched away my cousin's woman. Li Guang paid no attention to Li Yuan and instead looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes flickering with a fierce light. Your cousin's woman? Duan Ling Tian hadn't reacted to what was being said. Li Yuan is my cousin. Li Guang grunted coldly. Li Yuan, when did I snatch away your woman? Brother Guang, what nonsense are you speaking of? Li Yuan's face flushed red. Little brother Yuan, when did you become such a pussy? This isn't how you used to be. Li Guang frowned once again before glancing at Duan Ling Tian and sneering. Isn't there a young girl called K at your side? She's the woman my cousin took a fancy to. If you're sensible, then hurry up and leave her side, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yuan was stupefied. When did he ever say that the young girl at Duan Ling Tian's side was his woman? He had only just casually praised her, and said her beauty was not one bit inferior to Li Fei's. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and his piercingly cold gaze descended upon Li Yuan. Duan Ling Tian, I never said such a thing. I really didn't. Li Yuan became afraid and had a bitter smile on his face. You've never said such a thing. Then it's him who's talking nonsense and slandering my K. Duan Ling Tian fierce and sharp gaze descended upon Li Guang. Chapter 96, Farewells near at hand. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and one will absolutely die. K was precisely Duan Ling Tian's reverse scale. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Li Guang's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, so what if I'm talking nonsense? Do you really think that just because you're the leading figure in Aurora City's younger generation, you can look down upon me? I'm not sure about others, but you. I really do look down upon you. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. Li Guang's expression greatly distorted as he roared. He swung out his fist that was filled with raging origin energy, and it flashed in full fury straight towards Duan Ling Tian while whistling through the air. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level core formation martial artist. Li Guang attacked with full force right at the get-go. His attack was utterly ruthless. 4th level of the core formation stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forwards before sweeping his hands out. Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes suffused with origin energy swept out, seeming to transform into layers of mist. Abruptly, dragon's finishing touch. Duan Ling Tian's finger tore through the air accompanied by a piercing howl as it descended upon Li Guang's fist, which was approaching in full fury. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian. The clear sound of a bone breaking sounded. Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry. Then his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that had left the bowstrings, before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang clasped his finger bone that had shattered and rolled on the floor while emitting heart-rending cries. It was as if he would never feel exhausted. Li Yuan was dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. As far as he knew, the reason Duan Ling Tian had a fleshly body that possessed an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths in the past was because of him consuming a spirit fruit. At present, Duan Ling Tian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only a single possibility. Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Brother Guang, are you alright? Returning to his senses, Li Yuan quickly walked over and supported Li Guang up. Duan Ling Tian walked up with quick strides to arrive in front of Li Guang and looked at him with an icy cold gaze. Keep a low profile if you're incapable. And remember well what I said today, however strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. After he finished, Duan Ling Tian ignored Li Guang's gloomy expression and eyes that seemed to be emitting flames as he walked off in large strides. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to the current him. He, who was currently at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, possessed an entire 7 ancient mammoths worth of strength when fully exerting himself, and was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Earlier, when he blasted Li Guang away, he held back and used 1 ancient mammoth's strength lesser than what he was capable of. Otherwise, Li Guang injuries would only be worse. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered his home when the 2 little pythons flashed over and dropped onto his shoulder, flicking their tongues as they licked his cheeks in an intimate manner. Little guys, we've only not seen each other for a day and you're already missing me. Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a smile as he looked at the 2 little pythons. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, because he noticed that the 2 little pythons were staring at his spatial ring. I even thought that you 2 little guys really missed me. But I didn't expect that all you 2 missed were the origin increasing pills in my spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian derided as he realized what the 2 little pythons really wanted. After withdrawing 2 origin increasing pills and tossing them over to the 2 little guys, Duan Ling Tian let them go play by themselves. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian walked over to K'er's room's door and after noticing that K'er was still cultivating, he returned to his own room. After consuming an origin increasing pill, Duan Ling Tian started cultivating as well. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. Due to the uniqueness of the raging python form, after he stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and finished tempering his body with origin energy, Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body's strength had increased to a degree comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Combined with his origin energy, which was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, he possessed a strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the third level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. And if he once again completes the body tempering using origin energy for the third level of the core formation stage, he will be able to possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. At that time, his strength would easily annihilate any 6th level core formation martial artist and would be approaching the strength of a 7th level core formation martial artist. Duan Ling Tian exhaled a mouthful of foul air before ceasing to cultivate. Walking out of his room, he noticed that food was almost ready and thus sat down at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family sat around the table and enjoyed a meal. Duan Ling Tian gulped down a mouthful of food before saying, with a light voice, "Mom, I plan to head to Iron Blood City with Xiao Yu next month." "Going to the genius camp?" asked Li Ru. "Mom, how did you know?" "Young master, big sister Fei Fei had long since told us about it and asked us to be mentally prepared. She said that during the youth gathering earlier, she noticed you being extremely interested in the genius camp and said you would probably go there." Kair lightly smiled as she spoke. A strand of warmth flashed through Duan Ling Tian's heart. Never had he imagined that Li Fei had already helped pave the way for him. He originally thought that he would need to take some time and appease the two beauties at his home. "Tian, you're all grown up, remember to take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must always put your safety above all else," Li Ru slowly said. "I know, Mom." Duan Ling Tian nodded. The young girl puckered her mouth as she lightly said, "Young master, Kair doesn't want to part with you." "Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I will certainly obtain the qualifications to study in the Paladin Academy. At that time, I will bring you and Mom both to the Imperial City." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. All of this was something he had planned. Since he was leaving next month, besides cultivating, Duan Ling Tian got busy as well. Firstly, he inscribed the 30 blood crescent inscriptions for Tang Ying. Duan Ling Tian planned to exchange these 30 blood crescent inscription for a promise from Tang Ying, a promise that for the year when he left Aurora City and was at Iron Blood City, Tang Ying would ensure his family's safety. Duan Ling Tian were assassins, not bodyguards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. "I was originally going to ask you for 3 million silver for these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, but now I'm not asking for any payment. Besides this, during the time I'm away, our partnership would still continue as I'll ask Kair to take over and concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for you." Duan Ling Tian frowned. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to partner with and sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid." I bet the Alchemist Guild and Weapons Craftsman Guild would be interested in these 30 blood crescent inscriptions." "Stop, I'll promise." Tang Ying laughed bitterly. In the end, he still chose to compromise. Only now did Duan Ling Tian leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to see the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. He still remembered that Liao owed him a favor. "Patriarch, that day during the clan martial meet, when you asked me to admit defeat to Li Qing, you made me a promise. Do you remember?" Duan Ling Tian didn't beat around the bush. "Of course I remember. Why, do you have something you need my help with?" Liao asked. "I will be heading to Iron Blood City to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp next month. I hope that during the time I'm gone, Patriarch can ensure the safety of my family," said Duan Ling Tian. "You want to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp?" Liao frowned. "Duan Ling Tian, once you enter the Genius Camp, you will only have a slim chance of surviving. Have you thoroughly considered this?" "I promise you." Liao agreed to the promise. "Aurora City, Alchemist Guild." "Kid, I was just about to go look for you." Noticing Duan Ling Tian's arrival, Su Mo's face was glowing and full of smiles. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and he was slightly surprised. "Geezer, you broke through." "Kai." Su Mo lifted up his hand with his palm facing up, and a gold pill fire flickered for a moment before vanishing. "I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through." After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied for being recalled back into the county city. I'll be leaving in a few days, and this mess in Aurora City will be taken over by someone else." When Sumo spoke about the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was filled with dislike. "You said earlier that you were about to go look for me. You wanted to say your farewells." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. He was slightly surprised. Sumo nodded before saying, "Is there something you came to see me for?" "I came to say my farewells as well. I'll be leaving Aurora City next month. I'll be heading to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. And through the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy," Duan Ling Tian slowly said. "Paladin Academy is indeed a good choice. With your natural talent, it won't be hard to become outstanding in Paladin Academy." Sumo nodded. He already knew that everything Duan Ling Tian did was to abide by his teacher's instructions to gain experience, and as such he didn't dare throw out the Alchemist Guild's olive branch at Duan Ling Tian. "Geezer, I hope we can meet again in the future." Duan Ling Tian said his farewells to Sumo before leaving the Alchemist Guild. Sumo sent Duan Ling Tian out the door and watched as his figure slowly faded into the distance. His eyes flickered with heartfelt gratitude. It was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. With his departure being near at hand, Duan Ling Tian didn't leave the Li clan estate anymore, he only cultivated. He took his time to properly accompany his mother and K'er. The day of farewell approached and got closer day by day. "Fei, I'm going out for a while." The old man's voice sounded from outside the room's door. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shined brightly as he glanced at the young girl in front of him, sizing up her hot figure. "Little Fei, you can't escape today." Duan Ling Tian grinned widely, causing the young girl to seem nervous, and her face blushed a bright red. A night's time passed quickly. Duan Ling Tian only woke up at dawn the next day. Looking at the beautiful red rose that had bloomed on the bedsheets, the corners of his mouth curled into a light smile. And when his gaze fell upon the beauty beside him, the smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. The beauty was still deeply asleep, and her drop-dead gorgeous face was directly facing Duan Ling Tian, causing him to be infatuated for a time. Chapter 97, blasted away with a swing of the arm. Early in the morning, outside Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out of the city. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. "Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we will encounter the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." As they galloped on, Meng Quan grinned naively. "Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 80 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain Kingdom. The other 80 cities of similar size as Aurora City will certainly have outstanding young geniuses as well. As for the county city, it will even have outstanding people appear one after the other." Xiao Yu deeply agreed. "No matter what, our objective this time is to stand out of the crowd and become members of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp," Duan Ling Tian said with a firm gaze. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had already tossed all the reluctance from leaving to the back of his head for the moment, as what he wanted to do was enter the Genius Camp, survive, and obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. At that time, he would be able to bring K'er, Li Fei, and his mother to the Imperial City. Li Fei's grandfather also. Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he slowly said, "We have a long journey ahead of us, so try your best not to get into any unwanted trouble." Duan Ling Tian and Meng Quan both nodded. Especially Duan Ling Tian, as he couldn't help himself from recalling what happened outside Triumph City the other day. Fortunately, that son of the county governor didn't investigate all the way to Aurora City. After experiencing a long and arduous journey for a month and being careful along the way, they eventually arrived at Iron Blood City. Although it was one of the 81 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain County, Iron Blood City was slightly different. Iron Blood City was the only city under Swallow Mountain County that wasn't required to pay taxes to the county governor's estate, as the taxes of Iron Blood City were completely taken as the soldiers' provisions for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he arrived outside of Iron Blood City and gazed at the city that seemed like a metal drum. For the next year, he would be spending his days here. So many people. Meng Quan's gaze descended on Iron Blood City's city gate, where every path was filled with groups of youths galloping through. Even though the Genius Camp was brutal, there was still a slim chance of survival. If they could stay alive, then it would be a chance to achieve greatness. In addition to that, there were also plenty of people who wanted to try their luck. Duan Ling Tien's group followed the stream of people and galloped into Iron Blood City. The road in front of their eyes abruptly became clear. Streams of people came and went through the streets, bustling with noise and excitement. We've finally arrived. Damn it, an entire 2 months journey. It's the first time I've traveled so damned far. 2 months isn't too bad, some people even traveled for nearly 3 months. Let's go find a place to have a nice bath first. Damn it, I'm so itchy all over. 2 youths galloped past Duan Ling Tian's group. One of the youths grumbled all the way. 2 months. Meng Quan was stunned before laughing bitterly. We only traveled for a month and I already can't take it. I didn't expect there to be people worse off than us. Of course there are. Iron Blood City is situated east of Swallow Mountain County, and our Aurora City is pretty well off as we're only at the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. People from the west of Swallow Mountain County require at least 3 months of travel to arrive at Iron Blood City. After traveling along together with Xiao Yu for this past month, Duan Ling Tian noticed something. Xiao Yu would always had an icy cold expression when he faced strangers, but when he faced people he was familiar with, he was instead extremely casual. According to the sayings of his past lifetime, it would be acting cool. In any case, since we have already arrived, let's go look for an inn to stay in first, Duan Ling Tian said. Before long, the 3 of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours, when dusk nearly descended onto the land, the 3 of them left the inn and went for dinner at a nearby restaurant. The 3 of them hadn't eaten a proper meal this entire month. The restaurant was entirely filled with people. However, Duan Ling Tian's group's luck wasn't bad, as there so happened to be a table beside the window that had just finished their meal and left. There's really so many people. Meng Quan sighed after sitting down. It should be the busiest period for Iron Blood City around this time every year. Duan Ling Tian took a look around and noticed that more than 60% of the people dining in the restaurant were youths. Moreover, they were mostly gulping down their food in a hurry as they obviously had not eaten a proper meal in a long time. These people were probably young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City like the 3 of them. Before long, 2 waiters came over and cleared the used cutlery off the table. Today we can finally eat a proper meal. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived at Duan Ling Tian's table. A blue-clothed youth among them with big eyes and bushy eyebrows said, with a thunderous voice, "The 3 of you, hurry up and leave. This table is ours." Duan Ling Tian indifferently swept the blue-clothed youth with his gaze and ignored him. Xiao Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him either. However, Meng Quan's expression sunk and he said in rage, "Why should we? We've already taken this table. If you want a place, wait for someone else to finish eating." "Kid, do you know who we are?" Another green-clothed youth among them had eyes that emitted a fierce light. "What's that got to do with me? All I know is that this table is ours." Meng Quan argued based on reason. "You 3 really want to oppose RU clan. RU clan is one of the 5 great clans in the county city. It isn't something you bumpkins from the small clans of small cities can compare to," a gray-clothed youth snapped. "County city clan." Meng Quan's face turned slightly grim. Aurora City's 3 great clans were already colossi to Meng Quan, let alone the great clans of the county city. They were practically titans. "Yes, we're precisely disciples of the Yu clan." Noticing Meng Quan's expression, the gray-clothed youth was slightly complacent. "Waiter, get us a table full of the best specialty dishes in the restaurant." Duan Ling Tian picked his ears as he looked towards the waiter and placed his order. Xiao Yu had an icy cold expression as he coolly added, "And another 2 jars of wine." "Yes, customer." Hearing what they said, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare it. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The gray-clothed youth's expression turned gloomy as he angrily gazed at Duan Ling Tian. The other 3 youths beside him had ugly expressions as well. "Xiao Yu, why do you think there are such annoying lifeforms like flies in this world?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu as he faked an astonished expression. "Who knows, maybe they were born wanting to be despised." Xiao Yu went along. "You have a point. Meng Quan, what do you think?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was from a small clan after all, and as such couldn't help being dumbstruck for a moment when he heard that the youths were from a large clan in the county city. Now that he saw Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu being so fearless, even he was influenced, so he took a deep breath and regained his composure. "I think so too. You're all courting death." The gray-clothed youth's face distorted and he slapped his palm that flared with origin energy, flashing straight towards the initiator, Duan Ling Tian. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. 3rd level core formation martial artist. Meng Quan's face became grim. HMPH. Xiao Yu grunted coldly as he swung out his sleeve that was suffused with origin energy to intercept the gray-clothed Yu's palm strike. Above Xiao Yu, a similar four ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. The gray-clothed Yu's body trembled as his hand felt numbed and momentarily even lost all feeling, only to recover after a few moments. Xiao Yu, you've broken through to the third level of the core formation stage. Meng Quan exclaimed, I broke through a month ago. Kill them. The gray-clothed Yu's expression was gloomy as he shouted explosively and pounced towards Xiao Yu. Instantly, the other three Yus attacked at the same time, flashing out with immense force. Fuck off. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly roared and stood up. He casually swung out his arm, even to the extent of not using any martial skills. It was just like a huge python's tail swinging out. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, dazzling the eyes of everyone present. A terrifying force poured out of his arm, flying straight towards the 4 Yus that were approaching menacingly. Instantly, the 4 Yus came and went like the wind and were blasted away before crashing onto the floor in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Gazes filled with disbelief descended onto Duan Ling Tian one after the other, as their hearts were filled with shock. Oh my god, this youth looks to be around 16 or 17 years old, but he's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. Which city and which clan did this monster come from? Could he be a member of one of the large clans of the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear what those 4 Yus said? They are members of the county city's Yu clan. With his natural talent, if he was from a large clan in the county city, how could these 4 Yus not recognize him? County city's Yu clan really lost face this time. The crowd started discussing together. Many people had faces full of a mocking smiles as they looked towards the 4 Yus that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 Yus had ugly expressions, and their gazes emitted a sense of fear as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. If you still don't want to fuck off, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he swept his gaze over the 4 of them. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 Yus' faces distorted as they fled the scene in a sorry state, and at the same time they didn't forget to leave a threat. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to their threats and returned to his seat. You too. Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were staring fixedly at him, causing him to instantly feel uncomfortable. Duan Ling Tian, you're absolutely a freak. You broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage as well. As Meng Quan reached the end of what he wanted to say, he suppressed the sound of his voice. He knew that Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body had an extraordinary strength, so as far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian being able to exert a strength of 6 ancient mammoths would undoubtedly be because he had broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. He didn't admit it nor did he deny it. Xiao Yu deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian before saying with certainty, do you even need to ask? He certainly has broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that he would be able to compete with Duan Ling Tian once he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, but now it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had left him even further in the distance. This violet-clothed Yu's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Pei San's, natural talent is inferior to his. I heard Pei San was planning to participate in this year's Genius Camp test, but he won't be coming because of an accident that happened a few months ago. What accident? Could it be that you didn't hear of it? That Pei San's arm was cut off by a sword-cultivating youth outside of Triumph City. Even though it was reconnected later on, he's unable to use martial skills with it, so his strength was reduced drastically. Chapter 98. Fate. Duan Ling Tian's brows twitched. Pei San, the 3rd son of Swallow Mountain County's county governor. His arm was precisely cut off by Duan Ling Tian. He didn't expect that the news had already spread. With a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian quickly realized something. There wasn't an impermeable wall in this world, let alone one that could block explosive news such as this. Before long, the waiter had brought out and served the dishes and wine. Duan Ling Tian's group chatted as they ate. I've heard of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Pei San. Allegedly he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous youth genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quan's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. Since the arm which he uses to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined, said Xiao Yu. Doesn't he still have the other hand? Asked Meng Quan in a daze. Xiao Yu shook his head and laughed. Meng Quan was puzzled. He turned his gaze toward the violet-clothed youth. Duan Ling Tian, what does Xiao Yu mean? Meng Quan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Quan as he smiled. Which hand are you skilled in executing martial skills with? Of course it's my right hand. Meng Quan bluntly stated. Then when you eat with chopsticks or right, which hand do you use? Asked Duan Ling Tian. My right hand as well. It's been a habit since I was small. Meng Quan didn't ponder and directly answered. That's right, so to speak, if your right hand was crippled as well, and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take you to make your left hand replace your right hand completely? Duan Ling Tian threw out another question. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have understood. A person's entire life was only for a few tens of years. If the most important arm of Pei San was crippled and he wanted to cultivate his martial arts anew on his left hand, or change entirely to kicking technique martial skills, it would certainly require a huge amount of time. And this would in turn delay the speed at which his cultivation level increased. As time went by, even his peers who had inferior natural talent to him in the past would now throw him off far in the distance. Tisk tisk. Meng Quan couldn't stop himself from being astounded. I wonder who was so ruthless to cut off Pei San's arm with a single sword strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor. If they find out who he is, I'm afraid he will die a graveless death. Xiao Yu made nothing of it. So long has passed, but I've never heard of the governor's estate being able to find the assailant. They probably can't find him. That's true as well. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he took his time to eat and acted as if everything that Meng Quan and Xiao Yu were talking about wasn't related to him. But Duan Ling Tian, you were really ruthless earlier. Those 4 youths from the Yu clan were directly blasted away instantaneously by you. This matter would probably spread around the entire Iron Blood City not too long from now. At that time, the Yu clan will have really lost face. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shook his head and laughed. Even if they lose face, it was something they brought upon themselves. There are so many people eating here in the restaurant, but they just had to come to our table. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't cause trouble for us, right? Meng Quan was slightly worried. Meng Quan, you're overthinking things. Even if the Yu clan wanted to cause trouble for us, it would be a year from now. The members of the Yu clan earlier have decent strength and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it isn't even certain if they will still be alive. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, killing intent flashed within his eyes. He felt a strand of true killing intent coming off Xiao Yu. This was something that the other youth martial artists he encountered didn't possess. Obviously, Xiao Yu had killed someone before. And it wasn't only 1 or 2 people. After eating their fill, Duan Ling Tian's group left the restaurant, but they were still deeply remembered by the crowd of young geniuses within the restaurant, especially Duan Ling Tian, a 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was impossible to wish that he wouldn't be remembered. Duan Ling Tian's group went around Iron Blood City before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's campground to register themselves. Duan Ling Tian didn't cultivate tonight. Instead, he lied there on his bed and recalled his experiences this past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now I can be considered to have completely integrated myself into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Ke and Li Fei. They were the people he cared the most about in this world. For their sake, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian fell soundly asleep. He had a very long dream. In this dream, he spent his days with Ke and Li Fei and even had plenty of kids later on, when the 9th child had just been born. Duan Ling Tian, a thunderous voice jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. Fuck, Meng Quan, you've destroyed my sweet dream. Duan Ling Tian casually cleaned himself up and changed his clothes before walking out of his room and shouting the 4-letter word. Meng Quan embarrassedly touched the back of his head and laughed naively. Let's go and register ourselves. At this time, Xiao Yu came out as well. On the east side of Iron Blood City, a vast area had been divided. This was precisely the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Presently, at the entrance to the Iron Blood Army's campground were lines of queues that were as long as dragons. Plenty of youths had lined up into neat lines. We're still too late. Meng Quan was stunned when he saw the packed and dense lines of youths. It doesn't matter if we're late as long as someone wasn't late. As Duan Lingtian looked off into the distance, a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan had puzzled expressions. Let's go, someone has helped us reserve some places. Duan Lingtian brought along Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. He took the lead and walked towards the front of the line. Hey, have a bit of morality and line up. Shame on you for cutting in line. Kid, we're talking about you. Immediately, the crowd of youths that were drenched in sweat from lining up couldn't help themselves from berating Duan Lingtian's group. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian, let's just go and queue up, Meng Quan said, in a low voice. Duan Lingtian ignored Meng Quan and instead looked towards the people who raised a clamor. He frowned as he said, "What are you all fussing about? When did you see me cutting the line? We've been here since early in the morning, and our companions have reserved a place for us in the front." Hearing what Duan Lingtian said, the group of people who raised a clamor went silent, but now they had doubtful expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu were both stunned. Companions? Why didn't they know that they had companions? Hey, brothers, sorry for troubling you to line up for us, lunch is on me. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the front of the queue and slapped his hand on the gray-clothed youth's back. Which bastard touched me? The gray-clothed youth roared, but when he noticed Duan Lingtian, he swallowed whatever he was going to say. You. Brothers, thank you for all the trouble. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled and interrupted the gray-clothed youth before looking at the other three youths and nodding. Although seemingly friendly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of threatening intent. These four youths weren't anyone else but precisely the four youths that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson to last night in the restaurant. Only now did Meng Quan and Xiao Yu get it, and they secretly gave Duan Lingtian a big thumbs up. In this manner, Duan Lingtian's group successfully cut the line. Upon seeing the gray-clothed youth's reaction, the surrounding youths that were glaring fiercely naturally thought that Duan Lingtian and them were really companions. Of course, there were some youths who were coincidentally eating at the restaurant last night and had recognized Duan Lingtian and the gray-clothed youth. But they didn't speak a word of it. They had all experienced Duan Lingtian's strength and were frightened of bringing trouble to themselves. The gray-clothed youth's face was flushed and his heart trembled. Damn it, have I offended the gods in these past 2 days? Why is it that everywhere I go, I meet this bane? Not mentioning yesterday at the restaurant, today I queued up since early in the morning but I still had to let him cut in, he thought, but he just didn't dare to say anything, or else he could imagine his end would be even more miserable than yesterday. You Xiao, this guy is going too far. The three youths behind the gray-clothed youth were filled with rage, however, they only dared to use a voice that sounded as loud as a mosquito when they spoke. Then tell me, what should we do? Why not you three chase him away? Yu Xiao rolled his eyes at his three companions. Hearing this, the three youths immediately acted as if they didn't hear him. They looked around and maintained their silence. Before long, it was the turn of Duan Lingtian's group. After filling in the simple registration form, the three of them each obtained a number card. Duan Lingtian's number was 137. Xiao Yu was 138. Meng Quan was 139. An Iron Blood Army soldier who wore light armor said, with a cold and unfeeling expression, "Before noon tomorrow, use your number cards and enter our Iron Blood Army's campgrounds to participate in the test. You'll be a member of the Genius Camp once you pass the test." Duan Lingtian's group of three nodded before turning around and planning to leave. Thanks, brothers. In consideration of us having so much fate together, I'll treat you to some tea when we're free. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian patted the gray-clothed youth on the shoulder and grinned, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. Also, your name isn't bad. Yu Xiao, it sounds like an extraordinary name the moment you hear it. I've learned some divination in the past, trust me when I say that you will surely be a great figure in the future. Obviously, Duan Lingtian heard the discussion between Yu Xiao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu's and Meng Quan's mouths twitched, as they forcefully endured the urge to laugh. Yu Xiao's face went blank. What did this bane actually want to do? Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Yu Xiao's shoulder as he slowly said, "Okay, brothers, hurry up and get your number cards, or else Mr. Soldier over there won't be too happy." Duan Lingtian walked away with large strides as soon as he finished speaking. "The four of you are together?" The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he asked Yu Xiao and the three youths behind him. "Yes, Mr. Soldier. Yu Xiao hurriedly nodded. Even though he was a disciple of the county city's Yu clan, the Iron Blood Army inspired awe throughout the kingdom, and the soldiers within the army were said to be extremely cruel and merciless, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. The Iron Blood Army soldier seemed to have transformed into a glaring guardian warrior of the Buddha as he howled, "It's been some time since the three people in front of you finished obtaining their number cards, but you four only come over now. Are you four purposely trying to make it hard on me?" "No, no." Yu Xiao hurriedly waved his hand in denial. "Humph. In consideration of you four delaying the people behind, the four of you scram to the back of the line and queue up once more." The Iron Blood Army soldier had an expression that didn't allow any arguments. Chapter 99, Yu Shang. "Mr. Soldier, it had nothing to do with me, it's all." Yu Xiao still wanted to argue. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he roared, "Scram." A terrifying murderous aura that was attained on the battlefield enveloped Yu Xiao, pressing onto him until his face turned ghastly white. Yu Xiao's group of four could only gloomily run over to the back of the line and queue up once more. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with a wave of mocking laughter. "Hey, brother, how could you let Mr. Soldier wait for you? Mr. Soldier's life isn't easy, he's going to great troubles to help so many people register, so you should properly show understanding and sympathy to him." Maybe it was on purpose, but Duan Ling Tian was waiting at the end of the line. He looked at Yu Xiao with an expression full of pity while heaving a sigh. Yu Xiao's face flushed, he couldn't endure any longer. "Kid, I definitely won't let you off. Brother, getting angry is harmful to your health. Remember to drink more water after you're done queuing up." Duan Ling Tian grinned widely before leaving with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha 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 ha. Meng Quan was the first to be unable to hold in his laughter anymore, so he loudly laughed in an unrestrained manner. Even Xiao Yu started laughing. Meng Quan once again gave Duan Ling Tian a big thumbs up as he said in admiration, "Duan Ling Tian, you did that on purpose, right? You didn't even forget to entrap that Yu Xiao before leaving, you're really too ruthless. I never noticed in the past that you were so skilled in playing tricks on people." Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough cough. "Don't speak carelessly. Do you two really think I'm that type of person?" Duan Ling Tian lightly coughed twice before saying so in all seriousness. "Yes." Xiao Yuan and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face completely froze. "Let's go and eat some breakfast while it's still early." After embarrassedly laughing, Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. The three of them were in elated moods and their meal was especially satisfying. For the remaining of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. At dusk, they had dinner before returning to the inn and waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's test. That night, Duan Ling Tian consumed an origin-increasing pill and calmed his mind to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. The Raging Python form was different compared to Spirit Serpent form. If it was said that the Spirit Serpent form stressed on cultivating the fleshly body to become flexible like a Spirit Serpent, then the Raging Python form instead stressed on the fleshly body possessing the strength of a Raging Python. For example, the move which Duan Ling Tian used to teach a lesson to those 4 Yu clan youths. His arm seemed to be casually swung out, but it actually contained the force exertion method of a Raging Python, so it was as if a real Raging Python had swung its tail out to attack. It could be considered a group attack method that differed from Dragon's Finishing Touch. Dragon's Finishing Touch was developed from the cloud-piercing finger that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and belonged to a type of extremely formidable single-target attack methods. Although the force exertion method that the Raging Python form endowed upon me isn't a martial skill, its might isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to the method of how a demon beast attacks. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the Raging Python form to the later stages, its might not be inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. His heart was filled with motivation, so he started even more to painstakingly cultivate the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. He cultivated deep into the night before finally falling into a deep slumber. Because the requirement was to enter the Iron Blood Army campgrounds before noon, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 slept until late in the morning before awakening. They were mentally prepared, because once they become members of the Genius Camp, they will probably never have the chance to sleep in again. After having their breakfast, the 3 of them took their time to walk over to the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Arriving at the campground's entrance, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 displayed their number cards before walking in. Before their eyes was a vast drill ground. the surroundings of the drill ground stood filled with people. They were all youths beneath the age of 19. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a weird gaze before looking off into the distance. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head to look over. What he saw was that the 4 Yu clan youths from before had arrived, but this time there was an extra person among them. Yu Xiao's group of 4 followed behind this person in a respectful and reverent manner. This was a youth around the age of 18 who wore black clothes with gold lining and had a face that emitted wildness and hard-heartedness. He was virtually a duplicate of Xiao Yu. Yu Xiao noticed Duan Ling Tian and his face turned grim before turning and saying something in a low voice to the black-clothed youth in the lead. After hearing what he said, the black-clothed youth frowned, and his piercing gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Ling Tian. It's you who not only injured my Yu clan members, but even played tricks on them. The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His icy cold gaze seemed to be ready to swallow Duan Ling Tian at any moment. Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's faces turned grim. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, showing that he was slightly surprised. He was pondering earlier about how the Yu clan could be one of the 5 great clans in the county city. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for the members that came to only be Yu Xiao's group of 4. In Yu Xiao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest, but he was far from being Xiao Yu's match. Although both were at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension had completely and utterly defeated him. So it turned out to be that the black-clothed youth in front of him was the real number 1 in the Yu clan's young geniuses. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be pretty good. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed that something was going on gathered around to join in on the fun. It's Yu Shang, the number 1 in the younger generation of the county city's Yu clan. Allegedly, among the younger generation of the county city, this Yu Shang was ranked number 2, merely inferior to the Tan clan's Tan Rui. You're right, although Yu Shang and Tan Rui are both at the 4th level of the core formation stage, in terms of martial skills, he was inferior to Tan Rui, but even then they were closely matched. Who's this violet-clothed youth who actually dared to offend Yu Shang? I recognize him. At dusk the day before yesterday, he beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Shang is standing up for them. Some of the youths started discussing amongst themselves. You're right, I did injure them, but it was they who provoked me first. As for playing tricks, I wonder where you got that from. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Shang. He heard the discussions of the surrounding youths. He didn't expect that this Yu Shang was actually ranked 2nd in the entire county city's younger generation. Yu Xiao's face flushed as he howled, "You caused us to have to line up once again. Isn't this playing tricks? What does your group having to line up once again have to do with me? You should go ask that soldier, right?" Duan Ling Tian gazed weirdly at them. "The 3 of you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then this matter will be over." Yu Zhang's gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu. Even though he had heard from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was at the 4th level of the core formation stage, as far as he was concerned, in terms of combat experience and martial skills, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him? Meng Quan's expression distorted. Even his breath became hurried due to anger. Xiao Yu's cold face had an extra icy coldness to it as well. Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian started laughing as he walked forward and looked Yu Shang in the eye without any fear. "The 4 of you kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe then I will let bygones be bygones and forgive you all." As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his body emitted a strand of bloody killing intent. After being hit by the killing intent, Yu Xiao's face instantly turned slightly pale. "What are you all doing?" Just at this moment, a shout echoed out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked over in large strides. After understanding the cause of events, his face sunk. The robust general shouted in a low voice, "Today is the test day of our Iron Blood Army's genius camp. If anyone dares to provoke conflict before the test, their test qualifications will be directly abolished. My elder brother is a centurion of your Iron Blood Army, Yu Hong." Yu Shang looked at the robust general and his gaze flickered. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grim. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu's expressions were ugly as well. This Yu Zhang's elder brother was actually a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. Duan Ling Tian could be unafraid of Yu Shang, but he had no choice but to fear the centurion brother of Yu Shang. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Zhang's elder brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's genius camp 7 years ago. After that, there was no news of him entering Paladin Academy, so most people thought that he had died. Who would have known that he actually stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became their centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Shang didn't go line up to register for this year's Genius Camp test at all, so it turned out his brother had long ago arranged everything for him. If his brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, this much special treatment is possible. Fuck, then doesn't that mean that during the Genius Camp training, this Yu Shang will have the care of his elder brother and will have the special treatment to smoothly pass? It's good to have an elder brother as a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Shang doesn't even have to come at all. All he will have to do is ask his brother to give him one of the places in the quota to study at Paladin Academy. All of the discussion of the youths were pointed at Yu Shang. Noticing the scene losing control, the robust general's expression turned gloomy. After glaring at Yu Shang, he said loudly, "Everyone, please do not worry, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's training is equal to everyone. Moreover, even if a general had a relative inside the Genius Camp, he would be unable to take part in the Genius Camp training, and he would have to avoid anything that may arouse suspicion. This point is something our Iron Blood Army has strict rules on. If anyone goes against them, they will be punished by martial law." As he finished speaking, he once again looked at Yu Shang with a piercing gaze. "I don't care if your elder brother is our Iron Blood Army's centurion or not. If you're standing here today, then you must abide by the Iron Blood Army's rules. If you don't, I will abolish your qualification to take part in the test." The robust general's voice was like thunder as it echoed out. For a moment, many of the youths' expressions eased up slightly. "You're just a decurion and you dare to have no respect for my elder brother." Yu Zhang's face sunk and his gaze became icy cold. In the Iron Blood Army, military law is enforced strictly. Even if he's a centurion, if he commits an offense, then he will be judged the same way as a soldier. The robust general said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Good, great job, Sir Decurion." Many of the youths present couldn't stop themselves from praising him. Even Duan Ling Tian gave the robust general a second glance, as he noticed that this was a person who acted on emotion, and his speech didn't have a trace of falseness. "Good, very good." Yu Zhang's expression was ugly as he stared fixedly at the robust general. "What's your name? I need to remember it properly so I can let my elder brother remember you properly as well." "Do you need to ask your elder brother to properly remember me as well?" Just at this moment, a majestic voice sounded from outside the crowd. Chapter 100, Trial of Death. In the wake of the voice that echoed out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the accompaniment of two generals. His gaze descended onto Yu Shang. Yu Zhang's face went grim. "Vice Commander, sir, captains, sirs." The robust general respectfully saluted the three people who had just arrived. All of the surrounding youths, including Yu Shang, who had an ugly expression, respectfully saluted. Only one violet-clothed youth stood there unfazed. The dignified middle-aged man, or in other words, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "Why didn't you salute?" Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out into cold sweat, worrying about Duan Ling Tian. The corners of Yu Zhang's mouth curled into a sneer, as he felt that Duan Ling Tian was going to have a hard time. "I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army right now. Why should I salute you?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. "Audacious." The two captains behind the vice commander roared. Their expressions went grim. Instantly, two dense murderous auras enveloped Duan Ling Tian, as if wanting to force Duan Ling Tian into submission. However, they were bound to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot, unfazed. The two captains were stupefied and their expressions froze. Was this really a youth of only 16 or 17 years? To actually be able to disregard the murderous aura they developed on the battlefield. If they knew what Duan Ling Tian did for a living in his previous life, maybe they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he asked in interest, "What kind of principle is this? They aren't Iron Blood Army members either, so why did they salute us?" "Them." Duan Ling Tian swept his gaze at the surrounding youths before slowly saying, "There are only 3 reasons why they would have saluted you. The first, they feared you, the second, they admired you, or the third, following the behavior of the crowd blindly. Fear, admire, follow the crowd blindly, haha, interesting, interesting, I must say, what you just said went straight to the heart of the matter. The vice commander nodded as he emitted a rare smile on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Shang and Yu Xiao's group of youths, however, had ugly expressions. So you're saying that you don't fear me, don't admire me, nor do you follow blindly with the crowd, right? The vice commander asked. The vice commander suddenly turned hostile as he roared, audacious. And then an even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but this murderous aura even spread out to the surroundings, causing all the surrounding youths' faces to turn slightly pale. Even Yu Shang was suppressed to the point that his face flushed. At this moment, among the people present, besides the two captains and the decurion, only one other person wasn't affected at all by this murderous aura, and it was precisely the person who was at the center of the murderous aura, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood there unmoved like a mountain, his expression carefree as if even if Mount Tai were to collapse, it wouldn't cause his expression to change. The vice commander abruptly started laughing as his eyes emitted a trace of valuing a talent. Kid, what's your name? Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows slightly twitched. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, your name is really arrogant, one. Actually daring to rise and place yourself above the heavens. The smile on the vice commander's face didn't disappear as he continued, I'm the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Chao Qingshan, and the person in charge of the Genius Camp test today. I hope you can smoothly pass the test, as I'm really looking forward to your performance. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly and said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, I will surely not let Vice Commander Chao be disappointed. The surrounding youths were completely dumbstruck. When Duan Ling Tian started arguing with the Vice Commander Chao, all of them thought that he was going to have a hard time. But in the end, seeing Duan Ling Tian actually being able to receive special attention from Vice Commander Chao caused them to be unable to help themselves from gasping in admiration. If it was them in his place, they would probably have long been scared shitless by Vice Commander Chao. They all deeply remembered this name, this youth who dared to confront an Iron Blood Army vice commander who had gone through hundreds of bloody battles. He was bound to be engraved deep within their memories. Yu Zhang's expression became even uglier. This guy, his gaze fell upon Duan Ling Tian and it emitted a trace of maliciousness. This Yu Shang didn't know when to cut it quits. Decurion Wang Mang, you did a great job earlier and didn't throw the face of our Iron Blood Army. Meanwhile, Chao Qingshan looked towards the robust general and nodded. Wang Mang stood ramrod straight as he loudly said, Vice Commander, sir. This is my duty. Very good, Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to the rank of Centurion. Yu Hong privately obtained test qualifications for his brother, and that is considered to be exploiting his power for his brother, so he will be demoted to the rank of Decurion. Chao Qingshan had a tranquil expression as he slowly gave his orders. Yu Zhang's expression distorted greatly. Never would he have expected that he actually indirectly caused harm to his own elder brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with became even more filled with malice. As far as he was concerned, all of this was because of Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, Wang Mang wouldn't be drawn over, and the matter wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Thank you, Vice Commander, sir. Wang Mang had a pleasantly surprised look on his face as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. You deserve it, Chao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all that was happening, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light, as a sense of admiration arose in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward. Duan Ling Tian, reporting to Vice Commander, sir. Duan Ling Tian saluted Chao Qingshan. Chao Qingshan was dazed for a moment before reacting to Duan Ling Tian's change of attitude, and he laughed. You, kid, you're really interesting. After a moment, Chao Qingshan turned his gaze over to Yu Shang. Yu Shang, I should really reclaim the number card in your hand and abolish your qualification to participate in the Genius Camp test. But since your elder brother has already been punished now, I'll let bygones be. Bygones. Yu Shang was anguished in his heart, but he could only express his gratitude. Okay, it's noon, so the Genius Camp test will officially begin. Chao Qingshan's thunderous voice that contained origin energy echoed out, transmitting out towards the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought along the two captains and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the previous years. This year's test is only about one word: slaughter. Chao Qingshan looked at the group of youths in front of him as he slowly spoke, slaughter. Many of the youths had puzzled expressions. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian mouth curled into a light smile. Xiao Yu had a tranquil expression. Meng Quan's expression turned slightly pale as he asked, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, this slaughter can't be indicating killing someone, right? What? Haven't killed someone before? Duan Lingtian asked, in a joking manner. Of course not. Then you better learn properly today. You've killed someone before. Meng Quan's eyes stared wide open. Is it that strange? I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed someone before? After he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked eagerly at Xiao Yu. Meng Quan laughed bitterly, damn, I probably won't get through the test. The test hasn't even started and you're already so sluggish. If you ask me, you should just give up and go home, Duan Lingtian angrily scolded. No, I'm not going home. I will definitely pass the test. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Meng Quan seemed to recall something as his gaze abruptly became firm, causing Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu to be caught off guard. It looked like Meng Quan was a person with a story as well. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Chao Qingshan, had already started announcing the test rules. This year's test stresses upon three main points: courage, strength, and teamwork. The participants of the test may participate in a solo fashion or team up with the companions that they trust. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, Xiao Yu and I plan to participate together. Do you want to join us? Duan Lingtian asked. Thanks, I know you two are trying to help me, but I want to rely on myself. You two can help me right now, but you can't help me my entire life. Meng Quan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as he saw through Duan Lingtian's intentions. I believe that you will certainly pass the test. Right, Duan Lingtian and I will take the test solo to encourage you, said Xiao Yu. This year's test will be conducted in a 1 versus 10 fashion. Your opponents will be the enemy kingdom's soldiers that my Iron Blood Army took as prisoners. Anyone who kills all 10 enemy kingdom's soldiers will be considered to have passed the test. Chao Qingshan paused briefly. Immediately, various changes of expressions occurred on the youths that were present. Are you kidding? We have to face 10 enemy kingdom soldiers by ourselves. Even if those soldiers are far from being comparable to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, they would still be at least at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. If there were some core formation stage martial artists mixed within, how could we possibly deal with it? Yeah, this is virtually a trial of death. The entire drill ground was in uproar. Silence. Chao Qingshan's voice smothered out the voices of everyone present. Instantly, peace was restored to the drill grounds. Out of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that I've arranged for each and every one of you, 6 are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people take the test jointly, then they will be assigned 12 9th level body tempering prisoners, 6 1st level core formation prisoners, and 2 2nd level core formation prisoners. If it is 3 people jointly taking the test, you can deduce it from the earlier allocations. If anyone among you doesn't dare to take the test, you may choose to withdraw right now and leave my Iron Blood Army's drill grounds. As he finished speaking, Chao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you all 3 minutes to consider, Chao Qingshan added. Immediately, the drill grounds was in chaos. After 3 minutes had passed, only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths still numbered at over 200 people. Only so few left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Only a few of the people standing here today are hoping to catch a lucky break after all. Most of the people have the determination to bet their lives, so how could they possibly withdraw from the test so easily? Duan Lingtian saw through things thoroughly, and thus he pinpointed the truth behind the matter. These enemy kingdom soldiers will have martial skills that are far inferior to ours, but they have experienced the battlefield and fought countless battles and consider killing to be a game, so we can't look down on them. Xiao Yu's words were obviously spoken for Meng Quan. Chapter 101, Brutal. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath. His gaze was firm. He understood in his heart that these enemy kingdom soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the battlefield had long ago had thrown away any hopes of living the moment they were captured, and as such, they would attack without mercy. He felt pressured, but even more so, he felt the intent to do battle. Meanwhile, The Iron Blood Army's vice commander looked towards the group of youths that stayed behind before saying, "Very good, you've all not disappointed me. As such, I shall now declare that the Genius Camp test officially begins." As Chao Qingshan's voice echoed out, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers walked over quickly, brought along with them a group of bound enemy kingdom soldiers, and stood at a side of the drill grounds. The army of soldiers moved like a large nimbus cloud that enveloped the lands. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had dull expressions without any trace of life. "Today, I'll give you prisoners a chance at freedom. 6 9th level body tempering prisoners, 3 1st level core formation prisoners, and 1 2nd level core formation prisoner will join forces. If you can kill any one of them, I'll return your freedom to you." Chao Qingshan pointed towards the group of youths, whereas his gaze instead descended upon the 2,000+ enemy kingdom soldiers. Instantly, these enemy kingdom soldiers, whose faces were white and lifeless, suddenly felt their spirits shake, and their eyes emitted a yearning desire to live. A yearning desire for freedom. Following which, their gazes descended upon the group of youths on the drill grounds. Their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. Immediately, the expressions of many youths in the group went pale. When had they ever faced such fierce and ruthless people before? The gazes of these people were practically wishing to tear them to pieces. These enemy kingdom soldiers will definitely fight to the death for the sake of freedom and to continue living. "Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off." Xiao Yu agreed deeply. "Number 1, fall out." One of the captains behind Chao Qingshan stood out and his gaze descended upon the group of youths. Immediately, a youth walked out in large strides. The youth's face was ghastly pale and his eyes emitted a trace of fear. Noticing the state of the youth, the captain frowned as he asked, "Are you taking the test alone or with your companions?" I'll be taking the test with my companions," the youth said in a slightly flustered manner. Meanwhile, 2 more youths with similarly ugly expressions fell out. "Report your numbers. Number 2, number 3. The 2 youths took a deep breath and stood with the youth that walked out earlier after they had finished reporting their numbers. "Release 30 prisoners into the arena." The captain looked towards the group of enemy kingdom soldiers in the first row. After being untied, the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers stretched their limbs and walked quickly into the arena. Their faces emitted frenzied and savage smiles. Their gazes flickered with cold light as they looked at the 3 youths like a pack of dogs seeing 3 bones. "Begin." As the captain's voice descended, the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers and the 3 youths all moved. "Kill." The 30 enemy kingdom soldiers roared together, their voices like thunder. Hearing their voices caused the 3 youths' expressions to turn grim. Facing the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced at them like fierce beasts actually caused them to be stunned out of fear momentarily, so their legs seemed as heavy as lead, and they were unable to move an inch. In the blink of an eye, the 3 youths were torn to shreds. Blood and flesh flew about in the air as a bloody stench suffused into the entire drill grounds. Aside of the drill grounds, more than 90% of the youths were scared to the point that their expressions turned ghastly white. Some were even worse and puked out everything they had eaten that morning. For a time, the entire drill grounds was suffused with a weird smell. So smelly. The ghastly pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had stayed in even worse conditions than this. As far as he was concerned, this was nothing. "Send them out of the city," the captain ordered. Immediately, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers fell out. "Thank you, sir." The 30 enemy kingdom soldiers emitted a wildly joyous expression as they knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. Seeing 30 of their companions easily regaining their freedom caused the remaining enemy kingdom soldiers to emit a bright light from their eyes, as they yearned for themselves to be able to enter the arena as soon as possible. Presently, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join hands with a companion and undergo the test, the danger is even greater. When 3 people face 30 enemy kingdom soldiers who will cooperate with tacit understanding, even if your strength is formidable, it will still be difficult to go against their joint attacks. Some of the youths noticed some inklings. Some of the youths that originally intended to join hands with their companions now had all given up on this intention. "Looks like I have the ability of foresight." Meng Quan grinned widely. "These enemy kingdom soldiers are too savage and cruel. I really hope we can join hands." "Meng Quan, are you really confident?" This past month's travel and interaction had long ago made him take Meng Quan as a friend. "I'll try my best." Meng Quan's eyes emitted an intent to battle. Number 4. Meanwhile, The captain spoke once again. This time, only one youth entered the arena. After the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely at the youth while walking over. The captain's voice had only just sounded when the youth exploded forth with his entire strength, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Second level. Core formation martial artist. It had to be noted that the youth's movement technique was extremely profound and his speed was extremely swift. Even the second level core formation martial artist amongst the enemy kingdom soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Before long, the second level core formation enemy kingdom soldier decisively roared, "Box him in." For a moment, the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers abruptly spread apart before surrounding the youth and causing him to have nowhere to dodge. The youth's expression turned grim as he targeted a 9th level core formation enemy kingdom soldier. His body then jerked before pouncing towards the soldier. His origin energy exploded forth and his fist that carried with it the force of lightning smashed onto the soldier's head, directly smashing it into pieces. His face was splashed with brain juice as well. Nice. Many of the youths that were spectating cheered. But in the next moment, their voices stopped abruptly. The youth on the arena screeched after blasting apart the enemy kingdom soldier's head, then a wave of violent vomiting followed. Obviously it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, however, he was killed by the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced on him. The 9 enemy kingdom soldiers obtained their freedom. It is needless to say that the lesson drawn from another's mistakes were undoubtedly the best lesson. After numbers 1 to 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation youth, finally launched a counterattack. He killed the enemy kingdom soldiers one by one until finally completely annihilating them. Number 14 passes. The youth took a deep breath when he heard the captain's voice and walked out of the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Following him was number 15. After killing 6 enemy kingdom soldiers, the youth was exhausted and thus killed by the remaining 4 soldiers. The slaughter continued on. One after another, the youths either passed the test or were killed. Later on, these young geniuses from every corner of Swallow Mountain County were numbed towards the slaughter and were able to freely exert their strengths. The number of youths who passes the test increased as time went by. Meanwhile, the expressions of the enemy kingdom soldiers weren't very good. Looks like it's beneficial to be at the back of the line. Meng Quan glanced at the number 139 card in his hand and grinned. Number 100. In the wake of the captain's call, a black figure flashed into the arena like a ghost. It was precisely Yu Shang. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers eyed Yu Shang with hostility in the beginning, but once they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, they were all terrified. These soldiers understood that if they didn't fight desperately with their lives on the line, they would undoubtedly die, so they pounced towards Yu Shang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Shang just stood there. They weren't even able to break through his defensive chi barrier. They were killed by Yu Shang one after the other. Although arrogant, this Yu Shang does have some strength. Up until now, Yu Shang was the young genius that passed the test in the most relaxed manner. Great work, brother Yu Shang. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help themselves from cheering. As Yu Shang slowly walked back, his haughty gaze descended upon the violet-clothed figure in the distance, and his eyes flickered with a malicious brilliance. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Yu Zhang's gaze, however, he paid no attention to it. No matter whether it was his previous lifetime or the current one, there were plenty of people who wanted him dead, but in the end he still lived well on. Besides that one time where he was sold out by the person he looked to as a brother. After Yu Shang and before Duan Ling Tian, a few third-level core formation young geniuses appeared, and one after the other they smoothly passed the genius camp test. Number 137. Finally, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides, attracting the attention of many. Many of the people present felt respect in their hearts towards this youth that dared to speak freely and frankly in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander. The serious expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that followed him up into the arena eased up when they noticed that Duan Ling Tian was much younger than the other youths, and their eyes emitted a sense of insanity. As far as they were concerned, a youth that looked to be not even 17 wouldn't be exceptionally strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Ling Tian, they were utterly dumbstruck. Another 4th-level core formation martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's body moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing straight towards the 10 soldiers that were still in a daze. He lifted his arm and swung out. Like a huge python swinging out its tail, extremely ferocious. Instantly, 6 of the soldiers were blasted away by his arm swing, and 3 among them instantly died. the remaining 3 were barely breathing and had lost all means to continue battling. Fuck. Freak. Not even using a martial skill, only a casual swing of his arm, and it seemed to contain the force of lightning. This Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. No wonder he dared to confront Yu Shang. He seems to not even be 17 yet. Such natural talent is virtually against the heavens. The group of youths was dumbstruck, and as they returned to their senses, they repeatedly swore. What a kid. Chao Ching Shan's gaze shone brightly. The 2nd level core formation soldier's expression distorted as he howled, "Disperse." The remaining 4 enemy kingdom soldiers immediately dispersed, avoiding being taken out in one hit by Duan Ling Tian. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.